The first thing I did after my rebirth was to personally gouge out my own eyes. Then, I would remove the eyes from the Dragon King statue and put them in place. Even as the soil mixed with blood splashed and sizzled in my eyes, I gritted my teeth and persevered. All of this was because, 3 days later, the bizarre era would arrive. Countless vengeful spirits would crazily harvest the lives of all humans, just like in my previous life. In the Dragon King temple, a fierce ghost king was born, and within just 3 days, he turned the entire city of Luo into a forbidden zone for life. His source of power lay in his own eyes. In my previous life, while competing for the position of the Supreme King, I was ambushed by my close friend who had turned into a traitor, leading to my ultimate failure in death. As I watched the blood-red sun sink into the west, I finished half a pack of cigarettes and finally confirmed that I had been reborn 3 days before the bizarre event. According to my memories, at midnight 3 days later, everyone would gain something called the Death Book, which could reveal everything about themselves, including their connection to beasts. From that day on, those terrifying legends would no longer be mere stories, but real vengeful spirits that would appear before everyone. To counter the vengeful spirits, one must either become an even more terrifying anomaly or control the spirits themselves, but to control them, one must become a sound value. In my previous life, I attained the lowest level of a 9th grade sound value, where a paper cutter could turn spirits into living beings. The methods were extremely bizarre, even for the lowest 9th grade sound value. It's easy to imagine how powerful the 10 kings of hell are among the 1st grade sound values. However, in my previous life, I learned of a method to control spirits even before becoming a sound value, though it was extremely dangerous. Not to mention ordinary people who haven't become ghost seekers, even those who have would not dare to use it recklessly. But having been reborn, if I didn't seize the opportunity to fight for the title of the strongest king, what would I be afraid of? With that thought, I crushed the cigarette in my hand, walked out of the neighborhood, and flagged down a taxi. "Where to, young man?" the taxi driver asked. I smiled slightly and replied, "To the Dragon King temple on the outskirts of the city." As the country with the richest historical heritage on Blue Star, it has also become the one with the most ghost seekers and anomalies after the terror arrived. After entering the era of terror, Luo City was completely transformed into a forbidden zone for humans. One reason is that the mother river of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yellow River, has buried countless souls since ancient times. Luo City, adjacent to the Yellow River and an ancient capital through many dynasties, has experienced countless anomalies, including a fierce god and ghost king ranked among the top 3. I slowly got out of the taxi, and in the distance was the mother river that runs through the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Before me stood a Dragon King temple that had existed for 1,000 years, and the one who would destroy Luo City was the Dragon King within this temple, a terrifying being known as the Dragon Army Bloodline. It was now 8 p.m. Compared to the bustling daytime offerings, the night felt extremely eerie. I bypassed the staff dormitory and entered the main hall. Who would have thought that the Dragon King, worshipped by countless humans with offerings for favorable weather, would become a fierce god that ravaged the entire Dragon Kingdom in the future? Looking up, I saw a statue with a human body and a dragon head standing there, though the dragon's head was covered with a layer of red cloth. According to local customs, offerings are made to the Dragon King at the end of each month, during which the red cloth is placed over the Dragon King, only to be removed on the 5th of the following month. I jumped directly onto the table, then swiftly waved my hand, and the red cloth covering the Dragon King statue was instantly removed, revealing a vividly golden dragon head. Unlike those purely sculpted figures, this Dragon King statue had real eyes. It seemed to be made of some kind of gemstone, making the Dragon King statue incredibly lifelike. At first glance, it appeared to be genuinely staring back at me. However, I was acutely aware that these were indeed real eyeballs. Although I had left Luo City before the bizarre events unfolded in my previous life, I had not been affected by the destruction of Luo City in my previous life, but having grown up there, I had thoroughly investigated its demise. My understanding of this Dragon Army bloodline far exceeded that of ordinary people. These eyes were the essence of that bloodline. Thus, I suddenly reached out towards the blood-red eyeballs. Normally, these eyeballs would be as impossible to remove as the balls in the mouths of stone lions. But as my fingers entered the eye socket, the blood-like stone bead of an eyeball spun around on its own, as if trying to evade my grasp. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. The Dragon King's blood eye was indeed extraordinary. "Come with me, and together we will become the kings of this world." It seemed my words had an effect, or perhaps the eyeballs realized that evading was futile, and finally, I managed to grab them and pull them out. They felt softer than gemstones, allowing me to easily extract them from the eye socket. I then placed them into a prepared iron box. By the time I got home, it was already 11 p.m., and I eagerly opened the box while sitting on my bed. The two blood-red eyeballs glowed with a faint, eerie light under the moonlight, and the dark tree trunks seemed to be watching me. Feeling my heart racing in my chest, I let out a cold laugh and took a fruit knife, stabbing it directly into my left eye socket, splattering crimson liquid everywhere. Blood dripped from my fingers into the iron box, and the two eyeballs seemed to become even brighter as they soaked in the crimson. Next, I took one of the blood-red eyeballs and forcefully shoved it into my left eye, experiencing a pain so intense it could make one faint. The pain made my whole body twitch slightly, but I still forced myself to approach the mirror and lowered my bloodied hand. In the blood-red eye socket, something seemed to be writhing wildly, and its movements grew faster, as if it were about to burst out. I immediately sensed something was wrong and pressed my palm firmly over the socket. The Dragon King's bloodeye truly lived up to its reputation as one of the fiercest gods and anomalies in the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, aside from my fierce appearance, my remaining eye was filled with excitement and fervor as I firmly pressed down on the eye socket to prevent the blood crystal from escaping. However, it seemed the blood eye sensed something was wrong and attempted to crash into the nerves behind the eye socket. Alarm bells rang in my mind. What if the fusion failed? How could this happen? The remaining right eye suddenly saw another blood-red pupil wildly spinning in the iron box, and a thought suddenly arose in my mind. Could it be that both pupils must fuse at the same time? But if the fusion fails, I would lose both eyes, which would be tantamount to a death sentence in the impending horror era. To gamble or not to gamble, there was clearly little time left for hesitation. Once the bloodline erupted completely, there would be no chance to gamble at all. Thinking of this, I no longer hesitated. At this moment, I couldn't even dare to talk about competing for the throne. I picked up the fruit knife again and plunged it into my right eye. The intense pain caused a brief moment of dizziness, and I almost lost consciousness completely. However, the willpower honed in my previous life held me up, allowing me to push the other pupil into the eye socket. I pressed my hands tightly against both eye sockets, and as the second blood pupil entered, the struggles of both pupils weakened until they finally settled down. I breathed a sigh of relief and then collapsed onto the bed, the excruciating pain already exceeding my body's limits. The next morning, I suddenly opened my eyes, which were stuck shut by dried blood. The entire world was blood red, indistinct yet eerily clear. Success! My consciousness restored immediately. Although the vision was completely different from that of a human, being able to see things again was proof enough of my success. I quickly took out my phone, opened the camera, and pointed it at nature. Upon doing so, I was stunned to see a pair of blood-red tree trunks in my dark eye sockets. Especially as I focused, the blood-red tree trunk suddenly shrank, as if a fierce beast had locked onto its prey. I had truly succeeded. However, since the apocalypse had not officially arrived, I couldn't understand the abilities of this blood pupil through life and death. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a line of blood-red text gradually condensed before my eyes. Blood pupil grade 9, entity symbiotic eagle beast. Under the eye for an eye rule for 3 months, after maintaining eye contact for a certain period, I could ignore the opponent's rule abilities and rebound them. If the opponent had no rule abilities activated, my ability could control living beings, causing their blood to flow backward and die. The ghost house's negative energy is easily dispersed, and activation requires eye contact time, with effects determined by the grade and talent difference between both parties. With eyes and pearls, I can probe the aura of living beings, perceive grade rules, and my abilities are affected accordingly, currently coexisting with humans. Due to the doubled consumption, I have also initially awakened a certain level of intelligence. The requirements for promotion are unknown. How will my abilities manifest? Humble humans, treat me well. Even though I had suspected that the rules and abilities of this Dragon Lord bloodline wouldn't be weak, I was still left speechless upon witnessing them. Ghosts have their own ability rules. The more powerful a ghost is, the simpler the rules are to trigger. In the early stages of the horror era, once the rules are triggered, the outcome is usually death. To escape with my life, I must find the opponent's attack rules, but how difficult that is. This bloodline's eye for an eye rule only requires eye contact to activate, making it stand out among countless ghosts. It can even ignore the opponent's rules and counter them one by one, not to mention the more exaggerated ability to directly perceive the ghost house's rule abilities, which puts me in an almost invincible position. What I didn't expect was that this blood pupil actually awakened intelligence. Typically, lower-grade ghosts only exhibit their own rules, like beasts that kill and devour at will. They only awaken intelligence at grade 4. But this blood pupil ghost actually gained intelligence right after fusion. I don't know if that's good or bad. As for my condition, since this bloodline can exert the effects of the Book of Life and Death, it could naturally see my condition, and sure enough, just as I finished speaking, the blood-red text before me changed again. Xin Xiao, grade 3, in lifespan 3 months, young lifespan 3 months, symbiotic state, personal young lifespan significantly reduced, can fully harness the bloodline. Ghostly annotations do not control. I'm just letting you borrow my power. But don't die, human, or I'll be stuck with you. My pupils widened in shock. In my previous life, I had a young lifespan of 60 years, and merging with this bloodline had sacrificed nearly 60 years of that lifespan. Fortunately, there are ways to increase yang lifespan after the apocalypse. Killing fierce ghosts can grant yin lifespan, which can then be converted into yang lifespan. To directly obtain yang lifespan, one must become yin fat. With that thought, I let out a sigh, considering my job choices carefully. I picked up the recruitment ad in the Luocheng Morning News. North Mountain Cemetery is hiring a security guard, salary 6,000 per month, meals and accommodation provided, light work, and requires bravery and a lack of fear towards superstitions. Seeing this, a faint smile crept onto my lips. After getting out of the taxi, I looked around the North Mountain Cemetery, which had no small shops at all. Even during the day, it was eerily quiet, with not a single staff member in sight. However, soon, a young man ran down from the entrance and a car in the distance. "You must be Qin Xiao. I'm Su Wei from the North Mountain office." The young man appeared extremely anxious. "Have you seen the benefits and everything? Our work is relatively free. You just need to patrol and clock in at 6 a.m. and 10 p.m. every day. If there are no issues, you can start today." Before I could react, Su Wei eagerly handed me a form, not even giving me a chance to glance inside. With this appearance, who wouldn't feel like there was a ghost? However, I didn't care and simply signed my name. I had come to apply for the public security guard position, not concerned about the benefits, but for another reason. In my previous life, my sound value was that of a paper cutter. Although the combat power of a paper cutter is barely above average, obtaining sound beasts was extremely difficult, and the difficulty of leveling up was quite high. Among the known sound values, the one with the highest potential for composing sound beasts is the Gravekeeper standing before me. In the horror era of my previous life, the Gravekeeper's sound value was criticized by countless people and was even called the most disappointing grade 9 sound value. The reason is simple: the Gravekeeper's potential has both extremely high and low limits. However, there was only one person at the upper limit of the Gravekeeper's potential, and that was the transformed king who ambushed me back then. What the Gravekeeper needs to do is guard the ghostly tombs within the cemetery, ensuring that the evil spirits return before dawn each night to maintain the cemetery's tranquility. By doing this, they can automatically obtain eagle beasts every month. The more strange entities there are in the tomb, and the higher their quality, the more eagle beasts one can obtain, with almost no upper limit. For the Gravekeeper, as long as they can control the evil spirits in the tomb, it's like earning heroes without any effort. However, for those just starting to become Gravekeepers, it is as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Countless have been killed by the strange entities in the woods with a single mistake. But for someone like me with a bloodline, isn't this the most suitable position? However, as soon as I opened the large iron gate of the North Mountain Cemetery, I understood why that guy was unwilling to step into this cemetery. Because in my line of sight, a wisp of gray aura appeared. This aura is invisible to the eyes of ordinary people, but under my gaze, it was clearly visible. This was indeed the legendary Yin energy, or rather, ghostly energy. Although the horror era will officially arrive in 2 days, there are not a few anomalies that appeared early, like the Dragon Army bloodline. This North Mountain Cemetery is likely one of them, and with such strong residual Yin energy, it seems that this anomaly has already diluted the flesh and blood. Thinking of this, I revealed a faint smile. I didn't expect to start with a fierce ghost as a gift. Then I moved my footsteps and slowly approached that place dense with Yin energy. Before I could carefully examine the source of the Yin energy, an unusual sound came from the side, and I turned to look. A black cat was sitting upright on a crumbling tombstone, with a wisp of Yin energy swirling around it. It was a demon cat that had devoured Yin energy and had initially awakened. It curled its lips and crouched down, reaching out its paw. "Come here, little one." Upon hearing my voice, the black cat's meow suddenly became extremely shrill. Its orange-green pupils shrank to pinholes as it looked behind me in terror. A chilling sensation, indescribable and eerie, crept up from behind. Even though it was still daytime, Chu Qing squinted slightly but did not turn around recklessly. The bizarre rules of killing were ever-changing. Who knew what kind of rules this ghost possessed? Thus, under the increasingly terrified gaze of the black cat, Chu Qing's eyes suddenly transformed from black and white to a deep crimson. In the pitch-black eye sockets, the blood-red vertical pupils locked onto the black cat, and only then did Chu Qing slowly turn around. It was a phantom figure. Shrouded in blood red, the figure wore a tattered, decayed white dress, its original shape unrecognizable. Gray, withered hair obscured its cheeks, making it impossible to see clearly. However, the blood-red deep pupils activated the eye and pearl effect instantly. All the abilities of this ghostly entity appeared vividly in the observation of the blood pupils. Faceless ghost rank, 9 category, Earthbound spirit lifespan, 9 months and 17 days. Face of fear, rule can weaken the will of living beings by shaping an atmosphere of fear in scenes. When a human's will falls below the critical line, and they are in extreme fear, they can see the true face of the faceless ghost, triggering a face-swapping death. The effect of shaping fear depends on the rank and innate abilities of both parties. Ghost wall ability can create a ghost wall illusion within a range, weakening the will of living beings and plunging them into extreme fear. Earthbound spirit state cannot leave the confines of Beishan Cemetery. Within the cemetery, the recovery speed of abilities is accelerated. Additionally, the daily consumption of lifespan is halved. Promotion requirements, unknown note, hey, you're not scared by such a thing, are you? However, our appearance seems to fit its aesthetic quite well. Looking at the rules and abilities of the faceless ghost revealed in the blood pupils, Chu Qing couldn't help but marvel again. The rule abilities of the blood-eyed dragon lord indeed allowed it to thrive. However, soon, the corner of Chu Qing's eye twitched. Unfortunately, the current problem was that since this thing had no face, how could he make eye contact with it? Silence, deathly stillness. Above the entire Beishan Cemetery, the sun shone brightly, yet inside the cemetery, it felt as cold as an ice cellar. Two figures stood motionless, locked in a standoff. Only the black cat, with a face full of terror, watched these two figures, clearly not resembling any human, from a distance. Time ticked by, and Chu Qing could clearly feel a sense of fear slowly emerging in his heart. This fear was not due to a lack of willpower, it was the rule ability of the faceless ghost that had already begun to take effect. Although there was no special scene to enhance it, the feeling of fear still made him aware of its involuntary birth. He knew that even with the blood pupils, this faceless ghost was already a bizarre entity of the 9th rank. While its rule ability was not particularly powerful, once triggered, it could easily kill him in his current state. What he needed to do was to counteract the other party's rules before they took effect. But the frustrating part was that the first true encounter with a bizarre entity was with one that had no eyes. And the rule ability of the blood pupils required eye contact to activate. How could he make eye contact without eyes? That was a problem. However, even in this critical moment, Chu Qing showed no signs of panic. Mastering the bizarre rules of killing allowed him to always take the initiative. Even if he couldn't subdue it, he could withdraw at any time. With this thought, Chu Qing looked at the face obscured by withered hair and smiled slightly. Poor thing, don't you even have a face of your own? As soon as these words were spoken, the black cat, which had jumped back onto a tombstone not far away, looked at Chu Qing as if it had seen a ghost. Even the almost mindless faceless ghost was momentarily stunned. Then, it erupted in rage. The low-level eerie presence lacked wisdom, yet like a beast, it could sense emotions. Even this faceless ghost before him operated on the rule of killing based on the emotions of others. On Chu Qing, it felt no fear, only abundant mockery. In an instant, the North Mountain Cemetery seemed to turn into a gloomy day, the sun vanished from the sky, and in the pitch darkness, the sound of wind occasionally blew through. That sense of fear became even more palpable. Yet Chu Qing remained unfazed. His blood-red eyes remained fixed on the faceless ghost, even reaching out to try and touch its formless body. Unfortunately, the other party was a bound spirit, lacking a physical form, and could not be touched. His hand met only a chill. After realizing this, Chu Qing withdrew his hand and continued, "How about taking a look at my face? Back in school, I was considered quite the heartthrob. This face should meet your aesthetic, right?" Yes, this was the original line from the blood eyes, so there should be no problem. Meanwhile, the black cat continued to watch Chu Qing's actions, which could only be described as dancing on a minefield. Chu Qing slowly brought his forehead close to that of the faceless ghost, as if they were touching. "Now, take a look at my eyes. Aren't they beautiful? Bright red, like rubies. Would you like to pluck them out and keep them for yourself?" Chu Qing blinked those blood-red eyes. He ignored the feelings of shame and resistance that came from the blood eyes, looking as if he were playing a prank, while in reality, his heart was already racing. When confronting ghostly entities, unless one had overwhelming power, one was always walking a tightrope, especially with something so devoid of wisdom, resembling a beast. In the early to mid stages of being a ghost master, the essence of combating ghostly entities was to find and break the rules, using one's own ability to control the entities against those rules. The rule of the blood eyes activated through eye contact. But it was never said that eye contact required actual eyes. The perception of ghostly entities was not limited to sight. So what he was doing now was deeply developing the rule of the blood eyes. If it worked naturally, that would be great. If not, there was always the option to turn and run. As it turned out, Chu Qing's blood eyes seemed truly beautiful. In the dark, ghostly maze, those blood-red eyes appeared to shine. As the fear in Chu Qing's heart became increasingly evident, he and the blood eyes almost simultaneously sensed a special perceptual gaze directed at them, or rather, at his face, and the pair of crimson eyes on his cheeks. A broken voice followed, "Nice. Nice face, eyes. Give me." In an instant, the crimson light in Chu Qing's eyes flared up. The rule of the blood eyes activated in that moment. And Chu Qing had already calculated the time of eye contact required to activate the rule against the faceless ghost, which was a breath's time. Less than 2 seconds. Indeed, the potential of the blood eyes was unimaginable. However, with the blood eye's own observation, it could not analyze the corresponding weight of the rules. One would have to wait for the arrival of the eerie era and use the Book of Life and Death to investigate. But this was not the time for Chu Qing to lose focus. Almost the instant the rule of the blood eyes activated, the body of the faceless ghost before him began to tremble violently. An eye for an eye. A tooth for a tooth. This was the rule ability of the blood eyes. Once activated, any ability used by the opposing ghostly entity could be completely immune and doubled in return. What a terrifying rule ability this was. And at this moment, under Chu Qing's deliberate recklessness, the effect of this eye for an eye was unleashed. Trembling, the faceless ghost began to shake violently. The fear previously inflicted upon Chu Qing was entirely returned to the other party through those two blood-red eyes. In its eyes, that pair of blood-red orbs had occupied its entire field of vision, as if they could swallow it whole at any moment. A primal fear overwhelmed it, causing it to kneel on the ground, burying its head beneath its arms. No. My face, don't take my face. The immense terror loomed over it, and in that moment, Chu Qing clearly felt that within the rules of an eye for an eye, under the rule of this faceless ghost's own fearful visage, with just a thought, he could make this faceless ghost perish. It was like a diner chewing food that was almost ready to be swallowed at any time. This was the instinct of a ghost to kill after triggering the rules. However, Chu Qing did not act on that instinct. Although eliminating this faceless ghost and absorbing its essence with his blood-red eyes would yield a portion of longevity, this ghost, born before the era of terror officially arrived, had considerable potential. Despite seeing this creature's abilities, Chu Qing had no intention of turning it into his own grave ghost. Instead, he thought it would be interesting to observe the effects of fear it could instill, likely becoming a stable source of longevity for a long time. Moreover, it was a bound spirit, a veritable fated worker ghost. Thus, he lowered his head, and even though he couldn't touch the faceless ghost with his palm, he reached out to it and smiled gently, saying, "Don't worry, as long as you behave, I won't take your face. And if you perform well, I'll find you a face you like, how about that?" Clearly, the wisdom of this faceless ghost struggled to comprehend these words, merely trembling in response to Chu Qing's gestures and emotional cues. Yet it expressed submission. The ghost lacked intelligence, akin to a beast, but it wouldn't seek its own death. The midday sun shone brightly and warmly, as if to dispel all the darkness from this gloomy place. The light fell upon Chu Qing's disheveled black hair, softening his somber demeanor. Chu Qing slowly stood up, glanced to the side, and then extended his hand. The black cat trembled all over but dared not refuse his call, leaping back into his embrace. Chu Qing smiled as he held the black cat, facing the blazing sun behind him, and looked at the North Mountain Cemetery before him, as well as the entire Mang Mountain. From now on, with me around, no one can bully you. Just then, the gate of the cemetery behind him was pushed open, and a clattering sound echoed. Chu Qing turned to look, only to see Fong Ping peering inside through the gate. "Chu Qing, I came to check out your workplace. Look who I brought with me." Chu Qing peered through the rusty iron gate at the girl beside Fong Ping. She was about their age, dressed in a Chanel long dress, her Valentino-studded high-heeled sandals sparkling in the sunlight, and she held a toffee-colored new Hermes calfskin bag. After mentally running through who she was, Chu Qing finally remembered. She was his ex-girlfriend from this time period, and Ruoxue? In the era of terror, Chu Qing had experienced over 20 years in his previous life. During those 20-plus years, his focus had long shifted to more important matters: the inheritance of Yama, the hierarchy of the underworld, the acquisition of longevity, the embryonic forms of great calamities. He had long forgotten trivial matters from before the terror arrived, and if it weren't for the enhancement of his underworld position, which made his memory sharp, he would have likely forgotten most of it. Clearly, for Chu Qing, this ex-girlfriend, looking pitiful and even somewhat remorseful, was one of those trivial matters. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, this woman had gotten together with a rich second-generation heir just before graduation. However, before he could feel sad for more than a couple of months, the era of terror descended, and in the face of life and death, such trivial matters no longer seemed significant. Now, how did she come here? At some point, the faceless ghost had vanished without a trace. Chu Qing, holding the black cat in her arms, arrived at the door and smiled. "Fong Ping? What brings you here?" Fong Ping scratched his head. "I finished the interview and am waiting for the results." "Guess what? As soon as I left Tianyu Entertainment, I saw Ruoxue. She specifically asked about you, and since we both had nothing to do, we thought we'd come see you together." By the end, Fong Ping sounded a bit cautious. It was clear he was lying. In fact, he was genuinely worried about Chu Qing's situation, so he took the initiative to call on Ruoshue to come check on her. There was no other choice. Chu Qing had directly chosen to guard a graveyard like this, saving herself 30 years of detours, and those were the kind of dark and twisted paths that made Fong Ping, who had known her for so many years, think in a negative direction. Chu Qing naturally noticed her friend's unease but didn't mind. After glancing at the two, she said, "Come in." The two followed Chu Qing inside, but whether it was just an illusion or not, as soon as they stepped through the gate of the cemetery, they instinctively shivered. Clearly, normal people would never have the leisure to come to such a ghostly place. This further convinced Fong Ping of his suspicion. His buddy had indeed been hit hard by the breakup. Thinking of this, he looked at Ruoshue beside him, who bit her red lips and nodded. They entered the guardroom, which had been promised to be used as a dormitory and incense shop, and it was relatively clean and spacious. However, looking around, after Ruoshue casually found a seat and sat down, she spoke with a face full of apology. "Chu Qing, I'm sorry. I know I hurt you, but you don't have to." Chu Qing looked at the woman, who seemed choked up, speechless. To be honest, his ex-girlfriend was quite skilled. He remembered how the rich second-generation guy from his previous life was completely taken in by her. If it weren't for the bizarre era that had arrived, her plan to rise to the top would have had a high chance of success. Even if she didn't become a wealthy lady, she later became a ghost master who established herself in the early days of Luochang. Unfortunately, in the end, she still couldn't escape the city's destruction. She died amidst the ghostly calamity. Chu Qing waved her off. "It's fine, I don't blame you. There are plenty of couples who break up during graduation season. Your choice is understandable, so don't take it to heart." As soon as he said this, Ruoshue felt even more guilty. "I know you're pretending it doesn't matter, but you came to this place to escape." "I understand, it's my fault. Can you forgive me?" And Ruoshue looked at the man before her with tender eyes. There was an indescribable aura about him, combined with his status as the campus heartthrob of their mediocre university, and the feelings she later experienced made it impossible not to be moved. However, Ruoshue also understood that after graduation, none of this could be eaten, so without much thought, she threw herself into the arms of a wealthy and powerful second-generation heir from Luochang. But today, seeing Chu Qing again, that indescribable special aura and the mysterious thrill made her recall the past. Thus, she took out her phone and looked at Chu Qing with pleading eyes. Chu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. He really didn't want to have any ties with this woman. Saying he couldn't let go was pure nonsense. After all, it was mutual at the time, and he had enjoyed it too. In fact, many times, it was Ruoshue who paid for the hotel. So, feeling angry and resentful was even more absurd. Moreover, let's not even mention that this person before him, who has been reborn, cannot even remember who his ex-girlfriend is. Even if in the last life she ruined his good fortune, and one could even say that later she deceived and betrayed him, the king of Bianqing, Ding Xia, if one were to say that he wished to take revenge and tear her apart right now, or that he wished to consume her flesh and drink her blood, that still wouldn't reach that level. One could only say that she is an enemy he must kill in this life. A king is never just about power. There is also an invincible heart. The revenge that will come is inevitable, and even Chu Qing has already made plans for the first step. However, to let his heart be unsettled because of revenge, such a person, in this terrifying era, facing the corruption of human hearts by ghostly beings, it is simply impossible to become a king-level ghost master, bearing countless sins, forging an undying heart. Hatred, compared to his lofty ideals and ambitions, is simply not worth mentioning. The reason he feels this way is purely because he finds it troublesome. However, it is clear that his resistance has led Fong Ping and Ruoshue to misunderstand him. Fong Ping coughed lightly. "Well, you two chat for a bit, I'll go take a walk outside." After saying this, he really turned and left, completely unaware of what he might face alone outside. On the other hand, Ruoshue, not noticing the speechless expression on Chu Qing's face, looked gently at the black cat in his arms. "You still like cats so much, the dumpling we raised together is still with me." However, seeing that Chu Qing remained indifferent, she finally continued, "Chu Qing, we are both orphans, and we both know that in this society, in this era, without money, living is worse than a dog. And the only support for women, besides youthful beauty, I have nothing else. I can only keep striving to climb up." Chu Qing smiled. Was this finally getting to the point? He looked forward to the humiliation this ex-girlfriend was about to deliver. However, even in his last life, as someone who was just a step away from becoming the king of Chujiang, he absolutely did not expect that this ex-girlfriend would suddenly change her tone and say, "But Qing, I still love you. Add me as a friend. I have 10,000 here for you to take first. Lin Hengtian and I have already registered our marriage, but we haven't held a formal wedding yet. Recently, his family has been busy, and I don't have much time. How about this? I'll give you money every month, and when I have time, we can meet secretly." Upon hearing this, even with his past experiences, Chu Qing was utterly taken aback by her words. And Ruoshua, who said this, glanced around and nodded in satisfaction, not to mention, this place is quite secluded, a good spot to meet. Don't worry, Lin Hengtian's father has been particularly unwell lately, and the Lin family's business will be Lin Hengtian's in a few years. That guy is a good for nothing. By then, I'll work hard to get the assets and divorce him. Shu Qing fell silent, looking at this woman who was talking to herself. Wasn't it agreed that this would be a plot of face-slapping and arrogance that changes every 3 days? How did it suddenly turn into a malicious supporting character's mistress? And Ruoshua looked at Shu Qing, feeling a bit impulsive. Even if these words were the truth, they shouldn't be said so casually. The fewer people who know, the smoother the plan would be. There was no helping it. Seeing this man's melancholic demeanor in this desolate ghostly place softened her heart. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time today. And Shu Qing, even more speechless, shook his head, just about to clarify things, but Ruoshua didn't give him that chance and continued directly, "It's settled then. I've been busy lately, there have been troubles with the Lin family, and I don't have much time to go out." As soon as she finished speaking, a roaring engine sound came from outside the door. Suddenly, Ruoshua's expression changed, and sure enough, they heard Fong Ping's voice from outside. "Lin Hengtian, how did you find this place?" Shu Qing raised his eyebrows, looking at Ruoshua with great interest. And Ruoshua, quick to respond, immediately stood up and took a stack of cash from her latest Hermes calfskin bag, tossing it directly to Shu Qing. "Take this first. Lin Hengtian is here, and since you had an unpleasant encounter with him before, just stay in. Leave everything to me." With that, Ruoshua hurriedly opened the door and ran out. Shu Qing could even hear her overly sweet voice from the security room. "Baby, what are you doing here? Weren't you at the hospital with Dad?" Shu Qing smiled, his eyes turning blood-red at that moment. In the shadowy corner of the sunlight, those blood-red eyes moved rapidly and irregularly within their dark sockets, seemingly praising the splendid little scene that had just unfolded. Then, it seemed Shu Qing was talking to himself, or perhaps asking the two beings in the room that didn't belong to the same kind. "Humans are quite interesting, aren't they? Schwer, didn't you say you had a girlfriend who invited you to lunch? And yet you ended up here, right?" Outside the door, a strange man's voice questioned. Through the slightly chipped glass, Shu Qing saw a blurry figure outside. Dressed in a white suit, he barely looked presentable. It was clearly Lin Hengtian. However, after a brief glance, Shu Qing raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of interest. The three people outside, clearly unaware of Shu Qing's dark gaze, soon heard in Ruoshua's voice, "Baby, don't be angry." It was Fong Ping who said that Shu Qing was feeling a bit down, so I came to talk to him, just to help him let go of this. "So that's how it is? But speaking of which, what is that little white-faced Shu Qing doing in this godforsaken place?" Lin Hengtian's voice rang out again. "He said he came to be a security guard. I felt sorry for him, so I gave him 10,000 as a breakup fee, hoping he won't cause any more trouble in the future." "You just don't believe me, do you? You had to come alone?" Hearing that, Ruoshua seemed a bit angry. Lin Hengtian's voice softened immediately. "What are you talking about? My mom came to take over my shift, and I didn't need to be at the hospital anymore. My dad is still insisting on being discharged, which is really annoying. I thought I'd come out to have a meal with you and meet your girlfriend, but who knew you'd end up in such a godforsaken place?" At this point, Lin Hengtian looked around, seemingly spotting the figure in the security room, and leaned forward. "Damn it, what the hell is that idiot Shu Qing thinking? I told you, artists are all a bit off their rockers, coming to be a security guard in this godforsaken place? Shu Qing, are you brave enough to come out?" The security room door was pushed open, and Ruoshua's expression turned tense. Sure enough, Shu Qing walked out holding a stack of cash. "Is there something you need, young Master Lin? Oh, you little white face really dare to come out, huh? What did I say back then? You should just go to a bar or nightclub to do this. I can guarantee you could easily make tens of thousands a month." Lin Hengtian smirked, looking disdainfully at Shu Qing, especially at the 10,000 yuan in his hand. He paused and continued, "If you meet a few rich women willing to spend money on you, making over 100,000 a month wouldn't be a problem. If it really doesn't work out, I can introduce you to some. My dad knows several ladies in the business world who are lacking men but not money, and even a few male bosses who are into that. If you need it, I can set you up. Who knows, our Lin family's business might even need you to help with some pillow talk." Ha ha ha. Shu Qing's smile remained unchanged, still eagerly sizing up Lin Hengtian, as if he didn't care at all about what the other was saying. Meanwhile, Fong Ping could no longer hold back and stepped forward, blocking Shu Qing. "Lin Hengtian, what the hell are you saying?" Lin Hengtian looked coldly at Fong Ping. "What's wrong? You idiots still want to fight me? Look at you, I heard you went to Huanyu Entertainment for an interview this morning? Let me tell you, Zhao Yu from Uncle Zhao's family at Huanyu is my buddy from childhood. You still want to work at Huanyu? Dream on. But, Seeing Fong Ping's flushed face, Lin Hengtian smiled. I registered a company with Zhao Yu, so how about this? You curse that pretty boy once, and I'll keep the HR position for you when the time comes, with a starting salary of 20,000, not counting bonuses. What do you think? He looked arrogantly at Fong Ping. This was his usual tactic. Beneath money, what love, friendship, or even family ties, are all nonsense. He was used to seeing people grovel under the temptation of money. So, he looked forward to Fong Ping's reaction. Even Chu Qing was curiously watching his friend from behind. Only Ruoxue frowned, genuinely dissatisfied with Lin Hengtian for the first time. Fong Ping's face turned even redder, and he suddenly rushed forward, grabbing the collar of the latter. What are you so proud of with your money? Without it, you're nothing. Damn. After saying that, he swung his fist directly at Lin Hengtian's face. This scene surprised both Lin Hengtian and Chu Qing. The former instinctively dodged, while Chu Qing reached out and finally stopped Fong Ping. He still wore that smile, looking at the somewhat panicked Lin Hengtian. Young Master Lin, you've shown off enough, you found your man, now take your money and leave. As Lin Hengtian looked at the stack of cash Chu Qing handed over, he finally snapped back to reality from the earlier situation, slapping the 10,000 back. He was about to say something more when he suddenly felt a chill all over. For some reason, the brightness of the cemetery in front of him seemed to dim significantly, and most importantly, an indescribable fear spread in his heart. He forced himself to glare fiercely at Chu Qing and Fong Ping. I'm not short of this money, don't bother Ruoxue in the future. Honey, let's go. After saying that, he deliberately took in Ruoxue's arm and hurriedly walked towards the exit, getting into the exaggerated sports car. As he opened the car door, he instinctively glanced back at the cemetery, but just that one glance made his body, which had been standing in the warm sun, feel like it had fallen into an ice cellar. He then quickly jumped into the car and stepped on the gas to leave. Dear, what's wrong with you? And Ruoxue looked at the distracted Lin Hengtian, surprised. Lin Hengtian's body seemed to tremble at that moment, and he suddenly slammed on the brakes on the road, looking panicked at Ruoxue beside him. Ruoxue, there are ghosts in that place. Right next to Chu Qing, there's a ghost I can't see clearly, just hair and a body in white. Seeing the terror in Lin Hengtian's eyes, a trace of barely perceptible disdain flashed in Ruoxue's eyes, but she still spoke softly. Where are there any ghosts in this world? Besides, it's broad daylight. Have you been getting too paranoid with Dad lately? No, Ruoxue, I'm really not lying to you. Lin Hengtian explained anxiously, just wait and see, that Chu Qing won't live long. How dare he be a security guard in such a haunted place? But this is good, he won't bother you anymore. That's good, that's good. Listening to Lin Hengtian's nonsensical ramblings, and Ruoxue didn't say anything, her delicate white hands still gently patting Lin Hengtian's back, seemingly soothing the man's fear. However, in her eyes, which Lin Hengtian couldn't see, there was already a deep, irreconcilable coldness and undisguised disdain. Chu Qing stood at the door, still smiling as he watched the roar of the engine fade away. He hadn't done anything from start to finish. Instead, he turned his head and glanced at the still furious Fong Ping, then smiled and said, Alright, is it really necessary to be this angry? Fong Ping was taken aback and looked at Chu Qing. Chu Qing, you're not mad at this bastard for saying that? Damn it, does he think I'll be his dog for that little bit of money? He should think with that dog brain of his, what can't one do to survive these days? Am I going to starve just because of a few measly coins? Chu Qing smiled and opened the door to the guardhouse. Fong Ping looked at his friend's expression, feeling even more furious but at a loss, and walked straight in. Instead, Chu Qing didn't follow Fong Ping but continued toward an empty space not far away, saying, Don't be in a hurry, he has something interesting on him. When the opportunity arises, you can have a good time with it. Back in the room, Fong Ping looked at Chu Qing suspiciously. What's the rush? What opportunity? What are we eating? I'm already full of anger. Chu Qing didn't answer but glanced at the guy. To be honest, he was quite satisfied with this guy's reaction. Although Chu Qing rarely foolishly tested human nature, this guy seemed pretty good so far. It was a pity he had died early in the last life when the ghost plague broke out. Thinking of this, Chu Qing tossed the 10,000 yuan on the table, pulled out a few bills, and looked at Fong Ping. Fong Ping, I'm going to teach you a skill. Give me your ID card. What? Fong Ping was taken aback but complied obediently. Then, he watched in astonishment as Chu Qing folded the bright red bill into a small paper figure in just a few moments. The paper figure had arms, legs, and a head, and even after Chu Qing took out some watercolor pens to draw on it, Fong Ping was stunned. He even felt that this origami figure was him, because he saw that Chu Qing had written his birth date on the paper figure and handed it to him. Keep this well and carry it with you. If you encounter any danger, throw it out, or burning it directly will have a better effect. Then just come find me. Fong Ping blankly took the thing, then glanced at the shabby guardhouse that also sold incense and paper figures, incredulously exclaiming, "Goodness, you really want to do this for a living?" Chu Qing ignored him and continued to pick up another bill, looking at Fong Ping. "Stop talking nonsense, learn from me. I have limited time and need to go out soon." Oh, okay. But Chu Qing, can we use a different bill? Isn't it too wasteful to fold money into paper? Fong Ping felt a bit regretful, his expression somewhat strange, already contemplating whether to call a mental hospital. Without looking up, Chu Qing said, "These things don't need to be taken too seriously. You don't need to care about what Lin Hengtian just said. Just remember, everything he relies on, even he himself, besides the identity of being a human, has no meaning to me at all." Fong Ping's talent was still quite good. Half an hour later, under Chu Qing's hands-on guidance, he had already folded a fairly decent paper figure. Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction. "Alright, get familiar with it. For the next few days at home, don't do anything else, just fold these. By the way, later you can bring me in Ruoshuez." Looking at the large pile of paper figures in his hand, Fong Ping finally couldn't hold back. "Qingzi, are you really okay? You saw that woman in Ruoshue, we're not worth it." Looking at the worried Fong Ping, Chu Qing smiled. "What are you thinking? I'm just returning the money to her." Oh, that's fine. But speaking of which, what's the use of folding these things? Are we going to get big and strong together and monopolize the funeral market in Luocheng? Fong Ping said, feeling a bit annoyed as he fiddled with the paper figure in his hand. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then wrapped his arm around the latter's shoulder and whispered in an extremely eerie tone, "This thing can drive away ghosts. Lin Hengtian has a ghost on him, and it's likely that his whole family has ghosts too." After saying this, Chu Qing took the lead and walked out of the guard room, leaving Fong Ping alone to stare at the gloomy room, shivering slightly. Watching Chu Qing's back as he turned to leave, and holding on to the belief that it might be true, he still tucked the paper figure into his bosom and hurriedly ran out after him, shouting as he ran, "Qingzi, I know a good mental hospital. Do you want me to help you contact them? Get lost." After watching Fong Ping leave in a taxi, Chu Qing also called another taxi to go home. Before he went to deal with the grave ghost that Ding Xia had lamented over countless times, he really needed to check on the situation with the Lin family. He had 1,000 ways to get rid of Lin Hengtian, and there were also ways to avoid trouble. It was simple: let him appear in the video, in the surveillance, and let the faceless ghost take him out. The reason for sparing his life was simply that the Yin energy on Lin Hengtian was even denser than what had previously lingered in the Beishan cemetery. Most importantly, Chu Qing detected a familiar scent on him, a scent that had made it difficult for him to maintain his composure over the years, forcing him to suppress the turmoil in his heart with a smile. It was a metallic oxidized smell, commonly known as the smell of copper. And Ruo Shui had no such scent, but the smell on Lin Hengtian was extremely strong. In his previous life, there was a special existence that possessed a unique item. Not to mention what that item was, just the existence that held it was far more famous than the blood-eyed dragon lord. As for strength, it was hard to say who was stronger or weaker. However, the blood-eyed dragon lord only wielded power in the dragon kingdom, a true entity of ghostly dominance, while that item could almost be said to enjoy a grand reputation throughout the entire world. The scent on Lin Hengtian came from a treasure in the hands of that existence. But this thing was actually born in Luocheng? No, perhaps it was just one piece of the puzzle. Or maybe he was overthinking it? But regardless, he had to investigate further. With this thought, a glimmer of light appeared in Chu Qing's eyes as he sat in the taxi and sent a friend request to Ruo Shui. About 10 minutes later, the friend request was finally accepted. And Ruo Shui didn't send anything, just a red heart emoji, as if everything was unspoken. August 31st, 1:12 p.m. Second People's Hospital of Luocheng. In an expensive single-patient room, several nurses and 2 doctors firmly restrained an elderly figure. This was a middle-aged man who wasn't actually that old. His hair was only graying at the temples, and he looked to be in his 50s. However, the madness on his face added an indescribable craziness and age. "My money! My money! Someone is trying to steal my money! God of wealth! Where is my God of wealth? Quickly bring the God of wealth here! Quickly bring the God of wealth here! Only with the God of wealth present can no one touch my money! My money is all mine." His howl showed no trace of being a prominent businessman in Luocheng, but rather resembled a complete madman, a miser with a disturbed mind. A woman beside him wore a bitter expression, yet she, along with all the medical staff, firmly held onto the Lin Yuancheng in front of them. Soon, the hospital room door was pushed open, and Lin Hengtian, who hadn't even had a bite to eat, rushed back, looking at his father, who seemed to be controlled like a zombie, and asked, "Dad had another episode?" Although the woman was helpless about her son's inappropriate words, she still nodded, her face full of worry. "What about Xiao Shui?" As a mother-in-law, she was very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Although the family background was not good, she was very filial and loved her son deeply. Most importantly, she was ambitious, eager to learn, extremely beautiful, and did not attract unwanted attention. At her age, she had only had one boyfriend, so despite the mismatch in their families, she agreed to this daughter-in-law. Lin Hengtian then said, "Mom, you called me and said Dad is going crazy wanting that thing again. I thought, this can't go on, so let Xiaoxue go home and bring that thing over first." The woman glared. "What are you thinking? Your dad is like this because of that thing. I say, that thing should be smashed and thrown away immediately. How can you still let?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Yuanqing suddenly broke free from his restraints and grabbed the woman's neck with both hands. "You want to take my money? You want to rob me? I'll strangle you. I'll strangle you." In just a few seconds, the woman's face turned red from the pressure, but fortunately, the medical staff nearby reacted in time, restraining him again and tying him securely to the hospital bed with a rope. Even so, Lin Yuanqing's eyes were still bloodshot, glaring at the woman he had shared more than 20 years with, as if she were not his partner but an enemy. The woman finally couldn't hold back and collapsed on the bed, crying loudly. Only Lin Hengtian frowned, feeling a mix of noise and impatience. He could only hope that Ruoxue would be a bit faster. Hurry up and bring that thing over, so these two old folks could be quiet for a while. However, at that moment, beside Ruoxue, whom Lin Hengtian had high hopes for, there was an unexpected wild man, entering their family's villa garden with the woman he loved in the car he had bought for her. The incident began a week ago when Lin Hengtian came home late at night and saw his father, Lin Yuancheng, lying on the incense candle holder in the living room, mumbling to that thing. He was saying something about his money, that someone wanted to rob him, and he wanted to invite the god of wealth for protection. Both Lin Hengtian and his mother thought his father had gone mad, and in the following days, the symptoms became more severe. As Ruoxue spoke, she got out of the driver's seat of her white BMW 530 with Chu Qing. Chu Qing's expression was extremely calm, but the slight twitch at the corner of his eye was enough for those familiar with him to sense the huge turmoil within him. Once they entered the 8-figure standalone villa garden in Luochang, Chu Qing could confirm with 100% certainty. Confirmed that his previous guess was correct. That smell, the familiar and special coppery aura, that enchanting scent that once smelled would never be forgotten in a lifetime. They had already walked into the main hall of the villa, and the ex-girlfriend beside him showed no awareness that she had already married another man, as if she knew the Lin family's maid was resting during this time. Like a couple in love, she affectionately wanted to link her arm with Chu Qing's. "I took a risk to bring you here, Xinggu, how will you repay me later?" Looking at the ex-girlfriend's beautiful face full of self-satisfaction, with her chin held high, Chu Qing glanced at her. This woman was indeed a shameless person, but she certainly had her ways. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy for Chu Qing to come in and figure things out without any trouble. He ignored Ruoxue's enthusiasm. Every minute before the terrifying era arrived was incredibly precious. His plan had slightly changed due to the appearance of that thing. Where was there any leisure to explore the mysteries of human emotions with her? His gaze swept across the room and quickly locked onto something, slowly walking over. Having personally encountered countless strange beings, even without activating his blood eyes or possessing any supernatural abilities, he could still sense the concentration of Yin energy. At this moment, in the living room of this villa, the density of Yin energy was no less than that of the Beishan cemetery. In fact, due to the smaller area, it was even more concentrated and intense. No wonder Lin Hengtian had dark circles under his eyes, looking as if he were on the brink of an early death. The source of this Yin energy was right here. He didn't rush to use his blood eyes. Judging by Ruoxue's reaction, this thing had been here for at least half a month, and among the many members of the Lin family, only Lin Hengtian's father had been affected. Moreover, according to Ruoxue, there was no immediate threat to life, which undoubtedly indicated that the killing rules of this object were not so terrifyingly immediate. It was a statue of the god of wealth. About the height of a human head, it seemed to be made of bronze, but appeared somewhat oxidized and darkened due to age, making it look extremely eerie in the dimly lit living room with the curtains drawn. Notably, the bronze god of wealth held a small black copper coin in its hand. It seemed that this coin had been cast together with the statue, fitting perfectly. Chu Qing's gaze was firmly fixed on the statue and the black copper coin, not moving an inch. Meanwhile, Ruoxue kept chattering beside him. "Xinggu, you don't know, just after leaving Beishan Cemetery, that useless Lin Hengtian actually said he saw a ghost next to you. He even said that you might die soon, and he would be the one to die. At his age, he's still afraid of ghosts. It's hilarious. Besides having a good father, how can he compare to you, Xinggu?" At that moment, Chu Qing finally spoke. "He's not wrong." "Ha?" And Ruoshua was taken aback by Chu Qing's interruption, and his words left her momentarily speechless. Chu Qing's gaze remained unchanged, still fixed on the statue above, and he repeated, "He's not wrong." And Ruoshua opened her mouth, unsure of what to say, and after more than 10 seconds, she finally said, "Xinggu, what are you talking about? How could you possibly?" Chu Qing calmly interrupted again, "I'm not saying that, I'm saying he's not wrong, there are indeed ghosts in this world." "What?" At that moment, and Ruoshua found it utterly ridiculous. The sunlight outside was covered by clouds, and in an instant, the already dimly lit living room became even darker and eerily silent. Chu Qing, however, seemed unfazed and slowly pointed upwards, continuing in a calm tone, "Look there." And Ruoshua looked up, and the god of wealth statue was shrouded in shadows, appearing sinister and eerie from this angle. For some reason, after looking at it, she felt a chill run through her body, and goosebumps suddenly rose. Chu Qing's voice echoed in her ears, "There's one lurking up there. Look, it's watching us, this pair of dog lovers." Silence. In the entire villa, apart from the unnatural darkness, there was only silence left. 5 seconds later, a crisp thud sound echoed. The sound of the woman beside him swallowing was a bit loud, but clearly, at this moment, neither Chu Qing nor Ruoshua cared about such trivial matters. Chu Qing could already feel the trembling of the woman beside him, and Ruoshua's fingers gripping Chu Qing's sleeve turned pale, involuntarily shaking and trembling his clothes. Yet, Chu Qing paid no mind, even standing in front of her, facing the god of wealth statue hidden in the darkness, blocking Ruoshua. This left the misunderstood ex-girlfriend utterly moved. Although she now dared not believe, could there really be ghosts in this world? At this moment, if Ruoshua had a bit more courage and stood next to Chu Qing, she would know the answer. For some unknown reason, Chu Qing's pupils had turned a deep crimson, coldly and indifferently gazing at the statue of the god of wealth hidden in the darkness before him. There was no doubt about the blood-eyed dragon lord's abilities. At this stage, it was likely that no living being could withstand the gaze of having eyes and pearls. In god of wealth, rank 9, category, entity anomaly, in lifespan 3 years, 2 months, and 10 days. Wealth can communicate with the divine. Rule living beings can worship this god of wealth statue, begging for wealth luck. Afterward, the living being gains a state of Een wealth blessing, during which every time they receive a portion of money, their dependence on the Een god of wealth increases fervently, and their willpower decreases. Once the wealth obtained under the Een wealth blessing exceeds a certain amount, it triggers a killing rule and absorbs all the wealth of the living being. The amount of Een lifespan gained through this rule is greatly enhanced. Greed overwhelmed, ability passive effect, causing all living beings who see this true form to become more greedy. Entity, state unable to move freely, consuming Een lifespan is halved daily. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, this thing is not bad, and the copper coin in hand is even better. So, human, if it weren't for me, would you have missed out on a treasure? Ignoring the blood-eyed ghost's narcissism beneath the having eyes and pearls, Chu Qing's calm gaze paid no attention to this Een god of wealth. Een god of wealth? What kind of rotten fish and shrimp is this 9-rank anomaly, daring to call itself a true god? It was merely an early-stage anomaly. If it were in the previous era, any powerful ghostmaster passing by would likely have wiped it out with a glance. This thing had just been born and was merely instinctual. Ignorance was no excuse. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze followed the blood-eyed ghost's hint, looking at the pitch-black copper coin in its hand. Clearly, compared to this Een god of wealth, this copper coin was far more important. Black copper coin, rank 9, category, one of the nether artifacts, size unknown and undetectable. Minting, ability holding this copper coin, one can obtain 1 day's worth of Een lifespan paper money daily. Who doesn't love wealth? Curse no usage curse, can be used by any living being that enters the rank. Note, human, hurry and enter the rank. Don't delay our money. This is our money. Chu Qing smiled. This was the most heartfelt smile he had since his rebirth. This black copper coin was indeed remarkable. 1 day's worth of Een lifespan paper money. If a ghostmaster obtained it early on, they would have a safety net and wouldn't need to worry too much about the consumption of Een lifespan. Not to mention, this thing had no usage curse. This meant it was a treasure artifact that could be used freely without consequences. The use of nether artifacts always came with curses. The strength of the curse related to the value of the artifact. The lower the usage requirements of the curse, the higher the value of the artifact. However, what truly delighted Chu Qing was not this. It was that he could finally confirm that this copper coin was a fragment of that thing from his memories. The entire world, the terrifying world of Blue Star. There weren't many first-rank ghost kings or fierce gods, but there were some. However, not to mention a first-rank nether artifact, even those within the third rank were unfathomable treasures. In his previous life, Chu Qing had one, which was also one of his supports in becoming the king of Chu River. But compared to the complete version of this thing, it was not just a small difference. In the terrifying world, their fame was also vastly different. Of course, that madam who held the complete version of this item was a renowned existence throughout the terrifying world of Blue Star, and naturally, there was a significant gap between her and him. However, Chu Qing never expected that a fragment of this thing would actually appear in Luo City. It seems that in the future, there will be a great opportunity to have a good deal with that madam of the narrow world. Thinking of this, the corners of Chu Qing's mouth rose even more charmingly. He reached out his hand, and Ruo Shui noticed Chu Qing's movement, leaned out, and just happened to see Chu Qing's palm extending, those pale and excessively long fingers actually pinching the black copper coin in the hands of the God of Wealth statue. What was he going to do? And Ruo Shui quickly realized what Chu Qing was up to. He tugged at it. Then, the visible force grew stronger and stronger. Even the veins on his hand were popping out, but neither the coin nor the statue moved an inch. And Ruo Shui, standing behind Chu Qing, was dumbfounded. Robbing money? Robbing money from the God of Wealth? No, just now Chu Qing said there was a ghost lying on it, which means that Chu Qing was now robbing money from a ghost? Was he crazy? The most important thing was that, judging by this God of Wealth this ghostly God of Wealth seemed to be unwilling to let go either. Soon, the strength in Chu Qing's hand relaxed. He seemed to exhale, adjusting his slightly disordered breathing from using too much force. In the next moment, Chu Qing extended his hand, signaling in Ruo Shui to stay back. She complied but did not dare to leave Chu Qing's side by more than 2 steps. Chu Qing calmly looked at the ghostly God of Wealth with his blood-red eyes and said softly, "You, a low-level anomaly that devours the fortune of living beings, dare to exist in the name of a righteous deity. I give you a chance, but do you not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth?" Clearly, as a 9th-grade anomaly, Chu Qing did not expect the other party to understand the weight of this statement. There was indeed no point in arguing with these mindless beasts. The main thing was to attract this thing's attention. His blood-red eyes firmly locked onto the ghostly God of Wealth, whose pitch-black eyes in the darkness instantly locked onto him as well. At that moment, the feeling connected to the faceless ghost reappeared. Thus, facing this thing's gaze, Chu Qing slowly bowed, under Ruo Shui's bewildered stare. "Ghostly God of Wealth, then bless me with prosperous fortune. The fortune I seek is not the waste paper used by humans, you should understand that, right?" After saying this, he actually bowed directly to the thing above. Then, to Ruo Shui's shock, the previously dark and eerie ghostly God of Wealth statue actually began to sway on its own. Then, with a thud, it fell directly onto the incense burner. This copper statue seemed to kneel directly on the incense altar, not daring to bear Chu Qing's bow. And that black copper coin, which Chu Qing had just used all his strength to try to pull off, with a clang, fell right in front of Chu Qing. He picked it up. It felt icy to the touch. "You are somewhat sensible, so I will spare your life. Go to my place to guard the house later." With a thud, the statue rolled again, as if responding with a yes. 20 years since the terrifying era began. What are the strongest evil spirits and gods? As Chu Qing sat alone in a taxi returning to the cemetery, he thought again about this interesting question. In the future, in the forums established by countless ghost tamers, many powerful beings had left comments in this most famous post. In this post, there appeared powerful gods and spirits with various rule abilities from all over the world. There was the blood-eyed dragon lord who ruled over the dragon kingdom, Bloody Mary, the nightmare of all men on Blue Star, the neutral madam of the narrow world, Night Girl, the hunger, the curse of Friday, the midnight cinema, the clown. Among them, some had extremely high ranks, some had bizarre rules, and some had astonishing records. However, among them, there was also an extremely special existence. It was one of the most unique bizarre tales. It was once the profound nightmare of ordinary humans. It was once the trial checkpoint that ambitious and courageous individuals yearned for. 20 years after the era of terror, in Blue Star, it had many, many names. In the Dragon Kingdom, some initially called it the Death Apartment, the Underworld Hotel. In Blue Star, some later referred to it as Little Hell, the Crimson City. It is rumored that in the beginning, it was just a room. Those who entered this room would trigger a special curse. This curse was simple. It required the person entering the room to go to a place and complete its task. This task was uncertain. Perhaps it was so difficult that a mortal body had to use the rules to make the bizarre kill itself. Perhaps it was to bring that ghost back to it. Or perhaps it was as simple as just taking a walk and coming back. But without exception, the final result of failing to complete the task was death. And where there are punishments, there are naturally rewards. As long as the task is completed, one could earn so-called hell points from it. These points could be exchanged for a multitude of things. It was said that even for anything. This was also what excited countless ghost tamers. However, during those 20 years of terror, it seemed that only ordinary humans who had not yet become ghost tamers could enter it. This was undoubtedly the most regrettable thing. This also led to many ghost tamers being indifferent when the news of the death apartment spread. Until later, an event shook the world of ghost tamers. In the southeast of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a first-grade ghost tamer known as the Buddha King. He discovered the existence of the death apartment and, ignoring its refusals and warnings, used a special method to actively walk into the apartment. After 3 days without any ripples, the contract ghost that symbolized this Buddha King, the three-faced Buddha, dissolved the contract and reappeared in the world. From that moment on, in the Southeast Asia region, besides the emergence of a fierce god-level ghost, the three-faced Buddha, that first-grade ghost tamer, the Buddha King, seemed to have never existed in the world. Silently, he extinguished a first-grade ghost tamer. At the same time, he left behind the other party's life ghost, the death apartment, which from that moment on became one of the absolutely untouchable special existences. This is the legendary story of the death apartment, a story known to all ghost tamers in the previous life. Ding ding! The taxi horn interrupted Chu Qing's contemplation. Glancing at the somewhat panicked taxi driver who had arrived at this ghostly place, Chu Qing tossed some money and returned to the North Mountain Cemetery, which now completely belonged to him. He took out the key, opened the gate, and then his eyes instantly turned a deep crimson as he beckoned. The faceless ghost, hidden in the darkness, hurriedly came to Chu Qing's side, following him into the guardroom. Playing with the cold copper coin in his hand, Chu Qing began a significant act of bloodletting, picking up a fruit knife and directly cutting his finger. Drop by drop, his blood was placed into a bowl. Not long after, the crimson liquid filled half the bowl. Chu Qing thought for a moment, then mixed in some leftover cinnabar and mineral water from the store, stirred it with his finger, and directly used his fingertip as a brush to test it slightly. Satisfied, he nodded and then looked at the flustered faceless ghost with his blood-red eyes. He directly took out 2 bowls. Then, he extended these 2 bowls into the faceless ghost's body, starting to pour. The faceless ghost wanted to dodge but was firmly locked in place by Chu Qing's blood-red gaze, not daring to move. Finally, after blending a large amount of yin energy into this bowl of blood and cinnabar water, Chu Qing once again used his fingertip as a brush and began to write on the glass of the guardroom door, name, Yin God of Wealth grade, 9th grade in the previous life. Compared to the well-known legend of the death apartment, Ding Xie had also once spoken to him about the death apartment. And a single sentence from him back then left the Chu Qing of that year in disbelief. Ding Xie said he almost, at the very beginning, mastered the death apartment. That's right. This king of Bian City, Ding Xie, had said something that anyone else would have absolutely thought was just bragging. But Chu Qing knew, from his understanding of Ding Xie, that even when drunk, Ding Xie was not one to boast. Although it sounded truly impossible, the reason was simple. Ding Xie claimed that the death apartment was something he summoned, or perhaps even created, by chance. It was incredible, but that guy back then spoke with conviction. Most importantly, to add credibility, he had once shared with him the specific details, processes, and subsequent reasoning. Ding Xie was initially a gravekeeper. After becoming one, he only created a small grave on his own property. When he first became a gravekeeper, he had a habit of writing down the bizarre news, locations, death tolls, and possible deductions he gathered from various sources on the only large iron door of his small grave. This was to prepare and plan for future collections. Just like at this moment, Chu Qing's thoughts flickered, but his hands did not stop. The blood-red characters quickly appeared in the next line. Location, Second People's Hospital of Luo City. To become a top-level existence in the future Dragon Country's underworld, Ding Xie's potential and determination had already manifested at the onset of terror. Therefore, every time he went out, the chances of returning victorious were extremely high. He would always hang the controlled bazaar on that door, either letting his grave ghost absorb the target or burying it in his own tomb. However, one day, Ding Xie suddenly discovered that the text he had written on the iron door had changed. At first, he didn't pay it any mind, but later, one day, he found that the words on the iron door had actually moved by themselves, revealing a strange, previously undiscovered new bizarre trace. He was half convinced and really went to that location, only to find that there was indeed such a bizarre thing. However, when Ding Xie returned to his tomb, he found that the strange text on the iron door had disappeared. This was because he had not completed the task of the blood characters. Even the grave ghost guarding the tomb did not notice how that thing vanished. After that, the name of the death apartment began to gradually spread in Dragon Country and the world. Ding Xie had mentioned this to Chu Qing more than once. He had lamented inside more than once. If only he had thought of it back then, and if he had already had a grave ghost under his control, knowing the speed at which the death apartment could be enhanced, he would have found a way to subdue it, no matter the cost. Chu Qing's finger paused slightly in his writing, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Objective: bring the body of the Yin God from the Second People's Hospital of Luo City back here. At the same time, the Lin family of 3, contaminated by the Yin god, will all die suddenly. As someone who had risen from the lowly 9th grade underworld position of gravekeeper to become the king of Bien City, even he believed that the initial form of the death apartment, that door of death, was the best grave ghost choice for a gravekeeper. He had discussed with Chu Qing more than once what it would have been like if he had started as a grave ghost with the death apartment as his 9th grade underworld position. It could be said that the reason the reborn Chu Qing chose to be a gravekeeper as his 9th grade underworld position was largely due to the special grave ghost. And as the best close friend of this king of Bien City in his previous life, how could Chu Qing not help his good brother fulfill this wish? Thinking of this, Chu Qing dipped the last bit of blood-red paint left at the bottom of the bowl onto the glass of the doorway, leaving the final touch. Comment: wealth can reach the heavens and control the earth, money can summon ghosts and drive away spirits. Edict from King Chu Chung. March 31st, for 17 p.m., 55 hours and 43 minutes remaining until the complete arrival of Horror Revival. In Luo City, at the Second People's Hospital. And Ruo Shui had never been this careful. In fact, when she originally left the Lin family villa with Chu Qing, it was barely around 2 o'clock, yet she had walked for over 2 hours. It wasn't traffic, it was that thing sitting in the back seat. If you had asked her before this afternoon, she would have absolutely denied the existence of ghosts in this world. But after experiencing the events at the Lin family villa, she now knew that the god of wealth in the back seat was indeed a genuine oddity. Who could drive calmly with a ghost watching them the whole way? She had no idea how many tickets she had racked up on this journey. Just the thought of a ghost staring at her from behind made Ruo Shui feel a chill in her heart. Who knows how many times she had cursed Chu Qing in her mind during this trip. If it weren't for the fact that this thing behind her had that attitude when facing Chu Qing, she would have wanted to shout at him. Was this guy even human? Well, it seemed that way now. After scaring her half to death, he just took a taxi and left her, a girl, to bring this ghostly thing alone? Of course, that was what she thought in her heart, but on the surface, she had muttered to herself more than once, I am Chu Qing's woman, if you want to cause trouble for the Lin family, don't come looking for me. It had to be said, that man treated her like a tool, but at this moment, and Ruo Shui still realized that only he could give her a sense of security, even if it was just a name. So later, when she brought this presence into the hospital room, and Ruo Shui found that the fear in her heart had unknowingly vanished without a trace. Shui, you finally made it. Why didn't you answer my call? Lin Hongtian hurriedly stepped forward and took the black god of wealth statue, which was about 30 centimeters tall. He clearly hadn't noticed the change in the statue, complaining about Ruo Shui's late arrival, which had subjected him to the torment of 2 old geezers for over 2 hours. He reached out to take the heavy bronze statue while quickly heading towards his father, Lin Yuanchang. Sure enough, since Ruo Shui entered, Lin Yuanchang's gaze had not shifted from the god of wealth statue. God of wealth. God of wealth. Mine. My money. Dad, the god of wealth is here, don't worry, with the god of wealth around, our family's money won't be lacking. Please cooperate and let the doctor treat you. Lin Hongtian quickly handed over the statue. Lin Yuanchang held the statue tightly in his arms, his bulging eyes finally slowly closing, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Hongtian then said, I told you, just bringing this thing to Dad would be enough. Once he calms down, letting the doctor treat him is better than anything else. Seeing her husband calm down, the woman also sighed in relief, nodded, and looking at her husband with closed eyes, she added, in that case, let your dad sleep for a while. Tell the medical staff that he hasn't eaten all day, let's go out and grab something to eat. The three nodded in agreement and left the hospital. After casually grabbing a bite at a nearby diner, they came out to find it was already dark. However, just as the three of them returned to the entrance of the Second People's Hospital, a taxi slowly pulled up in front of them. The three present glanced over, but 2 of them instinctively froze in place. Lin Hongtian and Ruo Shui's reactions were completely different. The former frowned, while the latter showed a hint of surprise and a touch of panic. However, neither of them spoke, silently watching Chu Qing, who had just stepped out of the taxi. Indeed, it was Chu Qing who had arrived. Chu Qing, what are you doing here? Lin Hongtian questioned coldly, prompting Chu Qing to turn and look at the 3 people at the door, the corner of his mouth lifting into that familiar yet detestable arc that Lin Hongtian knew all too well. In response to this inquiry from the young Master Lin, Chu Qing straightforwardly replied, I came to get something of mine. Young Master Lin is here too. You have something here? Lin Hongtian glanced at the entrance of the second hospital, somewhat taken aback. However, it was evident that after the events of that afternoon, Lin Hongtian was not in the mood to continue chatting with Chu Qing, especially with family present. He walked directly into the hospital lobby and approached the elevator doors. Unfortunately, that annoying guy behind him also followed him into the elevator. Lin Hongtian showed no signs of concealing his disgust. The woman beside him noticed her son's expression and cast a strange and disdainful glance at the young man, who was simply dressed, yet had an extraordinary aura. As a genuine member of the upper class in Luo City, she was unclear about the relationship between Chu Qing and her son, but it was obvious that given his appearance, there was no need to show him any courtesy. Just as she was about to inquire, several hurried nurses entered the elevator. Upon seeing the 4 people in the elevator, one of the noticeably older nurses slightly bowed and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we need to go to the 8th floor's inpatient department for an urgent matter. Could you please wait a moment?" The 3 people, except for Chu Qing, were taken aback, and Lin Hengtian spoke up. "We are also going to the 8th floor. What's the matter?" The 8th floor was the private ward of the 2nd hospital, where only the wealthy could stay. However, the nurses' expressions changed visibly, and they shook their heads. "It's nothing. Since that's the case, let's go up together." Lin Hengtian and the woman exchanged glances, seemingly seeing the worry in each other's eyes, while Chu Qing's smile remained unchanged. Upon reaching the 8th floor, a doctor anxiously asked at the elevator entrance, "Did you bring the spare key for room 11? Hurry! Room 11! Upon hearing that number, Lin Hengtian's face visibly paled, and he disregarded the woman behind him, quickly following, "Doctor, what's wrong with room 11? The doctor clearly recognized Lin Hengtian, but unfortunately, at that moment, he had no intention of speaking to him, beads of sweat soaking through the edges of his mask. Holding the spare key, he arrived at the door of room 11. And Ruo Shui and the woman also hurried over. Only Chu Qing walked leisurely, finally arriving slowly at the door of room 11, listening to the piercing screams ahead. In less than a few minutes, the once high and mighty woman fainted with a scream, and the previously imposing young master turned pale, collapsing to the ground. The tense doctor let out a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. Only in Ruo Shui, her face pale, turned to look at her ex-boyfriend, who was walking leisurely behind her. Chu Qing. Her expression was complex, mixed with an indescribable fear. She suddenly had the illusion that it was the king of hell coming to collect souls. Chu Qing paid no attention to her gaze, instead taking his time to finally arrive outside the door of room 11. The wide-open door revealed Lin Yuancheng lying on the pristine white hospital bed, a bronze statue of the god of wealth cradled in his arms, facing the entrance, the statue's face seemingly smiling at everyone. On the white bed, red banknotes were scattered everywhere, splattered across the bed and the floor. At that moment, this place did not resemble a hospital room but rather a grave piled high with red banknotes. In the center of the grave, Lin Yuancheng sat up, leaning back against the hospital bed. His eyes had turned a dark red from asphyxiation, and he opened his mouth wide, which was similarly stuffed with bright red banknotes, resembling a blooming rose. Amidst the noise, panic, and wailing, he lay unconscious. In this moment, inside and outside the ward, in a brief silence, the clamor was as loud as a vegetable market. It disrupted Chu Qing's mood to appreciate this scene, which was akin to a work of art, as a funeral. The doctor hurried over, lifted Lin Yuancheng's eyelid, and instructed the nurse to move the unconscious woman to a nearby bed. The doctor stood up, shaking his head. The patient committed suicide, choking on money. We didn't expect the patient to have suicidal tendencies. Please accept our condolences. Condolences my ass. Is this how you treat patients at your second hospital? My dad's mental state was already poor, and you. Lin Hengtian exploded in anger. Mr. Lin, please calm down. After you left, Mr. Lin locked the door, and we didn't know what happened. When we inquired, Mr. Lin spoke, but just 10 minutes ago, when the nurse checked, there was no response. The doctor looked troubled, clearly not having anticipated this situation. However, Lin Hengtian could not agree. The person lying on the bed was his father. Just as Lin Hengtian was about to press for more answers, a nearby young nurse hurriedly said, Dr. Zhang, Ms. Son's condition isn't good. Ms. Son was clearly Lin Hengtian's mother. Lin Hengtian immediately turned his head, and the doctor stepped forward, checking her pupils and quickly said, Not good, the patient has an acute cerebral hemorrhage. Quickly, to the emergency room. At this moment, Lin Hengtian clearly could not continue to cause a scene. The Lin young master, who had been spirited at noon, was now lost and dazed, his eyes filled with confusion. However, at this moment, something that further fueled his anger occurred. Outside the ward, behind the busy nurses, the figure of his fiancée, which should have been there, had vanished, replaced by that damned guy, who turned and left. What was she going to do? Lin Hengtian felt a surge of unnamed anger. Without thinking, he quietly followed. Now, with his father suddenly having committed suicide and his mother's life uncertain, this woman was actually flirting with that unknown guy? Sure enough, the two quietly walked into a side emergency passage. Lin Hengtian could no longer hold back and pushed open the door to the emergency passage, rushing in with several quick steps, and Ruoshui, What are you doing? However, as he crossed the dim corner, Lin Hengtian found the two figures standing there. Most importantly, the expressions on their faces showed no sign of panic, especially his girlfriend, or rather, fiancée, whose beautiful eyes only held a hint of guilt and calmness. Shu Qing looked at the young master with interest again. Then, in the dim light of the emergency passage, he spoke, "Young Master Lin, how does it feel to lose both parents in one day?" His calm voice, laced with a hint of mockery, echoed in the emergency passage, making Lin Hengtian's scalp tingle. Lin Hengtian stared firmly at Shu Qing. "What the hell are you talking about? My mom isn't dead yet." Shu Qing shook his head. "I can responsibly tell you, your mother is undoubtedly going to die, though it's a bit of a pity." He truly felt a bit of pity. The influence of the Yin god was most severe among this family of three. As people age, sudden shocks, combined with a body already unable to bear the burden, this cerebral hemorrhage, along with a body long drained by Yin energy, was undoubtedly fatal. What he regretted was not the innocent loss of a life but rather the manner of that death. Whether it was the Yin god of wealth or the blood-eyed ghost, neither could absorb any Yin lifespan from it. That was all money. His money. So, having already lost one, he could not afford to waste this one in front of him. With this thought, Shu Qing's gaze towards Lin Hengtian became warmer. Lin Hengtian wanted to say something more, but Shu Qing impatiently interrupted. "Alright, I didn't ask you to come here to discuss this matter." Lin Hengtian was taken aback. At that moment, the man's tone seemed to carry a genuine sense of authority, making him feel like a true superior. However, before Lin Hengtian could grasp the meaning behind Shu Qing's words, the next thing he said sent a chill through his entire body. "Look, your parents are gone on this day. As their only child, you wouldn't want to see them lonely over there, would you? Why not go keep them company?" Shu Qing said with a smile, as if he were merely discussing where to go for a late-night snack. Lin Hengtian's mouth twitched. He looked at Shu Qing in shock, fear, and anger. The man before him, always wearing a serene smile, seemed like a devil. Even in Ruoxue suddenly turned to look at Shu Qing. He had never said he would kill Lin Hengtian. But in that moment, and Ruoxue's eyes suddenly darted around. "Don't come over. I've learned Sanda. In this day and age, you dare to kill." Lin Hengtian struck a fighting stance, but before he could finish his words, his body suddenly froze. Because at that moment, he realized that the man before him, in the dim emergency passage, had eyes that had turned blood red without him noticing. His whole body trembled. He wanted to run, but for some reason, it felt as if the blood in his legs had stopped circulating. He wanted to escape, but no matter what, he couldn't move an inch. Just when he truly thought he was going to die, suddenly, Shu Qing's voice echoed again in the dark emergency passage. "TSK, this is getting a bit boring," and Ruoxue. It was then that Lin Hengtian remembered his fiancée was still beside him. Seemingly hearing Shu Qing's call, and Ruoxue responded, and only then did Shu Qing continue with a smile. "How about this? I'll give you a favor. You tell me, do you want to spare your dearest fiancé's life? Think carefully before you answer. Your beloved's fate is entirely in your hands." And Ruoxue's body suddenly became incredibly stiff as she looked at Shu Qing, whose blood-red eyes were now fixed on her. And at the same time, she saw Lin Hengtian's face filled with fear and hope, her red lips pressed together. Lin Hengtian swallowed hard, looking at Ruoxue. He believed in Ruoxue. Even at this moment, he still did. Because from the first time he met Ruoxue, he believed she was the partner he would pursue for a lifetime. Her beauty was inevitable, she was kind, loved small animals, and was ambitious. When she joined their family company, she started as an ordinary salesperson but secured big deals that many managers couldn't. In just a few months, he decided that this girl was his lifelong love, and for that, he was willing to defy his parents' orders and secretly marry her, turning raw rice into cooked rice. So, he believed he loved this woman deeply, and Ruoxue must have loved him just as much. It was all because of this Shu Qing. Once they escaped danger, no matter the cost, even if it meant hiring a killer at a sky-high price, he would make sure to kill him. To eradicate the root. And in the midst of his hopeful gaze, Ruoxue let out a long breath, glanced at Shu Qing, and then slowly stepped back. Such a small action seemed to have made a choice and an answer. It delighted Lin Hengtian and made Shu Qing raise her eyebrows. However, the change came swiftly, and Ruoxue stopped in her retreat, picked up a fire extinguisher from the side. Under the dim light of the emergency exit, the fire extinguisher was a vivid red, as if soaked in blood. The woman approached the stunned Lin Hengtian, tears streaming down her face, smudging her exquisitely done makeup, even causing a bit of snot to trickle from her nose, revealing the depth of her sorrow. Yet, with such a heartbroken face, she spoke to the slowly paling Lin Hengtian. "Hengtian, we are already married. After you and your parents die, all your family's inheritance will belong to me. That money is too much. Even if I don't manage it and sell all the shares, it would be enough for me to live several lifetimes. Hengtian, I'm sorry, truly sorry, but it's just too much. There's just too much money. I don't want to share it with someone I don't love. As she rambled on, she finally lifted the half-meter-tall fire extinguisher and smashed it towards Lin Hengtian. The sound was dull yet clear. Chu Chung leaned against the wall, watching this scene with a dramatic tension that far surpassed what had just occurred in the hospital room, unable to help but smile again. Why can humans turn to the dark side and control the strange as ghost masters? Because the human heart is always more unfathomable than the rules of killing, isn't it? In Luochang, Jinshan Community. As an old, dilapidated building, it is located in the old city area. At the same time, due to a processing factory opening nearby, most residents have moved away waiting for demolition, leaving only those with no place to live. One of them is Fong Ping. Ha! Fong Ping let out a long breath. He lay on the bed, glanced at his slightly reddened fingers, then looked at the stack of waste paper on the table. According to Chu Qing's standards, only a few could barely be considered completed. But it was enough to give Fong Ping a sense of accomplishment. Although he himself didn't know the meaning or reason behind doing these things, it was purely out of trust in Chu Qing. However, thinking of this, Fong Ping touched the special paper figure in his arms. The red paper figure, ugly yet cute, combined with his own birthdate, made him truly feel that this origami figure was like another version of himself. Where did this guy Chu Qing learn this from? He had never heard of him having such a skill before. After tucking the lifelike little paper figure back into his arms, Fong Ping took out his phone that he had tossed aside, casually opened it, but suddenly froze. After graduating from his senior year, the classmates who were not very close had gone their separate ways during this summer, and hardly anyone spoke in the original class group anymore. But today, when he clicked in, the few bright red notifications clearly indicated that something seemed to have happened. Fong Ping decisively clicked in and directly scrolled to the beginning of the conversation. The line of text that met his eyes made Fong Ping's eyes widen, and he abruptly sat up from the bed where he had just lain down. Zhao Miao, something big has happened. Lin Yuanchang, the chairman of Senmu Group, committed suicide due to mental illness at the second hospital this evening. His wife died of acute cerebral hemorrhage as a result, and his son, unable to accept this reality, jumped off a building. Lu Yunyun, is this true? Zhao Miao, absolutely true. I accompanied my mom for a checkup today, and that young Master Lin's body was just a few dozen meters away from me, having jumped from the 8th floor, his head hitting the ground with a thud. It was a horrific sight. Wang Qing, what the hell? I went to Senmu Construction to apply for a job today. This won't affect my 6,000 monthly salary, will it? Mu Hon, wait, the young master of Senmu Group? His surname is Lin? Is it that? Li Qingyun, that's right, our university flower from an university has a new boyfriend. Goodness, she never expected that before entering the wealthy circle, her family would be wiped out. Lu Yunyun, if you ask me, back then, Chu Qing and Ruoshua were such a perfect match, why bother? Now look at this. Wang Qing, what does a perfect match matter? It should be about wealth and beauty now. But it's a pity, the university flower missed such an opportunity to rise to the top. Zhou Lingling, a bunch of people are still gloating. You don't know, do you? Ruoshua has long been registered with Lin Hengtian. Now that this has happened, do you know how much inheritance Ruoshua can get? Wang Qing, what? Registered and then wiped out? Is there some conspiracy behind this? The entire class group fell into a discussion. However, Fong Ping could only mechanically scroll through the chat records. After the first few sentences, his mind was completely elsewhere. What huge inheritance, what conspiracy theories. He didn't care about any of it. The only thing he cared about was one point. That was the sentence Chu Qing had said to him before he returned from the Beishan cemetery this noon. This thing can drive away ghosts. Lin Hengtian has ghosts on him, and probably his whole family has ghosts too. Ghosts mean a short life. He suddenly grasped the folded paper figure he had placed in his arms. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed a faint red light appearing not far outside his window. His home was on the first floor of Jingshan Community, an old building with a maximum of 6 floors, and there wasn't even an elevator, let alone any glaring streetlights. This faint red light seemed extremely out of place. He raised his head to look, and at first glance, Fong Ping was slightly stunned. It was actually a lantern. No, was it a balloon? Fong Ping blinked, momentarily unable to distinguish. However, it seemed to be a glowing balloon. It should be a lantern. But how did this thing appear by his window? Fong Ping didn't know. He subconsciously opened the window to take a closer look at it. The faint red light suddenly illuminated his entire body. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout him. In this feeling, Fong Ping slightly squinted his eyes, and the whole person even had a sense of floating. However, just as this feeling came over him, Fong Ping seemed to suddenly wake up and looked up, not knowing when that blood-red lantern had appeared above his head. and he seemed to finally see clearly what was glowing inside that blood-red lantern. It was a human head. Fong Ping was horrified, but it seemed to be too late. The lantern had already been placed over his head without him realizing it. Then, through the open window, it actually pulled a living person directly up into the sky. Taking off now. In front of the Beishan cemetery, there was still a taxi. The taxi driver, still looking gloomy, hurriedly left this haunted place after collecting the fare. Chu-Ching paid no attention to the exhaust fumes from the taxi as it sped away. Holding the statue of the god of wealth in one hand, he returned to the Beishan cemetery. Lin Hengtian was dead. His whole family had unexpectedly died. Chu-Ching was very satisfied with this outcome, because his gains were visible to the naked eye. Chu-Ching, rank, none, life in the underworld, 4 months, life on Earth, 3 months, coexistence, status own life on Earth greatly reduced, can fully control the bloodeye ghost. Note, the taste of life in the underworld is really good, it's just that the inferior human was infected by the underworld energy early, allowing this bit of life in the underworld to be transformed, so let me eat that thing in your arms, I have a feeling its taste is much stronger than that human's. Indeed, the final Chu-Ching would never allow an Ruoshui to kill Lin Hengtian. Not to mention it would be too troublesome and leave too many traces, he was too lazy to deal with the inspectors. Fortunately, the abilities of the blood-eyed dragon lord had many exploitable aspects. After locking eyes, the power of the blood-eye could control blood, which was equivalent to controlling Lin Hengtian's actions. Once he confirmed in Ruoshui's intentions, he directly used the blood-eye to make Lin Hengtian leap from the 8th floor in front of everyone. This completely eliminated all trouble and earned him a full month of shadow life. After handling everything, he let in Ruoshui take care of the aftermath in the hospital, while he returned to his kingdom with his true goal. The gate was reopened. The night scene energy was several times denser than during the day, causing Chu-Ching, whose body still belonged to an ordinary person, to shiver slightly. The blood-eye manifested, and his gaze quickly swept over. The Beishan cemetery was pitch black under the night, with not a single light visible. Yet this did not hinder his vision. Meow! 2 points of eerie green glowed not far away. Chu-Ching smiled slightly and reached out his hand. You little guy really knows how to guard the place. Good. I'll give you a tasty treat tomorrow. Meow meow. The black cat seemed to understand Chu-Ching's promise, leaping excitedly into his outstretched arms, then jumping onto his shoulder. Chu-Ching didn't mind, instead, he let out a deep breath. No matter if it was the god of death or anything else, nothing was more important than the door he was about to step through. The death apartment was a bizarre rule he had conjured based on Ding Xie's words and his own understanding to summon it in advance. This was the best choice for the gravekeeper grave ghost, and it absolutely could not fail. With this thought, Chu-Ching arrived at the guard room and pushed open the door. The god of death slowly followed him inside. The blood-eye scanned the area. The faceless ghost had been left at that door, and now, that door had probably long been soaked in energy. The lights turned on, and he tossed the faceless ghost aside, his gaze firmly fixed on the blood-red characters on the guardroom door, which seemed to have dried up long ago. 3 minutes passed without any change. He had already prepared for failure. After all, Ding Xie had repeated this action many times, probably more than a dozen, before awakening the prototype of the death apartment. He wanted to succeed on his first try, but even with additional preparations, it was difficult. This was a reasonable failure, and he was not discouraged. However, just as Chu-Ching was about to give up completely, suddenly, his blood-eye focused, and the dried blood-red characters on the glass seemed to transform as if freshly written, slowly flowing, and ultimately disappearing from the glass. It was as if something had sucked the blood-made characters dry. How does the bizarre come into being? No one can provide a complete answer to this question. However, as a top-tier ghost master from his previous life who was just a step away from becoming a king, Chu-Ching understood a bit. The rule of bizarre creation is that there are no rules at all. Indeed, the birth of the bizarre can happen under any circumstances. Humans, especially ghost masters, either get killed and absorbed by the bizarre or have a chance to become bizarre themselves. Besides that, an old artifact, a coincidental event, even a certain phrase, a sound, or something completely intangible like a website could all potentially become bizarre. The rules of bizarre creation are entirely rule-less. However, as a top ghost master from his previous life, Chu-Ching also knew some insider information. Although bizarre can be born under any circumstances, an increase in yin energy can definitely accelerate the process. Yin energy is the most prominent characteristic of the era of terror. With the intensification of yin energy worldwide, the entire environment of the world will inevitably undergo certain mutations and changes in the future. Therefore, regarding the changes in the death apartment, Chu-Ching still had a bit of confidence, as long as Ding Xie hadn't been boasting at that time. However, Chu-Ching did not expect things to go so smoothly. The the blood characters slowly disappeared. Chu Qing's blood eyes also focused, staring at the extremely ordinary stainless steel and glass mixed door. Soon, the blood eyes observed something slightly unusual. The densine energy gathered, which goes without saying. More crucially, through the observation of the blood eyes, a somewhat extraordinary change appeared before him. Note, humans, it seems something is attracting the gathering. Damn it, I can't even see it? That's right, even the blood eyes couldn't discern what it was. But that was enough. He could already be certain that the prototype of the death apartment was coalescing. That was sufficient. If Ding Xia was just talking nonsense, and this method couldn't summon the death apartment, then he would need to expend considerable effort on the choice of the grave ghost. Thinking of this, Chu Qing didn't waste any more time, glanced at the time, placed the Yin God of Wealth on the counter, didn't take off his clothes, and directly lay down on the wooden bed in the room, his eyelids slowly closing. Even with the fusion and symbiosis of the blood eyes, it didn't make his body particularly strong. Rather, from the perspective of his lifespan, it was evident that for him, merging with the blood eyes was more of a burden. However, precisely because of this, after being busy since morning until now without stopping, Chu Qing was also weary. Yet, as the lights went out and he closed his eyes, just as he was about to drift off into a drowsy sleep, a crisp clanging sound rang out, piercingly loud from outside the door. Shengzi! Shengzi! Help! Chu Qing opened his eyes, immediately got up to push the door, and then saw Fong Ping frantically banging on the iron gate outside the cemetery. However, at this moment, Fong Ping's situation was somewhat tragic. There were bloodstains on his pants and body, and there were several clear scratches on his neck. Chu Qing frowned slightly. What happened? A ghost. There's a ghost. Damn it, Qingzi, you saved my life, I'll bow to you. Looking at Fong Ping, who was rambling incoherently and enveloped in thick yin energy, it was evident that this guy had encountered a ghost. Chu Qing nodded and didn't mind. Come in. Only then did Fong Ping finally walk into the guardroom. Chu Qing turned the light back on. Did you see a ghost? After entering, Fong Ping seemed to have regained some composure. The terror of life and death still left him in a daze. Was that paper figure used? Fong Ping continued to nod, then looked at his friend. Wasn't Chu Qing a bit too calm? However, recalling the earlier scene, Fong Ping still felt a chill in his bones. Tell me about it. Yawning, Chu Qing poured a glass of water and finally relaxed. Then Fong Ping began to recount everything he had just faced. The head lantern. Chu Qing thought for a moment. In his previous life, the special geographical location of Luo City led to a much higher frequency of ghostly incidents compared to most cities in Long Country. He knew many things, both known and unknown, too numerous to count, and it was impossible to understand them all. However, through Fong Ping's description, this thing actually spread the rules of killing through that light. This method was even more convenient than his blood eyes. If it were to grow, its potential would likely be remarkable. Of course, the killing rules of the blood eye might be more complex than this head lantern, but the combat power of the blood eye is so strong, and the strength of its rules is so formidable that, at present, Chu Qing really hasn't seen any 9th grade anomaly that can contend with it. So, he wasn't worried at all. So, the injuries on you are from when that paper man took effect, and you fell from the sky? Fong Ping nodded. Shengzi, you don't know, I nearly lost my soul coming here from my house. That damn taxi driver, several of them saw me and almost ran me over without stopping. Luckily, there was a kind-hearted person, otherwise, sob, we would have been separated by the afterlife. Ignoring Fong Ping's tears and sniffles, Chu Qing nodded. Alright, you should sleep now, just sleep here. Tomorrow during the day, I'll accompany you to your place to take a look. According to my speculation, that thing shouldn't be able to kill without limits. After failing here tonight, it will probably come looking for you again tomorrow, so be prepared. As soon as he said this, Fong Ping's face turned pale, but Chu Qing had already returned to the room. The night passed quickly. Chu Qing slept very soundly, while Fong Ping's panda eyes clearly indicated that he hadn't had a comfortable night. However, just as Chu Qing had woken up and gotten out of bed, the sound of knocking on the large iron door outside rang out again. Chu Qing opened the door, and sure enough, it was none other than Ruoxue. Chu Qing's gaze was somewhat playful. The reason was simple. Yesterday, when this woman took him to the Lin family's villa, she was driving a BMW 530 worth hundreds of thousands. However, today, this ex-girlfriend of a man who had died along with his parents was driving her late husband's Ferrari. Facing Chu Qing's teasing gaze, she forced a smile. I brought breakfast. You haven't eaten yet, right? Come in. Upon arriving at the guardroom and seeing Fong Ping, and Ruoxue was slightly taken aback but quickly reacted. Let's eat. Crab roe buns, shrimp dumplings, spicy soup. This woman had put some thought into it, bringing a variety of breakfast items. The three of them had their own thoughts and didn't speak. However, what Chu Qing didn't expect was that at that moment, the sound of an engine came from outside again. Was the North Mountain Cemetery usually this busy? What surprised him even more was that the next moment, the locked gate made a clattering sound, clearly indicating that the gate had been opened. Chu Qing's brows slowly furrowed, and he went to the window of the guardroom to look outside. A woman in her 40s walked in, glancing back at the yellow Ferrari with a puzzled expression. After Chu Qing and the others stepped outside, the woman seemed to see a ghost and instinctively screamed, You didn't die?" A deep crimson flickered in Chu Qing's eyes. Should he have died? Just those 3 words held a profound meaning worth pondering. This early morning guest was quite interesting. It had to be said that since starting work yesterday, Chu Qing had felt that the situation at the North Mountain Cemetery was quite special and filled with the bizarre. It wasn't just because of the existence of the faceless ghost. It was also about the employment aspect. From the residual Lin energy and subsequent observations of the faceless ghost, it wasn't hard for Chu Qing to discover that before he took the job, the residual Lin energy in the cemetery indicated that his predecessor must not have been dead for long. In fact, it might have been only about a day. A day's time, and the previous employee's death might not have even been handled yet when he started working? Why the rush? Moreover, didn't the previous gravekeeper have any family? There were many doubts, but Chu Qing was too lazy to think too much about it. Now it seemed that the reason had appeared. However, before Chu Qing could react, the woman frowned and quickly realized, since you didn't die, where were you last night? Why didn't you clock in last night? Why didn't you patrol this morning? Being so slack on your first day at work, your name is Chu Qing, right? From now on, you are fired. The woman looked to be around 40, with high cheekbones, very thin lips, and a sharp expression. Her words were even more amusing. To fire a gravekeeper from his own tomb? This was one of the most imaginative jokes Chu Qing had ever heard. But before he could respond, Ruoshue stepped forward and looked at the woman. Who are you? The woman glanced at Ruoshue. I'm Huang Hong, the manager from the Beishan office. Ruoshue smirked coldly. In that case, you are fired. What? On what grounds do you fire me? The woman named Huang Hong, in her 40s, stepped forward, and judging by her demeanor, if it weren't for the 2 men, Fong Ping and Chu Qing, she seemed ready to fight. Ruoshue, however, was unfazed. She took out 2 pieces of paper from her Hermes bag, first looking at Chu Qing and saying, I originally wanted to give you a surprise. Then she turned to Huang Hong. This morning, I called General Manager Wang Tao from your Beishan office. Now, the Beishan Cemetery and part of the operating rights of the Baiming Mountain Scenic Area have been leased to me and Mr. Chu Qing for 10 million over 20 years. Therefore, we have the authority to make all personnel decisions for the Beishan office. My name is Ruoshue. Do you have any questions? Upon hearing this, Huang Hong's face paled slightly, but when she saw the black and white text, along with the signatures and fingerprints, she was momentarily at a loss for words. So fast? Even Chu Qing had the same question. How could things move so quickly? Did Ruoshue handle this in just one night? Moreover, the Lin family had just been wiped out. However, it was clear he had underestimated his ex-girlfriend's decisiveness. Indeed, the Lin family villa was now filled with the Lin family's business partners, friends, and distant relatives, all gathered after the family's demise. As a special heir to the Lin family's estate, she was the target of many. Having witnessed everything yesterday, Ruoshue understood that even if she had some small tricks up her sleeve, completely taking over this wealth would be difficult, involving both overt and covert methods. The only person who could protect her in this was Chu Qing. Thus, she spent the night quickly sorting through the liquid assets available from the Lin family, contacted General Manager Wang, and privately completed the contract within a few hours. This was her gift to Chu Qing and also a talisman for her survival. The woman's intelligence and decisiveness were indeed not something ordinary people could compare to. Chu Qing noticed her little scheme but didn't care. The so-called contract would only have some effect during this period and the initial months after the terrifying era began. Later, when social order collapsed, strength and power would be the only contract. However, he didn't focus on these trivial matters at the moment but looked at Huang Hong. Indeed, the Beishan cemetery contained secrets he was unaware of, and the key to the puzzle seemed to lie with this woman named Huang Hong. He slowly stepped forward, and Huang Hong instinctively took a few steps back, her expression not looking good. It was unclear whether it was due to being fired or some other reason. A flicker of cold malice occasionally flashed in her eyes as she looked at this extraordinarily handsome man. Finally, Chu Qing stopped 5 meters in front of her. Then, she finally spoke. And her first sentence left Huang Hong in shock. You have a strong smell of corpse energy on you. Huang Hong forced a smile and said, What are you talking about? It's just humid. Maybe I should go get a cupping treatment. After saying this, the woman turned and walked out the door, quickly driving away. Chu Qing calmly watched her leave, and Fong Ping, unable to hold back any longer, said, Xinggu, something's off with this person, right? Chu Qing nodded thoughtfully. Fong Ping, however, suddenly had a realization. Last night's events had made him understand that there were other things in this world. These things could control the lives and fates of others at any moment. And his good brother was definitely one of those experts. A paper figure casually folded could save him from peril. Clearly, this was no ordinary person. At that moment, Fong Ping envisioned that facing this obviously strange woman, the two of them, along with Ruoshue, could form a supernatural investigation team like in novels or anime. An indescribable sense of legendary mission filled him, shaking off his previous drowsiness and invigorating him. Xinggu, when are we setting off? Chu Qing looked at the enthusiastic Fong Ping with a strange expression, struggling to understand where this guy's excitement was coming from. Setting off? For what? Fong Ping pointed at the exhaust of Huang Hong's departing car. Of course, to investigate this woman. She's acting all sneaky, she must be up to no good. Chu Qing looked at him with an even stranger gaze. Fong Ping, haven't your teachers taught you anything since you were little? Fong Ping blinked. What lesson? When you encounter danger or bad people, you should call the police and find the inspector uncle. Ha! Fong Ping was taken aback, never having thought of that. However, Chu Qing ignored him and actually took out his phone, dialing a number. Hello, I want to report a crime. One of the survival rules in a terrifying era, never be careless when you don't understand strange information, because you never know which bizarre rule or ability might just counter you. Countless self-proclaimed invincible ghost tamers have capsized in the gutter. Even with blood-eyed ghosts that could seize the initiative, Chu Qing would never be careless, especially when facing a completely unknown ghost. Reporting to the police was a good way to gather intelligence. At the headquarters of the Luochang Inspectorate, Criminal Investigation Division, the young officer who received the call looked troubled. Another report? How many have there been in the past half-month? What are you waiting for? Quickly tell me what the problem is, the captain said impatiently. At the cemetery in Beishan, someone reported that there were deaths that weren't reported, and the office didn't handle it. They just hired a new gatekeeper that day, and it was that gatekeeper who called. This vague matter, why is it being transferred to our criminal division? Don't you know how busy we've been lately? Who knows? As they were talking, two figures walked in from outside. The captain looked at them. Xiaolu, Xiaotan, did you find any useful clues? Most people's attention was focused on the female inspector with the name tag Lu Lian. The reason was simple. Beneath that somewhat ill-fitting uniform was a surge of energy. However, her face seemed like that of a child who hadn't fully matured, forcing a cold expression that didn't make her seem unapproachable but rather quite adorable. Reporting to the captain, we went to the Shiho Villa area today. Captain Wang frowned. What were you doing there? Can a headless corpse from the old city appear in a villa area? The two exchanged a glance, then lowered their heads. It was still the female inspector Lu Lian who spoke up. Captain Wang, here's the thing. Over in the old city, we didn't find any new victims today. The rest of the family visits and evidence collection haven't made any progress either. Moreover, the senior colleagues have already finished their work, so I feel we might not be needed. However, I heard something last night that seemed a bit odd, so I went to check it out today. What was it? Well, last night at the Second People's Hospital, the Lin family from Senmu Group all died. Looking at the mysteriously smiling Lu Lian, Captain Wang sighed. He felt somewhat helpless. This little lady had quite the background and insisted on entering the most dangerous criminal department, always stirring up some irrelevant matters. He really didn't know what the director was thinking. How could he not know about the news of the Lin family's 3 deaths? Lin Yuanchang was a prominent figure in Luochang. But what was there to say about that case? Everyone saw that Lin Yuanchang had mental issues, the surveillance showed no one entered or exited, and the manner of death was not something an outsider could accomplish. His wife had an acute brain hemorrhage, so that was out of the question. The only one with some issues was the young master of the Lin family, but many nurses and doctors witnessed him jumping off the building. It was clearly a suicide. What did this case have to do with their criminal department? However, thinking of this little lady's background, Captain Wang could only nod and ask, any discoveries? Actually, yes. Lu Lian said mysteriously, I found that after the Lin family died, the biggest beneficiary was Lin Hengtian's fiancée, a woman named Ruoshue, and according to my investigation, they had only gotten their marriage certificate less than half a month ago. Less than half a month, and the entire Lin family is dead, with the inheritance all going to her, an outsider. You could say that Ruoshue has the strongest motive for committing the crime. And then? Captain Wang spread his hands. Where's the evidence? Everyone has already confirmed that it was a suicide. Lu Lian scratched her head. Aren't we still looking for it? And I found something else during my visit.
This morning, the Lin family's villa was quite lively, but in Ruoshua wasn't there.
I checked the traffic surveillance and found that she seemed to have gone to find her ex-boyfriend. Most importantly, when the Lin family died yesterday, her ex-boyfriend Chu Qing was actually at the second hospital. Clearly, including Captain Wang, no one paid attention to Lu Lian's so-called discovery.
The reason was simple: Lu Lian's speculations were indeed correct, but the problem was that the evidence of the Lin family's deaths was too conclusive. Inspectors couldn't judge cases based on feelings, even if it sounded like Ruoshua had a strong motive. The bottom line was that cases had to be based on evidence. Just then, one of the inspectors suddenly said, "Wait a minute, little durian, you just said that Ruoshua's ex-boyfriend's name is Chu Qing." He seems to have inexplicably gone to Beishan Cemetery to work as a security guard. My intuition tells me that this Chu Qing definitely has something going on with Ruoshua. Before Lu Lian could finish her sentence, the inspector interjected, "By the way, the call that reported the incident just now was made by that Chu Qing." As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Lian stood up immediately. Seeing her reaction, Captain Wang decisively said, "Alright, since that's the case, Lu Lian, you don't need to help with the headless corpse case in the old city for now. Take Tanyu to Beishan Cemetery and ask around." Okay. Even Chu Qing had to admit that the female inspector in front of him was quite distinctive. Of course, this distinction wasn't just in terms of her figure, but also her face. It resembled someone from his memory. "Are you Chu Qing? Did you report the case? Tell me the specifics." "Alright, we've noted it down. Do you have anything else to add?"
The male inspector named Tanyu continued to ask. Chu Qing shook his head. Just then, Lu Lian could no longer hold back and asked, I want to know, what are your thoughts on the deaths of Lin Hengtian and his son?" Chu Qing's heart stirred, and he put on a somewhat emotional expression. "I was at the second hospital yesterday and saw some things that made me reflect. It turns out that rich people aren't truly happy in life. Being happy is the most important." Clearly, his demeanor did not dispel the suspicions of the female inspector before him, who continued to scrutinize him. Although she had to admit that faced with such a man's face, she really couldn't see him as a suspect. Chu Qing smiled at her. "Inspector Lu, what is Lu Ci to you?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lian was slightly taken aback. "He's my brother."
"Do you know my brother?"
"No way, he's studying for his doctorate in the capital, and I was investigating your background. You've always been in Luo City." As she spoke, Lu Lian quickly stopped, blinking nervously at Chu Qing. Chu Qing paid no mind, smiling as he said, "That Huang Hong is really a bit dangerous. I suggest you investigate if anyone around her has gone missing or disappeared back to their hometown.
Don't summon her casually. Don't act recklessly alone.
This is my advice. If you need my cooperation on anything specific, just find me anytime." The two were taken aback, exchanging a strange glance at Chu Qing. However, they still added Chu Qing's information. Based on his description, this matter was indeed unusual, and they needed to investigate the whereabouts of the previous security guard and the surroundings of Huang Hong. The gate closed, and the two quickly drove away.
Meanwhile, Chu Qing fell into deep thought.
Lu Ci, the King Qin Guang from his previous life. King Qin Guang ranks first among the 10 Yama kings in legend, and while Lucy's strength may not be the first, he was definitely among the top in the first-class ghostly positions of Blue Star at that time. More importantly, he was the head of the official Ghost Master organization, the Anomaly Bureau, under the Broken Order of that time.
In that terrifying era of Shattered Order, he was considered the last face and reputation of the official side.
He hadn't expected that the sister of King Qin Guang from his previous life would actually be in Luo City.
However, he had heard that King Qin Guang and the Anomaly Bureau had repeatedly attempted to eradicate the strange forces led by the blood-eyed dragon lord in Luo City. Could it be related to this woman? Interesting.
As for Lu Lian's suspicions about him, he didn't care at all. Before he could think much more, Fong Ping, who had gone out, returned, this time carrying a large bag of items.
Seeing Fong Ping's struggling appearance, Chu Qing nodded. "You're back." Fong Ping wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Brother Qing, why do you need so many of these things?"
At that moment, the contents of Fong Ping's bag were revealed. Besides a large amount of white paper for folding paper figures, there were also wooden boards, even marble slabs, and a series of other miscellaneous items like vermilion.
"Don't meddle, just continue folding your paper figures." Fong Ping, helpless, still asked, "Brother Qing, when are we going to find trouble with that lantern? The head lantern?"
Originally, Chu Qing planned to go with Fong Ping to buy these things during the day to scout the area first. However, plans changed quickly. Huang Hong's report had left him short on time. The sooner he got these things done, the more secure he would feel.
"It's not too late to go tonight."
"Just right, you didn't sleep well yesterday. If it gets too much, you can take a nap later."
"All right." Ignoring Fong Ping, Chu Qing looked at these items and nodded in satisfaction. The use of these items was quite simple. They were tools for the gravekeeper to create a grave, as well as materials to draw the eyrie to the guarded tomb. At the same time, they were also the job transfer tools needed to become a 9th grade in position gravekeeper. He had to prepare in advance to ensure that he could be the first to become a 9th grade ghostmaster in the gravekeeper in position after midnight tomorrow. If he remembered correctly, being the first to attain the corresponding in position would bring considerable benefits. In his previous life, he had missed this opportunity. But in this life, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. September 1st, 6:42 p.m. There were still 29 hours and 18 minutes until the terrifying era officially arrived. The night had completely fallen, and the sky was pitch black. Normally, at this time, it shouldn't be so dark so early. However, this year's night seemed to come much faster than usual for September. Lulian sighed and glanced at her partner driving beside her. Old Tan, why is it so hard to crack a case? Why is it so difficult to identify a murderer? Tanyu replied, no matter what, solving a case requires evidence, although I feel her issues are not small either. You also think that Chu Qing is suspicious, right? He kept asking about Huang Hong's situation today, very concerned. Tanyu looked at the excited Miss Lu and showed an awkward yet polite smile. Well, the suspect I mentioned is Huang Hong. Didn't we gather some clues today? Huang Hong's husband, Zhao Chuan, said he went back to his hometown and has been gone for 3 days, yet no one there has seen him. And that original guard at Beishan Cemetery, Liang Dazhu, has also gone missing. Huang Hong is really suspicious. I've already applied for an investigation order from Captain Wang. Lulian deflated. You also think the deaths of the Lin family have nothing to do with outsiders, right? Tanyu scratched his head and directly changed the subject. Sister Lu, it's time to get off work. I'll head out first. There have been many cases these past few days. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Do you want me to drive you home? Tanyu knew very well that this lady was brought here by their director and a top figure from Luochang, and she was not someone he could covet. A person should have self-awareness. Seeing her partner like this, Lulian snorted lightly. Forget it, I'll just stop here and grab a bite to eat myself. By the way, where are we? Tanyu glanced around. This is the old city area. Isn't Huang Hong's house around here? Sister Lu, never mind. I'll drive you to the city center. It's not very safe around here lately. No need. Don't forget, I'm carrying this. Lulian patted the gun stock that was completely asymmetrical with the rest of her slender figure. Tanyu thought for a moment and nodded. She really wasn't just a pretty face. In multiple internal assessments, she had always ranked first in shooting. Alright then. After a hearty meal, an hour later, Lulian walked out of a small restaurant in the alley. The reason the old city was called the old city was not just due to the lack of public facilities. Even the streetlights appeared extremely dim. It was only around 8 o'clock, and there were hardly any people on the main road. Lulian walked along the roadside. The sounds of mosquitoes, flies, and moths buzzing made her inexplicably irritable, and she muttered, I need to suggest to Uncle Du that the renovation of the old city should be put on the agenda. It's been half an hour, and I haven't even seen a taxi, really. But soon, her eyes brightened. In front of a large gate, a taxi was parked. She hurried over and knocked on the driver's window. The window rolled down, revealing the face of a middle-aged man, pale enough to shine slightly in the dim light. Even when faced with a stunning beauty, the driver showed no sign of emotional fluctuation, his eyes, like those of a dead fish, gazing at her. Are you leaving, master? The man remained silent, merely nodding. Lulian felt a surge of joy in her heart and was about to get into the car when, at that moment, a sharp scream, not too piercing, echoed from a distance. As a people's inspector, Lulian suddenly raised her head and looked back. It was an old-fashioned neighborhood, evident from the dilapidated storefronts and rusted iron gates. Without a second thought, Lulian dashed into the community, but her peripheral vision quickly caught sight of the neighborhood's name, Jinshan Community. However, as Lulian left, she did not notice that the pale-faced taxi driver, with his dead fish-like eyes, was slowly moving on his own. Then, the taxi, which looked just like an ordinary cab, began to move slowly and, after traveling 10 meters, suddenly vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In less than 2 minutes, a black Audi came to a slow stop in front of the community gate. A figure rolled down the car window, glanced at the entrance of Jinshan Community, and a hint of red appeared in their eyes, such a strong aura of negativity. This is the place. You wait here. Excitement, exhilaration. At this moment, Lulian could think of nothing else. The reason was simple. The opportunity she had longed for to solve a case was right before her eyes. And it was a recent major case. The scream had come from a man. At this moment, that man could no longer make any sound. Something seemed to be choking his neck, half of his head already submerged in a pool of crimson, and that crimson thing was hovering not far away in the air. Lu Lian did not rush to investigate. Instead, she hid behind a corner while taking out 2 items. As her colleagues in the criminal investigation department knew, Lu Lian was certainly not a mere decoration. Even at this moment, she did not act impulsively. She first sent a message to Captain Wang and Tanyu, calling for backup, before unlocking the safety on her handgun and chambering around. At that time, beneath the 10-meter-high air, there was no one around except for that red object. At least, she did not see anyone. So, what exactly was that crimson thing? A drone? But could a drone do something like this? And who was controlling it to commit murder, and how were they doing it? Lu Lian did not know. All she knew was that if she did not act soon, that man would undoubtedly die. So, even at the risk of startling the snake, she had no choice but to act. Whoever is behind there, come out. Put him down, or I will shoot. Otherwise, once I take down this thing, I will be able to trace you. Lu Lian's sharp shout echoed in the almost deserted community. However, there was silence. Even the red light seemed to sever all perception in the vicinity. Even the homes with some lights on appeared not to have heard anything. Lu Lian had no time to ponder the scene. She aimed her gun at the red glow slowly flying less than 10 meters above. The darkness of the night, where one could hardly see their hand in front of their face, did not affect her steady hands holding the gun at all. Bang! The gun's muzzle spat out a flame. The fireworks in the night seemed to pierce through that red glow. The trajectory of the red light appeared to be affected. Thud! This shot had indeed been effective. The man, whose neck had been choked and who had taken off into the air, fell from the sky. However, just as Lu Lian was about to help the figure that had fallen from the sky, she was taken aback to find that the object was slowly floating, not only failing to fall but instead hovering above her head. At the moment she instinctively looked up, she finally saw clearly what that thing was in the darkness. It was a large red lantern. The light in this dark night is extremely weak. However, after being illuminated by this red glow, there is an indescribable sense of comfort. It is like the refreshing feeling of a basin of cool water on a scorching summer day, or the ultimate relaxation of soaking in a hot spring during the cold winter months. It is the fragrance of nicotine brought by a cigarette after a long night. This comfort made Lu Lian instinctively lower the gun in her hand, as if she were flying. Wait! Flying? Lu Lian suddenly snapped back from that intense sensation. She didn't realize when her body had indeed begun to rise. It felt as if something was pulling her, and this pull was not painful. Rather, it was the same kind of joy she had just experienced. She tilted her head back, and the enormous red lantern appeared above her, as if it were a hat about to be placed on her head. However, suddenly, Lu Lian's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, as she looked up, she finally saw clearly that beneath the gap of the large red lantern, inside it, a head, a face, was grinning at her in a strange manner. She covered her mouth, wanting to struggle madly, but it was futile. Even the gun that had once provided her with a sense of security had fallen to the ground. It was over. She didn't know what this thing was, she only knew that she was doomed. She didn't want to die. Her large eyes were filled with tears of fear. She was only in her 20s, she had never tasted the sweetness of love, and there were so many things she had yet to do. But that slowly rising body, that indescribable coldness, and the lantern base that was getting closer and closer all told her that she was about to become one of the countless headless corpses that had been discovered before. However, all the unwillingness, all the resentment, gradually eased as the lantern drew nearer. No matter what, she was dying to save someone. At least her original intention was fulfilled. Thinking of this, Lu Lian even curled the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile as she welcomed death. Just then, a crisp sound of footsteps slowly approached from not far away. This community was so dilapidated that there were hardly any streetlights. The faint sound of footsteps made Lu Lian, who had almost seen her great-grandmother, suddenly come to her senses. She opened her mouth, unsure whether to call for help or to urge the unexpected figure to leave quickly. However, in her final moments of consciousness, as she looked at the figure approaching, Lu Lian was slightly taken aback. The figure held a pitch-black umbrella. Under the moonlit sky, it appeared so abrupt and strange. His footsteps were extremely steady, completely unconcerned with the abnormality above her head. In Lu Lian's increasingly faint awareness, he reached her feet, and then, the black umbrella along with the figure's head slowly tilted up, finally looking at her, at the blood-red lantern in the air. Lu Lian nearly fainted but held on to her spirit, looking at the figure one last time. But in the next moment, Lu Lian felt as if she had been electrocuted. In that darkness, the face hidden beneath the black umbrella was still shrouded in night, making it impossible to see clearly. She still couldn't see the person's face, but in that darkness, which was denser than night itself, she saw a pair of blood-red eyes, deeper and more sinister than the blood-red lantern in the sky. How to seize the prey that had already fallen under the rules of killing. It was simple: as long as the prey had not completely died, let it immerse itself in one's own rules of killing. This was exactly what Chu Cheng did. The moment Lu Lian saw those blood-red eyes, the binding of the head lantern in the sky seemed to vanish in an instant. Lu Lian, who had completely devolved into a bizarre battlefield, could no longer endure the torment of being tossed back and forth. The moment she fell from the sky, she fainted. In the darkness, the blood red on the ground and in the sky echoed each other. After reaching out to catch Lu Lian, as if discarding garbage, Chu Cheng raised his head again. The blood-red eyes immediately provided feedback: human head lantern, grade 9, category, spiritual anomaly, lifespan, 7 months and 16 days, severed head, rule positioned directly beneath the human head lantern, will enter a dragging state. Once the head is dragged into the lantern, the killing rule is completed. Darkness under the lantern, ability: the blooming candlelight can alter the perception of living beings. At the same time, when the candlelight blooms, it can obscure the vision of living beings outside the candlelight and block all non-anomalous attacks. Spirit, state generally unobservable and can traverse physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a certain amount of lifespan. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, the potential of this broken thing is quite good, but unfortunately, it still falls a bit short compared to me. Sigh, being invincible is truly lonely. Chu Cheng calmly gazed at this object, standing beneath the human head lantern at that moment. After 2 consecutive prey escaped, this lukewarm big red lantern seemed to ignite with anger. The swaying red light rendered the entire world a deep crimson, giving Chu Cheng a sense of floating. Is this the blindness of perception? What a terrifying ability! It can be said that the power of this human head lantern is truly capable of annihilating a city. If this thing were to be promoted in grade in the future without being eliminated, countless ordinary people in Luo City would likely face great calamity. No wonder the proud bloodeye said that this human head lantern was only slightly inferior to him. Aside from the seemingly weak killing rule, the ability of darkness under the lantern is indeed powerful. However, the cold feedback from his eyes did not stop Chu Cheng's thoughts. Instead, it prompted him to slowly speak, softly saying, "It was indeed a bit dark there last night, lacking a light. Would you be willing to go?" Whoosh! Within the Jinshan community, it seemed as if a fierce wind had suddenly swept through. Amidst the howling, Chu Cheng's dark windbreaker fluttered and rustled. The human head lantern responded. The massive lantern suddenly sank, as if something was directly tied to his neck. However, the action of the human head lantern trying to drag him up suddenly froze in place. This was because, within the human head lantern, a terrifyingly grotesque face turned its gaze towards Chu Cheng. The blood-red pupils locked onto each other. The rope around his neck was untied. The massive lantern slowly descended to the ground. Even though both were 9-grade anomalies, the human head lantern still had to submit to the blood-eye dragon lord under the collision of rules. An eye for an eye. At the moment Chu Cheng's blood-red eyes met its gaze, the killing rule of the human head lantern was perfectly rebounded back to it. Thus, it was no longer the human head lantern trying to drag Chu Cheng. Now, it was Chu Cheng dragging the human head lantern. If he wished, he could simply reverse the heavenly polarity, extend his head into the human head lantern, and it would not be himself who died, but the human head lantern. Realizing this situation, the human head lantern no longer resisted. He slowly lifted it up. Looking at the human head lantern, which had lost much of its red glow, he revealed a smile. At the same time, he became even more curious. Just how high is the rule weight of the blood-eye? Weight is the power of anomalous rule abilities. Many times, especially after many years of the horror era's arrival, when anomalies are promoted in grade, the strength of the rules makes it easy for rule conflicts to arise. The conflict of rules between both anomalies needs to be measured by the weight of both rules to determine the outcome of the conflict. In the terrifying era of the future, many ghost tamers measure the potential of the bizarre primarily in 3 aspects. First, whether the activation of the rules is simple and whether the effects of the abilities are powerful. Second, how the weight of the rule abilities is assessed. And third, a field that Chu Cheng has not yet ventured into, which is the promotion of the bizarre. These 3 are the main criteria for measuring the bizarre. Unfortunately, whether due to a low rank or not, the blood pupil could not probe the weight and power of the ability rules. Once the Book of Life and Death appears, Chu Cheng will be able to see how the weight of the blood pupil truly is. And now, he slowly moved forward, lifting the blood-red lantern. With the light of the lantern, Chu Cheng was slightly taken aback as he looked at a figure beside him. It was not Lu Lian, but rather the man who had been saved by Lu Lian at the beginning. However, even Chu Cheng did not expect that this person was an acquaintance. Indeed, since his rebirth, he had almost forgotten many of the people from before. But this person before him, he had seen just yesterday morning, and the other's attitude left a deep impression on him. Su Wei. He was the guy at the reception when he arrived at the Beishan cemetery. How did he end up here? Chu Qing's blood-red eyes narrowed slightly. At the same time, the blood pupil provided feedback. Su Wei rank, none lifespan, 1 month near-death coma, state unable to move, unable to think. Note, a weak male human, infected by corpse energy and yin energy, with numerous sharp weapon wounds all over his body. Even without encountering a human head lantern, it would be difficult for him to survive for long. Human, I guess with your intelligence, you should have figured something out, right? To thank me for my contribution, why not let him be a snack for me? Chu Qing's gaze showed no fluctuation as he picked up the human head lantern and reopened the black umbrella. Walking while covering his eyes, he said, "Stop making noise, eating too much of this stuff is bad for your health and will affect your development. Be good. Besides, how do you expect me to eat? You want me to peel back his eyelids? That woman? That won't do, I still have use for her later." Alright, enough nonsense. In the pitch-black night, the time had slowly pointed to 9 o'clock. In the empty and dark community, a figure holding a black umbrella and a blood-red lantern, talking to himself, was enough to scare anyone into fainting. However, it was such a scene that caused a figure to groggily open her eyes. Lu Lian looked at the red glow and the tall figure beneath the trench coat. She wanted to reach out, but the previous dragging had left her powerless, and the place where she fell was excruciatingly painful. Wait a minute, the figure stood still but did not turn back. What is that? What is that thing? The blood-red lantern, at this moment, was quiet as a little kitten, hanging in the figure's hand, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. The voice sounded again, "It's just a little hungry thing, sorry to scare you." Lu Lian stared blankly at that thing, gazing at the figure's back. The feeling of weakness continuously washed over her, and the double vision before her made it hard to distinguish the details of the figure. She could only ask in the end, "Then you? Who are you?" The figure no longer spoke and slowly walked away. The ability effect of the darkness was outside the light of the human head lantern, and others could not see anything within it. As the figure moved further away, completely hidden by the light of the human head, it gradually disappeared into the darkness. Lu Lian's consciousness, which she had propped up, finally shattered completely, and she fainted again. However, just at the moment of fainting, that voice came from the dark mist, "Xu Jiangwang." 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens pierced the night. It echoed at the entrance of the Jinshan community. A line of armed figures quickly approached, and soon they saw Lu Lian and Su Wei lying on the ground. The chubby director, who was running in the front, nearly lost his soul at the sight. Fortunately, as he hurried over and found that they were still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. As for Su Wei beside him, he didn't even glance in their direction. Xiao Lu, are you okay?" Lu Lian slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the familiar inspector's hat, she finally relaxed and managed to utter the 3 words that were etched deepest in her memory. "Xu Jiangwang. Hurry and find Xu Jiangwang, huh?" The director and Captain Wang, along with Tan Yu, exchanged glances. What is Xu Jiangwang? A deity from the underworld? One of the Yen Luo who governs countless vengeful spirits and legends? But how could such a thing exist? Had this girl gone delusional after wandering through the gates of hell? With that thought, the director quickly shouted, "Ambulance, hurry!" As for the situation at the inspectorate, Fong Ping was unaware. At this moment, he was just like in Ruoshua when she escorted the god of wealth to the second hospital. Despite forcing himself not to look back, he subconsciously kept glancing at the rearview mirror. He saw the large red lantern, about the size of a grinding disc, next to Chu Qing, who was dressed in a black trench coat. It was this thing that had dragged him outside last night, nearly costing him his life. And now, this thing was right in his back seat. It was impossible not to feel weak in the knees. Fong Ping's little movements couldn't escape Chu Qing's notice, but at this moment, Chu Qing didn't care about such trivial matters. All his thoughts were focused on the recent situation. Today, he had asked in Ruoshua to do something, investigate Huang Hong's basic situation. Coupled with the intelligence from Qin Guangwang's sister, he also learned that Huang Hong's home was in the old city area, near the Jingshan community. Su Wei's condition was clearly the work of Huang Hong. The corpse aura on him was almost identical to Huang Hong's. So, this woman turned her missing husband into a zombie? At first thought, this seemed the most likely. However, as he considered this, Chu Qing's brow furrowed slightly. It didn't make sense. At this stage, it was impossible for a zombie to exist. This thing, let alone a 9th grade anomaly and Ghostmaster, even 7th or 8th grade Ghostmasters would have headaches upon seeing it. Therefore, if there really was a zombie, Su Wei wouldn't have been able to escape, he would definitely be dead. Moreover, more importantly, if it were a genuine zombie, why would it listen to Huang Hong? Just because it was likely her husband in life? But the problem was, they didn't even know if she had killed him. How could he become a zombie and still obey her?
If Huang Hong hadn't been reborn and could become a 7th grade corpse driver before the horror era arrived, then Chu Qing could just as well crash his head against a wall. This was clearly unlikely. Could it be? Chu Qing's brow slightly raised, and his eyes brightened. At this stage, a real zombie couldn't possibly appear, otherwise, Luochang would probably not last 6 months before being completely wiped out. Even in the last life, Luochang had held out for 3 full years before being utterly destroyed. However, after coming to this conclusion, Chu Qing felt less anxious. If it were that thing, it would require a large number of corpses to sustain it. Huang Hong wasn't a fool, she had already dared to act against Su Wei beside her. Clearly, she had realized that he had called the police and was preparing to go all out, feeding that thing in a desperate manner. The time ahead wouldn't be too comfortable for her. However, after midnight tomorrow, the Book of Life and Death would descend, the game of death would officially begin, and the horror era would awaken. The bizarre number of occurrences in the city would significantly increase, and by then, those people probably wouldn't have the time or energy to capture her. So be it. Chu Qing's flickering eyes closed once more. Let her play slowly by herself. Qinggu, are we going back to the cemetery? Under the night sky, the Audi that in Ruoshue had since sped through the darkness. However, atop an old building in the dark of this old district, a figure crouched on the rooftop, watching the ambulances and police cars rush by below. As expected, those damned inspectors have already traced it back to me. It's all that kid's fault. Those sinister eyes held an indescribable resentment. The face belonged to none other than Huang Hong from earlier. But how did that kid survive? Has the strange thing at Beishan Cemetery disappeared? Caw. Huang Hong quickly turned her head to look at her shoulder. At that moment, a special creature stood on her shoulder. It was a pitch-black crow, but its body was a whole size larger than an ordinary crow, and its eyes were not the usual black but a ghostly green, resembling a wolf hunting in the night. The crow's sharp claws dug into Huang Hong's shoulder, even drawing a few drops of blood. Yet, Huang Hong didn't mind at all. Instead, she spoke softly and gently, "Don't worry, baby, we'll find food for you. Let's go." After she spoke, the crow seemed to understand, spreading its wings and soaring into the air, while Huang Hong grabbed its ankle. Although she was extremely thin, she still weighed around 80 to 90 pounds, yet the crow effortlessly dragged her through the air. "Let's rest for now, and tomorrow night we'll go find that brat for revenge, okay? I'll dig out your favorite eyeballs for you to eat first, and then we'll share the rest." Caw. Little did Chu Qing know, the eyeballs he relied on the most had already been targeted by someone. Under the night, holding a lantern made of a human head, Chu Qing slowly walked into the guardhouse of Beishan Cemetery. Sure enough, on the glass of the guardhouse, a line of words written in blood began to writhe rapidly again. Chu Qing could feel clearly that the things inside had become even more powerful. His summoning method was now more intuitive than Ding Xia's initial approach, using his own blood, already heavy with yin energy, as paint, combined with the yin energy of the faceless ghost for nourishment. It seemed the effect was quite good. The blood characters continued to writhe, attempting to coalesce, and eventually, they slowly transformed into a blood-red hue, as if once again absorbed by the glass door, disappearing without a trace. This scene left Fong Ping utterly dumbfounded. "Qinggu, what the hell is this?" Chu Qing replied lightly, "A new anomaly, you'll get used to it. How does it feel today?" Fong Ping wanted to say he didn't feel much because he hadn't participated in anything this time. However, the blood-red lantern made of a human head was right there on the ground, still emitting a faint glow, a presence that had nearly cost him his life. He pursed his lips. "Qinggu, what exactly is going on? What else could it be? As you can see, this world has ghosts. But before was before, now is now." Chu Qing reached out, and the black cat that had been waiting at home darted into his arms. Then he remembered something. "All right, little guy, I promised to get you something delicious yesterday, but I got too busy during the day and forgot." Having said that, he directly reached out and snatched the black copper coin from the hands of the god of shadows. Unbeknownst to him, beneath this black copper coin lay a thin piece of white paper money, a day's worth of Yin longevity ghost money. Upon seeing this, the black cat was momentarily stunned, then seemed to sense something, opening its mouth wide and swallowing it whole. Chu Cheng smiled as he stroked the little creature's fur, saying, "I haven't named you yet. Let me think. From now on, I'll call you Xian Tong. You should level up quickly. It's rare for a little one like you to have such potential and talent. I won't say I want you to reach the level of that Nikoyo from the island country, but I won't keep any idle companions by my side." Meow. Watching Chu Qing, who appeared to be mistreating the cat in the eyes of others, Fong Ping still couldn't steady himself and continued to ask, "Brother Cheng." "Alright, enough with the nonsense. Come help me hang the lantern," Chu Qing said, lifting the human head lantern, while Fong Ping, burdened with thoughts, picked up the ladder. The two arrived at the front door. Chu Qing hung the human head lantern behind the main gate, slightly illuminating the darkness at the entrance of the Beishan cemetery. He glanced at the large red lantern and nodded, "Stay here well. If you run out and I catch you again, next time, you won't be so lucky. But don't worry, I'm not heartless, I won't skimp on your longevity." Satisfied, Chu Chung jumped down from the ladder, raised his head, and looked ahead. Behind the pitch-black gate, on the hanging mast, a large red lantern appeared dazzling. The distant desolate graves and broken tombstones rendered this scene particularly horrifying. However, holding Xian Tong, Chu Qing did not rush back to the guardroom. Instead, he stepped forward, heading towards the upper part of the Beishan cemetery in the dead of night. Fong Ping followed behind, and after 10 minutes, the two reached the highest peak of the Beishan cemetery. Standing there, they overlooked the entire city of Luo. Only then did Chu Qing finally say, "Pingzi, the current Beishan cemetery has at least 3.5 anomalies, and there will be more in the future. Do you understand what this represents?" Fong Ping nodded, thought for a moment, and made up his mind. "Brother Chang, I want to go to the countryside." "The countryside? Do you think you can avoid those anomalies by doing that? That's a bit naive." However, to Chu Qing's surprise, Fong Ping shook his head. "No, I understand. I've realized this over the past few days. Brother Ching, I want to stay by my mom and dad's side. I know I might live a bit longer with you, but I'm their only son. Now, it's time for me to protect them." Chu Qing was taken aback. Half a minute later, he nodded. "Alright, don't forget the methods I taught you. After midnight tomorrow, fold 10 pieces yourself, burn them to ashes, and soak them in water to drink. As for the rest, you don't need me to teach you. If there's any danger, you can call me. I might not make it in time, but I can help retrieve your body." This was the method for the paper craftsman's position promotion. Fong Ping nodded excitedly, not even asking Chu Qing how he knew so much, because he had learned something tonight. In the end, however, he still looked at Chu Qing, who was overlooking the dark city of Luo, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Qing, does Chu Jiangwang really exist?" Fong Ping left early in the morning, before dawn. Chu Qing wouldn't stop him. He had done enough. He had saved him from an early death and even taught Fong Ping the method for the paper craftsman's position promotion in advance. The value was unimaginable. Once he became the first promoter of that position sequence, he would gain a benefit. If used properly, this benefit could be enough to rise in this terrifying early era, and that was enough. Opening his eyes, the weakness of his body made Chu Qing helplessly twitch his lips. In order to merge the bloodeye, there are less than 3 months of lifespan left, not to mention that more importantly, to summon the bizarre prototype of the death apartment, he has continuously spilled 2 small bowls of blood over the past 2 days. If the death apartment does not appear, he really won't be able to afford it. Although there are some nourishing foods, it is impossible to see results in a short time. Fortunately, today is the last day. The light on his phone lit up, clearly displaying the time, September 2nd, 7:12 a.m. Tonight, the true arrival of the horror era will begin. After midnight, he can officially become a gravekeeper. As long as he becomes a 9th grade position, although the strengthening of his physique is related to the position, it shouldn't be this week. Thinking of this, Chu Qing did not feel anxious. There are still less than 15 hours until the official arrival of the horror era. These 15 hours should be focused on stability. With this in mind, Chu Qing opened his luggage and took out his laptop. It was just a very old and worn-out notebook. In his vague memory, it seemed to be something he bought with Ruoxue when they were dating and working part-time together. He slowly opened it and connected it to the power supply. After thinking for a moment, Chu Qing opened the browser, his fingers quickly typing a website's domain name on the keyboard, skillfully bypassing the firewall. 10 seconds later, the website slowly refreshed, and a pitch-black pattern appeared before his eyes. On the entirely black forum, for blood-red Chinese and English characters were engraved, "Home of Strange Tales." Chu Qing revealed a smile. These guys are indeed quite efficient. The Home of Strange Tales was the largest communication website for ghost tamers on the entire Blue Star in his previous life. Here, whether one had reached the 1st grade king level or was just a novice barely managing the bazaar at the 9th grade level, they could all be seen. Moreover, not only were there people here, some special bazaar entities could also log in. Indeed, initially, this website was created by some enthusiasts, but as bazaar events increased across Blue Star, many began discussing various strange occurrences here. After a period of time following the arrival of the horror era, as the truth of the world gradually came to light, this place became even more significant. What was even more astonishing was that later on, the Home of Strange Tales transformed into a true bazaar website. A website that could become a genuine source of strange tales. Even if there was a power outage or internet disconnection, one could still log in. Here, one could auction, post tasks, and sell information.
One can imagine how effective it was. Therefore, many times, among the ghost tamers in later generations, it held a status akin to an official forum. However, this website clearly had not grown to that extent yet. Suddenly, Chu Qing's eyes brightened slightly. Speaking of which, he remembered something. After the Home of Strange Tales officially became a bizarre site, the forum points underwent a change. In the present and the early days of the horror era, these forum points could be directly exchanged for currency, but after the Home of Strange Tales became a true bizarre site, this rule no longer applied. To exchange for points used on the forum, one would need to use their own lifespan. This is also why the future influence of the Home of Strange Tales would be so immense. However, after it became a true bizarre site, whether the points of previous users were still retained, Chu Qing couldn't quite remember. But he vaguely recalled that in his previous life, there were indeed some active ghost tamers online who made a significant profit from this. With this in mind, Chu Qing directly took out his phone and called in Ruoxue, transfer 1 million to my account. Okay. And Ruoxue did not ask why. 5 minutes later, a message came through on her phone. Then, without a second thought, Chu Qing registered an account, and without hesitation, he filled in the account name as Chu Jiang Wang. Even though in this life, he was no longer walking the path of the ferryman under the shadow of Chu Jiangwang's dark position, this title had accompanied him almost throughout his rise to fame in his previous life, and he felt quite attached to it. 1 million was directly converted into points. 100 million forum points. Even after the Strange Tales house became truly bizarre in his last life, this 100 million points equated to a full 1 million days of dark lifespan. That is to say, approximately 2,700 to nearly 3,000 years of dark lifespan. Undoubtedly, this was a huge sum. Because of this, after charging this 1 million, Chu Qing did not continue to recharge. It was clear that after the arrival of the horror era, the existing money and the vast majority of currencies had all become worthless paper. To be able to exchange money for dark lifespan? Even if it were 10 to 1, or 100,000, or even a million for a day of dark lifespan, there would definitely be countless wealthy individuals willing to exchange. But there wasn't. The meaning and value represented by dark lifespan, aside from being a hard currency at many times, also had practical utility. This was already a substantial amount. If he continued to be greedy, it was inevitable that the Strange Tales house would come looking for trouble. The emergence of such things had no forewarning, and it was considered one of the most mysterious anomalies of the last life. If there was no necessity, it was naturally better not to be enemies with it. Exiting the recharge page, Chu Qing looked at the home page of the Strange Tales house, glancing at the popular posts. The sun never sets on the bizarre red dancing shoes, wearing them leads to dancing oneself to death. The lighthouse country reveals the souls of dead Indians, a terrifying curse on the entire race. The horror of the inner world, does Silent Hill really exist? The terrifying snow woman of Winter Snow Town. As expected, the Strange Tales house had gained a certain level of fame. During this time, the gradual arrival of the horror era would expose some people to it. Even if there were only 1/10 of survivors, it would confirm the truth of this world for them. Such searches were becoming increasingly common, which was only logical. Thinking of this, Chu Qing pondered for a moment and added a section for the Dragon Country to these posts. Just as he clicked on it, a knock sounded from outside the door. Chu Qing frowned but still stood up and opened the gate of the North Mountain Cemetery, welcoming the first visitor of the morning. Unfortunately, since arriving at this North Mountain Cemetery, he had yet to encounter anyone genuinely wanting to buy a burial plot here. The visitors were not normal people at all. Clearly, this Inspector Lu Lian, who had almost had her head taken off by a lantern last night and still had lingering dark energy, dared to come to this ghostly place in Chu Qing's eyes, was definitely not a normal person. Hello, we meet again, Mr. Chu. Inspector Lu has come. What about the one from yesterday? Looking at her arriving alone, her face still extremely pale, Chu Qing could even clearly see that Lu Lian was wearing a hospital gown under her shirt. It was evident that Lu Lian had likely just run out of the hospital. Lu Lian shook her head. Something happened. Tan you went to handle it. I came today to tell you something. Chu Qing did not rush to ask, still smiling as he said, let's talk inside. Following behind Chu Qing, Lu Lian entered the guardroom. Looking at the wooden signs and small stone tablets on the floor of the guardroom, Lu Lian's expression was somewhat unpleasant. For some reason, she felt that this room was cooler, even colder than outside the cemetery. This chill made her involuntarily think of the life and death experience she had for the first time last night. Before last night, she had been an unwavering atheist. However, the scene that unfolded last night completely shattered Lu Lian's worldview. That terrifying head lantern, and the figure that appeared at the moment of death. Is it Chu Jiangwang? She murmured to herself. Although her colleagues believed she was hallucinating after the attack, she remembered it clearly. That voice. Just then, a voice rang in her ear, "Inspector Liu, you can speak now. There's no tea here, so please don't mind." Looking at the cup of water being offered, Lu Lian instinctively said thank you. Yet, she seemed to be momentarily dazed. The voice from last night. She looked up and saw the exceptionally handsome face of Chu Qing. His pale complexion had a slight flush on his cheeks. Lu Lian came to her senses and hurriedly said, "It's like this. Last night, we conducted an overnight investigation and found that Su Wei from the Beishan office had been attacked, most likely by Huang Hong. In the latter half of the night, my colleagues followed the clues to Huang Hong's home." At this point, Lu Lian seemed to recall something, her pale face growing even worse, and she involuntarily shivered. "In Huang Hong's refrigerator, we found some skin scraps and rotten meat remnants. After analysis, those remnants belonged to at least 8 people, and the ones that had been hidden the longest were Huang Hong's partner and child." Chu Qing frowned slightly. Had this woman been affected to such an extent? This bizarre and terrifying era was like that. Some struggled to survive, some rose against the odds, while others transformed from humans into ghosts or even something more terrifying than the bizarre. The forensic preliminary judgment indicates that there should be 8 deceased individuals, and the time of death has not exceeded 7 days. Chu Qing nodded. "It seems my speculation was correct. In that case, did you carry out the arrest?" Lu Lian's brows furrowed. "I was also attacked last night, so I didn't participate in the operation. However, according to my colleagues, the entire search and the Sky Eye observation found no trace of Huang Hong. So, I came here mainly to remind you, Mr. Chu, as the reporter of the Huang Hong case, it's crucial to note that you had a verbal conflict with him before reporting. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that the next target of the criminal could very well be you." The man before her showed no signs of panic in his eyes, instead, he nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, Inspector Liu. I will be careful. Not just careful. Mr. Chu, if there's any danger, you must contact me or the inspectorate immediately." Lu Lian stared intently at Chu Qing, utterly serious. "Don't worry, if anything happens, I will inform you as soon as possible. You should also be careful, since you've been attacked, take good care of yourself." Hearing Chu Qing's assurance, Lu Lian finally stood up, and then, unexpectedly, she made a move that Chu Qing did not anticipate. She actually bowed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. What's wrong?" This time, Chu Qing was genuinely puzzled. "I apologize for suspecting you of being the murderer in the Lin family massacre yesterday," Lu Lian said loudly. Chu Qing smiled. "So, you don't suspect me today?" Lu Lian bit her slightly pale red lips and nodded. "Yes, something beyond my imagination happened yesterday, making me realize that there are many things in this world I don't know. So, Mr. Chu." "Stop with the Mr. Chu and just call me Chu Qing." "Alright, so Chu Qing, I want to ask, when you were at the Second People's Hospital, did you see anything else?" Lu Lian looked at Chu Qing expectantly. She didn't specify what kind of thing, but Chu Qing shook his head. "I didn't see anything, and you don't need to apologize." As she spoke, the man before her slowly leaned in, their faces now less than 20 centimeters apart. Chu Qing smiled slyly. "Maybe I really did kill them?" Lu Lian opened her mouth, forcing a smile. "Chu Qing, are you joking? What did you use to kill them?" Chu Qing pointed to something beside the counter. With that, Lu Lian turned her head, slightly taken aback. It was a small, about 30 centimeter tall, bronze statue of the god of wealth, holding a pitch-black copper coin in its hand. On that dark coin lay a piece of pure white paper money. Lu Lian chuckled. "I didn't expect such a handsome guy like you to tell such a cold joke. The deaths of the Lin family members weren't caused by heavy objects. Well, I have things to do, so I'll head back first. Let me walk you out." Unlike when they entered, the two walked side by side as they left. As they walked, Lu Lian asked, "Chu Qing, do you think there are ghosts in this world?" As her words fell, it seemed the wind stirred in the Beishan cemetery. Chu Qing nodded. "Yes. You don't mean to say there's one here, do you? TSK, you found out. There's one following you, but don't worry, it won't do anything with me around." Lu Lian's pale face broke into a smile. "You're so annoying. Ha ha ha." However, just as she laughed 3 times, her smile gradually froze, becoming incredibly stiff. She tilted her head, staring blankly at the entrance of the Beishan cemetery. At the entrance, a tall flagpole held a large red lantern high above, swaying in the howling mountain wind, yet that red lantern hung there, completely still. It resembled a grotesque, blood-red human head, glaring down at her from above with malice. Lu Lian's face turned even paler at that moment. She couldn't help but shiver, her teeth chattering rapidly. Just then, a voice echoed in her ear again. "Is it beautiful?" The voice, carried by the wind, sent goosebumps all over Lu Lian's body, like a cold reptile slithering up her spine. Lu Lian looked at Chu Qing in terror. His calmness startled her, and she snapped back to reality, forcing a smile. When did you buy that lantern? I bought it yesterday, otherwise, it would be too dark at night. Really? Then it's indeed necessary, but why not get a streetlight? Streetlights are expensive. The two fell silent, walking out of the Beishan Cemetery's main gate. Stepping out of the massive iron gate, Lu Lian finally sighed in relief for some reason. She stood at the entrance, turned to look at the still smiling Chu Qing, and finally couldn't help but ask, Chu Qing, do you know about Chu Jiangwen? As soon as she asked, Lu Lian regretted it. However, Chu Qing, without a second thought, nodded with a smile, of course I do. Facing Lu Lian's astonished, shocked, anxious, and confused gaze, Chu Qing blinked. He's one of the kings of the underworld in mythology, the second king of the 10 halls of Yanluo, in charge of the underwater hell, overseeing all the strange occurrences of drowning. Lu Lian's expression shifted from complex to forced smile. I see, you really are knowledgeable. I've always been interested in these things, otherwise, I wouldn't have come to work here, right? Back in school, I occasionally saw some ancient murals, including those of the 10 halls of Yanluo, and I even tried to imitate them a few times, Chu Qing said. Lu Lian opened her mouth as if wanting to say more, but Chu Qing interrupted. Alright, seeing you like this, you don't look too well. Go back and rest. If there's anything you don't understand, or if you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me. Lu Lian nodded, seemingly forgetting that she had come this time to remind Chu Qing to be wary of that person. Watching Lu Lian leave, Chu Qing was about to return to his small room. The familiar roar of an engine sounded, and that bright yellow car came driving down the road from afar. And Ruo Shui opened the car door, holding breakfast in her hands. Who was that cow just now? Chu Qing shot her a sideways glance. Be cautious with your words and actions. And Ruo Shui pouted, then followed Chu Qing into the inconspicuous, somewhat dilapidated guardhouse. Qing, I'll pay for you to renovate this place. Living in such a rundown place all the time is quite uncomfortable. We'll talk about it later. After taking a sip of the egg drop soup, Chu Qing finally said, there should be results from the investigation, right? When it came to serious matters, and Ruo Shui nodded, the god of wealth indeed appeared half a month before the incident with the Lin family. This person is also the biggest beneficiary after the Lin family's troubles, aside from me. The second shareholder of Senmu Group, and also the chairman of Gao Jian Company in the provincial capital. He is a colossal figure not just in Luo City in the provincial capital, but throughout the entire Central Plains province. The statue of this god of wealth was given to Lin Yuancheng half a month before the incident by this chairman Gao Hong, and in these past few days, Gao Hong and Gao Jian Company have been acquiring shares of Senmu Group. Chu Qing nodded. It seems this chairman Gao has capable people around him. Based on the speculations and calculations from the previous life, signs of the impending horror era would appear about half a month to a month before its official arrival. It was likely that once the god of wealth encountered trouble, he was immediately discovered and sent over here. Thinking of this, Chu Qing looked at Ruo Shui. Your current situation probably isn't good either, right? And Ruo Shui nodded. That day I met Chairman Gao. He bluntly stated he wanted to acquire the shares held by the Lin father and son of Senmu Group, and the offer was very low. TSK. Chu Qing chuckled. After gaining some extraordinary power, there are always those who think they can easily dominate others. Of course, he himself was no exception. This was the instinct of the survival of the fittest. Alright, I understand your thoughts. When that Chairman Gao appears again, you can make it clear to him and the person he relies on to come to me. Okay, when he comes next time, I'll tell him. Brother Qing, there's one more thing. At this point, and Ruo Shui's big eyes looked at Chu Qing with some anticipation. Chu Qing naturally understood this woman's thoughts. In the previous life, and Ruo Shui was able to become a ghost master after witnessing Chu Qing eliminate Lin Hengtian with his blood eyes. During this time, she had been so obedient, delivering meals right on time, always giving money when asked, and even taking over the Beishan cemetery, all of which stemmed from her curiosity and yearning for such power. Chu Qing was never afraid of ambitious people. Ambition was a good thing. So, he thought for a moment and said, I know your thoughts, and I'll tell you in advance that wielding this kind of power comes at a cost. Of course, you probably won't mind these things. Come find me at midnight tonight. Chu Qing's eyes sparkled as he thought of a good idea. And Ruo Shui's eyes shone brightly, and she suddenly stood up. Really? After seeing that Chu Qing's expression didn't change, she quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a peck. Brother Qing, I knew it, you still love me. Chu Qing smiled. Love? This emotion was too extravagant for Chu Jiangwan, who had fought in hell for 10 years. However, the Ruo Shui before him was indeed a good test subject. Indeed, if possible, Chu Qing wanted to see if Ruo Shui could become the first user to experience the death apartment after it was summoned. He just didn't know if Ruo Shui could stand out from the rest. In his previous life, Those who emerged from the death apartment, the spirit masters, not only wielded numerous bizarre techniques but also possessed many ghostly artifacts. He wanted to see if there would be any changes if he were to control the death apartment, with Ruoshua being the best test subject. Alright, go ahead and get busy. After sending off the eager Ruoshua, Shu Qing refocused his attention on his laptop and returned to the House of Strange Tales. This time, he didn't continue browsing through posts that were either unnutritious or not particularly meaningful. Instead, he opened the channel and skillfully switched through countless addresses. After setting up a VPN, he finally typed out a post in the input box, Guide to Surviving the Strange. The era of horror is about to arrive. Learn how to survive in this world filled with the bizarre. Original poster, Chu Jiang Wang viewing price, 100 points. Ha, which guy posted this? It sounds almost real, with talk of shadow life and strange types, so interesting. Damn, what this guy said is true. I really encountered a terrifying bizarre thing in Lighthouse Country. It was a doll. Hey, buddy from Lighthouse Country, it seems you encountered the type of spirit entity mentioned by the original poster. Wait, are you guys planning to turn this forum into a shelter-themed one? Interesting, count me in. Points could be earned in various countries for just 1 yuan, or by bringing in a few people and completing some tasks. Therefore, after Chu Qing's high-quality long post appeared, many people clicked in. However, at first, most were just curious onlookers who stumbled in by accident. Yet, as the post quickly gained popularity and reached the homepage, special accounts began to appear, and the responses were quite thought-provoking. Original poster, do you know something? Chu Jiang Wang? Are you also from Long Country? Your Excellency Chu Jiang Wang, do you have a contact method? Can we discuss in detail? Original poster, I sent you a private message, please reply. Original poster, I want to ask, how should humans fight against these damned things? Friend, I am a director of the Hell Society, Count Purgatory, and I sincerely invite you to join the Hell Society as a representative in Long Country. We will send you the specific benefits of joining the society in the back end. Please consider it carefully. Wait, why do the people above seem like they are serious? Hell Society? What kind of organization is that? Do they really need a representative in Long Country? Seeing this, Shu Qing became interested and opened the backend. Sure enough, not long after, the backend was already filled with 99 private messages. This indicated that the House of Strange Tales had indeed become quite popular worldwide. Perhaps it was for this reason that the House of Strange Tales could later become the so-called official forum. The first private message he opened was from the one claiming to be a director of the Hell Society. He actually knew about this Hell Society. Although he had never heard of this so-called Count Purgatory, the name of the Hell Society was indeed quite significant. It was rumored that the founder of the House of Strange Tales had ties to the Hell Society. Of course, once the House of Strange Tales fully became a strange tale itself, the identity of the founder became irrelevant. The later Hell Society was a spirit master organization that was quite famous worldwide in the previous life, with strength that could almost rival some small national-level spirit forces. I didn't expect that these guys had already reached this scale before the era of terror arrived. However, in my previous life, I had little contact with these people, and the Dragon Country was a realm that the Hell Society had never entered. As for the so-called treatment conditions proposed by the other party, they were even less worth mentioning. Even now, these people, even if they knew about the bizarre existence, often tried to win people over with mundane currency. This held no significance for him. However, considering the vast power of the Hell Society in my previous life, even an ordinary first-grade king-level spirit master would be reluctant to offend them, Shu Qing still replied. As for the rest, most were inquiries about specific details regarding the bizarre occurrences. After glancing at a few, Shu Qing casually answered a couple. Just as he was about to leave, suddenly, his gaze sharpened. In a post that had already reached several hundred floors, a line of Dragon Country characters clearly caught his eye. Dear host, I am currently in Xinjiang, Central Plains Province, and I have encountered a strange incident. After I came out of the bathroom, it seems like I am the only person left in the entire city. I am so scared. Shu Qing looked at the person's message and decisively opened their private message. Tell me about your current situation. Whoa, dear host. Help. Don't panic, explain what happened. I really don't know. I usually like these supernatural things, and then last night I saw some kind of boundary-breaking ritual. After midnight, I set up candles in front of the bathroom mirror and inserted sandalwood, and they said I could enter another world. So I tried, but I didn't find another world, and now it seems like I'm the only person left in the whole world. Woo, help. Looking at the replies in the message box, Shu Qing's eyelids twitched. Boundary-breaking rituals were purely nonsense. However, mirrors were definitely one of the most terrifying things in the era of terror.
During the 20 years of the Terror era in my previous life, aside from secret realms, there were some special permanent bizarre worlds. One of them was the Mirror Realm. Mirror ghosts and various bizarre entities based on the principle of light refraction existed within the mirror, forming a world almost identical to the real world in the reflection. It was clear that this guy in front of him had unknowingly entered the Mirror Realm. However, although the Mirror Realm was dangerous, its value was indeed considerable. Not to mention, that large piece might be kept as a trap for capturing mirror-type bizarre entities. Moreover, it seemed that some puzzle pieces for underworld artifacts also required fragments from the Mirror Realm. Most importantly, it was not far from him. The distance from Luochang to Xinqiang was only about 100 kilometers. Such a distance, making a round trip, was not a difficult task even with the era of terror approaching. With this in mind, Xuqing no longer hesitated and directly asked, "Send me your name and specific address, and I'll go over when I have time. But my suggestion is to return to that mirror at midnight tonight, follow your previous actions, and try again to see if you can get out." "Okay, big shot, my name is Zhang He, and I'm currently in Yulong Community, Xinqiang." After noting this down, Xuqing browsed through the other posts in this bizarre talkhouse again. I have to say, with the increase in bizarre incidents over the past month, even in the Dragon Country, many people have climbed over the wall to post in this bizarre talkhouse. Xuqing found quite a few bizarre events occurring within the Dragon Country. However, most of them held little attraction for him. The potential was relatively average. But it made sense. Like the blood-eyed dragon lord, even in its embryonic form, the moment the rules were triggered, it would take away life, leaving little opportunity for escape. Those with exceptional talents and powerful abilities are few in number, and naturally, there aren't many who can post online. With this thought in mind, Xuqing glanced at the sky outside, which had once again turned dim without him noticing, and finally stood up, exhaling a breath. It was still those two white porcelain bowls. Xuqing calmly raised the knife again. This was the third time. Although it was only a small half bowl, continuous bloodletting for 2 days was indeed a bit much to bear. However, it should be about enough, right? According to Ding Xia, he should have fully summoned the blood characters of that death apartment after about 3 months in the horror era. And by leaving blood characters, he had probably captured 5 or 6 strange entities. This number was already considerable. Ding Xia was indeed not an ordinary person. Gravekeepers wanting to hunt strange entities danced on the edge of a knife, battling with death itself. Only by angering the strange entities and luring them into their tombs could they subdue them with the help of tomb spirits. He didn't have the means that Xuqing possessed. This was Xuqing's third time. Although the number was a bit low, his preparations were more thorough, using his own blood mixed with yin energy. It was easier to attract the strange entities this way. Drip, drip, the crimson liquid flowed back into the bowl drop by drop, as yin energy, water, and vermilion slowly blended together. This time, Xuqing did not continue using his fingers but picked up a brush from the side. On the glass door, new blood-red characters slowly imprinted. Name, Huang Hong, half-ghost, grade, not yet ranked, 9th grade location, Luo City. Objective, investigate the strange entities around Huang Hong, eliminate or reclaim them while killing or capturing Huang Hong. Comment, who says demons disturb the hearts of men? The evil of the human heart surpasses that of ghosts and evils. Edict of Chu Zhongwan Chu Cheng. After writing all this, Xuqing slowly stood up. The sky was getting darker earlier and earlier. At 5 o'clock, even in winter, the sun would not set at this time, but for some reason, it was already pitch black today. This night was a hunting ground for hunters and prey. Caw, caw. Under the night, above the ink-black sky, the harsh cawing of crows echoed. Like hawks, their bodies circled low in the air. Below, on top of a tall water tower, a figure crouched there. In the darkness, her green eyes fixed firmly on the children playing below. There were slightly dried bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, and her nails, along with the 40-centimeter-long cleaver at her waist, still bore remnants of flesh. Delicious. So delicious. How can it be so fragrant? Come play up here. Hurry up. Auntie has toys for you. Droplets of saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth, her gaze locked onto the children playing beneath the water tower, clearly from a nearby school. However, just as she could no longer hold back, the figure circling in the air suddenly dubbed down beside her. Caw-caw. She turned sharply to the black crow. Baby, are you saying that damn thing has finally come out of that ghostly place? Caw-caw. Good. But, baby, don't you like these little brats? I remember, you enjoyed that little wildling when you ate it, didn't you? I know. You don't like to eat live ones. Don't worry, I'll help you first, and then we can split it, okay? Caw-caw. What, you still think that guy is more damned, right? True, that guy is the most damned. Finally came out of that turtle shell. Kill.
Kill that little brat. Let's go. Right now, kill that little brat, eat his eyeballs, and then come back for these little ones. Caw caw. In the night, an indescribable coldness pervaded. Previously, Chu Ching would either drive or take a taxi to go out. He really hadn't taken the time to properly explore the cemetery that he had come to regard as his own territory. However, it was evident that the accompanying facilities were almost non-existent. Aside from a seemingly equally abandoned crematorium, there wasn't even a small shop nearby. On both sides, there was nothing at all. The nearest supermarket was nearly a kilometer away, and even the closest residential area was over 500 meters distant. The office of the former Beishan office was even 2 kilometers away. Here, even if someone died, it was likely that no one would notice right away. Aside from the streetlights lining the main road, the highway was enveloped in darkness and silence, with only the cool breeze passing through. The dim streetlights seemed unable to dispel the gloom of the night. Only the crescent moon shone brightly, unimpeded from the horizon. Fortunately, Chu Ching was not without other preparations. Thinking of this, he lowered his head and glanced at the large red lantern he was holding. The head inside the lantern seemed to sense his gaze, revealing a smile that appeared terrifying to others but seemed almost endearing to Chu Ching. The corners of Chu Ching's mouth lifted in response, and he smiled back. Then, he took out a black umbrella and slowly opened it. However, yesterday, this umbrella was to prevent himself from being illuminated by the darkness beneath the light. Today, it was for someone else. He did not head towards the urban area but instead walked into the wilderness between the cemetery and the city after leaving Beishan Cemetery. A figure. In the darkness, dressed in a black trench coat, holding a black umbrella, and under the moonlight, carrying a blood-red lantern. He walked slowly, as if leisurely savoring the cold stillness and tranquility beneath the moonlight. The moonlight became the spotlight for this figure on the stage, precisely illuminating the only protagonist. No, not the only one. Because in the next moment, the cool moonlight above was obscured by a figure with outstretched wings. Then, beneath those wings, a figure with claws was poised to strike, facing the moonlight, lifting the cleaver in one hand, as if descending from the sky, fiercely slashing at the figure hidden beneath the black umbrella, like a hawk swooping down to attack a snake. Unfortunately, this winged beast was not the invincible hawk. And the figure walking in the vast wilderness was not a mere bluffing little snake. He was a true evil spirit, with a gaping maw, waiting for the hawk to attack. Prey often does not realize who the true prey is. That incredibly sharp cleaver, even with its chipped edge, still shone brilliantly under the moonlight. It also reflected the figure in the darkness, who seemed completely unaware of this scene. At some point, that figure had raised his head. In the moonlight, in the reflection of the cleaver, the two figures in the sky could clearly see the disdainful smile on the man's lips. Compared to the woman's madness, his gaze was too calm. So calm that the woman, who had tried this invincible move many times, was momentarily stunned. Because in the next moment, it was as if the curtain of a movie had suddenly been lifted, and the concealed blood-red light was abruptly released. That light seemed to slow everything down. Then, the cleaver actually passed directly through this red light curtain. Even Chu Ching, who was within it, suffered not a single attack. Under the light, this red glow could ignore all physical attacks except for the bazaar, let alone a knife. Even if someone from a distance fired a rocket launcher in this direction, it would be of no use at all. The weapons of technology, when faced with the bazaar, not only pose no threat but may even become an aid to the opponent. For instance, right now, if he wished, Chu Ching could instantly snatch the knife and deliver a fatal blow to the creature before him. However, such a death, compared to the woman before him, no, it was too cheap to describe her as a human. In this world, death is a release. Chu Ching's gaze was cold as he casually tossed the head lantern into the sky. A vast expanse of crimson enveloped the wilderness. The originally fierce and frenzied woman fell to the ground with a thud, her eyes blankly staring at the head lantern in the air. Faced with the latter's rule-based ability, this madwoman, who had not yet fully turned into a ghost, showed no signs of resistance. Chu Ching ignored her and slowly turned his gaze to the dark crow in the sky, equally bewildered. His eyes were like blood, cold as ice. In this terrifying era, the types of bizarre entities are varied. There were humanoid spirits like the faceless ghost, the bizarre entities with physical forms like the Yin god of wealth, and the completely incorporeal entities like the Death Apartment, which resembled a curse of rules. There were also bizarre entities that existed only as virtual websites, like the House of Strange Tales. Similarly, there were those that manifested as animals. The black cat, which Chu Ching named Xiantong, had the potential to become a special bizarre entity known as a Yaogui. The one before him, although also taking on an animal form and being a bizarre entity in its infancy, was fundamentally different from Xiantong. Black Crow, grade, unranked, category, ghoul, lifespan, 20 days, lifespan, 19 days, rules, unranked, cannot possess rules. Night Patrol, ability enhanced vision in darkness, increased perception of danger. Ghoul, status can devour the corpses of living beings, gaining a portion of lifespan. However, both yin and yang lifespans will deplete daily. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, what a weak little thing. Human, you actually make such a fuss over something so weak? I have to doubt your abilities. Chu Qing smiled, paying no mind to the blood-eyed creature's mockery. As he had guessed, the large number of corpses consumed, along with the almost pickled corpse aura on Huang Hong, left only one type of bizarre entity aside from zombies: ghouls. They are also referred to as scavengers. They are quite a special group among bizarre entities. The abilities and rules of ghouls are often quite ordinary, so they frequently follow powerful bizarre entities, feeding on leftovers. Clearly, Huang Hong had relied on the faceless ghost from Beishan Cemetery to feed this ghoul, which was the reason behind it. However, with the faceless ghost now under Chu Qing's control, Huang Hong, who had been with this ghoul day and night, could no longer suppress the darkness and madness within her heart, ultimately becoming a half-ghost like a spirit. What slightly surprised Chu Qing was that this ghoul was not even ranked. It had merely formed a preliminary bizarre shape. Of course, looking at its demeanor, it was almost there. Not to mention, this creature had its own value and significance. The crow's patrol ability was indeed crucial. With this thought, Chu Qing's blood-red pupils finally locked onto the black crow, which was under the control of the head lantern. Caw caw caw. A voice filled with terror rang out, so piercing it was. It seemed to have seen the most terrifying and dreadful thing in the world. It wanted to flap its wings and escape, to flee from the man's blood-red gaze. But it could not. The moment it moved, it felt as if all the blood in its body had frozen. The yin energy that had coalesced from devouring numerous corpses suddenly turned into a prison, firmly restraining it. Watching the black crow that had gone from frantically struggling to gradually quieting down and resigning itself, Chu Qing revealed a smile. He reached out his hand. The crow's body slowly descended from the air and landed on his palm. It was so cautious, as if afraid that its sharp claws would pierce the skin of this human. Chu Qing retracted his hand and carefully examined the creature before him. Its feathers were as black as satin, and in the dim light of night, its glowing pupils reflected fear and shrinkage. Even a beast, even a lowly and bizarre creature with little self-awareness, is afraid of death. Chu Qing slowly extended his other hand and stroked the crow's feathers, pondering, "Do you want to know how to become a true anomaly?" Quack quack. Perhaps the crow couldn't fully grasp the meaning behind Chu Qing's words. Its beastly mind only sought to please this powerful and incredibly strange human. Nothing more. Chu Qing, however, didn't mind and smiled. Anomalies, before they reach a certain level, cannot form true rules of power. Ghouls are a relatively inferior species among anomalies. The requirements for advancement are simple and straightforward. You just need to elevate your lifespan to match your living lifespan, and during the usual consumption, you can complete the advancement. Quack! This time, the crow looked at Chu Qing with some confusion, not understanding what this existence meant. It merely trembled. Chu Qing fixed his blood-red eyes on the crow. "Little thing, follow me from now on, and I can let you advance right now. How about it?" Quack! The harsh cry rang out, and this time, it seemed the creature truly understood the meaning behind the words, carrying a hint of pleading. But Chu Qing did not believe it. Currently, the anomalies he had captured, the Yin god of wealth and the faceless ghost, were unable to move. The human head lantern was what he primarily watched over. The deterrence of his blood-red eyes was not enough to completely subdue an anomaly with little intelligence. To fully restrain, subdue, or even control these anomalies could only be achieved after becoming an Yin official. Fortunately, it wouldn't be long before that step arrived. At that moment, a piercing and terrified scream finally came. Ah! Chu Qing turned to look. He didn't know when, but the human head lantern had appeared above Huang Hong's head. This woman, whose brain was soaked in corpse energy and Yin energy, seemed to finally understand what fear meant at that moment. Her neck was ensnared by invisible Yin energy tendrils, firmly connecting her beneath the human head lantern. Inside the lantern, the blood-soaked human head was staring at her with intense resentment. Such overwhelming fear made the confusion that had previously enveloped her under the lantern vanish entirely. Chu Qing did not care at all. Instead, he calmly looked at the human head lantern with his blood-red eyes. "Alright, let her down." The human head lantern swayed gently, seemingly reluctant to give up this easily obtainable prey. A cold glint flashed in Chu Qing's eyes, and the blood-red eyes activated instantly, maintaining an eye-for-an-eye effect, and the human head lantern was immediately under his control. The howling mountain wind blew through. Huang Hong fell to the ground with a thud. The intense pain in her body could not mask the fear within her heart. She didn't even glance at the blood-red gaze beside her. At that moment, she had only one thought: escape. Leave this place, leave this person. No, this is not a person. He is definitely not human. At this moment, Huang Hong's already muddled mind finally grasped a very basic question. Why could this guy stay in the North Mountain Cemetery for several days without any issues? She had originally thought it was because the terrifying presence in the North Mountain Cemetery was gone or for some other reason. Now, she understood everything. The guy before her was in existence far more terrifying than that ghostly thing in the cemetery. Escape! Ignoring the excruciating pain in her fractured leg, she looked frantically at the black crow. Baby! Baby! Caw caw! The crow's voice seemed to echo from the sky once more. Huang Hong let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, no matter when, her baby always brought her immense reassurance. It was precisely because of the black crow that she could have the confidence to escape in such a situation, to flee from this devil, this demon's control. Finally, the crow's voice grew closer. Huang Hong reached out her hand, wanting to grasp the crow's foot as she had before. Flying, it was always the greatest advantage. Air superiority had become the most important guarantee for both offense and defense. Thinking of this, Huang Hong couldn't help but feel a little less fear towards that thing in the wilderness. So what if its abilities were bizarre and terrifying? Once she led her baby to consume more corpses, there would surely come a day to reclaim justice. With this thought, she instinctively turned her head back. The blood-red lantern, she didn't know when, had returned to that man's hand. What came into her view was that pair of blood-red, chaotic eyes beneath the black umbrella, which she would see for the last time in her life. Because in the next moment, a familiar, pitch-black claw appeared before her. Then, this claw that had led her to soar above Luo City, this time did not grasp her hand, but instead plunged into her eye socket. Crimson splattered. It was spilled across the moonlit wilderness. Ah! Ah! A piercing howl echoed, as if it were the lament of a wild beast. In this boundless wilderness, the black and white, bloodshot eyes had now appeared on the black crow's claw, having been plucked from Huang Hong's eye sockets. Then, it was gently tossed up, caught in the crow's beak, and swallowed whole. Chu Ching extended his hand, and the black crow obediently landed on his palm. Then, the crow perched on Chu Ching's arm and shoulder, coldly gazing at Huang Hong, who was howling like a dying beast, while preening its feathers. It seemed to be doing something trivial. Chu Ching nodded in satisfaction and tossed a piece of white paper money to the crow. The latter swallowed it in one gulp, and the aura of darkness slowly spread out. The black umbrella was raised again, and the blood-red lantern illuminated the path back. The moonlight of the wilderness shone down, leaving only Huang Hong, who seemed utterly mad, desperately fleeing in the opposite direction, wailing about the fate of a loser after the curtain fell on the stage. She seemed to be clinging to the hope of survival, unaware that the thing treading the line between the human and ghost worlds didn't even qualify to become food. These days, my little brother is traveling, so I'll take a break for a few days and return to keep updating. Thank you. September 2nd, 8 p.m. Luo City Inspectorate, Criminal Division. Even though the sky was pitch black, it was still bustling here. Captain Wang looked weary, not just because of the recent spate of cases in Luo City, but also because of this little ant who was both unapproachable and unscoldable beside him. Xiao Lu, you just got attacked yesterday, so don't follow up on the case. You should hurry back to rest. If there's any progress, I'll notify you right away. Lu Lian ignored Captain Wang's good intentions. Captain Wang, what did the director and the higher-ups say? Mentioning this, Captain Wang looked somewhat perplexed. Last night, such a big incident occurred, and most importantly, this little ant woke up from the hospital without any injuries but spoke those strange words. Something about a blood-colored lantern with a human head, something about Chu Jiang Wang. A jumble of nonsense. If one didn't know better, they'd think she was possessed. The most important thing was that he reported this matter up, and even the director followed suit, yet the higher-ups had said nothing. Such a major case that had resulted in countless deaths naturally needed to be reported to the higher-ups. However, after the report was submitted, there was no reprimand from above, only a directive. An expert in this area will arrive from the capital tomorrow to assist in unraveling the case of the head lantern and other cases in Luochang. Therefore, today's main objective for the department is that Huang Hong. This morning, 2 bodies were discovered on the outskirts of the city, along with the vehicle belonging to these 2 corpses. According to the dashcam footage and some surveillance cameras, Huang Hong should have pretended to flag down a car, then killed the 2 after getting in. But the key issue is that in the areas covered by the surveillance cameras, no one has seen her walking by, as if she flew down from the sky or burrowed up from the ground. Lu Lian furrowed her brows, about to say something when suddenly, a frantic sound of footsteps rushed in from outside the office. A figure burst through the door, and before many inspectors in the department could frown, the newcomer excitedly looked at Captain Wang. Captain Wang, Huang Hong. We caught Huang Hong. What? Where did you catch her? What happened? The newcomer's words drew everyone's attention, including Wang and Lu Lian. The latter quickly stood up, anxious to ask. The newcomer glanced at Captain Wang before saying, "It was near the outskirts of the city, someone found her. Huang Hong is in extremely bad shape, her leg bones are broken and severely injured. Most importantly, her eyes have been gouged out, and there seem to be signs of a struggle." Without a second thought, Lu Lian dashed towards the door. "Xiao Lu, where are you going?" "I'm going to check on Chu Qing, he might be in danger." "Captain Wang, you interrogate Huang Hong first, and let me know if anything comes up." Captain Wang opened his mouth, watching Lu Lian run off helplessly, with only one thought in his mind: damn it, being handsome is great. If that poor kid becomes a prince consort. He shook his head, pushing those chaotic thoughts aside, and quickly said, "Let's go, we need to see this madwoman who won't even spare her husband and child." In the darkness, Chu Qing walked slowly back to the North Mountain Cemetery, lantern in hand. He was unaware that Huang Hong had been captured by the inspectors almost immediately after she left. At this moment, he was on his way home, feeling relaxed and at ease. Yet, on his shoulder, it felt as if a massive block of ice was growing increasingly chilling. Chu Qing knew this was the ghoul he had been nurturing. The strange phenomenon of it evolving from a non-entity to a ninth-grade being was expected to cause some stir and change. Just as Chu Qing opened the front gate of his home, the ominous call that had been silent all the way finally echoed from his shoulder again. Ga ga ga. It was a jarring sound, like nails scraping against a blackboard, making him sense something unusual. Chu Qing instinctively covered his ears, his blood-red eyes fixed firmly on the black crow before him. No, it wasn't a black crow. After Chu Qing had given this black crow a piece of ghost money, its yin-yang lifespan had been completely balanced, and it began to ascend. The black crow that had ascended had clearly transformed. Its shape was still the same, perhaps even slightly smaller than before, at most just a bit larger than an ordinary crow. However, its eyes, which should have been pitch black, had turned a greenish hue, shimmering with a faint glow in the night. Its feathers, which should have been completely black, now bore streaks of dark red, and most importantly, its sharp beak appeared to be soaked in blood, a vivid red. This ghoul was like a completely different creature compared to the black crow before its ascension. However, what surprised Chu Qing even more was the rule power of this thing after its promotion. Crow Ghost rank, 9th rank category, Corpse Eater lifespan, 30 days, in life, 30 days death knell low ringing, rule the call can mark living beings, and the marked beings have a greatly increased range of attraction to nearby anomalies. Additionally, it can sense the location and status of marked beings at any time, with a maximum of 3 marked at once. Night patrol, ability enhanced vision in darkness, and increased danger perception. Flight speed and stamina are significantly enhanced. Corpse Eater, state can devour the corpses of living beings, gaining additionally life. However, both yin and yang life will be consumed daily. Promotion requirements, unknown note, a very practical ability, human, you indeed found such a potential corpse eater under my guidance. Ignoring the blood-eye ghost's narcissism and self-praise, Chu Qing's blood-eye focused on the black crow that had already transformed into a crow ghost, feeling extremely satisfied. Corpse eaters rarely have direct and bizarre killing rules, the vast majority are those that assist around anomalies, each with different rule abilities. Undoubtedly, this black crow before him, with its death knell low ringing rule and night patrol ability, was quite impressive among corpse eaters. This put him in a very good mood. Returning to the cemetery, he glanced at the time, the hands barely pointed to 8:30. The smoothness of this trip far exceeded his expectations. He hung the head lantern back at the door, greeted the faceless ghost that had heard the commotion, and led the black crow into the lounge. However, he did not pay any more attention to the black crow. After tossing it onto the counter, he fixed his intense gaze on the door. Sure enough, as the black crow entered, the blood characters above the door seemed to come alive once more. Most importantly, with this writhing, Chu Qing finally felt an indescribable aura slowly coalescing above it. He had a feeling that today, just today, the bizarre blood characters of this death apartment were about to manifest. The anomaly he had been looking forward to was about to take shape. However, before Chu Qing could concentrate and observe the details of this thing's appearance, a hurried engine sound of a vehicle stopped at the door. Chu Qing frowned slightly. Had an Ruoxuet arrived so early? What he did not expect was that after the car door closed, besides the loud sound of someone banging on the heavy iron gate, there was also Lu Lian's extremely anxious voice. Chu Qing, are you okay? Glancing at the blood characters on the door, sure enough, after their slow writhing, they seemed to be absorbed by the glass door once more. However, the originally transparent glass door, for some reason, appeared slightly red and murky in the darkness. Chu Qing thought for a moment and decided to step outside, opening the heavy iron gate that had just been closed for a short while. Seeing Lu Lian's tense face, Chu Qing immediately understood. The indifference that had always lingered in his eyes softened a bit.
The actions from the inspection department were not slow. Without the Black Crow as a pair of wings for observation and evasion, the blind Huang Ying was indeed caught in less than half an hour.
Ha! You're okay?
Lu Lian finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the familiar Chu Qing.
What happened? Chu Qing asked knowingly.
Huang Hong was caught, and the location of the capture is not far from here.
I thought something happened to you, it scared me to death. Lu Lian patted her chest.
Chu Qing smiled, it's good that they caught him. Looking at the man's face in the darkness, Lu Lian opened her mouth, momentarily unsure of what to say. Even she herself didn't know why, in this pitch-black time, she impulsively came to such a ghostly place.
Instead, how could this guy remain so calm about everything? So, she mustered her courage and said, "Aren't you going to let me come in and sit for a while?" Chu Qing nodded.
Given the atmosphere, the blood-red characters of the death apartment seemed to require some time to truly take shape, so he simply led Lu Lian into his small room. Once inside, Lu Lian's eyes immediately fell on the strange big bird pacing on the counter. Its feathers were a mix of dark red and black. It had wolf-like eyes, and its beak and claws were blood-red. The moment she saw it, she gasped sharply, and just as Chu Qing frowned slightly, the girl's voice continued, "Wow, what a cool parrot."
A parrot? Chu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Chu Qing, do you really like raising these little animals?
Hearing her words, Chu Qing nodded, I guess so, but I usually only keep those that are useful to me. Lu Lian was taken aback, then her gaze towards Chu Qing became strange. You don't mean you expect this thing to help you pick up girls, do you?
Chu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Who would like a pet like this? Lu Lian huffed lightly, who says no one? I really like it. It's so cool.
Chu Qing smiled without speaking, seemingly not catching the underlying meaning of her words.
He glanced at the time. It's late. You should go back and rest. Tonight in Luocheng probably won't be too peaceful.
Lu Lian froze, as if she thought of something terrifying, and the joy on her face vanished.
After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly asked, Chu Qing, do you really believe there are ghosts in this world? Chu Qing's expression was calm as he nodded. I believe so. Didn't you ask me this question during the day?
No, I wasn't joking, I mean it.
Lu Lian tried to explain.
But Chu Qing interrupted, whether now or then, I wasn't joking either.
Looking at Chu Qing's smiling yet determined face, Lu Lian opened her mouth but didn't know what to say.
Chu Qing thought for a moment and looked at the girl again. Alright, it's late.
Go back and rest. If you need any help, you can come find me. Just for tonight. Lu Lian nodded.
She actually had a lot more to say, but when the words reached her lips and she looked at Chu Qing's face illuminated by the flickering tungsten bulb, she didn't know what to say anymore. So, she got back in the car and started the engine. In the rearview mirror, Chu Qing stood at the entrance of Beishan Cemetery, that strange parrot perched closely on his shoulder, watching her leave. For some reason, under that gaze, Lu Lian felt an unprecedented sense of safety. She breathed a sigh of relief, pressed the accelerator, and the car began its journey back. At the same time, she started to reflect on Chu Qing's words. Lu Lian chuckled, her lips curling up, and seemingly in a great mood, she picked up her phone and played a song. I rush towards you, you are the stars and the sea. Unfortunately, this good mood lasted only a few minutes before it was interrupted by a sudden phone ring.
Lu Lian frowned slightly, but when she saw it was Team Leader Wang's call, she pressed the answer button. Hello, Team Leader Wang. What's going on?
Huang Hong confessed, this crazy woman personally killed a total of 6 people, including her husband and child whom she accidentally killed at the beginning.
She's simply a demon.
Hearing the serious matter, Lu Lian gasped.
6 people, what a concept.
In this era, such a major case was enough to shock the entire nation.
However, we can't be completely sure that we need to look for evidence.
This woman seems to have gone mad, and her injuries are severe. After a preliminary interrogation, she was sent to the hospital. Wang's voice came again.
Lu Lian was clearly very concerned about the case. Wang, how was she caught? Don't mention it.
As soon as I asked about that, the woman seemed completely insane. She was rambling, saying she was judged and punished by ghosts, always repeating something about how that wasn't human. Wang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. Clearly, interrogating such a nonsensical madwoman, especially one who committed such a shocking crime, was quite a torment for him. She even said there were ghosts in the Beishan cemetery. She lured a lot of homeless drifters and idle people there, just to send them to that ghost's territory, and then fed them to whatever treasure she had. This crazy woman also claimed that she was able to evade the watch of the inspectorate and the surveillance of the Sky Network because of her treasure.
Treasure? Lu Lian was taken aback. What could a madwoman, who had crazily killed and eaten her own husband and son, possibly refer to as a treasure? Even a tiger wouldn't eat its own cubs. What kind of treasure could this madwoman have?
At this point, Wang seemed to have finally found something to vent about. That's right, just think about how insane this woman is.
The treasure she mentioned is a big crow. You know what a crow is, right? That kind of pitch-black bird. She said that crow could carry her and fly in the sky over Luochang. Isn't that nonsense? The most important thing is that most of the flesh from the bodies of those she killed was eaten by that crow. After so many years in criminal investigation, this is the first time I've seen such a madwoman. A crow, even if it can eat, how much can it eat? According to this crazy woman, counting those from Beishan Cemetery and the one she killed, there are probably more than 10 people, but in just half a month, an adult human, averaging 75 kilograms, all eaten by a crow? That's just ridiculous. In the dark car, Wang's cursing and venting echoed through the car's sound system. However, Lu Lian seemed to hear nothing clearly. Even though she was trying to control her thoughts, the image of that completely black and dark red parrot seemed to reappear before her eyes. And the voice of Chu Qing seemed to echo in her ears again. I wasn't joking with you. At this moment, Lu Lian seemed to finally realize. Chu Qing really wasn't joking with her. On September 2nd, at 9:30 in the evening, there were still 2.5 hours until the era of terror would arrive. Whatever Lu Lian was thinking, Chu Qing didn't care. At this moment, all his attention was focused on his own front door. In the dim light of the bulb, the originally transparent glass seemed to turn dark red. Moreover, as time passed, this dark red became increasingly bright and eye-catching. It was brewing within, it was being born here. Even as Chu Qing's gaze fixed, it seemed that strands of blood appeared in the air. Like tiny crimson snakes, as thin as hair, they swayed and moved in the air. Dianchang Wangdingxia, promoted to the position of guardian of the tomb, was hailed as the best choice for a grave ghost. The Death Apartment, a bizarre legend from the last life on Blue Star. At this moment, before the bizarre era officially descended, it was finally about to appear in his hands. Countless shades of red were swirling. The tungsten bulb overhead seemed unable to suppress the scarlet at the door at that moment. Time passed second by second. A hint of tension involuntarily appeared on Chu Qing's pale face. Even his blood-red pupils involuntarily emerged from his eyes at that moment, gurgling, as if water was flowing. Finally, the ordinary door underwent a transformation. On the originally transparent glass, a large amount of fresh blood seeped out, cascading down like a waterfall. The crimson flow seemed to have an indescribable connection with Chu Qing. The biggest difference between Chu Qing and Ding Xie back then was that every time he prepared to strike, the characters he wrote were formed from his blood mixed with the energy of the underworld. This bizarre birth was without rules. This nonsensical way of coming into being seemed unreliable, but after enduring so many years in a strange world, Chu Qing knew not to impose the inertia of thought onto the bizarre. The blood characters of the Death Apartment were just like that. In other words, these blood characters themselves were Chu Qing's blood. With his own blood, Chu Qing created, or rather summoned, this bizarre entity. And now, the bizarre had taken shape. The blood, flowing like a waterfall, unexpectedly detached from the glass door in midair, floating down to land in Chu Qing's hands. Clearly, the blood Chu Qing had shed earlier was valuable. Compared to when Ding Xie summoned this thing, it undoubtedly had a sense of intimacy with Chu Qing. Chu Qing eagerly looked at the pool of blood in his hands with his blood eyes. He was indeed curious about what the legendary Death Apartment, even a first-grade king-level underworld ghost master could devour, looked like in its embryonic form. Blood character ghost rank, 9 category, earthbound spirit lifespan, 20 days hell contract, rules all beings that see the death guidance blood characters must fulfill the death guidance task within the time limit, or trigger the death rule that can erase them. Death guidance, ability the blood character ghost can sense the bizarre in fate and issue death tasks. By fulfilling the corresponding death guidance tasks, the blood character ghost can receive death feedback and gain lifespan. Earthbound spirit, status needs to find a place of reliance, otherwise, daily lifespan consumption doubles. Promotion requirements, unknown note, how can such a thing exist? Human, what have you created? Looking at the pool of blood in his hands, Chu Qing could no longer hold back, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile. Just as expected, the embryonic form of the legendary Death Apartment, possessing the powerful ability and rules to guide fate. Even as the lowest rank of 9, the rules and abilities could still gain lifespan. Although it was not as advantageous as the Blood Eyes, which had the upper hand against other bizarre entities and ghost masters in open combat, the blood character ghost's abilities were evidently more applicable in other areas. Just as Ding Xie had thought, this Death Apartment was the most suitable for a grave ghost. Not to mention, just this death guidance alone. For a gravekeeper, the bizarre within the tomb was never too much. After all, for a gravekeeper, the bizarre was often a consumable. However, with this blood character ghost's death guidance, it seemed there would be no shortage of capturing and acquiring the bizarre. Thinking of this, Chu Qing couldn't wait to carve a tombstone and enter the coffin, becoming a gravekeeper.
Then he could wield this blood character as a grave ghost. Fortunately, at this moment, Chu Qing wouldn't have to wait too long.
He took one last look at the time. 10:40. Only 80 minutes remained until midnight.
The era of the bazaar was dawning, and the Book of Life and Death had appeared. Although the appearance of the Book of Life and Death did not mean that the bazaar was completely revealed to the public, nor did it mean that anyone was qualified to transition to an underworld position and become a ghost master, it was a symbol, a representation. However, feeling the coldness of the blood characters in his hands, Chu Qing soon furrowed his brows.
Indeed, it was almost 11 o'clock. Only a little time remained until the era of the bazaar descended. But what about the agreed-upon in Ruoxue?
If he remembered correctly, during the day, he had told Ruoxue to come over at night. Although the agreed time was 12 o'clock, given this woman's personality, she should have arrived early. His brows furrowed slightly.
However, at that moment, the blood characters that had just formed seemed to sense the chill in the air.
The blood-red letters flowed like a stream from his hand, then re-entered the glass door that had returned to its original state. The blood-red characters began to writhe continuously, and to Chu Qing's astonishment, they slowly formed rows of text that appeared on the glass door. Chu Qing never expected that these blood characters, just formed, would directly display a rule-based ability. Even more unexpectedly, he became the first person to verify this rule-based ability. However, the blood characters formed by this blood ghost left him even more unprepared. Location: immediately go to the last 404 bus stop, 500 meters outside Beishan Cemetery.
Time limit: within 1 hour. Task objective: rescue an Ruoxue trapped in the ghost taxi, eliminate or subdue the ghost taxi. Task reward: unknown.
Task failure penalty: death. Crossed out, the blood ghost leaves, and seeks a suitable host again. Looking at the blood characters, at that moment, Chu Qing realized that it wasn't Ruoxue who was late, but that she was about to leave. And Ruoxue had never felt so unlucky. Her hands and feet trembled slightly. In this taxi, in the September weather, it felt as if the air conditioning was set to the lowest, cold enough that a chill was seeping into her bones.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
And Ruoxue cursed in her heart more than once.
Why did Lin Hengtian's car suddenly break down today? Why did she have to take a taxi instead of going home to drive her previous BMW out? Why?
She had many whys, but clearly, at this moment, it was useless to say anything.
Miss, we've arrived. A day's worth of life money, thank you. That's right.
At this moment, the taxi driver in front of her wanted money.
But the problem was, where could she get money? More importantly, would a normal driver ask for money?
Not to mention, after taking a glance, she no longer dared to look at the driver's pale face and those pupil-less white eyeballs. She knew she had once again encountered a ghost. Unfortunately, this ghost today was not like Chu Qing, who was here to kill, but was here to take her life.
Is this retribution?
She had stood by and even contributed to the Lin family's downfall.
And now, just a few days later, the ghost had come knocking?
She desperately wanted to call Chu Qing, but in this taxi, it seemed that all signals and electronic devices were cut off. She couldn't seek help from Chu Qing at all. Fortunately, Ruoxue was clearly not an ordinary person. Chu Qing had told her that strange murders had some rules. She didn't know what the ghost taxi's murder rules were, but not being able to pay was definitely one of the most likely fatal rules. She took a deep breath and said directly, "Driver, you haven't taken me to my destination yet."
If you haven't taken me to my destination, how can I pay you? We've arrived.
The cold, stiff, and slow voice made Ruoxue tremble even more, but at this moment, she knew she couldn't panic. She couldn't truly lose her composure. Once she did, it would really be over. "I said to go to Beishan Cemetery, you just dropped me off at this bus stop."
"You're not a bus, you're a taxi. If you haven't taken me to my destination, how can I pay you?"
"Taxi. Bus." Clearly, this statement seemed to have an effect, as the taxi driver fell into silence. And Ruoxue held her breath, recalling Chu Qing's words. The current bizarre situation, while lacking intelligence, required complete adherence to the other party's rules of killing in order to avoid death. Some of these bizarre rules could be partially manipulated.
For instance, right now.
At this moment, Ruoxue was almost certain that as long as she couldn't pay the fare, it would inevitably trigger the killing rule. There was no doubt she would die. So, even though she felt hope was slim, she wanted to do everything she could to buy time.
No, that's not a node. I can't go there, I can only get out here.
After thinking for a while, the cold, corpse-like voice uttered words that made Ruoxue's heart sink.
"Why should I pay you? You didn't take me to my destination, why should I give you money?"
And Ruoxue forced herself to speak. She had never imagined she would be haggling over taxi fare with a supernatural being, but at this moment, she had no choice.
Then, half a day. Insho Mingqiao. Thank you. What Ruoshue didn't expect was that this ghostly taxi actually gave her a discount. But, what good was that? Where was she supposed to get Incho Mingqiao? Who knew where that stuff came from? What difference did it make between a day and half a day? If she couldn't pay, wasn't it all just death? However, Ruoshue didn't know that, in fact, there was no unit of half a day for Incho. So, the ghost taxi's fare, this so-called discount, had no meaning at all. No! If you didn't take me to my destination, why should I pay you? It must be free. Ruoshue threw a tantrum, even though she had rarely done so in her life, and more importantly, her tantrum had no real backing. Free. Free. The taxi driver repeated these words, as if finally realizing something. He suddenly turned his head sharply towards her, nearly making the already restless Ruoshue jump up. Those snow-white eyes, devoid of any pupils, fixed intently on Ruoshue. The pale face, lacking any color, suddenly became incredibly sinister and terrifying, a voice seeming to squeeze out from between his teeth, "No money. Then die." This sentence made Ruoshue feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The temperature inside the taxi seemed to drop another 10 degrees at that moment. Her jaw trembled uncontrollably, and she could only grit her teeth and say, I'll pay. The temperature in the air seemed to rise a bit because of this, but the pretentious Ruoshue picked up her beloved Hermes calfskin bag, pretending to rummage through it for a long time. Until the coldness in the car began to resurface, she forced back the panic in her eyes and pulled out 3 thick stacks of bright red Dragon Kingdom currency. This was a total of 30,000 yuan. Not only could it cover this taxi ride, but it could even buy a cheap second-hand taxi. But unfortunately, to the figure in front, these things were like waste paper. This was evident from the temperature in the car, which had once again reached a winter chill. I want money. This is not money. Ghost money. If not, you die. Finally. Ruoshue was about to taste the flavor of death. Even though her mind was extraordinary, at the moment when such an irresistible death approached, her large eyes were still filled with tears. She didn't want to die, she really didn't want to die. Especially at this critical moment tonight, she wanted to become a true superior, to dominate the fates of others. But that coldness, without her realizing it, had already drawn closer. She felt as if her whole body was wrapped in ice, unable to even feel her own existence. Even escaping, even struggling, was impossible. Is this the strange power? Her thoughts and consciousness seemed to be frozen. However, just as death was about to descend, bang bang bang, a dull sound came from outside the front window. It was like a heavenly sound, causing her fading consciousness to coalesce once more. The front window was rolled down, and on the edge of life and death, Ruoshue heard an extremely familiar voice, "Master, shall we go?" Ruoshue struggled to look towards the driver's side where the window had been opened, and in the darkness, she saw a pair of familiar blood-red eyes. This was an ordinary taxi, indistinguishable from any other. The classic blue and white taxi of Luochang, even sporting a green license plate for new energy vehicles. The only slight difference was the taxi's license plate, EEN. Clearly, such a plate was not something legitimate. However, on this dimly lit night, there were likely very few people who would seriously check taxi license plates. Chu Qing calmly lowered his head, looking at the open window and the middle-aged man inside. A ghost taxi. He naturally had no idea what kind of strangeness this was. After so many years of fierce battles in his previous life, all he could remember were the infamous anomalies, at least of the third rank in terms of horror. These roadside goods were clearly not within his scope of concern. But still, as the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. The blood-red eyes observed everything about the other party the moment he spoke. Ghost taxi, rank, 9th, category, subghost, EEN lifespan, 3 days, debt repayment, rule customers who cannot pay with their EEN lifespan after the mission is completed will die. Mission accomplishment, ability can appear at any bus stop in Luocheng to pick up any customer and go to all marked locations at great speed. Subghost, status a subghost under the control of the ghost mother, will not die after exhausting its EEN lifespan, but will instead consume the ghost mother's EEN lifespan. However, if the ghost mother dies, the subghost will also die. Promotion requirements, unknown. Note, clearly, humans are nothing, but there seems to be something interesting behind it. Chu Qing's eyelids flickered slightly. A subghost of the ghost mother? It was evident that his previous speculations and disdain had been slapped in the face. Even after so many years since the outbreak of the anomaly era, the ghost mother remained an extremely troublesome and rare existence. Most importantly, the location of the ghost mother was very difficult to find. Once provoked, it often led to a relentless pursuit. If possible, Chu Qing truly did not want to provoke such an unknown entity in the early stages. However, he could not avoid the first task of the blood character. Otherwise, the prototype of the death apartment he had summoned would end up fleeing like Ding Xie did after failing the first blood task, seeking other places to reside. This was unacceptable. As a subghost among the ghost mothers, Chu Qing also knew that unless he could control and subdue the ghost mother, he would not be able to control it at all. Therefore, there was only one outcome. Go. Get in the car, get in the car. The ghost taxi's tangible form, the middle-aged man, spoke in a stammering voice. This did not mean that the other party possessed intelligence. In fact, some anomalies, as part of their killing rules, required contact with people, and when not displaying their rule abilities, they could look just like ordinary people. This was one of the most terrifying types of anomalies. If the blood-red eyes were not present, Chu Qing likely would not have been able to discern the truth immediately. However, once he saw through it, this thing posed no threat or significance to him. The middle-aged man's ghost taxi looked at Chu Qing before him. He wanted to let this prey get into the car first, and then quietly digest the previous prey. But at that moment, his previously lifeless eyes, which had returned to a state like that of a dead fish, stared blankly into Chu Qing's eyes. Those red eyes were so enchanting, so bizarre, that even his almost non-existent thoughts froze, staring dumbly at those eyes. And this was exactly the outcome Chu Qing wanted to see. A strange smile appeared in his eyes. In the back seat, and Ruoxue had no idea how time passed. If she could, she would want to open the car door and escape immediately. However, at this moment, she also knew it was not the time for rash actions. She could only tremble all over, watching the driver's seat in front, forcing herself not to look at those red eyes. Because she had once witnessed the terror of those blood-red eyes, she knew that it was a realm beyond human reach. And indeed, it was so. Crack, crack. A strange sound came from the front seat. The sound was like bones breaking irregularly, or like a rooster being choked by the neck while crowing. It struggled, it howled, emitting the last vibrations of life, yet helplessly moving towards death. The ghost taxi's originally personified dead fish eyes gradually turned pale, devoid of expression, even lacking fear and surprise. However, its body slowly extended out of the open car window. Or rather, it was dragged out by that blood-red gaze. Chu Qing's eyes had never been this blood-red before. The originally pitch-black eye sockets seemed to be completely filled with this blood red. At this moment, the yin energy emitted by the blood-red eyes was more intense than ever, and those eyes were even more fierce than a human headlantern. Hiss! It was as if something was burning. This dragged ghost taxi finally made Chu Qing experience a special feeling. Aside from Lin Hengtian before, this was the first time the blood-red eyes fed. However, even Lin Hengtian's death could not allow Chu Qing to feed comfortably. Previously, whether it was the faceless ghost, the crow ghost, or the human headlantern, their states were all locked by the blood-red eyes under the eye for an eye rule, in a state of being in the mouth but never swallowed, a state of being taken at will. But this ghost taxi, it finally had no more reservations and swallowed it whole. Starting from the feet, the yin energy began to dissipate. At that moment, those blood-red eyes seemed to transform into a pair of blood-red whirlpools. The dissipating yin energy was completely devoured by the blood-red whirlpools. Everything was drawn into those blood-red eyes. Until the ghost taxi that had originally stood before him was completely gone, not even a trace left. Chu Qing closed his eyes. He didn't know when, but blood-red tears began to flow from the corners of his eyes. It was as if a blood-red, eerie eyeshadow had appeared there. The coldness and warmth seemed to converge in his eyes, giving Chu Qing an indescribable sense of comfort and pleasure. Still in that taxi, and Ruoxue instinctively covered her mouth. It was not fear, not disgust, not nausea. Her flickering gaze after being saved proved, she was excited. She was yearning. She was in awe. Chu Qing rank, non-yin lifespan, 6 months and 21 days, yan lifespan, 3 months coexistence, status yan lifespan greatly reduced, can fully control the bloodeye ghost. Note, although it is just a subghost, the taste is still quite good, celebrating our first time eating something edible. Of course, the thing behind this one probably won't let us off either, but with me here. This ghost taxi provided him with nearly 3 months of yin lifespan. This improvement was quite good. However, if possible, he still did not like to collect yin life in this way. Such yin life would affect his thinking and self-awareness to a certain extent. Eating it once in a while was fine, but if he continued to devour it every day, it wouldn't be long before even Chu Qing's willpower would become like that person who was neither human nor ghost, Huang Hong. Moreover, although yin life was important, he had plenty of ways to obtain it, and there was no need to exchange his clear consciousness and future for it. Chu Qing opened his eyes. Those blood-red pupils did not disappear. He ignored Ruoxue in the taxi and did not ask why this woman was here, which was a pointless question, but instead fixed his gaze on the taxi. Ever since he had dragged that ghost out of the car, Chu Qing had felt that this taxi was probably not an ordinary one.
His blood-red eyes locked onto the vehicle again, and sure enough, taxi no. 40004, grade 9, category, underworld artifact, death frenzy, ability while driving, can ignore and pass through all pedestrians, vehicles, and some obstacles on the road, speed doubled. Expensive driving, curse consuming 1 day of life for every 100 kilometers driven. Note, such a piece of junk, although not quite up to par as my mount, is still passable. Human, let's go for a spin. Clearly, this thing was similar to the black coin Chu Qing had encountered before, but while the black coin was a 9-grade underworld artifact, it was also one of the components of a high-grade underworld artifact. However, this taxi no. 40004 was evidently more pure. So, compared to the black coin, this underworld artifact had a trivial curse effect. Consuming 1 day of life for every 100 kilometers driven was indeed extravagant. However, ordinary cars needed fuel, and for something that didn't have to consider speed limits and pedestrians, this cost was still worth it. Underworld artifacts were extremely valuable. It was indeed the early stage of the bizarre arrival, and good things were still easy to find. In the later generations, knowing the value of these things made them much harder to obtain. With this in mind, Chu Qing did not call on Ruoshua down from the car but directly opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. Chu Qing, buckle up. Why would she need to wear a seatbelt in the back seat? And Ruoshua quickly understood. With 1 foot down, there was no roaring engine sound, only the sharp rush of wind as speed soared to the extreme. At that moment, Chu Qing finally experienced what true death frenzy felt like. He glanced at the time. It was 11:20. There was still plenty of time. He could fully try out this underworld artifact. After all, this taxi no. 40004 was the first underworld artifact he had used in this life. As for the black copper coin, that thing was not up to standard and could not be used. It was still better to let the god of wealth and the underworld handle it. And Ruoshua's breathing became incredibly tense and rapid, because it was too fast. In just 5 seconds, this taxi, which looked no different from a broken-down cab, had directly soared to a maximum speed of 300 kilometers. Insane. Chu Qing was insane, and Ruoshua could say with 100% certainty. This speed was already terrifying in the suburbs of Luo City, but in less than half a minute, they had entered the city. Although it was past 11 at night, there were still pedestrians and other vehicles at this time. Was he trying to kill himself? Clearly, and Ruoshua's worries were justified. Because in the next moment, a large truck slowly stopped at the traffic light appeared in their line of sight, but the problem was, at this speed, could they stop? The series of screams made in Ruoshua once again feel the approach of death. However, at this moment, Chu Qing had no intention of hitting the brakes. Instead, he accelerated even faster. What does a speed of 400 kilometers per hour mean? Even high-speed trains typically travel at around 250 kilometers per hour. Even the takeoff speed of an airplane is usually over 300 kilometers. Yet now, this dilapidated taxi had reached this terrifying speed. In less than a second, the rear of the large truck had already collided with Chu Qing. However, after Ruoshua closed her eyes, she felt neither the horrific roar nor the pain. She opened her eyes in confusion. The car was still speeding, and although the speed had slightly decreased, it was still moving in an exaggerated manner. The cars on the road, and even some obstacles, could not stop this vehicle, which passed directly through the middle of them. Even she was unharmed. What was going on? This was too miraculous. She had no idea what had happened. All she knew was that she had survived once again. Accompanying this was the thrill and excitement of being on the edge of life and death. All of this was brought by the man in front of her. Unfortunately, Chu Qing paid her no mind. For him, this scene was merely a rare experience for others, but just a piece of cake from his previous life. After executing a 360-degree drift directly from the middle of the road, the speed of 400 continued to rise. From the edge of Luoyang city center, a journey that would normally take at least half an hour was completed in just 3 minutes, with Chu Qing making a round trip. When the taxi stopped in front of the Beishan cemetery, and Ruoshua's legs felt weak, she finally got out of the car that had brought her closest to death. Driving into the cemetery, Chu Qing led Ruoshua back to his security room. There was still some time before midnight. Chu Qing ignored the still oblivious Ruoshua and instead looked at the blood characters on the glass door. Sure enough, as he stepped over the threshold, the blood characters that seemed to guide fate began to slowly seep out. Mission completed, and Ruoshua successfully rescued, the taxi ghost successfully eliminated. In the guidance of death, the blood character ghost gains 5 days of life. Executor mission reward, ghostly item no. 40004, taxi. Looking at the blood characters, Chu Qing's eyelids twitched. This taxi was clearly something he had seen and brought back.
Now it had become your reward, huh? However, Chu Qing did not dwell on such trivial matters. The completion of the blood character mission also ensured that the blood character remained peacefully at that gate. So, everything was ready. Next, they would wait for the bizarre revival that would finally arrive in just over half an hour. The night was thickening. At this time, in Long Country and throughout the eastern part of Blue Star, the vast majority of people had already fallen into a deep sleep. The dim world seemed to have changed, yet it was unclear how. This was a great bridge. This bridge was quite special in the entire Luochang, holding extraordinary value and significance. It spanned both banks of the Yellow River, stretching nearly 4 kilometers in length. Even in the dead of night, vehicles still passed by from time to time. Lu Heping was clearly one of them. However, compared to others, Lu Heping, a fatigued driver who had been driving all day, was evidently tired. The bridge before him, under the streetlights in the darkness, seemed like a staircase leading to the underworld, causing him to involuntarily stop the vehicle. He parked by the roadside just before the bridge. He wanted to rest for a while, to take a short nap in the car, and it wouldn't be too late to hit the road tomorrow morning. With that thought, he reclined his seat back. A soothing piece of music played, and Lu Heping glanced at the time, 23 minutes. It was indeed the time for a break and sleep. With this thought, Lu Heping smiled, but before he could lie back and close his eyes, the numbers representing time completely reset to 0. March 3rd, 0. At that moment, time returned to its starting point, also reaching its end. Suddenly, Lu Heping felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. This chill dissipated much of his drowsiness, and he instinctively took out his phone to check how far he was from his destination. However, this glance left Lu Heping slightly stunned. The phone screen, which should have been displaying the navigation interface, had turned pitch black without him noticing. The next moment, just as Lu Heping thought it had run out of battery, a drop of blood red spread across the black screen. Then, this blood red slowly formed a line of text, "Welcome to the era of horror. This is a death game where humans dance with the bizarre, a strange paradise of a new era. Poor humanity, you will struggle to survive in the endless night. And you, Lu Heping, unfortunately, are just an ordinary human. You do not know what a shadowy lifespan is, what the bizarre is, nor how to resist or control them. So, regrettably, unless something unexpected happens, you will soon die. Damn you, you're the one who's going to die. In this day and age, there's still a phone virus?" Lu Heping, confused and a bit angry, decisively chose to turn off his phone. However, to his astonishment, even with the phone turned off, the text showed no signs of disappearing. Instead, new text appeared, "Foolish humans, since you are unwilling to accept reality, then sink into eternal death. Don't worry, it awaits you just ahead, damn it." Lu Heping threw the phone aside and glanced at the darkness outside, the empty road, and the distant Yellow River Bridge in Luochang. The previous drowsiness and fatigue had vanished without a trace. He simply reignited the engine, preparing to hurry back home. On the phone screen that had been tossed onto the passenger seat, blood-red text reappeared, "Humans, death is inevitable for all. And the countless causes of death stem from the foolishness of the human species itself. Go, embrace it." The car started moving again, and on the Yellow River Bridge, looking down from the height, it resembled a small boat floating in the vast sea, easily swallowed by a slight wave. The night was dim. On the surface of the Luochang Yellow River Bridge, fog had risen at some point. Inside an apartment in Luochang, there were no ordinary girls' dolls, nor any pink decorations that girls liked. It was an extremely clean and simple room. Yet, no matter what, Lu Lian, lying on the bed, could not fall asleep. She had experienced too much in the past 2 days. She had seen too many things. The impact on her was overwhelming. Even after lying in bed for half a day, she still felt no drowsiness. Scenes kept flashing through her mind, the life and death struggle of the head lantern, the countless corpses in the Huang family home, the woman who seemed to be mad, that black-red parrot, and most frequently, the man with a faint smile, Chu Qing. He seemed to possess endless magic, drawing Lu Lian to explore. This involuntarily reminded her of the first time she met Chu Qing. So, Lu Lian thought for a moment and sent a voice call to a friend in her contacts. Soon, a somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, sister, are you okay?" Lu Lian was puzzled by the question. "I'm fine, brother, aren't you still awake?" On the other end of the line, Lu Xi smiled slightly. He and his family were very fond of his little sister Lu Lian. "If you haven't slept, how could I sleep? What's up? Missing your big brother?" "It's nothing, just wanted to ask if you know someone." "Who?" "Chu Qing. Probably around my age," Lu Lian said. The voice on the other end hesitated slightly, as if pondering. "Chu Qing. There is indeed a Chu family here in Kyoto, but I haven't heard of such a person." Lu Lian frowned slightly and nodded. "Oh, that I might have gotten it wrong. All right, brother, you should rest early. However, at that moment, Lucia didn't rush to hang up. Wait a moment, sister, I've heard some strange things have been happening in Luocheng recently. You really need to go back to your ancestral home to investigate. You should have some understanding of this, right? What understanding? Forget it. Lucy's voice suddenly became a bit somber. Xiao Lian, take some time to return to Kyoto. It's too dangerous out there. Let's see how it goes. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Lu Lian knew that with her brother's abilities and family status, he might really know something, and perhaps returning to Kyoto was indeed a safer option. But at that moment, she recalled that figure again. Chu Qing, what secret does he hold? The call was disconnected, and Lu Lian glanced at the time. 23 minutes passed. It was indeed late, and she wondered what her brother was doing awake at this hour. However, since she couldn't sleep, she might as well read a book. Just as she picked up a random book, suddenly, the original thick volume began to twist slowly. A blood-red page appeared before her eyes. Before Lu Lian could react, a pitch-black font appeared on that blood-red page. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humans dance with the bizarre, a strange paradise of a new era. Poor humanity, you will struggle to survive in the endless night. And you, Lu Lian, unfortunately, you are just an ordinary human. You may have escaped death at the hands of some bizarre entity, but that is not enough for you to live safely in this era. Looking at the pitch-black font above, Lu Lian felt panic, but her reaction was much stronger than that of an ordinary person like Lu Heping. Perhaps the experiences of these days had made her realize that this world seemed different from the one before. Just as Lu Lian was confused and astonished, a brand new pitch-black note slowly flowed out on the blood-red page. However, you are lucky, you have gained the favor of some existence. Cherish this friendship well, it will benefit you greatly. Welcome to the era of terror. This is a death game where humans dance with the bizarre, a strange paradise of a new era. Poor lowly humans, they will struggle to survive in the endless night. Of course, this has nothing to do with you, esteemed sir. You only need to occasionally show your mercy and compassion to demonstrate your power as a strong one. Esteemed sir, you are a bizarre integrator, a witness to change, a pioneer of the era. It is an honor to serve you. Lord Chu Qing. Looking at the watch in his hand, a smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. The Book of Life and Death was still as snobbish as ever. Indeed, the carrier of his Book of Life and Death was the smartwatch he had just bought a week before his rebirth. Of course, this was essentially irrelevant. As a human, as long as one does not die, in this terrifying era, the ledger of life and death will not disappear or be discarded, it will appear in any form you can touch. Ignoring the still-dazed and Ruoshui over there, Chu Qing had already poked at the watch-like ledger of life and death, his thoughts turning. Check the information of the strange entities I control. The reason why this terrifying era is called a death game is largely due to the ledger of life and death. This thing can probe one's own information, somewhat similar to the blood-eyed ghost's ability to observe with eyes and pearls, but it can only check oneself and the strange entities completely controlled by oneself. However, as expected, checking the blood-eyed ghost's information through the ledger of life and death is not much different from observing with eyes and pearls. The slight difference lies in the fact that under the abilities of an eye for an eye and eyes and pearls, there is an additional small distinction. Weight level 10. The corners of Chu Qing's mouth lifted. The weight power level limit of the 9th grade is probably within one. Under the pressure of rules, the higher the weight, the more advantageous the activation of rule abilities. Although in his previous life, Chu Qing had seen entities with weight levels exceeding the grade limit, the display of the blood-eyed ability was already sufficient. He glanced again, and it seemed that the ledger of life and death had noticed Chu Qing's good mood, as a new note appeared at the bottom. Your Excellency, to be able to control such strangeness with an ordinary human body that has not yet entered the grade, your power is indeed astonishing. However, wanting to survive in such a world with such a frail body is clearly not enough. Only by entering the grade and becoming a 9th grade existence can you use your own strength to combat the strange. So, do you want to know how to enter the grade? Although it's a bit embarrassing to say this, for someone as great as you only need to pay 5 years of your lifespan, and I can tell you this secret that only I know. Friendly reminder, if you don't have lifespan, you can use young lifespan to convert it. Just tap on me, and you can choose to convert. Isn't that thoughtful? Looking at the prompt from the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing smiled again. In his previous life, he didn't know how many ordinary people, either confused or in a desperate situation, were deceived and really used precious years of lifespan, even a decade or more, to exchange for this so-called secret. And this secret was very simple, it was to change to a position. That's right, that's all. 5 years of lifespan exchanged for an answer of changing to a position to enter the 9th grade. However, how to specifically change to the corresponding position was not mentioned by the ledger of life and death. This thing is just that pitiful.
As for the specific methods of changing to a yin position, even with yin lifespan, it cannot be exchanged. It is something that has been researched and developed over many years in the terrifying era. The ledger of life and death can only be considered a tool. If one really treats this thing as a golden finger, then Chu Qing can only wish the other party not to die so tragically. As for the yin position, he had long been prepared. So, he glanced at Ruoshua beside him. Don't believe anything in that thing, especially the part about exchanging yin lifespan. Remember, yin lifespan is your greatest capital for survival in this world. And Ruoshua quickly nodded but still seemed excited. Chu Qing was too lazy to continue caring about her and slowly sat up straight. He didn't need to ask the ledger of life and death for that useless method of changing to a yin position. As the king of Chujiang in his previous life, what Chu Qing valued most was the dozens or even hundreds of methods for changing and promoting various grades of yin positions in his mind. And the gravekeeper he had prepared for himself was also something he had been striving for since his rebirth. Thinking of this, he casually looked at the ledger of life and death again. Your Excellency, it truly saddens me that you distrust me so much. He ignored it and casually continued his thoughts. Take a look at my information. Whether the Book of Life and Death truly possesses self-wisdom has been a subject of study for scholars in the previous life. The origins of this thing have ultimately not been thoroughly researched. However, one thing is certain, the existence of the Book of Life and Death cannot directly defy the executable commands of the Ghost Controller. Even when it comes to deceiving one's lifespan, it is primarily about temptation, not outright deceit. Sure enough, some information about Chu Qing slowly appeared on the Book of Life and Death. Chu Qing rank, non-yin lifespan, 6 months and 21 days, yang lifespan, 3 months coexistence, status significantly reduced yang lifespan, can fully control the bloodeye ghost. Status unknown status. Note, esteemed sir, it seems you have quite a few secrets. Ha! Originally, Chu Qing just took a casual glance and was about to prepare for the transition ceremony to become a gravekeeper. However, this glance revealed something extraordinary. A state of being that even the bloodeye ghost could not detect. There was something unknown to him? So, what is this unknown state that he is unaware of? Chu Qing fell silent. He had already thought of it. His rebirth, although beyond his understanding, would inevitably bring about some special changes and differences. So, what was the reason for his rebirth? Was it that bead that appeared alongside the mural he saw in that strange secret realm? Chu Qing did not know. He shook his head, too lazy to think further. In any case, having the opportunity to be reborn once, to start over, was already far better than anyone else. Such an opportunity was not something he could afford to waste. Only by continuously improving his strength could he face any challenge head-on. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. The transition to the yin position of gravekeeper began. The special reward of the legendary first gravekeeper was also something he was determined to obtain. Deceased, Chu Qing. Date of birth, July 15, 2003, at the third quarter of the hour of the rat. Time of death, September 3, 2025, at the third quarter of the hour of the rat. On the massive stone tablet, these lines of text were carved with remarkable clarity. Moreover, above the stone tablet, there was indeed a black and white photo of Chu Qing. Lifelike and incredibly realistic. This enormous stone tablet was placed right in the center of the grave circle at Beishan Cemetery. The desolation and decay of Beishan Cemetery had long left it with few tombstones and urns. Even if there were any, Chu Qing had already tidied them up in the past few days. Now, in this vast cemetery, only this one gigantic stone tablet was displayed. Behind the stone tablet, on the unexcavated grave plot, there was also a large, dark, somber wooden coffin. The coffin was opened, neatly placed there, waiting for its owner to move in. Chu Qing's gaze was calm as he took one last look at the stone tablet, then dripped a drop of blood onto the photo, spreading it evenly before slowly passing by the stone tablet. How to perform the transition method for the lowest level yin position of gravekeeper? It was quite simple. Find the two basic conditions for a grave, a tombstone and a coffin. Carve one's name, leave a photo, and note the time of transition as the time of death. Then, lie in the coffin and wait for 2 hours. It seemed extremely simple, but besides that, there was a harsh and rigid condition. It was precisely because of this condition that the development time for the transition method of the gravekeeper was actually delayed. That was, the tombstone and coffin must be within the range of wild and strange activities. Therefore, these 2 hours were not just about lying in the coffin for a nap, one also had to face potential strange threats. It is precisely for this reason that the low returns, difficult job transition, and average combat power of the gravekeeper's shadow position were choices that countless spirit masters in the Dragon Kingdom had almost ignored in the previous life. Unless in some dire circumstances, one would only consider becoming a gravekeeper. However, putting aside other matters, just from Chu Qing's own understanding, he knew that the future of a gravekeeper was still quite promising.
With a promotion, one could smoothly ascend to become the king of Bien City, inheritor of the 10 kings. Unlike his past self, who became a 9th grade shadow position through paper crafting, and had to switch shadow job channels when advancing from 7th to 6th grade, only transitioning to the lineage of King Chu Jian with great fortune and countless strokes of luck. If he hadn't wasted so much time during that phase, in his previous life, Chu Qing would not have missed the opportunity to be among the first batch of shadow spirit masters to advance to 1st grade, thus taking slow steps. This is also why, after his rebirth, he had not considered the paper crafting shadow position at all. Although the transition method for paper crafting was unimaginably simpler than that of a gravekeeper, and the combat power was not low, coupled with the experience from his previous life, as long as he could fold the paper figures quickly, he wouldn't worry about accumulating shadow lifespan slowly. However, with the fusion of the blood-eyed dragon lord in the initial form of the blood character Ghost from the Death Apartment, Chu Qing naturally did not need to tread the old path again. On the contrary, his relationship with Ding Xia allowed him to know many secrets and details about the Gravekeeper lineage leading to the King of Bien City. Thinking of this, Chu Qing glanced at the time and let out a slight breath. He approached the edge of the coffin and looked at Ruoxue, who was somewhat bewildered and at a loss beside him. He took out the white shadow lifespan paper money that he had just pulled from the hands of the shadow god of wealth. He tossed it to Ruoxue. This is the shadow lifespan paper money. Now, use this piece of shadow lifespan paper money to find all the anomalies in the Beishan cemetery. Find one of them and make them willing to protect you, or willing to spare your life when you are about to die. You can do this until I awaken. Of course, if your shadow lifespan is insufficient, you must have seen the hint from the death ledger earlier, so you can use your yang lifespan to exchange. However, you also know the preciousness and value of that thing. The less shadow lifespan you use with this method, the higher your future potential and limits will be. If you die, you can't blame anyone else. I need 2 hours inside. It is now 10 past 12, which means I won't wake up until at least 10 past 2. Take care of yourself. And Ruoxue was stunned, looking at the shadow lifespan floating in her hand. Almost the moment she grasped this thing, she felt that a series of gazes were directed at her. The black-red crow perched on a nearby branch, a shadow that was indistinguishable in the darkness, and the blood-red lantern hanging from the mast. Even the shadow god of wealth placed indoors, and the blood-red characters above the door that she had caught a glimpse of earlier but did not know what they were. She gradually realized. These things were all the anomalies mentioned in the death ledger. What she did not expect was that there were not only anomalies here but so many of them. So, how could she communicate with these anomalies to ensure her life and safety? And Ruoxue did not know, but with her previous experience of being on the brink of death in the ghost rental, she understood that she had no choice. If she gave up this opportunity, she might not know how many more situations like that she would face in the future. Not to mention the distant threats, just the nearby one, the chairman of Gao Jin Company, Gao Hong, who had sent the shadow god of wealth to the Lin family, was already eyeing her. Fate is something one must fight for and strive for. From a certain perspective, Chu Qing and Ruoxue had always been of the same kind of people. Almost instantly, she made up her mind, looked at Chu Qing, pursed her lips, and nodded. She glanced at Ruoxue. Chu Qing did not pay any further attention. He had already done everything he could. It should be noted that the strange occurrences at the Beishan cemetery were barely suppressed by him. The murderous nature still existed, and the instinct for killing was still present. However, here, at the very least, it was significantly restrained. If the transaction was completed and he successfully survived these few hours, then the buyer of life in the underworld could successfully change their position. At that time, the higher-ranking underworld positions in the buyer of life sequence, such as ghost traders and underworld merchants, would be quite suitable for Ruoxue. No matter how one looked at it, it was countless times better than Ruoxue's starting point in her previous life. Not to mention, Chu Qing was already prepared to integrate Ruoxue into the system of the death apartment. As long as she performed well, Chu Qing could absolutely guarantee her future growth. Having arranged all of this, Chu Qing no longer wasted time and slowly stepped into the coffin, simultaneously closing the lid. Caw-caw, under the call of the crow ghost, the king began the ritual. The coffin was sealed. At that moment, the world became incredibly silent. This enormous coffin seemed to seal away everything that had come before. On the Book of Life and Death, a red light flickered, and lines of text appeared. You have lain down in this coffin. Although, no one understands the meaning of doing this. Inside the coffin is such darkness, dark enough that you can only hear your increasingly heavy breathing and your increasingly pounding heartbeat. Such sounds are a good thing for you, because no matter what, they prove that you are still a living person, aren't you? It is too dangerous here. There are countless terrifying existences that could swallow you at any moment, ready to strike at you. You are very panicked,
but you know that the outside world is so dangerous. Only the small box provides you with security. Although it is not quite appropriate for a living person to lie in such a coffin for the dead, are you really a living person? Glancing at the hints on the Book of Life and Death, Chu Qing did not care at all. In fact, he couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the feedback from the Book of Life and Death, shifting from a subjective perspective, indicated the uniqueness of the current situation. Only in special circumstances would the text of the Book of Life and Death undergo such a transformation. Here is a graveyard prepared for yourself. You know that to survive in such a place, to deal with those strange things, you must become an existence even more bizarre than those things. A stream of Yin energy entered your body from this coffin. You find that you do not reject these strange things that rely on survival. In fact, for some reason, you are extremely pleased to accept their arrival. The birth date and death time on the tombstone are enough for you to draw upon their power. However, you must also understand that to draw this power will inevitably attract the covetous gaze of those terrifying things outside. To gain power, one must pay a price. This is only natural. So, be prepared to seek life and death. Unfortunately, this prelude to the gravekeeper's job change was not accurate for Chu Qing. Indeed, outside his coffin, there were 5 strange entities, all extremely fierce and terrifying. However, even though these entities knew he was inside the coffin and could feel the power of Yin energy entering the coffin through the birth date and death time on the tombstone, they absolutely did not dare to make a move. Seeking life and death? For Chu Qing, this difficult and dangerous job change ritual for others was merely a formality. However, the cold streams of Yin energy still made Chu Qing shiver. Yin energy, composed of these strange entities and their traces, entered into Chu Qing's body. To contain Yin energy within a human body would greatly reduce one's lifespan and even attract the attention of the strange. There was only one way to resolve this. That was the Yin position. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, an hour and a half had gone by. Everything outside seemed to have no effect on you. You were also fortunate. The wandering entities outside either did not notice you or ignored you. In any case, it seemed you had gained safety. At the same time, as this method of Yin energy entered your body, it was slowly condensing, and amidst this flow of Yin energy, you felt an indescribable change. In this half-human, half-ghost state, you seemed to have grasped some kind of ability. In the depths of your being, it felt as if you were connected to the breath of the earth beneath you, an indescribable sensation. You gradually adapted to this change, yet you did not know what it truly represented. This was the capital upon which you would rely for survival in the upcoming terrifying era. Chu Qing had long since ignored the useless feedback and prompts from the Book of Life and Death, instead closing his eyes, as if he had completely fallen asleep in the coffin. The gravekeeper's Yin position abilities were slowly condensing within him. He did not know how much time had passed, but it was clear that, according to the recent prompts, the gravekeeper's transfer ritual was nearing its end. Carve the stone tablet, leave the birth date, shine the memorial photo, seal the life, guard the death. At this moment, it seemed you had truly become a genuine dead person. However, as time flowed on, you felt a special ability awakening from your body, from your soul. This ability was so magical, so intoxicating, so irresistible. This ability was known as the Yin position, and the power of the Yin position you possessed was called the Gravekeeper. The Gravekeeper guards not only the tombs but also death and everything derived from death. You know what that is. Do not be afraid, do not panic. You understand how great and secretive your profession is, so your unwavering determination at the moment of choice is worthy of the abilities this profession grants you, isn't it? In your mind, accompanied by the subtitles of the Book of Life and Death, special abilities appeared as if by instinct. Gravekeeper, Chu Qing instinctively clenched his fist. However, the prompts from the Book of Life and Death continued to appear, and the knowledge belonging to the Gravekeeper constantly surged into Chu Qing's mind. Gravekeeper, the tomb spirits that grow alongside the tombs are your greatest support. Gravekeeper, within the tomb's range, you have extraordinary enhancement and recovery. Gravekeeper, your vigorous energy means you do not rely on mortal sleep. Gravekeeper, at the fleeting dawn and the intersection of night, you must fulfill your duties to reap your rewards. Gravekeeper, your life was already concluded when your name was inscribed on your tombstone. The reason you can still walk in this world is due to the gift of death. Gravekeeper, you are the first Gravekeeper born in this world. Death itself and the countless slumbering inhabitants, to show their appreciation and gratitude towards you, gifted you a special present as a Gravekeeper in that profound darkness. I hope you are worthy of their appreciation and gratitude. Gravekeeper, you should awaken. Inside the dark coffin, a blood-red gaze slowly opened, accompanied by a slight upturn of the lips. Whoa, I can't see any comments, is anyone there? The little author is so anxious. In the pitch-black coffin, Chu Qing lay inside, not moving at all. He felt the completely different power of the underworld from that of the paper craftsman. At this moment, it was as if he could grasp the entire scope of the Beishan cemetery, as if it were in the palm of his hand, meticulous and clear. This ability, akin to that of a spirit bound to the earth, made Chu Qing understand clearly what the abilities of a gravekeeper were. However, he still raised his arm, and the death ledger accompanied his thoughts and ideas, providing him with the most intuitive and detailed feedback and introduction. Chu Qing rank, 9th grade Yin lifespan, 1 year, Yang lifespan, non-gravekeeper, underworld position preserving life, guarding death, known as the guardian of the tombs. Yang lifespan consumed disappears, all converted to Yin lifespan consumption, consuming 1 day of Yin lifespan each day. Preserve life, ability within the jurisdiction of the cemetery, all physical qualities are enhanced, and the need for sleep is significantly reduced, with all recovery speeds greatly enhanced. Guarding death, duty at dawn, ensure that all anomalies within the tombs are accounted for, thus gaining Yin lifespan. For each 9th grade anomaly, gain 1 day of Yin lifespan at each dawn. Can actively suppress the weight level of anomalies within the tomb. Current cemetery range, 400 acres. Tomb ghost control, ghost manipulation technique can inscribe an anomaly that has fully understood its killing rules beneath one's own tombstone, completing the control and manipulation. Current rank can only control 1. However, the tomb ghost can only operate and survive within the cemetery range, while also gaining the enhancement of the gravekeeper's preserve life ability, allowing the weight level of the rule ability to be increased. Current tomb ghost, non-symbiosis, state Yan lifespan greatly reduced, can fully command the bloodeye ghost. State unknown. Promotion requirements, unknown note, esteemed sir, you have taken the first step on the great path, it is my utmost honor to serve you. These, under normal circumstances, were all of Chu Qing's abilities. The underworld position of the gravekeeper was just like this. Typically, one could only exert the characteristics and enhancements of the gravekeeper's underworld position within the cemetery range. The same applied to tomb ghosts, which is why the profession of gravekeeper is often considered quite troublesome. Not to mention the guarding death professional power. In 1 day, a 9th grade anomaly could only provide a mere day of Yin lifespan. Who could make use of that? Usually, a 9th grade anomaly consumes a day's worth of Yin lifespan in a single day. Only earthbound spirits like the Yin god of wealth and the faceless ghost, which cannot move freely, would reduce their Yin lifespan by half each day. Otherwise, with the daily gains, it would seem that apart from supporting some 9th grade anomalies within the cemetery, there wouldn't even be enough for oneself and one's tomb ghost. The gravekeeper is indeed considered one of the most troublesome underworld positions for a reason. Previously, Chu Qing thought about acquiring a large number of anomalies to earn Yin lifespan by lying down every day, but looking at it this way, it seemed a bit naive. If it weren't for the new thing below, even Chu Qing would have to consider whether to occasionally let these anomalies out to hunt for sustenance to support the acquisition of Yin lifespan for these anomalies. However, aside from all the annotations of the gravekeeper's underworld position abilities above, the most important thing was undoubtedly the reward for being the first gravekeeper. This reward was not some underworld artifact or clue to an anomaly as Chu Qing had imagined. Instead, it was a special ability never seen before by a gravekeeper, corner of the underworld, ability having received the gift of death, you know how to make anomalies more suitably integrate with your tomb. You can observe the high-level tomb construction requirements that perfectly match based on the different states of the anomaly's ability rules, and consuming lifespan to transform it. In the midst of the bazaar, the daily watchman could gain a significant increase in their shadow lifespan, while the chances of promotion for the bazaar entities residing here also rose. Once the bazaar achieved complete fusion, the tombkeeper could control and command the corresponding bazaar without any loss. Currently, only the construction requirements for high-level tombs of 9th grade bazaar can be observed. That's right. The ability of this corner of the underworld is the reward for the first tombkeeper. It does not pertain to an increase in combat power, but rather expands the capabilities of the tombkeeper. However, the benefits it brings are immeasurable. The shadow lifespan goes without saying. After converting the ghost money, it becomes hard currency in the bazaar world, worth a great deal. The ability to increase the chances of bazaar promotion is even rarer, coupled with the last, more ambiguous yet more astonishing effect. Is this the reward for the first tombkeeper? He suddenly recalled Ding Xia. Ding Xia had mentioned to him the ceremony and requirements for his promotion to the king of Bian City. What was needed was to establish a city of wrongful death that belonged to him. He wondered if, upon reaching the first grade level, the king of Bian City also possessed a capability similar to a corner of the underworld? If so, did this ability mean that he, as a 9th grade tombkeeper, was already in a distant confrontation with the first grade position of the king of Bian City? Thinking of this, Chu Qing gasped and smiled. It truly is something to look forward to. However, anticipation is a matter for the future. What should be done now is to transform the embryonic form of the death apartment into his own tomb ghost. With this thought, Chu Qing rose from the coffin, and Ruo Shue's face was pale. She had never felt so helpless before. She finally understood just how exaggerated Chu Qing's terror was. It turned out that without Chu Qing, this place was a genuine hell. This North Mountain cemetery was terrifying many times more than that taxi number 40,004. The black crows in the sky, the god of death's unrestrained gaze, the large red lanterns floating above at an unknown time, the constantly swirling blood characters, and at this moment, the faceless phantom she regarded as her talisman. On her death ledger, lines of text flickered. Can money really buy everything? Perhaps, but the danger you face is far too great. With just a month of shadow lifespan, converted into the hands of the faceless ghost, only 15 days remain. After all, the quality of the shadow lifespan you convert this way is simply too poor. The faceless ghost has begun to reconsider whether it should face the bizarre entities that are eager to dismember you for this little shadow lifespan. Feeling the prompts from the death ledger, and Ruo Shui wanted to curse. This was already her third time converting shadow lifespan and paying the faceless ghost. It seemed like a small amount, but the conversion of shadow lifespan to yang lifespan on the death ledger was not a simple one-to-one exchange. For each month of shadow lifespan, she had exchanged 3 times, paying a full 3 years of yang lifespan. The previous day's shadow lifespan was hardly enough to fill a gap, for which she had already paid 3 years of yang lifespan for conversion. The time had reached 2:15. Why hadn't Chu Qing come out yet? And Ruo Shui lamented. In this desperate struggle for survival, you feel that if you escape this danger, you will gain a brand new power. This power is called shadow position. And your shadow position is that of a life buyer. Life buyers use money to communicate with the underworld, exchanging what they have to buy lives. You need to use will and calculation to communicate with countless bizarre entities. Even though some of them do not wish to communicate with you, they only want a feast. Finally, amidst these prompts, just as Ruo Shui was about to activate the death ledger again to exchange for another year of yang lifespan, a voice like heavenly music appeared. Crack! The death ledger, which had just fallen silent, seemed to have been prepared long ago, as lines of subtitles flashed rapidly. Buyer of life, the grinding ghost you are driven by money is your guarantee for purchasing life. Buyer of life, you possess a charm that others do not, they see you as one of their own. Buyer of life, remember that money is everything. With money, even ghosts can be compelled. Without money, you become the grinding ghost. Buyer of life, in the trade between humans and the strange, you will receive the rewards you deserve. Buyer of life, you are the first buyer of life born in this world. Money itself, along with countless eager traders, has gifted you a special present as a buyer of life in that profound darkness, as a sign of their appreciation and gratitude. I hope you are worthy of this appreciation and gratitude from him and them. Buyer of life, the awakening of an existence will make all the dilemmas and dangers before you vanish completely. Go thank him. As a buyer of life, it is not shameful to submit to the strong. The cold and eerie atmosphere completely dissipated, and Ruo Shui collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. In the next moment, a figure slowly emerged from the midnight black coffin. Chu Qing stepped out of the darkness once more. All the strangeness became incredibly quiet at that moment. The owner of those blood-red eyes grew even stronger, and the pair of blood-red eyes that brought them the threat of death also became more powerful. Irresistible. Unresistible. Chu Qing casually glanced at the sweating and Ruo Shui, his blood-red eyes locking onto her, instantly probing all her gathered abilities, and Ruo Shui, rank, 9th grade, Yin lifespan, none, Yang lifespan, none, Yin money, 10 years, buyer of life, Yin position buyer of life, using money to communicate with the Yin, exchanging what is lacking to purchase life. Yang lifespan consumed disappears, Yin lifespan consumed disappears, physical condition and appearance do not change or age with the passage of time, automatically consuming 1 day of Yin money for life every 5 days, death occurs when Yin money is exhausted. Using money to communicate with the Yin, ability recognition level by the strange increases, hostility from the strange decreases, can gain insight into the intentions and some rules of the strange to a certain extent, and can conduct preliminary appeasement and communication with them. When Yin lifespan is exchanged for Yin money, the exchange rate increases to 3:1. Exchange of needs, position each time a transaction with the strange is completed, a portion of the profit will be returned as one's own Yin lifespan. Money can make ghosts grind, ghost control technique can consume half of one's Yin lifespan to control the selected grinding ghost. Current rank can only control one, current grinding ghost, none, wealth flows in, ability all Yin money held gains an increased interest rate, receiving 0 interest Yin money from the current total Yin money each month. Additionally, can briefly control a strange using Yin money, the duration of control depends on the amount of Yin money consumed, requires physical contact to control. The interest rate of this ability increases as the buyer of life's rank rises.
Status, survived a disaster, mentally and physically exhausted. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, human, you actually allowed a woman to gain such powerful abilities and a profession. Not bad, quite to my taste, hurry up and take her in. The blood-eyed ghost's complaints went ignored by Chu Qing. He fully understood the abilities of the buyer of life. This was not a Yin position particularly skilled in combat. What surprised him was that the first buyer of life's reward was also an ability. Moreover, it appeared to be an extremely powerful ability. The interest rate of Yin money? There is an exchange rate between Yin money and Yin lifespan. This is one of the most frustrating points for ghost controllers in the strange world. To exchange certain things for purchase, one must convert Yin lifespan into Yin money, but the conversion rate of Yin lifespan into Yin money is a terrifying 12. Indeed, 1 year of Yin lifespan can only be converted into 1 month of Yin lifespan paper money. After being absorbed by other strange entities or ghost tamers, this 1 month of paper money can similarly only yield 1 month of Yin lifespan. Such a pitiful ratio can only be improved by a few methods, one being the Yin job sequence of the life-buying lineage. Another is the ultimate version of the black copper coin puzzle of the underworld artifact, held by that terrifying treasure of the narrow world proprietress. However, such a rare yet necessary currency can be accumulated at this interest rate. If this woman has 1,000 or 800 years of Yin lifespan paper money, wouldn't it mean she could effortlessly collect 5 or 6 months worth of paper money in a month? It may not sound like much, but there's also the effect of upgrading levels to increase the interest rate. The future could hold much more than this. This ability has great potential. For a moment, Chu Qing even felt reluctant to let this woman become a trial taker in the death apartment system. Yin lifespan, paper money, no one would ever complain about having too much. However, at this stage, it was impossible for Chu Qing to fully trust the other party and place all his excess Yin lifespan within Ruoxue. Although this ability is rare, it is not irreplaceable. With this thought, he did not forget his main business. The bloodletter ghost of the death apartment, something he had been thinking about since his rebirth, was almost on par with the blood-eyed dragon lord, becoming his biggest plan in Harvest in the early stages. Today, at the moment of becoming a gravekeeper, it would finally become his grave ghost. Dian Shang Wang Ding Xie, the best choice for a grave ghost he had longed for. He hurriedly walked to the door of the security room, and the blood character seemed to sense Chu Qing's approach, slowly appearing on the glass. The killing rules of the bloodletter ghost are not continuous, which is the biggest difference from other strange entities. Coupled with Chu Qing's summoning, almost as soon as he reached out his hand, the handful of blood characters came into his palm, as if it were a living thing. The next moment, with the bloodletter ghost, Chu Qing directly arrived before his stone tablet, standing in the center of the North Mountain Cemetery. He slowly crouched in front of it, glanced at the bloodletter ghost in his hand, supported the massive stone tablet, and with a thought, the next moment, the original stone tablet seemed to be carved open by an invisible chisel. A line of brand new characters appeared at the bottom of the stone tablet, the characters small, grave ghost, bloodletter ghost. The moment this line of text appeared, the handful of blood in Chu Qing's hand seemed to boil, as if it were slightly resisting, fighting against the infiltration of that strange power. However, this resistance was not very strong. First, the bloodletter ghost also needed to find a place to reside quickly. As a special type of earthbound spirit, this was inevitable. Secondly, Chu Qing's aura was indeed somewhat compatible with it. Facing Chu Qing, it did not show any particular aggression, or rather, the death apartment, this strange entity, was not as eager as others to devour human life. It only needed to fulfill the guidance of fate to naturally gain in lifespan and grow. Ultimately, streams of blood slowly flowed into the carved characters of the tombstone, and the next moment, Chu Qing felt a different connection with the bloodletter ghost. Every drop of blood in his body seemed to merge with the essence of the bloodletter ghost. It was as if the blood he had previously expelled had once again fused with him in this way. However, this was not the most important part. The most important thing was that at the moment the bloodletter ghost became a grave ghost, in addition to a partial enhancement of the bloodletter ghost's abilities, a mist that had never been present before was slowly unveiled on the bloodletter ghost. Promotion requirement: complete more than 10 death guidance tasks. At the same time, obtain a 9th grade strange entity containing the name gate to absorb for promotion puzzle. Looking at the promotion requirements of the blood character ghost, even Chu Qing couldn't help but smile. Is the door strange? In this way, the promotion requirements for the blood character ghost have been found. It's just that he doesn't know what the promotion requirements for his other support, the blood-eyed dragon lord, are. Chu Qing didn't think too much about it. The path would eventually reveal itself. He glanced at the empty yet not lonely North Mountain Cemetery, which would probably become quite lively soon. With this thought, he ignored Ruoxue, who was still lost in feeling the life buyer's shadow power, and lightly jumped onto the flat coffin lid that was secured. This night would be etched in the memories of countless people. It was a night that left a vivid mark in the river of time. As the long night lingered, Chu Qing gazed at the sky with his blood-red eyes, observing the gloomy night sky, where even the moon seemed shrouded in dark energy, and couldn't help but softly sigh. The autumn wind is bleak again, the world has changed. TSK, what a nice weather. Can someone tell me where that stupid virus on my phone that keeps cursing me to death came from? Damn, you have it too? I thought that was my golden finger. No, what does this say? Why hasn't anyone said anything yet? Heh, golden finger my ass, humanity is about to be destroyed. I don't care anymore, I have to enjoy myself before I die. Fuck, what is happening to this world? The next morning, no, it started fermenting from deep night. The entire blue star, countless worlds and countries, countless ordinary people, were discussing the suddenly appeared book of life and death. This thing, which seemed like a virus, had caused the whole world to be in a state of panic. However, there was still no news from the officials of various countries. Whether this thing was a joke of technological breakthrough or a bizarre arrival, no one knew. Even the officials couldn't provide an explanation. Finally, at 7:30, a time when the sky should have been bright, but was now just at sunrise, the news was broadcasted. However, the well-known national beauty host of the morning news didn't provide any clarity. The only warning she gave about the book of life and death was, never exchange your lifespan. Never be tempted by this thing. Clearly, in the 7 hours from midnight to 7 in the morning, many people had tested this result with their lives. The entire world was caught up in such discussions. But this was just the beginning. For the whole world to fully accept all of this, to face the bizarre facts that had appeared in the corresponding measures, would take more than half a month. One couldn't blame the officials for their slow response. Even the Dragon Country, with its vast population, was one of the fastest responding officials on the entire Blue Star. So, after a busy night, Chu Qing glanced at the morning news in various public platforms like forums, group chats, and Weibo, and didn't pay much attention to it. In his previous life, he might have been one of these people. As the order and rules of the new world arrived, the quicker one reacted and took action, the higher the chance of becoming a prominent existence in the new world. Of course, the risk of death also increased, and Ruoxue had already left. This was not a sanctuary, and Ruoxue had her own matters to attend to. She also understood that the urgent task now was to find a suitable anomaly to become her grinding ghost. As for the anomalies in this North Mountain cemetery, Chu Qing had already been exceedingly kind to Ruoxue. If she had already become a shadow worker with special rewards and couldn't control the anomalies, then there was no need for Chu Qing to worry about it. If everything had to be done by him, what did he need Ruoxue for? As for whether the remaining anomalies can be found, after the arrival of the anomalies, the era of terror officially began, and the number and frequency of anomalies will only increase, especially in a special place like Luochang. It is not difficult to find a grinding ghost that can be manipulated. Chu Qing's thoughts are not much on Ruoxue right now, but are completely focused on another matter, a corner of the underworld. This ability granted by the first gravekeeper allows one to observe the advanced construction requirements of tombs containing anomalies. For Chu Qing, it is a highly profitable venture. Therefore, he spent almost the entire night studying this ability. Currently, the only anomaly he has a chance to quickly satisfy is probably the one right in front of him. The dark bronze statue of the underworld god has a sinister smile, but if one were to sense it, they would notice that this fellow seems somewhat tearful. That black copper coin has finally returned to its rightful owner, and the underworld god no longer even has the right to keep it. Fortunately, the first thing Chu Qing is preparing to act on is this very thing. Indeed, after observing with the corner of the underworld ability, the easiest condition for Chu Qing to meet is the underworld god, a special entity anomaly of the 9th rank, suitable for advanced tombs. Golden Shrine. Golden Shrine, a shrine made entirely of gold, symbolizing endless wealth. Construction requirements: tons of gold, underworld lifespan, 100 days, area, 1 square meter. Tomb effect: after the underworld god moves in, after guarding for 1 day, the underworld god gains an additional day of underworld lifespan, and the gravekeeper gains an extra day of ghost money underworld lifespan. The underworld god is within the shrine, and the rule's ability is enhanced. Indeed, this requirement is already the lowest and simplest for advanced tomb construction among the anomalies present. Moreover, it can be achieved with money. The reward is quite good. It is almost equivalent to a net profit for the gravekeeper, and it directly turns into ghost money. The terrible exchange rate of ghost money means that 1 day's worth is equivalent to 12 days of underworld lifespan. One can imagine how strong the attraction of this thing is for Chu Qing. However, while 100 days of underworld lifespan is manageable, where can he get the gold? Chu Qing rested his chin on his hand and searched for the gold price. Less than 700 yuan per gram. A ton costs 700 million. TSK. Chu Qing clicked his tongue. He has never seen so much money in his life. As for Ruoshua, even if she has money, it is impossible to have such a huge cash flow, and considering the realities of the world, it is better for Ruoshua's legitimate Lin company to remain as it is. So, where can he get such a windfall? Naturally, Chu Qing despises sneaky methods. So, how to get this money, or rather, this much gold? Just as this thought appeared, Chu Qing suddenly felt a special fluctuation. In the next moment, his palm became extremely hot. A blood-red color seeped out, directly appearing on the nearby glass door. It was none other than the current tomb anomaly, the blood character anomaly. Before Chu Qing could react, the blood character slowly began to move, just like last night. Location, Luoyang Villa area, Jinqiu Manor No. 2. Time limit, arrive before 10 o'clock tonight. Task objective, find the anomaly within the manor and capture or eliminate it. Task reward, a large amount of gold. Task failure penalty, no death guidance will be activated again within 10 days. Looking at the blood characters on the glass, Chu Qing was stunned for a moment, finally realizing, albeit belatedly, the terrifying aspect of this blood character ghost's ability, which involves fate. He had no time to think further and directly opened the local forum and various websites for Luochang, searching for Jinqiu Manor No. 2. However, at a glance, he immediately noticed the most prominent message at the top. A bounty notice, owner of Villa No. 2 in the Jingxia Zhuangjuan community, Zhou Yingzhu, offers a reward of 10 million for anyone who can exorcise evil spirits. Zhou Yingzhu. Chu Qing frowned slightly, he felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Jingxia Zhuangjuan. This was the most luxurious and extravagant residence in the entire Luo city. Although it wasn't the capital of Central Plains Province, Luo City, as an ancient capital of multiple dynasties, was actually more livable. In the living room of Villa No. 2, a woman who looked to be around 30 held her phone, her face full of weariness and helplessness. Su Yun, don't worry, this time, we have a famous expert from our Central Plains province coming. He will definitely be able to find and eliminate that ghostly thing. Pa, you really have no shame. Am I not here with you? What do you mean lacking a man? It's really not clean, I haven't slept well at your place these days. I know, and staying at your place has been too much trouble for you. Hee hee, alright, the doorbell rang, they must be here. I won't chat with you anymore, we'll meet at the beauty salon tomorrow morning. The woman hung up the phone with a sigh. However, before the call interface labeled Su Suyan could disappear, the entire phone screen suddenly turned pitch black, and blood-red text appeared on the phone. Foolish woman, do you want to find some useless people to deal with that terrifying thing? But that's fine, if you find some scapegoats, maybe you can delay your death date, because you know you can't escape, right? So I say, your best option is to quickly order a coffin now and prepare for death, lest no one come to collect your body. Of course, you could also choose to sacrifice 20 years of your life to convert it into ghostly life. I might tell you how to ascend in rank, and by then, you might have the power to resist. Zhou Yingzhu's face turned extremely ugly, her pale hand gripping the phone tightly, the veins on her hand standing out. She didn't quite understand why, even with such a bizarre thing happening, her friend still believed that there was nothing strange in this world, but rather some chaotic virus. However, her home was indeed not clean. Others might not know, but she did. Because in her dreams, she had felt that unmasked malice. It was precisely because of this that, as the death book said, she knew she couldn't escape. Could it be that she really had to pay the price of 20 years of her life as written in this death book? But that was 20 years. She only had a little over 30 years left of her life. If she suddenly paid out 20 years, wouldn't she directly become an old woman? Thinking of this, Zhou Yingzhu no longer hesitated. When the doorbell rang again, she pressed the button to open the door and stepped outside. On the nearly mile-long path, a Range Rover slowly approached. Facing the vehicle, Zhou Yingzhu put on a bright smile, watching as a white-browed monk in a monk's robe slowly got out of the car. Master Zhishan, you finally arrived. The white-browed monk named Zhishan shook his eyebrows, seemingly a bit unaccustomed to the dye he had just applied. However, today's task was clearly of utmost importance. Amitba. Previously, my disciple told me, and I didn't believe it, but seeing you today, Zhou Benefactor, your brow is dark, there may be a threat to your life. Zhou Yingzhu's expression turned bitter. Master, let's talk inside. Master Zhishan signaled to his assistant and disciple behind him with a glance before following her inside. One must say, Master Zhishan's professional skills were absolutely commendable. Once inside, with just a few words, he had Zhou Yingzhu, the former big sister of Central Plains Province, nodding repeatedly, completely convinced. Even so, without resolving the matter, Zhou Yingzhu waved her hand and directly transferred 1 million as a deposit. Master Zhishan took out the latest model of the Fruit 17 phone,
and upon seeing the large sum of money that had just arrived, he couldn't help but smile broadly. However, soon after, the 1 million transfer turned pitch black, and the ominous phone virus that had emerged since this morning reappeared. You have used exceptionally skilled rhetoric and professional deceit to swindle a large amount of money. You should be proud of your silver tongue. However, you have overlooked one thing. That is, if there really are ghosts here, what will you do? Are you ready for your first professional assessment in your life? Looking at the bloody words on the screen, Master Jishan frowned slightly. He was not young anymore and didn't know much about these trendy gadgets, but he had heard from his disciples that they seemed to be studying this thing all morning. He had no idea what it was. As for whether there were ghosts, Master Jishan clearly didn't care. He had been in this profession for 20 years. Did he not know if there were ghosts in this world? However, he was too lazy to think more about it and placed the phone on the coffee table in front of him, just as he was about to get closer to Miss Zhou. Legend had it that her background was quite special, related to a major case in Central Plains Province. Such a stunning beauty, if only. Unfortunately, just as he was about to speak, a somewhat panicked voice came from the intercom at the door. Miss Zhou, a taxi has crashed into your estate. Crashed in? Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback. How did a taxi manage to crash into the main gate of her splendid estate? Did it just smash the door open? That was too ridiculous. And clearly, Zhou Yingzhu had no idea that her guess was quite close. However, she didn't have time to think more about it as the sound of the engine grew closer, and then it stopped right in front of the villa. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room, one could see that it was a blue and white taxi, very characteristic of Luochang. A young man dressed in a black trench coat got out of the taxi. Even more bizarrely, the young man was holding something very strange in his hand, which seemed to be a statue of the god of wealth. Then, the young man walked in as if he owned the place. Zhou Yingzhu frowned slightly, then relaxed a bit, because she had to admit that this young man was incredibly handsome. However, she still coldly asked, "Who are you, and how did you get in?" The visitor could only be Chu Qing. He calmly glanced at Zhou Yingzhu and already had an idea in his mind, then said, "My name is Chu Qing. I heard from Sister Yun that you need to exorcise some evil spirits, right? I have some research in this area, so I came to offer my help." An intruder? Upon hearing the name Sister Yun, Zhou Yingzhu's wariness lessened considerably. But Master Jishan, who was sitting on the sofa not far away, clearly couldn't sit still. "Young benefactor, I am here, so you need not trouble yourself. This matter is not something a novice like you can handle." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qing didn't pay him any mind and simply smiled at the old monk. The old monk returned the gaze without a care, but at that moment, his phone on the coffee table flickered again, involuntarily drawing the old monk's attention. "You are very lucky. Your first professional assessment in life seems to have encountered a turning point. Of course, this requires you to find a way to take back what you just said. Alternatively, you could kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the person you just offended." Staring at his phone on the coffee table, the old monk was stunned. His eyes began to dart around. Beside them, Zhou Yingzhu had already spoken up. "Master, this is my good friend who was introduced to me. Just consider it a favor for me." Master Jishan feigned a look of dissatisfaction, glanced at Chu Qing, and then said, "Since that's the case, very well. Benefactor, step out for a moment. I need to discuss Zhou Benefactor's situation with you." Chu Qing was genuinely puzzled by the big monk's intentions and followed him outside. The big monk directly bypassed the disciples and assistants who seemed to be preparing for the ritual and entered the spacious estate outside the villa. After glancing at Zhou Yingzhu, who had not come out, he lowered his voice and said to Chu Qing, "Brother, let's make a deal today, 50-50, how about that?" This fellow spoke again, clearly no longer maintaining the solemn demeanor he had before. Chu Qing looked at him with interest. "What deal?" The big monk took out his phone, the crimson characters of the Book of Life and Death still flashing. "This thing. The moment you arrived, it started prompting this. Goodness, before I had to bluff. Now with this high tech, no words are needed, it just works. How about this, teach me how to use this trick, and for this deal, I'll take 3, you take 7, deal?" Seeing the big monk seemingly having made a great decision, Chu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He really liked such an interesting teammate. He hoped the little thing that came with him liked it too. Thinking of this, Chu Qing did not answer him but slightly raised his head. He noticed that at some point, a completely black crow had perched on the eaves of the estate, meeting Chu Qing's gaze and letting out a series of harsh caws. Caw, caw. The calls were hoarse, like the low tolling of a death knell. The prompt from the Book of Life and Death. Chu Qing had no way to deal with it. This thing was currently beyond his control. The Book of Life and Death could sense the strange quantities and aura on Chu Qing. Therefore, it had a rough judgment of his strength. Unless one was 2 ranks higher than the owner of the Book of Life and Death, otherwise, reaching the middle 3rd rank, which meant entering the 6th rank could somewhat sever the probing of the book. Otherwise, there were some strange entities that could shield their perception. However, even so, the Book of Life and Death could still detect these reasons and thus provide prompts to the original owner, which was unavoidable. Moreover, it was precisely because of the Book of Life and Death that many half-believing individuals like Master Zhishan were directly eliminated in the early stages. When the era of terror descended, many ordinary people relied on the Book of Life and Death to judge the situation and indeed avoided many life and death crises. In other words, the Book of Life and Death significantly increased the survival rate of countless ordinary humans in the early stages. As for whether this thing would expose itself, if Chu Qing had to say, he didn't care much. He didn't need to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger, nor did he need to show off in front of others. Aside from the ultimate vision of immortality and eternal existence, what Chu Qing sought at the moment was merely the position of king. Little benefactor, what does your smile mean? Whether you agree or not, you should say something. Chu Qing looked at him calmly, meeting the latter's gaze, and Master Zhishan felt a chill run through him. Master, over the years, you've made quite a bit of money from this, haven't you? Not much, not much. I'm just using other people's money to help them avert disasters. There are costs involved. Speaking of which, it's only a few thousand. You see that car of mine? A Range Rover, over 2 million. Little benefactor, if you teach me this trick, and if you're willing to study with me for 2 years, I guarantee that in less than 2 years, you can also get one of these. Master Zhishan said proudly. Chu Qing smiled again, is that so? Then you've really made quite a bit, Master, your fortune is flourishing. Seeing Chu Qing's intention, Master Zhishan revealed a smile. The little rascal was quite perceptive. Without hesitation, he began to share his experiences with Chu Qing, hoping to build a rapport and gain access to Chu Qing's high technology. It must be said that the old monk was remarkable in this regard. He was akin to those lecturers who stand on a podium and tell you that gambling is a form of wisdom. After the two reached a consensus, the big monk started to perform rituals in the living room alongside his disciples. Surprisingly, despite the commotion, it did have a semblance of authenticity. On the other hand, Zhou Yingzhu seemed quite interested in Chu Qing, who was always smiling while observing everyone in the living room. Little Chu, what is your relationship with Su Yun? Sister Yun is my landlord. Oh, is it really that simple? If that's the case, why would she mention me to you? Zhou Yingzhu clearly did not believe it. Chu Qing chuckled, in fact, it has nothing to do with Sister Yun. I came here because I saw your job posting on the local website. As for how I knew about your relationship with Sister Yun, it was because I saw you two together at Happy Garden before. Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback, not expecting this young man to divulge so easily. She raised her eyebrows. Little Chu, I won't rush you then, but just don't offend Master Zhishan. After lunch, for Sister Yun's sake, you can leave. She appeared amiable, but it was evident that she was fundamentally different from the genuinely gentle and serene Sister Su Yun. There was an absolute warning and an air of superiority in her eyes. Chu Qing knew that this woman was not joking. However, he didn't mind. Sister Zhou, do you have a lot of gold here? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu's expression remained unchanged, but in Chu Qing's view, he clearly saw her pupils slightly constrict. The next moment, beneath her dark pupils, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed. Indeed, it was murderous intent. This woman had blood on her hands. And definitely not just one. So she was a Black Widow. Interesting. But then again, even if Chu Qing didn't know Zhou Yingzhu's background, an ordinary woman wouldn't be able to manage such a fortune. Not to mention, just this splendid estate was worth tens of millions. But so what? Chu Qing didn't care at all, even shifting his gaze from the big monk performing the rituals to examine everything in the villa. A stream of cold, grayish-white energy swirled in his eyes. However, strangely, since entering this villa estate, he hadn't seen any leaking negative energy. What was that bizarre thing? Chu Qing glanced at the Yin Kaishan he had set down after entering. The Yin Kaishan's lifespan was the longest among all his peculiarities. Although its killing rules weren't as immediate as the head lantern or blood-eyed specter, it was certainly not weak. In this short time, the monks and disciples arranging the rituals, including Master Zhishan, had already lost interest in the Yin Kaishan. They were clearly captivated by greed. Most importantly, the killing rules of the Yin Kaishan were more effective on those who were greedy for wealth. And evidently, Master Zhishan and his team did not disappoint in this regard. Not to mention, the Crow Specter's mark. Of course, the purpose of the Yin Kaishan's arrival was not for this. It was extremely sensitive to wealth, and Chu Qing wanted to see if the Yin Kaishan could find gold. According to the death guidance from the last blood task, the rewards for this task were clearly not just handed over. While Chu Qing was observing around, Zhou Yingzhu, who had been silent all along, finally spoke slowly. How did you know? Her voice was low and husky. Chu Qing's brows furrowed slightly, and a barely perceptible red glimmer flashed in his eyes, before he finally let out a small sigh of relief.
In that moment, he truly thought that Zhou Yingzhu was the strange impersonator in this villa estate. However, Chu Qing's patience had clearly worn thin.
He had no interest in the oddities here. If possible, he would take the gold and leave, and it wouldn't matter to him if these people died here. Yet, it seemed that someone else had also lost their patience and interest. The next moment, Zhou Yingzhu had turned around, looking at Master Zhishan, who was busy arranging the ritual candlesticks, along with a few others, and suddenly spoke, "Master Zhishan, I just remembered that when I was feeling unwell, I saw something. That thing has been kept in the study upstairs, and I was too scared to take it down myself. How about you all accompany me to retrieve it and bless it?" Zhou Yingzhu smiled brightly, with a hint of pleading, causing Master Zhishan and the disciples behind him to flush, eager to showcase themselves in front of this ageless beauty. Even Master Zhishan waved his hand. "I see, then please lead the way, and let this old monk see what kind of demon or ghost it is." Only Chu Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, looking deeply at Zhou Yingzhu before him, realizing the situation. Zhou Yingzhu also smiled at Chu Qing, but her eyes held no warmth, only a coldness as if she were looking at a corpse. "Little Chu, you should come along too. After we're done, we can leave together." She emphasized the last three words, clearly laden with meaning. Chu Qing's lips curled up. Sure. He didn't pay attention to Zhou Yingzhu's gaze, even though he understood her deeper intentions. No wonder she had urged him to leave quickly before, considering Su Suyun's face. The Black Widow is one of the most skilled hunters at weaving traps to ensnare her prey. It was uncertain whether this Black Widow could catch a spider catcher who was already prepared. On the staircase to the second floor, figures followed one after another. Chu Qing walked at the back, carrying the statue of the god of wealth, and slowly made his way to the second floor. Everyone stood before a tightly closed door. Then, they all clearly saw that even Zhou Yingzhu, who had maintained her composure, couldn't help but take a deep breath, clearly very tense. This scene made Master Zhishan's disciples and assistants feel a bit nervous as well. Although they had followed their master for many years, always saying that there was nothing else in this world but nonsense and that feudal superstitions were to be avoided, the strange thing that had suddenly appeared that morning was still quite concerning. Creak! Without giving the others much time to think, the door slowly opened. At some point, Chu Qing's eyes had completely narrowed. He didn't rush in, not even facing the study door directly. As the saying goes, a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. With so many people to back him up, why should he rush? If these people were to explore the bizarre rules of murder with their lives, it could be considered a worthy death. However, he didn't encounter anything unusual. Even Master Zhishan, after entering the room and circling around, asked, "Zhou Benefactor, where is that evil thing you mentioned?" Yet, Zhou Yingzhu ignored Master Zhishan and smiled at Chu Qing, who was still standing outside the door. "Little Chu, being so timid in your line of work won't do." Chu Qing chuckled, better safe than sorry. However, he didn't continue to hide and followed Zhou Yingzhu into the study, which was even larger than the living room of an average household. In an instant, his gaze slowly shifted and locked onto something. An indescribable chill began to spread gradually. Indeed, this woman had long known of the strange traces. It was a painting. A vertical painting. The content of the painting was not particularly special, the image of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Moreover, it was evident that this should be an old piece, very open. Perhaps it was precisely because it was too open. The Zhong Kuei in the painting appeared extremely thin, but the fierce tiger beneath this legendary judge seemed so lifelike, as if it were about to leap out of the painting and devour a person whole. Chu Qing understood in his heart. "Master Zhou, what evil thing is this?" Zhou Yingzhu, as expected, pointed to the position above, and indeed it was that painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. Master Zhishan glanced at the object, stepped forward slightly, and indeed, almost at the moment his gaze locked onto it, the tiger in the painting seemed to leap directly out, startling him so much that he quickly took a few steps back. He blinked, not knowing when. Beads of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Was it an illusion? Or what was it? He glanced at the rest of the people around. Chu Qing had somehow sat behind a tea table. Zhou Yingzhu stood at the door, while his assistants and disciples looked at him curiously, clearly having not seen what had just happened. So, was it really just an illusion? Master Zhishan cleared his throat and directly looked at the two people behind him. "Shiming, Xuan, you two come over and take this painting down from the wall." "Yes." The two young monks quickly responded, then each stepped forward to stand before the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. They were about to reach out their hands. However, at that moment, their actions suddenly froze. It was as if they had been hit by a paralysis spell, standing still and unmoving. At this moment, even Master Zhishan and the remaining two assistants sensed something was off. "Shiming, Xuan, what are you doing? Move quickly." However, before his words could finish,
a terrifying roar echoed in the closed study. Roar! The roar was like a tiger descending the mountain. It was so piercing, so loud. Yet, at that moment, the scene was so bloody. In the shocked and terrified gazes of Master Zhishan and the other two assistants, Shiming and Shiyuan seemed to suddenly recover from their frozen state. Then, one clutched his stomach, while the other touched his neck. The next second, terrifying crimson sprayed out. One had a massive penetrating wound in his stomach, his insides spilling out, while the other was even more tragic. His originally bald head had vanished without a trace. The spraying blood stained the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. The rest remained untouched. Then, the corpse seemed to be dragged by something. Ah! A piercing scream erupted, but it did not come from Zhou Yingzhu, the only woman present, but from Master Zhishan. Then, this white-browed master, without a second thought, ran towards the door of the study where Zhou Yingzhu stood. Then, that rushing body suddenly stopped in place, raised both hands, and slowly retreated. Zhou Yingzhu's expression was indifferent, and at some point, she had already taken out a pitch-black handgun, coldly aimed at the trembling Master Zhishan. Master Zhou, what are you doing? What are you doing? There are ghosts in this room. There are ghosts in that painting. Zhou Yingzhu said calmly, I know, so I found the master to help me exorcise the ghosts, right? Master, you've already taken the deposit, you wouldn't want to run away, would you? Deposit. Right, the deposit. Master Zhishan quickly said, Zhou, I'll return your deposit. You can find someone else for this job. By the way, isn't Chu Qing still around? I'll give him the money, you can go find him. What answered him was a crisp gunshot. Bang! Even Chu Qing didn't expect that Zhou Yingzhu would actually pull the trigger. A scream, as tragic as that of a slaughtered pig, accompanied the blood-red gun muzzle on Master Zhishan's shoulder, proving the direction of the shot. Master Zhishan, in Luocheng, or even in Central Plains Province, has no one ever told you that my Zhou Yingzhu's money is not something you can take or throw away as you please? She then looked at the two men, who were equally terrified, her superb marksmanship in the confined space of the study clearly leaving no room for retaliation. And you too, now, go take that painting down. However, just after the fate of Shiyuan was revealed, everyone saw it, no one dared to make a move. Master Zhishan reacted quickly. He immediately noticed Chu Qing, who was calm and even poured himself a glass of water from a nearby kettle. If there really were ghosts in this world, then was that damned phone alert correct? Did this seemingly sinister young man really have some tricks up his sleeve? So, he crawled over directly. Little benefactor, if you save my life, I'll give you my Range Rover. Chu Qing glanced at the white-browed monk tugging at his pants leg and almost laughed out loud. The effect of the Yin God was indeed quite effective. At such a life-and-death moment, this guy was still thinking of just giving him a broken car? He smiled and nodded, don't worry, master. He then set down the cup, took a sip, and said, Sister Zhou, how about we discuss something? Zhou Yingzhu frowned, the dark gun muzzle already aimed at Chu Qing. Little Chu, I already said, for Suyan's sake, I would let you go first. Why do you have to seek your own death? As for them, do you know how many people this old bald donkey has deceived during this time? How many female believers has he tricked, and how many families has he ruined? Chu Qing set down the cup. You say this, but there's some sincerity in your words. So, rest assured, looking at Sister Yun's face, as long as you give me what I want, I will also leave you a way out. Facing Zhou Yingzhu's astonished gaze, Chu Qing continued, what I want to discuss with you is another matter. After that painting kills these people inside, leave their bodies behind, I have a little guy here who has been hungry. At this point, Chu Qing looked out the window of the study. He didn't know when, but a black crow appeared there, opening its blood-red beak and frantically pecking at the window, its eyes fixed on the splattered blood and the two corpses in the room. That frenzied gaze made everyone present shudder. Chu Qing walked to the window, opened it, and let the crow in before turning back to continue. Of course, if you, this accomplice to the tiger, can't make this decision, then I'll just take action myself, and I can have a good talk with this little kitty. Tiger. In ancient times, it was revered by many as the mountain lord. Fierce and deadly. It is said that a tiger that has become a spirit can turn the souls of those who die by its mouth into its accomplices, luring other humans to become its food. Being an accomplice to the tiger comes from this. That's right. The Zhou Yingzhu before him is the accomplice of the tiger in the painting. However, compared to the legendary accomplice, Zhou Yingzhu at this moment is still a living person. The reason should be that this is just a tiger spirit in a painting, not a true mountain lord. The entire room fell silent. Zhou Yingzhu, holding a black pistol, momentarily lost her resolve. She did not know who Chu Qing really was, nor did she understand what gave him such confidence. Inside the room, apart from the continuous howls of Master Zhishan, there was nothing else. As for the other two assistants of Master Zhishan, they were clearly in a state of shock.
However, at that moment, a scarlet light finally emerged from the depths of Chu Qing's eyes, locking onto Zhou Yingzhu. In that instant, Zhou Yingzhu's mind was flooded, and Chu Qing suddenly leaped to her side, snatching the pitch-black handgun from her hand. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, yet it also made Chu Qing secretly breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, without carrying the lantern head and being unable to activate the ability of darkness under the light, this thing could indeed harm him. Now that the handgun was taken away, the only remaining threat in the room was another object. However, this scene undoubtedly gave some of those present a false sense of hope. Seeing Chu Qing's actions, Master Zhishan was overjoyed, and the two assistants also regained their senses, looking at Chu Qing with immense delight. "Little brother, for today's matter, this old monk will surely repay you in the future." After saying this, he intended to lead the two assistants to continue their escape. Unfortunately, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and through the smoke of the gunfire, a pair of calm red eyes looked at the three of them. "When did I say you three could leave?" "Little brother, you are not." Chu Qing smiled at the pale-faced Master Zhishan, who was losing blood, and continued with a grin, "Now, the three of you, go take that painting down." Despair. At this moment, the three people present were left with nothing but despair. However, the gun barrel that was slowly aimed at them and the indifferent face made everyone understand their fate had not changed in the slightest. It was just that the one holding the butcher's knife behind the chopping board had become someone else. The weak had no power to decide how they would die. So even when Master Zhishan lay on the ground pretending to faint, the result was merely Chu Qing aiming at his thigh, followed by a gunshot. When the gun was aimed at the two assistants, they could no longer hold back, desperately running towards the painting, wanting to take it down from the wall. However, the final outcome still did not change. It was still that incredibly gruesome way of dying, still that terrifyingly large wound. Then, looking at Master Zhishan, who was rolling on the ground in pain, Chu Qing could no longer resist, directly lifting him up and throwing him in front of the painting. Ah! In the old monk's resentful gaze, there was also confusion. He did not understand why there were truly such strange things in this world. Even less did he understand why these two people were more malicious than the strange things. At this moment, he forgot about the countless broken families he had manipulated and the many women he had deceived under the pretense of enlightenment. For them, how much stronger was this Master Zhishan compared to these strange beings? In the end, all 5 people in the room met the same fate. They were still attacked by a ferocious beast, losing their lives under its sharp teeth and claws. Just then, the presence behind them seemed extremely satisfied with the abundance of prey, letting out a satisfied roar in the study where only Chu Qing and Zhou Yingzhu remained. Roar! This sound was like a tiger descending the mountain. In the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, the figure of the fierce tiger became increasingly vivid, while the figure of Zhong Kuei seemed to grow thinner. It was as if the phantom of this martial judge was about to be unable to contain the fierce tiger that was about to be born. Chu Qing was completely unconcerned about this. He simply patted the black crow that was about to rush forward and calmly looked at the painting of the tiger descending the mountain. Even though Chu Qing had already discerned some of the murderous rules of this eerie painting from the deaths of the previous 5 people, the bloodeye still gazed at the object without any trepidation. Tiger riding eerie painting grade, 9th rank category, eerie in the painting in lifespan, 3 years, 7 months, 3 days black tiger heart extraction, rule within 1 meter of the painting's main body. The entrant will meet the true form of the tiger demon and engage in an illusory battle with the fierce tiger. If defeated by the tiger, death ensues. If one can overpower the tiger, an opportunity to escape is granted. For the tiger, ability allows one human entering the black tiger heart extraction range to serve as a pawn for the tiger. Eerie in the painting, status cannot leave the painting's main body, but the daily consumption of lifespan is halved. The painting cannot be destroyed by physical means. Promotion requirements, unknown note, a dangerous thing, but unfortunately, it is still a beast. Indeed. The murderous rules of this tiger eerie in the painting were extremely straightforward, and while they could be considered powerful, they were much more intuitive compared to the Yin god of wealth. Not to mention, this thing could also control pawns. If there were no unexpected circumstances and the promotion difficulty wasn't too harsh, this thing had a great chance of entering the ranks of the 3rd grade eerie kings in the future. Not bad. Although he had indulged a bit, Chu Qing still nodded in satisfaction. He would naturally not refuse such a potentially powerful eerie. Just right, his room indeed lacked some calligraphy and paintings, and he could find a place to hang it properly later. However, at the moment Chu Qing was slowly walking over, Zhou Yingzhu finally came to her senses. She looked at Chu Qing and said, "Xiao Chu, that thing is very fierce, it's full now, so you shouldn't go over." Chu Qing paid no mind, this woman still hadn't recognized reality. But then again, as a pawn controlled by this tiger demon, Zhou Yingzhu must have long been familiar with the terror and ferocity of this thing. She had no understanding of herself. So, Chu Qing smiled slightly, his steps unceasing as he spoke. How do you know whether it's fierce or I am? As his words fell, he stopped, raising his head to look. A man and a tiger stood facing each other. The human with blood-red eyes, an eye for an eye, the tiger with sharp claws, black tiger heart extraction. Roar! The ferocious roar of the tiger resonated, making Chu Qing's ears tingle. Suddenly, the tiger in the painting seemed to leap down from it. What a fierce striped tiger! Just as described in the classics, a blood-soaked, raw body, red and twisted legs, fiery tufts of fur on its temples, stiff and upright brows, a mouth full of steel teeth, shining golden eyes. With a mighty roar, it bellowed fiercely. Such a fierce tiger appearing before him was no wonder that the 5 people just now couldn't even last 10 seconds. Even though Chu Qing knew this was the tiger demon Zen energy condensed in consciousness, he instinctively took half a step back. This was humanity's ingrained awe for the top predator etched in their genes. But soon, those red eyes met the golden ones head-on. The entire air seemed to freeze at that moment. He could feel that this Zhong Kuei writing the tiger painting was likely stronger than the previous few eras. How many lives had Zhou Yingzhu fed to this painting for it to grow to this extent in such a short time? Feeling the weight of the collision of this rule, this thing should be on the verge of breaking through to the 8th rank, right? After a breath's time, the tiger's figure suddenly lunged forward again. Although Chu Qing was surprised, he was not the slightest bit flustered. He quickly stepped back, not attempting to evade, but instead keeping his blood eye firmly fixed on the opponent. Even so, he directly reached out, pressing his hand against the cheek above that gaping blood-red mouth, and in the moment its force was exhausted, he suddenly brought his head closer. The eye, seemingly shimmering with golden light, and the black-red, sinister pupils, were no more than 3 centimeters apart. In that instant, the ferocity erupting from Chu Qing was truly more intimidating than that of the colorful evil tiger. How could the blood-eyed dragon lord have become one of the top fierce gods in the dragon kingdom and even the world in his previous life? If, at the same level, after the rules had interacted, he could still suppress the rules of the blood-eyed, then this previous life's blood-eyed dragon lord might as well have jumped into the Yellow River to commit suicide. Therefore, as Chu Qing unceremoniously charged forward, in an instant, a thread of Yin energy connected and controlled him. With a thought, countless strands of Yin energy surrounded him. The illusory colorful evil tiger, right before his eyes, transformed into a shadow and returned to the original painting. He still held his head high, maintaining the previous posture. The painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger remained eerily quiet on the wall. Beside him, Zhou Yingzhu stood frozen, her mouth still open, and then she asked a question that took Chu Qing by surprise. Has it begun? She was a bit scared. She feared that in the next moment, her voice would cause that figure to become a corpse like the previous 5. She feared that no matter what, her final outcome would still not change. Then, she saw Chu Qing slowly extend his hand, gently taking down the painting that had become her nightmare from the wall, and rolling it up in his hands. Afterward, a faint voice followed. Begin? It has already ended. Zhou Yingzhu blinked. Just as Chu Qing rolled up the painting, Zhou Yingzhu suddenly felt that the cold, lingering aura surrounding her had vanished. Above her heart, the increasingly close shadow of death seemed to have been gradually dispelled in that instant by a thread of blood red. She stared blankly at Chu Qing, who was turning around. Chu Qing paid no mind to her shock. After putting away the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, he said, "The question I asked before, you can answer it now." Question? What question? Zhou Yingzhu came back to her senses. Gold. Chu Qing frowned slightly, then reached out and tossed the black crow among the corpses on the ground. He could tell that this painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger could drag the bodies into it to devour them, but since he had already intercepted it, he naturally wouldn't hesitate to let the black crow eat more. After all, this thing thrived on such. Oh, I have it. I have gold. A lot. Zhou Yingzhu was indeed not lying to him. She really had a lot of gold here. Or rather, the prototype of the death apartment had already become a bizarre fate guide brought by the blood characters of his grave ghost, which had not deceived him. In the know. To villa of Zhou Yingzhu's splendid manor, in that basement, there were gold bars packed into 2 small storage boxes. The estimated value was conservatively over $1 billion. Why such a huge sum would appear in Zhou Yingzhu's basement? Chu Qing didn't care about the backstory behind it. He only focused on the nearly 2 tons of gold itself. As for the aftermath? Since Zhou Yingzhu dared to bring Master Zhishan and the others here, and it wasn't the first time she had done such a thing, she clearly already had means for handling the aftermath. Moreover, even the bone scraps had already entered the black crow's belly in this short time. If one insisted on saying there was any remaining aftermath, it seemed there was nothing left. Nearly 2 tons of gold looked like a lot, but in reality, a slightly normal suitcase would be enough to hold it. Gold has a very high density, small in volume, but its weight is substantial. Then it was the turn of the well-fed black crow to exert its strength. This black bird, which looked only slightly larger than a crow, surprisingly lifted over a ton of gold and tossed it onto Chu Qing's taxi. Such terrifying power left Zhou Yingzhu dumbfounded once again. Chu Qing, satisfied, got into the car with the god of wealth. Mr. Chu, could you give me a contact number? Finally, Zhou Yingzhu, who had been bewildered from the beginning and no longer resembled the Black Widow she had been earlier, couldn't help but speak up. Chu Qing thought for a moment and decided to give it to her. This woman had her ways, not to mention, firearms were not something just anyone could obtain in Manhwa. In the future, it might come in handy. After exchanging contact information, Chu Qing slowly started the engine. The now sharp and capable Zhou Yingzhu quickly said, "I'll go call someone to help you open the door." "No need," Chu Qing replied, and then, to Zhou Yingzhu's astonishment, he drove the taxi, number 40004, straight toward the gate. Then, instead of the expected violent crash, all that was left was the blue and white taxi speeding away after passing through the gate. The taxi raced at breakneck speed, reaching 400 km per hour in just a few seconds. Now that he had enough gold, he was eager to see what the Yin Chaoyi Jiao had created, the high-level tomb of the god of wealth, the golden shrine. Zhou Yingzhu stood there, lost in thought, and after the figure completely disappeared, she glanced at the contact information for Chu Qing. The profile picture was very simple, just a patch of darkness. That made Zhou Yingzhu remember it with just one glance, Gravekeeper. The golden light shone brightly. Although the color of gold and its resplendent style were not appreciated by many in this era, it had to be said that having over a ton, nearly 2 tons, of gold in front of her was still quite eye-catching. Chu Qing sat in his security room, ignoring the pile of gold on the floor, and instead focused on the dark red glass of the large door, even in daylight. After entering the door, his blood character ghost had already reacted, task completed, found the strange tiger riding picture in the Jingxiuan and successfully placed it in the tomb. From the guidance of death, the blood character ghost gained 20 days of Yin lifespan. Executor task reward, a large amount of gold. Looking at the blood character's prompt, a slight smile appeared on Chu Qing's lips. The blood character ghost was indeed the best choice for a tomb ghost. At this moment, his own Yin lifespan had also increased by 20 days. That's right, after becoming a tomb ghost, the strange coexistence state of Chu Qing had gained another aspect. The consumption of Yin lifespan had increased again, but naturally, the Yin lifespan gained by the blood character ghost merged with him. This was also the main reason he could confidently say that the consumption of the 100 days of Yin lifespan for the golden shrine was nothing. More importantly, the quality of the Yin lifespan gained from the tasks completed by the blood character ghost was comparable to that obtained through Yin positions. Of course, this quality of Yin lifespan from the Yin position referred to the quality gained by Chu Qing's origami man in his previous life. As for the quality of the Yin lifespan from the Gravekeeper's Yin position, Chu Qing had yet to experience it, so its quality remained uncertain. The terrifying era had only just begun, and he had only been a Gravekeeper for half a day. He would have to wait until dawn tomorrow to gain Yin lifespan for the first time. He just didn't know when he would have enough to advance to the 8th rank. The 8th grade upper-level position of the Gravekeeper also has several choices. However, regardless of which 8th grade position he chooses to promote to, this Gravekeeper has 2 hard conditions that cannot be changed. First, he needs a full 20 years of Yin lifespan. Second, the grave within the tomb must have at least 5 or more. These 2 are the most basic conditions, but having them does not mean that promotion to the 8th grade will go smoothly. In fact, if it were that simple, the terrifying era of the previous life would not have led to such a drastic population decline. Rapid promotion cannot fully digest the power of the Yin position. If one quickly kills to seize 20 years of Yin lifespan and then directly seeks the promotion ritual to begin the ascent, the final result will only be one. After becoming an 8th grade Yin position, one will be corroded by the Yin position, becoming a being like Huang Hong, mentally incomplete and neither human nor ghost, ultimately degenerating into a true anomaly. To promote without worries, one must naturally acquire Yin lifespan, not overly rely on the extraction from killings, and more importantly, carefully play the role, experiencing the abilities and obligations of the Yin position. Only in this way can one promote without worries after fully digesting the power of the Yin position. However, this common knowledge was only summarized years after the terrifying era. There are always some so-called enterprising individuals who, after meeting certain conditions, find the promotion method for the upper-level Yin position and then eagerly break through. In the end, they become a group of beings that are neither human nor ghost. Thinking of this, Chu Qing slightly regained his focus and finally turned his gaze to the gold he had brought back. The corner of the underworld. This skill will take the Gravekeeper's profession a step deeper, ensuring that the Gravekeeper's potential and future are not limited to just affecting the 9th grade level. Besides representing a faster acquisition of yin lifespan for the gravekeeper in the early stages, most importantly, it can enhance the potential for the anomalies within the tomb to promote. Just this point makes the ability of this corner of the underworld absolutely comparable to the powerful abilities gained from promotions in the upper 3 grades of yin positions. With this thought, Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, touching that thread of power. He felt once again that at this moment, his entire consciousness merged with the entire Beishan cemetery. He couldn't say that every blade of grass and tree was under his control, but this observation was many times stronger than mere eyesight. In the next second, the box of gold that was originally on the ground seemed to be dragged up by a cold wind, suddenly heading towards the yin god of wealth beside the counter. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as countless pieces of gold collided with the yin god of wealth. Then, these originally hard gold bricks, surrounded by yin energy, all transformed into liquid gold. It was as if an invisible brush was slowly painting and carving in front of Chu Qing, creating the most magnificent and resplendent shrine. The entire shrine was golden, about 1 meter 70 to 80 in height, with various copper coin-shaped patterns carved in the hollow center. Beneath this shrine were 2 small boxes that could be opened, intricately and beautifully carved on the outside as well. However, unlike ordinary statues of the god of wealth, which are accompanied by images of children holding money, the carvings beneath this golden shrine depicted 5 little spirits kneeling on the ground, holding gold ingots. Before Chu Qing could take a closer look, at the moment the shrine barely stood, the yin god of wealth hovering in the air seemed to be summoned by something, directly moving towards the center of the golden shrine. With a thud, it settled heavily in the center of the shrine. In that instant, Chu Qing felt that the impression the yin god of wealth gave him had changed. The yin god of wealth, positioned in the center, truly exuded a sense of solemnity and majesty. At this moment, Chu Qing clearly sensed that an abnormal aura of darkness was merging with the arrival of the golden shrine above the body of the god of wealth. An indescribable feeling emerged from the god of wealth. Others might not know what this feeling represented, but Chu Qing understood that it signified the opening of a strange staircase, allowing the god of wealth to explore and develop his own path to promotion. Even he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He suddenly looked at this god of wealth, the most inconspicuous and silent among the strange things he had been searching for. It was hidden between the sides of the shrine, beneath the resplendent gold and jade, a completely black statue of the god of wealth, smiling as if looking down at the kneeling devotees and greedy supplicants before it. Within that smile, there was arrogance, nobility, and an indescribable and different divinity. Of course, beneath the surrounding aura of darkness, behind that smile, there was also cruelty, bloodshed, greed, and the sinister ferocity lurking in the darkness. God of wealth. Darkness in front, wealth behind. Just as Chu Qing opened his eyes and carefully examined this entity, a blood-red couplet slowly emerged on either side of the shrine where the god of wealth was placed. Upper line, 100 taels of gold, only then can the god of wealth smile. Lower line, 10,000 ghost notes can make Yen Luo halt. Horizontal inscription, wealth can connect to the divine. Strange promotions also have many different channels and methods, and often, there are not many rules to follow. Sometimes, it's just that the foundation of one's dark lifespan has reached a certain level, and suddenly, one is promoted. However, this type of strange promotion does not change the abilities or the rules of killing. Instead, it mainly enhances weight and adds some other auxiliary abilities. In addition, there are also those like Chu Qing's blood character anomaly, which, besides dark lifespan, requires some other specific conditions, and most importantly, it needs to absorb certain other specific anomalies to become a piece of the promotion puzzle. This type of strange promotion, besides significantly enhancing one's own abilities, will also largely gain and manifest unexpected enhancements along with the abilities of those anomalies used as puzzle pieces. What the promotion of the god of wealth looks like, Chu Qing did not yet know. After all, it is normal not to be able to directly glimpse the promotion method of an anomaly that one does not control. Perhaps, when the grade of the blood pupil rises in the future, he might be able to see it. As for now, it was clearly not possible. However, even if he could see it, Chu Qing had no other thoughts. Helping this entity to promote first might only benefit him with a bit more dark lifespan from daily gravekeeping. Besides that, after promoting to the 8th rank, who knows if the blood pupil and blood character could still suppress it. Chu Qing would never take on something he wasn't sure about. He placed the golden shrine in the corner of the security room, scanned the area, glanced at another corner, and then took out the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger and hung it on the wall. Almost the moment this painting was hung, Chu Qing felt that it had a mysterious connection with the Beishan cemetery beneath his feet. At that moment, indeed, the Book of Life and Death reappeared. Ding, another brand new anomaly has joined the family of our esteemed Lord Chu Qing. Let us applaud. The power of death is so easily grasped by you. The authority of Yen Luo is so casually held by you.
My most esteemed Lord Chu Qing, as always, it is my honor to serve you. Of course, at this time, I must still remind you, even though you are so great, the city beneath your feet is filled with all kinds of anomalies born from it. Can you truly roam freely in this city that contains ancient secrets? Looking at the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, Chu Qing's upturned lips gradually settled into calmness. In this dark and desperate bizarre world, who can truly act without restraint? Perhaps only that true king of Chujiang from myth and legend could do so. In Luochang, at the inspectorate. Here, since this morning, there has not been a moment of respite. The operators have hardly hung up their phones. The emergency calls keep coming in, one after another. Cases are appearing at the inspectorate. However, most of the emergency calls are reporting that strange thing. At this moment, the ordinary inspectorate clearly has no idea what that thing really is. Naturally, they do not dare to casually disclose anything. However, aside from this portion of emergency calls, there are also some horrifying incidents mixed in. Almost every time such a case arises, it is immediately sent to the Criminal Investigation Department. Inside the Criminal Investigation Department, compared to the previous police headquarters, it feels extremely quiet. Aside from a few reception staff, the entire office is devoid of anyone else except for two figures. Captain Wang, looking at the small blackboard, sees the countless calls that have come in just 6 hours after starting work, and he is completely numb. He is an old detective with over 10 years of experience, a hero fighting on the front lines. However, even this seasoned detective has never encountered such a scene. He stared blankly at the densely packed small blackboard, repeating the cases he had encountered that day. Sun Ping, Zhao Chuan went to investigate the series of falls at Hongxi Building. Li Hongwei, Ding Lulu went to investigate the case of the Buddha head falling from the Linai Grotto and killing 3 tourists. Zhao Yuan, Su Bufan went to investigate the murder case involving armor from the Tang dynasty at the museum. Zhang Qing, Tan Yu went to investigate the strange sounds at Kaiyuan Lake. Xian Yupeng, Guan Su went to investigate the missing vehicles at the Yellow River Bridge. Director Zhang and them. The more he spoke, the worse Captain Wang's expression became, even showing signs of being dazed towards the end. On the phone beside him, messages appeared one after another, further plunging this veteran detective into self-doubt. Are you shocked? Are you scared? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. They are enjoying the thrill of the hunt. They are savoring a rare delicacy. They are releasing the joy of birth. And you, Wang Wei, the guardian of the people, the sense of responsibility and mission bestowed upon you by your uniform makes your heart anxious. But what can you do? In this new era, what can you do? Perhaps you are even less than that little girl beside you, aren't you? Captain Wang looked blankly at the little princess beside him. At this moment, her identity no longer stirred his heartstrings. An entire morning. Just the reports alone, just one morning. The death toll exceeds 50. The number of missing persons has surpassed 100. Such shocking major cases have emerged continuously, and after being reported, there has been no response at all? Is it just Luocheng like this, or is it the same across the country or even the world? Captain Wang did not know. However, sitting across from Wang Wei at this moment, the once lively and cheerful female inspector was now equally silent, equally numb. Even she was looking at her Book of Life and Death. Unlike others, her Book of Life and Death is a book. It is precisely because of this book that everyone in the Criminal Investigation Department clearly realizes that it is truly not some mobile virus. Are you panicking? Are you afraid? Don't worry, this game won't fall on you for now. As long as you are obedient enough and don't actively seek death. But you know, you cannot do nothing. Because, Lu Lian is just. She is compassionate. Just like your name. But Lu Lian, only the divine can show mercy to the world. Only the divine has the right to show mercy to the world. Perhaps your family, in the original era, truly resembled the divine. But can you, in this era, protect others like the divine? Yes, you cannot, and neither can your family. What you can do now is only to witness. Witness those you vow to protect in that uniform die. Witness the people around you die. You want to do something, but you don't know how to do it. However, compared to those who are helpless and waiting for slaughter, like the man in front of you, Lu Lian, you have another path. Go find him, ask him. What should you ants do in the face of those things? You know who he is, don't you? Lu Lian raised her head in confusion and then instinctively closed her eyes. A blood-red scene, just like the previous nights, appeared before her. Lu Lian suddenly opened her eyes, looking at the death ledger that no longer displayed characters, and instinctively let out a word, Chu. The remaining words, she opened her mouth but did not speak again. So, no one knew whether she was referring to Chu Qing or King of Chu River. A series of falls from the Hongxi building, with 4 dead. Inspectors have already gone there, and we ask the citizens to pay attention to safety. This also serves as a wake-up call for our fire safety. The Yeek grottos have fallen into disrepair,
causing a Buddha head to fall. Relevant personnel have been controlled by inspectors. The Yellow River Bridge is shrouded in dense fog starting today, with many vehicles and boats missing. It has currently been sealed off. We ask the citizens to pay attention. The Earth is affected by an unknown magnetic field, leading to some unknown changes and special creatures. Currently, all experts in the world are conducting research, and we ask citizens not to panic. Any measures and situations will be notified immediately. Meanwhile, please reduce outings to avoid unnecessary dangers. On the television, the hosts, a man and a woman from Luocheng TV, had serious expressions as they reported these shocking news that had occurred in Luocheng in less than a day. Chu Qing was petting the Xian Tong in his arms, listening to the news broadcast on the television while casually staring at the computer screen. He was truly multitasking. He already knew about the situation in Luocheng from his previous life, and he even had some understanding of these famous anomalies that had a significant impact in the early stages. His rebirth did not create too much of a butterfly effect on these anomalies. However, his rebirth had indeed caused a huge uproar in another place. That's right, his eyes were focused on the House of Strange Tales. At this moment, his post Guide to Surviving the Strange had already been pinned at the top in the largest red font on the homepage. The discussion count for the entire post had exceeded tens of thousands. The view count was approaching 1 million. As for the points earned from the House of Strange Tales, it was better not to mention them. This was normal. With the arrival of the horror era, many things in this survival guide could be matched up. Of course, the truly valuable things, like the promotion ceremony for the underworld position, he naturally did not say a word about. As for his back end, Chu Qing could no longer check it. The flood of private messages had almost exceeded the capacity limit of the House of Strange Tales back end. What he could see were only a few previous chats that he had opened, so they were at the front. Notably, there were only those two. One was the back-end message from the Hell Society. The Hell Society once again extended an invitation to him, stating that there were already a certain number of members within the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, Chu Qing had no interest in this at all. It was just a Ghostmaster organization. Even if it became one of the largest Ghostmaster organizations in the future, it was still just that. Such Ghostmaster organizations were plentiful after the era of terror found its footing. Let alone inviting him to join, even if they asked him to be their leader, Chu Qing had no enthusiasm. Unless it was the kind where the entire force served only him, that would be acceptable. Otherwise, aside from people like Lu Ci, which king would be willing to play nanny for someone else? To give face to others? After ignoring the news from the Hell Society, Chu Qing turned his attention to another piece of background information he was interested in. The one named Zheng He. That guy trapped in the Mirror Realm in the provincial capital of Xinjiang, Central Plains Province. Boss, are you still there? Boss, whoa, I can't get out, help me, help me. This intermittent message had only one more after 2 hours. So, Chu Qing replied, are you still there? Almost instantly, the reply came back, yes, boss, please help me. I can't get out of this mirror. I'm so scared. Looking at the message that came in, Chu Qing's gaze was calm, and after glancing at the blood-red words on the door and finding no movement, he sent another message, hang in there. Just hold on a little longer, I'll come to save you soon. How much longer do I have to hold on, boss? Ignoring the incoming messages, a hint of sarcasm appeared in Chu Qing's eyes, and then he looked at the other posts on the forum. However, most of them were meaningless. After glancing at them, suddenly, a sound came from outside, caw-caw. The cawing of the black crow was still so piercing. Stepping outside, Chu Qing waved his hand and looked at the black crow that had fallen from the sky, its body reeking of blood. After taking a look at it, Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction, knowing it was a good scavenger to have returned. Then, beneath the black crow's sharp claws, several special items were thrown in front of Chu Qing. If others saw this, they would probably scream in fright, but for Chu Qing, it not only didn't scare him but even brought a smile to his face. They were skulls, at least 6 or 7 of them. Some even had strands of blood clinging to them, looking extremely creepy. Well done, it seems you found quite a few remnants of the strange leftovers. Unlike many other strange entities, scavengers rarely attack unless they are starving. The Black Crow's power is supportive, not for killing and stealing life essence. However, given the current situation in Luocheng, there was no need to specifically search, as there were plenty of corpses left by the strange entities everywhere. Caw-caw. Whether the Black Crow understood or not, it just cawed twice. Indeed, this was what Chu Qing had instructed the Black Crow to collect. Unfortunately, most of the corpses from the previous incident at the Jingxiuan had their heads bitten off by the tiger rider, so Chu Qing was too lazy to risk being seen as a pervert by Zhou Yingzhu and kept the 2 remaining intact skulls. As for why he was collecting these things, it was simple. Crow Ghost, 9th rank corpse eater,
suitable for high-level tombs. Skull tree. Skull tree, a nest made entirely of stacked skulls, extremely terrifying. Construction requirements: fresh human bone skulls, lifespan, 40 days, area, 20 square meters. Tomb effect: after the crow ghost moves in, each day of guarding adds 1 day to the crow ghost's own lifespan. Unless in unexpected situations, the crow ghost will return to the tomb before dawn every day. Meanwhile, the tomb keeper can sense the crow ghost's location and movements through the skull tree. Every time a skull is added to this skeleton tree, the gravekeeper receives a day's worth of shadow life in return. This skeleton tree, compared to the golden shrine, is actually simpler, and in terms of value, it is currently more useful than that golden shrine. Skulls are not particularly rare in this world, they just need to be fresh, which complicates things a bit. Moreover, 500 are needed, and Chu Qing is not the kind of person who would recklessly go on a killing spree. He can only rely on the Black Crow and occasionally search for recently deceased bodies that have met strange ends to gather materials for building his nest. In just a short time, he found so many, and judging by the situation, it seemed he was still not satisfied. Chu Cheng nodded, taking the Black Crow with him, and placed these skulls in a corner at the back of the North Mountain Cemetery. In the future, this would be the location for the skeleton tree. After confirming his tomb nest, the Black Crow caught again and soared into the sky, clearly continuing the search for more skulls. As a strange creature that had evolved from a black crow, it may not be a demon, but its intelligence was evidently higher. Chu Cheng nodded in satisfaction, wondering how large this skeleton tree, which had yet to be built, could grow in the future. Meanwhile, in the cemetery, besides the Black Crow and the God of Shadows, there were also the head lanterns, faceless ghosts, and the recently acquired tiger riding picture. The tiger riding picture was one thing, he hadn't examined it closely yet. However, thinking of the first two, even Chu Qing felt a bit helpless. This corner of the underworld was powerful, but for an ordinary gravekeeper, completing everything was no small feat. Yet, it was precisely because of the difficulty that it was interesting, and the rewards would be more abundant. Before Chu Qing could indulge in thoughts of the corpse mountains and blood seas of his little underworld, suddenly, the phone rang. He took it out to see that it was none other than Enruashue. Upon answering, Enruashue's first words made his eyebrows raise. "Xinggu, I found the target for the grinding ghost." Tell me more." Although Chu Qing had not considered participating in Enruashue's choice for the grinding ghost, he was still a bit curious. Naturally, he wanted to know how Enruashue's judgment was. After all, Enruashue and Fong Ping were the only two who had taught him the methods of transitioning to shadow jobs. Fong Ping had not sent any news, just a text last night confirming he was safe, while Enruashue's contact had been relatively close. It's like this: in the center of Luochang, at Kaiyuan Lake, there is something strange. It's a human head. Chu Cheng nodded, thinking for a moment. Kaiyuan Lake was quite a famous attraction in Luochang. However, he had some impression of the strangeness there from his previous life but had not delved deeply into it. "I've been observing the movements here all day, and sure enough, Kaiyuan Lake has been cordoned off. A team of 2 inspectors came, and one of them ended up dead while the other was severely injured and unconscious. However, they discovered some rules about that thing for me. Based on my judgment, the rules of that thing should be activated by sound." The remaining inspector barely survived after completely losing his hearing. "If I had prepared more, I feel there would be a great chance to subdue it." Sound? Previously, Chu Qing had mentioned some things to Enruashue, and after becoming a shadow job holder, she would naturally have some understanding of it. The simpler the rules for activating a strange entity, the greater its potential often is. If it is activated solely by sound, this is indeed a rather good strange entity, very suitable. With this in mind, Chu Cheng nodded. "Alright, since you are confident, then go ahead and do it." "Xinggu, you're not going to help me?" The woman's coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone. Chu Qing's expression remained extremely calm. "This will be the norm in this world from now on. If I help you this time, you might die next time. Besides, don't forget, I've already helped you the most I could. However, you do need to come over in a bit. I have an experiment to conduct." "Okay, when should I come?" Chu Qing glanced at the sky. It was 2 in the afternoon, and the sun was already slowly tilting to the west. The daylight was becoming increasingly brief. He thought for a moment and said, "In an hour." "Alright." After hanging up, Chu Qing casually scanned his home, but before he could look around for long, the sound of a vehicle engine appeared at the door, followed by Lu Lian's charming voice ringing out, "Chu Qing, are you inside?" Chu Qing was not surprised by Lu Lian's arrival. Just a day had passed, and seeing Lu Lian again, her expression was noticeably haggard and pale. However, when she entered the security room and saw the pure gold shrine, Lu Lian visibly froze, seemingly not expecting that in less than a day, Chu Qing had acquired such an eye-catching item. Nevertheless, Lu Lian did not ask much,
her gaze towards Chu Qing was extremely complex. Chu Qing had no interest in playing any silent games with this girl. He reopened the Strange Tales home while asking, "What's the matter?" Lu Lian opened her mouth and finally spoke, "Zhang Qing is dead." Chu Qing frowned, not because someone had died or because this person was related to Lu Lian, but purely because this guy shared his name, which felt a bit ominous. Tan Yu's ears were pierced, and he is permanently deaf. Lu Lian continued, her large, expressive eyes already red around the rims. Chu Qing was slightly taken aback, then felt relieved, not even experiencing any emotional turmoil, because this was just the beginning. "So, you want me to investigate, or help them take revenge?" "No." Lu Lian shook her head directly, "They died in the line of duty. If revenge is to be taken, it should be us who do it, and that place is too dangerous." Chu Qing's lips curled up, adding a hint of amusement to his expression as he looked at Lu Lian. Lu Lian looked at him expectantly. "Chu Qing, you know something, right? You know how to deal with those things, don't you?" Chu Qing did not respond but calmly looked at the excited Lu Lian, then said, "Lu Lian, do you want to be a hero?" Lu Lian was taken aback, shaking her head in confusion, but then, looking at Chu Qing, she bit her lip and nodded firmly. This expression made Chu Qing chuckle. Clearly, this girl seemed to have misunderstood something. "So," Chu Qing said with a calm smile, "if you want to be a hero, it's simple. Now, mobilize the power behind you and have everyone in Luo City relocate." "Ha?" Lu Lian seemed to have misheard, unable to believe her ears. "Have everyone in Luo City relocate. Let these millions of people either go to Xing City or Kyoto, just leave here." Chu Qing slowly stood up, looking out the window of the security room. His back turned, Lu Lian's face turned pale. However, before Lu Lian could ask anything, her phone suddenly rang, and she hurriedly picked it up. "Hello? Lu Lian, where are you?" It was Captain Wang's voice on the other end. "Captain Wang, is there something wrong? You need to come to the bureau quickly. A special operative from Kyoto has arrived. He wants to see you and insists on ensuring your safety first." "Yes. I'll be right back." Lu Lian hung up the phone, looked up, and found Chu Qing already smiling at her, saying, "Go ahead." Lu Lian opened her mouth but ultimately didn't say anything. She turned and left through the door. Chu Qing did not go to see her off. Instead, just as Lu Lian was about to close the door, he suddenly opened it and said, "Pure beings can never be killed, and anything that can kill them cannot be fully called human. So, never chase after these too much, just live well and leave Luo City. Remember, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you." Lu Lian was taken aback, her body stiffening. She stood behind the open glass door, watching as it slowly closed, subconsciously asking, "What is the abyss?" The door gradually shut, the dark red glass slowly separating the two. Chu Qing's last voice came from behind the dark red glass door, "Me." In front of the dark red glass door, the shadow in the room became indistinct. Justice is the most luxurious, most expensive, yet most trivial thing in this world. To fight against them, to subdue them, to eliminate them, one must be even more insane, more evil, more cruel, more inhuman. So, when you gaze into the abyss also gazes back at you. In his previous life, Chu Qing stood at the edge of a cliff, lingering for a long time. In this life, the king of Chujian leaped forward, "I am the abyss." Sorry for the late update, I apologize, I ask for a wave of ratings, the little author thanks you. And Ruoshua had the key to the Beishan cemetery. So, after receiving Chu Qing's permission, she took the key and went to the door. Upon entering the security room, she saw Chu Qing standing by the wall, looking at something on it. And Ruoshua was slightly taken aback. How could such a big change happen in just one day in this security room? The god of wealth, how did such a golden shrine appear? She remembered that Chu Qing didn't like this kind of dazzling aesthetic before. Had he changed his temperament? And what was that painting? And Ruoshua was no longer the naive person she once was. In just a few days, she had experienced things that others might not encounter in a lifetime. Not to mention, she was now a genuine 9th grade official Ghostmaster, the first life buyer in this terrifying era. Another strange occurrence? Even without turning around, Chu Qing knew the woman had arrived. His gaze remained fixed on the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger, and he directly spoke, "You're here?" And Ruoshua nodded, Chu Qing did not rush to discuss serious matters but instead looked at the open painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger. "What do you think of this painting?" Although Ruoshua felt an indescribable thrill just standing at the door looking at it, she dared not refuse when Chu Qing spoke. As she approached, she said, "It looks like a tiger?" Chu Qing shot her a sideways glance, feeling a bit like he was playing the lute to a cow. But then again, this woman wasn't from the art department in school. To her, it was just a painting, an ancient one. Chu Qing's fingers gently brushed over the painting's scroll, and the image of the fierce tiger became increasingly clear, while the Zhongkue, who should have occupied the main position writing the fierce tiger, appeared extremely thin, as if the ink was about to completely disappear. He paused before saying, once this Zhongkue in the painting completely disappears, this painting should be able to advance to an 8th grade anomaly. 8th grade. And Ruoshua's breath suddenly quickened. Becoming a life buyer naturally made her understand the vast differences in the grades of anomalies. Among the IN officials, there are a few that focus on paintings. If this painting of Zhongkue riding a tiger becomes an anomaly they control, it could be said to be like a tiger with wings. Chu Qing sighed slightly, then withdrew his gaze. All right. He turned to look at Ruoshua. Tell me about the anomaly you recognized. How did you discover it, and what happened after you found it? Share everything. He turned around and sat down, but instead of focusing on Ruoshua's words, he slowly directed his feelings and gazed towards the blood-red glass door. His eyes were dim. Accompanied by Ruoshua's voice, Chu Qing felt a breath slowly condensing on that glass door. However, the blood characters that should have appeared did not seep out. This made Chu Qing furrow his brows slightly. Seeing this scene, Ruoshua thought she had said something wrong and quickly stopped speaking. Chu Qing glanced at her. It's fine, you can continue. Then, he simply closed his eyes. And Ruoshua's words continued to linger in his ears. The power of fate is so wondrous yet so elusive. This is fate. The blood characters represent the strange power of fate. However, even if he could control it as a toon ghost, Chu Qing could not command it as effortlessly as bloodeye. After all, bloodeye was completely fused with his body, even connecting their soul nerves entirely. Although it had a bit of its own consciousness, it often had little influence. The blood characters, while being controlled by his shadowy position, still had a layer of separation. Therefore, he needed to try multiple times to grasp some of the rules of the blood characters, allowing him to better control this power of fate. Most importantly, he needed to thoroughly understand the conditions for the appearance of the death guidance of the blood characters. However, he could clearly feel the connection between himself and the blood characters through the great tomb beneath his feet. In fact, the blood characters were also brewing a breath on that frequently appearing great door, yet the death guidance's hell contract had not appeared. He even sensed this. It was due to his needs, as well as the needs emanating from the great tomb beneath him. However, compared to that, the death guidance at the Jinsho Manor had never appeared. In just a moment, Chu Qing thought of the reason. The death guidance has a time interval for activation. It can only appear once a day? Considering it had appeared once last night and once this morning, this time limitation might not be fixed within a 24-hour day. So, could he accelerate the cooldown time of the death guidance? This was not nonsense from Chu Qing. Strange abilities and rules sometimes indeed require a period of time to ease, such as the darkness under the lantern of the head lantern, which cannot be activated for long periods. However, there are also abilities that can be activated continuously, like bloodeye. But even bloodeye cannot always be an eye for an eye. In his previous life, Chu Qing naturally understood this principle, and it was precisely because he understood this that he knew how to exceed limits in using strange abilities within this boundary. His eyes closed, and then the less than a year of his remaining lifespan began to be utilized. The next moment, blood slowly seeped out from the glass door. It appeared on the glass door, and Chu Qing suddenly opened his eyes to look. And Ruoshua, who noticed Chu Qing's movement, also turned her head curiously. On the glass door, blood-red characters appeared. Location, inside Kaiyuan Lake, Luochang. Time limit, before dawn tomorrow. Task objective, find the strange entity within Kaiyuan Lake and capture it. Task special limitation, and Ruoshua must go alone and complete it. Task reward, the Ghostmaster and Ruoshua can obtain a contract connection and become one of the signers of the blood character's hell contract. Note, signing the hell contract requires completing the death guidance task of the blood characters at regular intervals, or face annihilation. However, becoming a hell contractor allows one to ignore the constraints of other strange contracts within the scope of the blood characters, as long as they do not exceed the blood characters. Task failure penalty, and Ruoshua's death. The task marked by blood this time, compared to the previous two, came with a special restriction. It was this very restriction, along with the final punishment for failure, that left Ruoshua's face pale. Just then, Ruoshua's life and death ledger suddenly lit up. The death of fate, the fate of death. That existence guides you once again to the crossroads of choice. You should be grateful that it is currently too weak, so it has given you room for choice. But do you really have room for choice? Do not be discouraged, do not give up. This is not a bad thing. Because in the guidance of fate, with each trial, you may also receive some gifts from fate. Of course, do not forget, every gift from fate comes with a price tag behind it. Buyer of life, make the choice you believe is right. In the Inspectorate. A middle-aged man, who could vaguely be seen to have traces of training but had long since gained weight, occasionally wiped the sweat from his forehead. He did not understand, in this city of Luo, he was considered a prominent figure, having met many important people, even those from the capital who had appeared in the news. However, no one had ever exerted the pressure on him like this man who looked to be in his 30s. It was not just the aura of someone in a high position, but an indescribable feeling. Especially the way that man looked at him, with a faint gaze that was hard to articulate. The entire inspectorate seemed to hold no significance for this man. The only person he cared about was one. Finally, after wiping his sweat countless times, a sound of footsteps approached from outside the office. The ant who had waited for a full half-hour finally returned. "Xiaolian, you're back. This is Captain Qin from the capital." In fact, the director did not even know what kind of captain this person was. The reason was simple. On the item the other party presented, besides the important emblem representing the Dragon Kingdom, there were only a few words: top secret. With this thought, the director greeted and left the office, closing the door thoughtfully behind him. Clearly, Lu Lian had known Captain Qin for a long time. "Brother Qin, why did you come in person?" The man who had remained expressionless finally relaxed and smiled upon seeing Lu Lian. "Xiaolian, it's great that you're okay. Get ready, we are returning to the capital immediately." Returning to the capital. Lu Lian did not expect that the first thing Brother Qin would say upon seeing her was this. "Brother Qin, is this what Dad meant, or what Grandpa meant?" Captain Qin glanced at Lu Lian. "And your brother's intention?" "My brother?" Lu Lian was taken aback. When had it ever been her brother's turn to speak at home? However, she did not think too much about it and bit her lip. "What about the ordinary people in Luo City?" Captain Qin's thick brows furrowed, then he exhaled. "Xiaolian, you don't understand the current situation. Although Luo City is not small, the situation has changed. Moreover, even if you stay here, what can you do? You are just an ordinary person, you don't know what you are facing." He was about to speak when Lu Lian decisively interrupted. "I know the current situation. Precisely because of that, I don't want to leave. Isn't it just those strange things? Aren't they just the monsters that kill indiscriminately? I'm not afraid. When I put on this uniform, I swore beneath the badge that I would sacrifice everything for the people at any time. Now, 2 comrades have sacrificed in the bureau in one day, and several are seriously injured. In one day, the casualties in Luo City are conservatively estimated to exceed 100. At this time, you want me to return to the capital. How can I go back? What will others think of me? How do you see my grandfather and my father? What's the difference between that and fleeing the battlefield like a coward?" Captain Qin opened his mouth, but soon he smiled slightly. "When you were learning marksmanship from me, I could tell that the young lady is indeed the daughter of a tiger." The old leader and the old man were not wrong in their guesses. Lu Lian was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Those 3 spoke to me before I arrived. They said that if you already know the truth about everything, you would definitely be unwilling to return to Kyoto." Lu Lian fell silent. She actually knew that if she returned to Kyoto before today, it wouldn't matter much. But after everything that happened today, if she left, she would probably never live in peace for the rest of her life. In life, there are always some things that cannot be truly disregarded. Captain Qin looked calmly at Lu Lian and then slowly said, "Xiaolian, the old man and the old leader didn't say much, but before I came, I left a message for you after you made your decision. Do whatever you want to do. This is a disaster that all of human civilization must face, and no one can escape it. If you unfortunately sacrifice yourself in Luo City, it would be one thing for your brother to sacrifice as well, but if not, one day, he will ensure that there is no more strangeness in Luo City." "Brother," Lu Lian murmured softly. "All right, let's go out. I came to Luo City this time with a mission," Captain Qin said with a smile. "Mission?" Lu Lian blinked, somewhat confused, but she still stood up and followed Captain Qin, opening the office door. However, as soon as they opened the door, both of them froze in place. Because at that moment, outside the door, a number of figures had gathered there without them noticing. Lu Lian widened her eyes. "Lulu, Zhao Chuan, Yuan, Captain Wang." She was puzzled, but the next second, a round of applause erupted. The female criminal investigation inspector named Ding Lulu gave her a thumbs up. "Xiao Lu, amazing." The usually taciturn Zhao Chuan even managed a rare smile. "Well done." Captain Wang showed a fierce expression. "So that thing really is something strange. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of?" Lu Lian's cheeks flushed slightly, but soon she seemed to think of something, and her face turned a bit pale. Fortunately, at that moment, Captain Qin interrupted the atmosphere and looked at Director Zhang, who was standing outside. "Director Zhang, may I temporarily borrow your inspection department's conference room? Also, about what just happened?" Director Zhang nodded. "Don't worry, all the inspectors in the entire department are ready and waiting for orders." "Good, then please have them come to the conference room."
In 20 minutes, everyone who can make it must be present. 20 minutes later.
In the inspection department's conference room, Captain Sheen stood at the podium at the front, and below him were inspectors in uniform. After adjusting the microphone, Captain Sheen said, "Hello everyone, time is tight, let me introduce myself first. I am the captain of the Special Operations Bureau in Kyoto, my surname is Sheen, you can call me Captain Sheen. I am here to help you understand how to protect your lives and the safety of people's property in the coming times, as well as to have a general understanding of those things." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar in the audience. It was clear that even though some had guessed it before, when it was actually said, it still made people breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, someone understood. Even Lu Lian, sitting in the audience, clenched her fists tightly, extremely excited. Ignoring the whispers from the audience, Captain Sheen continued, "Now, let us understand what is strange." A document was opened, illuminating the large screen behind him. The document clearly stated in large characters, "Guide to Surviving the Strange." The Guide to Surviving the Strange details some characteristics of the strange and various types of the strange. Captain Sheen said. Immediately, someone raised their hand. It was none other than the most excited Captain Wang Wei from the Criminal Investigation Department. "Captain Sheen, is this Guide to Surviving the Strange written by the Special Operations Bureau?" Captain Sheen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Not exactly, but there are some records of this kind within the Operations Bureau, though not as clearly organized as this document. As for the origin of this document, it comes from a special website overseas called Strange Tales Home. You can check it out when you get home. This document was posted by someone named Chu Jiangwang on that site." Alright, back to the main topic, let's focus on this. Captain Sheen's words quickly brought everyone's attention back, except for Lu Lian, who sat there staring blankly at the screen. Again, Chu Jiangwang? Night. Although the clock's hands pointed to 5:40 in the afternoon, using such descriptors to describe the current environment and atmosphere seemed somewhat unreasonable. The once bustling Kaiyuan Lake Park was now completely sealed off. At the same time, the street illuminated by orange streetlights was eerily silent. The orange streetlights not only failed to dispel the dark gloom but also added an indescribable sense of eeriness and chill to the night. At this moment, in this strange world shrouded in darkness, a figure slowly approached. She ignored the warning tape that read no entry and looked towards the distant Kaiyuan Lake. In reality, this thing called a lake, situated in the heart of Luochang, couldn't possibly be that large. Even during the day, one could see people waving from the opposite shore. Yet, at the edge of this small lake, the figure stood, adjusting her breathing several times before finally gathering her courage and stepping forward. Indeed, the arriving figure was none other than Ruoshue. And Ruoshue checked the earbuds in her ears once more. All sounds of the world were blocked from entering her ears, and at that moment, the entire world became incredibly quiet. Although Ruoshue felt somewhat unaccustomed to this, the events of the day lingered vividly in her memory. Those two inspectors, under the influence of those sounds, seemed entranced as they walked into the lake. One completely submerged in the depths, while the other was gravely injured and deaf. Even when she was at a distance from Kaiyuan Lake, she had felt some impact. However, Ruoshue knew that the main reason she could hear those sounds so clearly without being affected was that she was no longer an ordinary person, but a possessor of a shadowy position, a life buyer. She would eventually have to face this day, especially since she had made thorough preparations. And Ruoshue glanced around and looked at the small wooden boat docked by the side of Kaiyuan Lake. With a gentle leap, she boarded the boat, paddling while checking her phone's life ledger. "Life buyer, you have made an incredibly correct choice. The favor of fate is not something you can refuse at will. Accepting fate's favor is your only dignified opportunity. Most importantly, your perceptiveness has earned that person's approval, granting you the qualification for this transaction. Even though what you paid was so immense, a full 6 months of ghostly currency, it only exchanged for a chance to rent the strange. But, as a qualified trader, you should understand that while money may be one of the most important things for a life buyer, life itself is singular." That's right. There is only one life. The significance of half a year's worth of ghost money is undeniable, but Ruoshue understands that only by mastering her own grinding ghost, only by truly controlling the strange entity can she gain some ability for self-preservation. With this thought, Ruoshue tightened her grip on the scroll she held close to her chest. She clearly remembered Chu Qing's words, which further confirmed the direction she needed to take, because Chu Qing had told her that if there was an error in control, what she would face could be far more terrifying than the strange entity in Kaiyuan Lake. The small boat drifted slowly. On this Kaiyuan Lake, an indescribable cold wind surrounded her, as if it were blowing through her beige Chanel coat and into her skin, penetrating her bones. Ruoshue instinctively tightened her clothing, but at that moment, she suddenly felt an indescribable sound emerge. The sound was like a lover's whisper in her ear, causing her lips to curve up involuntarily, her heart entranced. That sound also resembled the delicate scratching of mosquitoes, making her want to swat at it with her whole body, yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find a place to strike. And Ruwashue's expression changed suddenly. She felt an indescribable restlessness fill her heart the moment that sound appeared. This strange entity was anything but ordinary. But the more it was so, the more she couldn't afford to panic. Fortunately, the coldness emanating from the scroll in her arms slightly dispelled this thread of agitation, allowing her to finally muster the courage to look towards the source of the sound. Unbeknownst to her, she had already paddled to the very center of Kaiyuan Lake. She finally saw the culprit slowly emerging. A head gradually broke the surface of the water, slowly opening its iron blue lips in front of Ruwashue's racing heart. 3,000 zhang of resentment, the wronged souls die in anger. Alas, my youth lost its life, grinding my teeth in hatred for the injustice. The shadowy souls linger, my heart is forlorn, constantly chanting for my beloved. Under the red plum blossoms, I can never forget, by the lakeside, I pour out my heart. Pour out my heart. And Ruwashue instinctively wanted to cover her ears, to block out the ghostly, chilling operatic tones. However, she quickly realized, in this desolate lake, it was as if a song from the depths of hell was echoing, causing Ruwashue's teeth to chatter, the indescribable coldness reminding her once again of that day in the taxi. Just then, the death ledger quietly lit up again. It has appeared. You attempt to communicate with it, but unfortunately, its power exceeds your imagination. An elephant will not listen to an ant's expression. You must demonstrate your ability, or perhaps, your financial power. Fortunately, you have rented it, and you are completely familiar with its rules. Indeed, this is the gift of fate, isn't it? Finally, you know that to subdue this thing, you must use that thing. Under the cold, lonely moonlight, in the clear lake water, the bright moon lingered. In this tranquil world where the bright moon met the vast lake, suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed throughout the night. The bright moon shone brightly, illuminating the other side of Luochang as well. Meow meow. In the Beishan cemetery, Chu Qing had rarely placed a rocking chair in the graveyard. He lay comfortably in the chair, smiling as he watched not far away. The pitch-black cat with mysterious eyes was swiftly pouncing towards the faceless ghost in the night. Its movements were agile and sharp, catching the faceless ghost off guard, unable to react in time to evade. Of course, the main reason was that a blood red eye was always watching it, making it impossible for it to escape quickly. The strange and eerie is a particularly unique and rare form of the bizarre in the Age of Terror. The Shintong has the potential to become a strange being, but unlike other bizarre entities, it requires slow cultivation and growth. Although Shintong has spent time with him and several other bizarre beings, it barely qualifies for the cat strange promotion ceremony. However, having encountered such a good seedling, Chu Qing is reluctant to hastily promote it and waste this talent. Watching the faceless ghost become agitated by Shintong, it suddenly released a wave of sinister energy, causing Shintong to stand frozen in fear, before quickly scampering back into Chu Qing's embrace with a flurry of meows. Chu Qing chuckled and then tossed the frightened Shintong back out again. Whether human or bizarre, training is essential. Trembling and cold. And Ruoshue never expected that the lake water in September would be so cold. Perhaps it wasn't the water beneath her feet that was cold, but the object in her hand. At this moment, she held the painting high, blocking it in front of her, shielding it from that damned head. She felt as if her arm was already frozen stiff. The life buyer had not particularly enhanced her physical strength, causing her raised arm to tremble slightly. Yet even so, and Ruoshue had no intention of lowering the painting. Although the life buyer was not a combat-oriented shadow position, she possessed a certain affinity for the bizarre and had developed a degree of perception. In this short time, and Ruoshue had gained some understanding of the rules governing this head-like bizarre entity. Thus, she could clearly sense the state of both sides amidst the clash of rules. And evidently, she kept Chu Qing's earlier reminder in mind. This painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger could only be displayed for a maximum of 3 minutes, after which it must be completely rolled up. At the same time, she sensed that a breath began to leak out from the illusion surrounding the tiger painting. The life buyer's shadow powers had been applied with great proficiency throughout the day. Suddenly sensing something, without a second thought, she rolled up the painting she had been holding with her back to it and twisted it back into a scroll. Roar! A tiger's roar seemed to express some unwillingness. However, the bizarre, capable of killing through rules, would naturally also be restricted by them. Although the Zhongkue riding a tiger painting was incredibly fierce, it had a fatal flaw, which was the main reason Chu Qing could rent it to an Ruoshue for a single use with half a year's worth of ghost money. As long as one did not face the painting directly, they would not be affected by the black tiger heart extraction. Therefore, no matter how unwilling the tiger painting was, it could only be twisted back together by Anruo Shui, who had practiced this several times. After putting it away, Anruo Shui turned her gaze back to the head-like bizarre entity. She felt that the head before her seemed to be continuously conveying an indescribable message through its gaze. It was injured. Although the previous tiger painting had not determined a winner or loser within the rules of the black tiger heart extraction, it had definitely been severely affected by them. Thus, Anruo Shui could sense the intentions and rule capabilities of this head-like bizarre entity through the Life Buyer's shadow powers. Life Buyer, this was originally a life and death crisis for you. At the crossroads of fate, you have passed through this crisis unscathed. After witnessing your abilities and trump cards, the head-like bizarre entity before you is willing to engage in some bizarre level communication with you. And you, through the power of the Life Buyer, have gained a deeper understanding of this head-like bizarre entity's rule capabilities, uncovering part of the essence of these rule abilities. Its abilities are related to sound but cannot be entirely reduced to sound. It will emit a sound deep within your heart, and once you see its true form, that sound cannot be stopped, piercing straight into your soul. But now, your abilities have made it aware that you are not like those lambs waiting for slaughter. What will you decide to do? Looking at the prompt on the Book of Life and Death, Anruo Shui glanced at the head anomaly that no longer activated the rules, thought for a moment, and directly reached out to hold the head anomaly in her hand. For some reason, after experiencing the true collision of the bizarre moments earlier, Anruo Shui's fear of these things had diminished significantly. Come with me, stay with me, and you will grow faster. The head anomaly offered no resistance and followed Anruo Shui as they slowly left the surface of the lake. About an hour later, a police car flashing red and blue lights slowly stopped by Kaiyuan Lake. 4 figures stepped down. It was none other than Captain Qin from the inspection office, along with Lu Lian, who followed him, as well as Captain Wang from the criminal investigation department and another inspector who had joined the special operations team. The expressions of the 4 were extremely serious, and if one looked closely, they could see that Lu Lian was a bit excited and nervous. However, none of them spoke. Their discussions had already been completed on the way, in the car, before they set off. Since they had arrived here, there was naturally nothing more to say. The 4 exchanged glances, and without a word, Captain Qin made a gesture. The others nodded and boarded a small boat nearby. Someone had sacrificed themselves here before, but they had also obtained a wealth of information. It was confirmed that the anomaly here killed through sound. Therefore, the 4 were well prepared. The small boat slowly glided across Kaiyuan Lake. However, the 4 remained tense throughout the journey, and by the time the boat reached the center, they had seen nothing. They exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise and strangeness in the other's eyes. According to previous reports and the footage from the inspector's body camera, the influence of that thing could extend across the entire Kaiyuan Lake. So why had they seen nothing? Could it be that the anomaly didn't come out at night? That didn't make sense. How could there be an anomaly that only appeared during the day? That was unreasonable. Moreover, according to the previous survival guide for the bazaar, most anomalies seemed unaffected by night and day. So what was the situation now? The 4 dared not slack off and continued to row for another half hour across Kaiyuan Lake, finally confirming that the anomaly from the day had truly vanished. At that moment, the 4 almost simultaneously looked down. The Book of Life and Death was placed at their collar position, ready to display any critical information at a moment's notice. This was a measure taken by the Special Operations Bureau. And at this moment, the 4's books of life and death simultaneously provided feedback. Do not search any further. The thing you are looking for has already disappeared. This is a good thing, because just now, there was a collision here that exceeded your level. Even if it is quite immature, it is not something you can touch at this moment. You should be grateful for this collision, otherwise, you would pay an unimaginable price for coming here. They are not as simple as you imagine. So do not search any further, and do not recklessly pursue it. In the favor of fate's luck, live well. The 4 looked up in confusion, gazing at the calm and vast lake, momentarily at a loss. They only felt that behind this dark city of Luo, there seemed to be a deeper, larger hand, playing with something called fate in the darkness. 9th grading position, Shepherd promotion method. 9th grading position, Knife bearer promotion method. 9th grading position, Mountain dweller promotion method. 8th grading position, Performer promotion method. 8th grading position, Corpse retrieval promotion method. 7th grading position, Corpse driver promotion method. 6th grading position, Horse spirit promotion method. Late at night, sitting in front of the large tombstone in his family's North Mountain Cemetery, Chu Qing crossed his legs, sitting before the stone tablet inscribed with his name, as lines of blood-red characters floated up with his thoughts, appearing on the large stone tablet. However, once written, they quickly vanished without a trace, merging into the stone tablet. Chu Qing's gaze was calm, showing no concern for the madness that his writings represented to all ordinary people of this era. This knowledge was quite precious in Chu Qing's mind. After conducting some preliminary experiments on the blood characters, Chu Qing had gained some understanding. The blood character anomaly, as the prototype of the Death Apartment, Hell Hotel, and Scarlet City, had already been verified in his previous life. And from the first promotion of the blood character anomaly, it was clear that subsequent promotions would likely require a large number of completed death guidance tasks. It was difficult for him to cover everything alone, and there was no need to. Therefore, in the future, more people like in Ruoshue, driven by the blood character anomaly, would emerge just as in his previous life. This part of the ghost controllers, secretly controlled by him through the blood character anomaly, could also, like in his previous life, form a points exchange system by completing the death guidance tasks of the blood character anomaly. Among them, some anomalies and underworld tools naturally belong to him, the hidden master of the Death Apartment. Some of the in-position sequences he learned from his previous life, both domestic and foreign, which he had no use for, could be offered as rewards to those ghost controllers who helped him work in the shadows. In his previous life, Ding Xie's betrayal and the betrayal of the Chu family, which relied on him in Kyoto, made him fully understand that human hearts were far more terrifying than anomalies. Only when the life and death contract was completely in hand could he truly tighten the reins around these guys' necks. However, this expectation was still some distance away, for the simple reason that the blood character anomaly was currently housed in the North Mountain Cemetery, and outsiders could not enter freely. He also did not know whether his own advancement and the promotion of the blood character anomaly would change this situation. But there was no rush for now. The blood character anomaly had not yet been promoted, and under normal circumstances, it would issue a death guidance task at most once a day. Completing it within Ruoshue was already sufficient. With this thought, Chu Qing looked at the in-position sequence he had just written, 6th grade in-position, Horse Spirit. It was one of the higher-level in-positions above the previously written 9th grade in-position Shepherd. Its main ability, aside from the 2 spirits of ghost control, was that this horse spirit could accelerate the birth and growth of the special anomaly known as Yaogui. Indeed, the reason for his slight attention was mainly because he thought of this special in-position from the previous Xiantong. Speaking of which, in his previous life, he had a good relationship with a 3rd-grade ghost controller who was promoted from a horse spirit, known as the Qingqiu Ming Shui. Although that guy's rank was not high, the main reason was that the shepherd and horse spirit were part of the same higher-level in-position sequence, and at the 3rd grade, it was the end, there was no further in-position sequence to continue promoting. Even so, because of the special power derived from the horse spirit and Yaogui, that guy had a great reputation in the ghost controller circles of Longhua and even the world. In his previous life, before the ceremony for ascending to the throne of Chujiang, he heard that this fellow had found a way abroad to further his position in the underworld, not within the Dragon Kingdom, and he didn't know if that path had led him out. That guy was still quite talented. If in the future, the blood character could successfully advance and leave behind tasks that served as death guides in the outside world, it would allow this guy to be introduced into the ranks of the ghost masters ahead of time. As he thought of this, Chu Qing seemed to sense something and looked towards the door. In the dark world, the strange head that was caught in his hand slowly opened its eyes. It looked around. It had arrived in an unfamiliar place. However, the Yin energy here was extremely dense, and it was quite fond of it. Clearly, it was not much different from the vast majority of strange beings. It possessed no high intelligence, only the hunting instincts of a beast and a natural malice towards other living beings. This was the essence of the strange. Thus, as a strange being, its instinct to hunt and kill was essential for survival. It opened its mouth, and then a voice slowly emerged, "Yaya." However, just as this sound appeared, a streak of blood-red light descended. An indescribable sense of strangeness came over it, and the feeling of rules colliding reappeared. The head raised its eyes and glanced at the large red lantern hanging in the sky. Then, rationality prompted it to close its mouth. Although it had no intelligence, it understood that releasing its abilities in the territory of other strange beings was tantamount to provocation. In fact, this was indeed the case. Being held in someone's hand, the lantern suddenly dropped, and it could even see the snarling head inside. That light filled it with fear. Fortunately, the human spoke, "I'm back." As soon as this voice was heard, the large lantern indeed ceased its movements, and even the blood-red light surrounding it diminished significantly. It merely hovered above, staring at it intently. Feeling the atmosphere, this head, devoid of wisdom, once again lost its inhibitions and continued to open its mouth, "Yaya." Then, this sound seemed to attract the attention of something. The head suddenly noticed a faceless figure nearby, glaring at it with malice. The figure's face was invisible, but because of this, the malice was almost unmasked, and a sense of fear spread throughout its body.
An indescribable chill and immense terror enveloped the head. Once again, it was the power of rules, and this time, even the collision of rules did not trigger. Its abilities seemed to have no effect on the other party. However, this sense of fear instinctively caused the head to close its mouth. Its scant common sense told it that this was unscientific, crossed out. This was not the study of the strange. It just wanted to sing. Why was it so difficult? Fortunately, the human seemed to have grown accustomed to all of this, glanced at the security room where the lights were off, and then walked towards the tombs in the back. Finally, it saw a human. Human food. The human beside it was quite powerful, but lacking intelligence. It instinctively opened its mouth upon seeing the man squatting beside the large tombstone. Yaya. Then, it saw the human who leaned over, his eyes turning a bright red, the dark depths of his eyes, blood-red pupils, staring at it unblinkingly. That was a tremendous horror. It was even more terrifying than the previous two strange beings combined. The head once again closed its open mouth. Then, 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down its face, whether from fear or from the suffocating pressure after 3 failed attempts to release its abilities, it did not know. The strange head suddenly looked towards Enruwashua beside it. This time, Enruwashua, through the power of the life buyer's shadow position, could easily sense the strange head's intention. It was too dangerous outside. It wanted to return to Kaiwan Lake to blow bubbles. Looking at the head's unambitious demeanor, even Chu Qing was taken aback, blinking before coming to his senses. Is this the strange thing from Kaiwan Lake? It seemed a bit low-class, didn't it? Without much thought, Chu Qing instantly activated the bloodeye's ability, gazing at the strange head. Beautiful head, grade, 9th rank, category, spiritual entity, shadow life, 9 months and 3 days, Yellow Springs Ensemble. Rule: any living being that hears it singing will be irresistibly drawn to it. If they sing along, the killing rule will trigger death. Mind's voice, ability: the sound it emits can appear in the hearts of others to a certain extent. The effect is better when seeing the other party. Spiritual entity, state usually unobservable and can traverse physical barriers. Each traversal consumes a certain amount of shadow life. Promotion requirements: unknown. Note: beautiful person? This thing has great potential. If it evolves in the future, it might become more attractive. Humans, why not let me take good care of it? Chu Qing quickly switched the blood eye's state back. He wasn't very interested in this beautiful head, even though its potential was indeed good. Not to mention the difficulty of future promotions or the weight of this rule. Just the difficulty of triggering this rule was quite considerable. However, precisely because of this, the weight of the rules for such a large-scale release of abilities would not be too high. This was evident from the tests with the head lantern and the faceless ghost right after entering the cemetery. But this strange entity was indeed quite suitable for Enruwashua. The effect of the mind's voice could even allow her to control this beautiful head, enabling preliminary communication and trade with other strange entities. Thinking of trade, Chu Qing raised his head to look at Enruwashua. Enruwashua understood as well. She took out the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger from her bosom and handed it to Chu Qing. At the same time, her book of life and death lit up. Life buyer, due to the inherent position brought by your fate's choice, you have completed your first transaction in life. This exchange of resources holds great value for you. You have purchased the usage rights of a strange entity in front of you with 6 months of shadow life currency. Your transaction is fully completed. The balance of money is weighing the gains and losses of this transaction to determine your reward. You paid half a year of shadow life currency, but the strange entity you rented saved your life and allowed you to understand all the rules of a strange entity. You can purchase this strange entity as a grinding ghost. After assessment, you have made a big profit in this transaction. You receive a 50% profit rebate on the shadow life currency you spent, gaining 3 months of shadow life. What an exhilarating transaction. Your understanding of the life buyer's shadow position has deepened. Of course, you should know that such transactions are rare for you. And a generous employer like this one is something to be grasped well. Feeling the subtitles of the Book of Life and Death, and Ruwashue's lips couldn't help but curve slightly upward. Chu Qing felt the same. Half a year of shadow life currency held considerable value. As for the woman's trading profit, Chu Qing did not envy it. Firstly, such big profit transactions were rare, and he only gave this rental opportunity because Enruwashua had signed a hell contract and became a contractor bound by the blood character Strange. Secondly, such profits were in shadow life. However, for the life buyer, the shadow lifespan is almost useless. She must convert the shadow lifespan into ghost money. Although the exchange rate for life buyers is not as pitiful as the 12-to-1 ratio faced by ordinary ghost tamers and common people, the actual amount received is still significantly reduced. Not to mention, life buyers do not earn profit rebates with every transaction. There are times when they incur losses as well.
However, for this gravekeeper, when the sun rises the next day, he can reap 6 days of shadow lifespan, plus the black copper coins and the golden shrine, along with an additional 2 days of shadow lifespan ghost money. It may not seem like much, but this is a guaranteed income, and this is just the beginning. Furthermore, the income of a gravekeeper is a baseline, and for him, there is another crucial source of income. He slowly stood up behind the dark tombstone and said, "Alright, take this and go back inside." The dark red glass door was opened, and Ruo Shui entered the room holding the beauty's head. The door was closed, and Ruo Shui clearly understood Chu Qing's intention. The tungsten filament bulb was lit, and the two looked towards the dark red glass door. Although Ruo Shui had completed the bloody death task by bringing the beauty's head into the graveyard, her presence here undoubtedly added a sense of ritual. Task completed, found the strange beauty head in Kaiyuan Lake, and successfully brought it into the tomb. In the guidance of death, the blood character ghost gains 20 days of shadow lifespan. Executor task reward, and Ruo Shui receives the hell contract and becomes a contractor. A blood red light suddenly projected from the dark red glass, merging into Ruo Shui's body. In the next second, an irregular blood red symbol appeared on the back of her hand. Chu Qing did not doubt the abilities of his tomb ghost. In fact, the rules of the hell contract are highly inclusive, and Ruo Shui becoming a contractor is also part of the guidance of death. The power of fate lies not in passively accepting destiny but in changing within the rules. This is the truth of fate. However, it is unfortunate that the woman before him does not have Chu Qing's profound understanding and awareness. She blinked at the symbol on her hand and then looked at Chu Qing with delight. "Brother Qing, can you control this symbol?" Chu Qing raised an eyebrow and nodded. "What's wrong? This symbol is too ugly. Can you change it for me and move it to a different spot, not on the back of my hand?" This was indeed not a big deal. Chu Qing nodded. "Sure. What kind of symbol do you want, and where do you want it?" And Ruo Shui suddenly became excited, took out her phone, and began searching. Soon, she found one she liked and handed it to Chu Qing. However, just a glance made the corner of Chu Qing's eye twitch. "Isn't this some kind of tattoo?" He decisively chose to ignore it. "Don't be ridiculous." And Ruo Shui pouted, then glanced at the flickering tungsten bulb and suggested, "Qing, even if you have to stay here in the future, you should at least make the living conditions a bit better. Look at this place, it doesn't even have decent tiles." Chu Qing actually didn't care much about these external conditions, but he was too lazy to waste time on it. Just as he was about to refuse, suddenly, he felt a tremor on his wrist. He quickly looked at his wrist. Sure enough, the life and death ledger that hadn't appeared for a while suddenly emitted a special prompt. "Dear sir, although I am very reluctant to disturb you at this time, but I am sorry, I hope you do not forget that there are some things always lurking in the dark, watching you. That is the true crisis that can threaten you in this city. It is waiting, it is accumulating, it is preparing. It did not know when it would send you some small gifts. Be careful, it's coming." Chu Qing's pupils suddenly constricted. Without a second thought, his red eyes surged forth, leaping out from the doorway. In the next moment, a red light suddenly fell into his hand. It was the head lantern. And Ruo Shui did not know what was happening, but the experiences of this time had long since made her no ordinary person. Without thinking, she grabbed the beautiful head and ran out, coming to Chu Qing's side. The terrifying red light of the head lantern instantly spread out. Then, in the next second, a rumbling sound echoed. Both Chu Qing and Ruo Shui understood clearly that it was the sound of a vehicle's engine. However, what was even more terrifying was that this sound, just outside the cemetery, showed no signs of stopping, even though it was already very close to the graveyard. Bang! The massive iron gate was directly smashed open, and the connected walls echoed with the sound of collapse. However, this was not the end. Although the speed of that giant had slowed down, Chu Qing's wildly beating heart showed no sign of relaxation. Sure enough, in the next moment, that thing, which Chu Qing finally saw clearly in the dim night, erupted with a burst of fire. It was a fuel truck. Now, the fuel truck exploded. Boom! Chu Qing had never felt that he was truly invincible in this bizarre era. It was impossible. After all, he had only been reborn 3 days before the arrival of the horror era. However, in the initial stage of the bizarre emergence, at least half a month to a month had passed. During this time, various strange abilities had been lurking in the shadows, watching this world. Indeed, the ability of the blood-eyed dragon lord was recognized by later generations, but his current blood eyes were, after all, not the blood-eyed dragon lord of the future. In these few days, his growth rate had been rapid, but as the death book stated, in this city, in this terrifying ghost city that had been marked with an extremely high number of bizarre occurrences by the world's ghost hunters in his previous life, could he really act with impunity? The scene before him made Chu Qing, who had been somewhat complacent about his smooth growth in these past few days, once again recognize the terrifying reality. Terrifying tremors, fierce flames.
If it weren't for the ability of the head lantern and the enhanced body of the gravekeeper, Chu Qing, who was so close, would probably have died on the spot this time. However, even so, he saw with his own eyes that, aside from the complete destruction of the gate of his own Beishan cemetery, his little nest, which Enruo Shui had criticized, also collapsed like a house that had shed its bones. Fortunately, the area shrouded in darkness under the lantern was still quite large. This level of collapse, judging by the momentum, should not affect the Yin god still inside the house. However, there was no doubt that the house was no longer livable. He had no time to care about Enruo Shui's ominous words. His blood eyes were firmly fixed on the exploding and burning fuel truck. Amidst the flames, a figure staggered down from the shattered vehicle. It seemed not to see Chu Qing at all, and its body, burned by the flames, quickly locked onto something. Upon seeing that thing, Chu Qing suddenly realized. Indeed, this swaying figure in the flames was heading towards the taxi numbered 40004 that had been discarded not far away. Chu Qing's blood-red eyes darkened. So this thing had come knocking? Since it had come knocking, then it shouldn't leave. Chu Qing's pupils instantly locked on, his eyes glinting as he activated his gaze towards this bizarre entity, and sure enough, Ghost Delivery Grade, 9 Category, Subghosteen Lifespan, 3 days Pickup Rules, can follow orders, upon reaching a fixed location, must take away a fixed item, if not taken, triggers the killing rule. Time is of the essence, ability can drive any vehicle to a location, with the effectiveness of restrictive rules significantly reduced. No situation will affect the speed of action. Child Ghost, status: a child ghost under the jurisdiction of the Ghost Mother, after exhausting its lifespan, will not die but will instead consume the Ghost Mother's lifespan. However, if the Ghost Mother dies, the child ghosts will also die. Promotion requirements, unknown note, here it is again. Humanity, I am becoming increasingly interested in what lies behind it. Just as expected. Chu Qing almost didn't think twice and suddenly appeared next to taxi number 40004, looking at this thing before him. It was a seemingly ordinary human, engulfed in raging flames. Its gaze seemed solely fixed on the taxi number 40004. Chu Qing kicked out. This ghost delivery was clearly not an ethereal entity. With that kick, it stumbled and fell a short distance away. The ghost delivery slowly raised its head, its face scorched by flames, with exposed eyeballs staring intently at Chu Qing. Delivery, mine. Don't give me. Die. Chu Qing ignored the activation of this thing's rules, his blood-red eyes firmly locking onto it, and without a second thought, he instantly activated an eye for an eye. Terrifying dark energy accompanied by that scarlet gaze howled as the cold wind swept through the distant flames in his dark hair. In that moment, Chu Qing, against the backdrop of the raging fire, looked more like a fierce demon crawling out of hell than the ghost delivery. The blood-red pupils, in the darkness, wove a thread of crimson that swayed slightly with his gaze. The fate of the ghost delivery was no different from that of the previous ghost taxi. The boiling dark energy swept over them, like a terrifying vortex, tearing their bodies apart. And Enruo Shui stood not far away. Even though it was not her first time witnessing this scene, it still left her feeling icy all over. Moreover, not just her, the beauty head she firmly held in her hand trembled at the sight of the man who directly tore the ghost delivery apart in the flames. Both it and she could sense the anger and ferocity emanating from that figure. The body torn apart by the dark energy was once again absorbed into Chu Qing's blood-red vortex-like pupils. His dark eye socket suddenly overflowed with blood, as if red eye drops had stained the entire eye socket. Chu Qing closed his eyes, a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his eye, covering the entire eye cavity, resembling blood-red eyeshadow. 3 seconds later, Chu Qing reopened his eyes, but within them was a cold madness and bloodlust that Enruo Shui had never seen before. Fortunately, after a brief period of calming down, Chu Qing's expression returned to indifference. He looked indifferently at the entrance engulfed in flames. The fire from the oil tanker did not last long. In places thick with dark energy, such ordinary flames would not burn for too long. However, after the recent explosion, his little nest was completely gone. He turned to Enruo Shui. The company of the Lin family is responsible for real estate development, right? Help me repair the entrance here in the next few days. Remember, only the entrance and the front can be touched. No one is allowed to enter the back tombs. Okay. He calmly walked towards the collapsed room. The notebook, television, and other items were all destroyed, but as he expected, the dark god of wealth, being in the corner and with the golden shrine present, was not affected at all. Since it was unaffected, he couldn't be bothered to manage it further. As for the blood character anomaly, it was even less of a concern. This glass door was merely its habitual attachment, while its true dwelling was the entire Beishan cemetery. Standing in front of the half-collapsed cabin, Chu Qing suppressed the strange and somewhat uncomfortable thoughts that threatened to engulf him again, focusing instead on the ghostly delivery and the ghostly taxi. The ghostly mother of this thing had clearly set her sights on him, or rather,
she was eager to reclaim that taxi numbered 40004. Since the other party had taken the initiative, waiting passively was not Chu Qing's style. Regardless of whether he could deal with this ghostly mother at this stage, he needed to understand what kind of entity he was dealing with. The collision of powerful anomalies made information disparity the most crucial element. This was also the reason why the bloodeye ghost was so formidable. As his thoughts slowly spread, Chu Qing's brows furrowed. From this ghostly delivery, he recalled the previous ghostly taxi, and soon he thought of a key piece of information. With this in mind, Chu Qing took out his phone from his pocket, glanced at the two numbers that could provide a solution, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately clicked on the newly added contact, Zhou Yingzhu. Lu Xi had reminded him in his previous life that the Chu family's intentions in attaching themselves to him were not pure. He owed her a small favor, but given the ghostly mother's strength far exceeded his expectations, it wasn't worth putting Lu Lian in danger. Thus, in the darkness of the night, Chu Qing quickly typed a message, find out if there are any abandoned bus stations, passenger stations, train stations, etc. in Luochang, where there are tangible anomalies. If you do this well, I can give you an opportunity. Villa No. 2, Jinqiu Manor. Lying on her custom-made hazing bed, Zhou Yingzhu let out a long breath. She hadn't experienced such quality sleep in a long time. She thought again about what had happened that morning. That man. How did he possess such power? A glimmer of longing flashed in Zhou Yingzhu's eyes. From her struggles to where she was now, her yearning for power and authority was unimaginable. Today's scene had already told her that the rules of the world had changed. If she couldn't seize the initial phase and ride the wave to success, the future would likely be even more tragic than in the past. Death might be the best outcome. Zhou Yingzhu thought of the 5 monks, Jishan and the others, whom she had sent into the tiger's den today, and couldn't help but sigh. She had considered asking her good sister about it, but she couldn't gauge Chu Qing's temperament. If he found out she was secretly probing, would it anger him? From their brief interactions, that man seemed even more indifferent to human nature than she was. He truly did not regard human life as anything significant. Perhaps only someone like him could grasp such power in such a short time? Just then, her phone, which she had set aside, suddenly flashed with a red light. Zhou Yingzhu, you are favored by fate. In this wave of transformation, your wealth has brought you a chance to touch the truth of the world. That existence needs you, you should feel honored. Hold on tightly to it. This may be the most important opportunity of your life. Zhou Yingzhu stared at the flickering red light of the life and death book on her phone, momentarily stunned. Almost the next second, a message had already come through from her restored phone. Upon seeing the content of the message, Zhou Yingzhu suddenly sat up in bed, completely ignoring the holy light that appeared as a result. A bus station, a passenger station, even a train station? Zhou Yingzhu didn't understand why this man would make such a strange request, but as the life and death book said, she didn't need to know why, she just needed to follow through. Then, after a quick response, she took out her phone. Hello, Achung, instruct the brothers under you to do something for me tonight. Chu Qing lay in the coffin. He had no desire to sleep. The power of the Gravekeeper's dark duties made him less reliant on sleep. And Ruo Shui had already left. Previously, she had not fully grasped the Senmu group, but now, she had finally paid the price and successfully controlled a grinding ghost, equivalent to possessing a truly silent and extraordinary ability to decide life and death. Therefore, to help Chu Qing repair the shattered high walls, gates, and houses of the Beishan cemetery, and Ruo Shui needed to return and quickly take control of the Senmu group. Chu Qing felt no anger. These damages were merely external possessions, having little impact. As long as the collected anomalies remained, it was fine. Not to mention, he was now even more interested in the ghostly mother behind this child-mother ghost. What kind of entity could produce so many strange anomalies? The ability of this strange delivery was quite impressive, not to mention it had even produced a ghost taxi and taxi number 40,004 before. So, what anger or resentment could there be towards such a powerful anomaly devoid of intelligence? Only a fool would feel such emotions. On the contrary, the other party's strength only piqued Chu Qing's interest further. Moreover, this attack was not without its benefits for Chu Qing. In the dark ledger of life and death, blood-red characters appeared. The strange attack caught you off guard. However, as a gravekeeper, you upheld your duty, protecting the resters in the tomb and were not overly disturbed by the attacker. You have gained a deeper understanding of the dark duty of gravekeeper. Indeed, although there was no feedback in terms of dark longevity, the further integration into the dark duty was the best reward. This would allow him to ascend to the 8th rank more swiftly in the future. With this thought, Chu Qing closed his eyes. During this day, he had acted too many times, and coupled with the consumption of dark longevity from the Golden Shrine, he would naturally feel fatigued. Feeling the connection with the vast cemetery beneath him, Chu Qing's state quickly recovered. At some point, he suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a strange fluctuation. He slowly rose from the coffin and looked towards the east. At 8 o'clock, the sun finally appeared on the horizon, casting a pale light. Chu Qing knew that as a gravekeeper, it was time for his first duty of guarding the tomb. He scanned the area. All the anomalies, including the black crow that had returned with more than 10 human skeletons in the middle of the night, were present. Accompanied by his patrol, feedback appeared in the ledger of life and death. You are patrolling your cemetery. At the boundary between darkness and dawn, all the deceased returned to silence. However, daylight is not a shackle for them, but a respect for the gravekeeper. During this patrol, you felt the duty of a gravekeeper, gaining a deeper understanding of the role. You have gained 6 days of dark longevity, and due to the special nature of the high-level tomb golden shrine, you have received an extra day of ghostly currency. In the tomb, all the resters are present, and you have perfectly completed your guarding task, so all the anomalies in the tomb also receive an extra day of dark longevity. At this moment, you can directly allocate the 6 days of dark longevity you have obtained to the other anomalies through your gravekeeper monument, without needing to convert it into ghostly currency. Feeling the feedback from the ledger of life and death, Chu Qing did not allocate this high-quality dark longevity but absorbed it all into his body. He slowly opened his eyes. The sky was already bright. Chu Qing looked towards the east, where the blood-red sun was slowly rising. Unknowingly, even the sun had transformed into this state. Chu Qing didn't pay much attention, he had long been accustomed to it in his previous life. However, at that moment, a phone call came in. Chu Qing looked down, and it was none other than Zhou Yingzhu. Chu Qing was taken aback. He had underestimated Zhou Yingzhu's capabilities. Sure enough, her voice came through the phone. Mr. Chu, the special place you mentioned, we found one during the night, but I'm not sure if it's the one you're looking for. What do you think? Where is it? Chu Qing interrupted directly. In the old district of Luo City, at the starting bus station of the abandoned No. 14 bus route. I've sent you the location. I'm currently on my way there. Do you want to go? Zhou Yingzhu's actions pleased Chu Qing greatly. I'll be there soon. Don't act rashly. With that, Chu Qing hung up the phone, glanced around, thought for a moment, picked up a nearby lantern but did not use the painting of Zhong Kuei riding a tiger that was placed in the coffin. Most importantly, Chu Qing looked at his large tombstone. He did not feel the fluctuations of fate. Why was the blood-letter ghost so quiet? Was it still unsatisfied with the so-called cooling time, or was it? Even it feared that thing? Did it also think that, at this stage, it couldn't subdue or even eliminate that thing? Chu Qing didn't know. He only knew that whether it was a mule or a horse, it was time to take it out for a walk. So, this time, he did not take the taxi numbered 40004 but looked up at the sky. Caw caw. The black crow revealed its previous function regarding the yellow rainbow for the first time. Chu Qing grasped its sharp claws, and the world beneath him slowly lifted off the ground. In the old district, with the positioning set, Chu Qing quickly locked onto that location. What Zhou Yingzhu did not expect was that Chu Qing's speed actually matched hers upon arrival. Mr. Chu. Zhou Yingzhu looked up at the large crow on Chu Qing's shoulder and the lantern in his hand, nervously swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Chu Qing cast a satisfied glance at Zhou Yingzhu. Not only had she come in person, but more importantly, she hadn't brought anyone else alone. What is this place? Mr. Chu, this is a bus station from before in the old district, also the starting point of the No. 14 bus. It used to pass through the entire old district, but later, due to urban beautification and tourism reforms, this outdated bus route was discontinued. I heard that many locals came here to seek answers, but most of them had no results. Zhou Yingzhu had clearly done her homework during the night. Even though her eyes were a bit dark, she still appeared spirited. I had my subordinates cover all the bus stations in Luo City throughout the night. There were some ghost stories, but after checking, most were nothing, only here. What happened here? Noticing Zhou Yingzhu's hesitation, Chu Qing looked toward the not-so-distant area. It was just a very ordinary bus parking lot, with some old houses parked behind it, and in the far parking lot, there were some broken yellow lines marking parking spaces. Here, the gap from the reformed tourist area of Luo City was indeed vast, so large it felt like two different cities. This was the shadowy corner every city has, where people instinctively try to cover it up, hoping to present only the glamorous things to outsiders and superiors. No one reported here. I had 4 subordinates come here to investigate throughout the night, but until now, they haven't been able to contact me. Chu Qing let out a deep breath. He knew this was the place. He looked at the departure point of the bus station and then slowly stepped forward. However, at that moment, in the early morning of Luo City, an indescribable chill enveloped Chu Qing's entire body. His watch on the outstretched left hand lit up at that moment, the feedback from the Book of Life and Death appearing at the right time. But this time,
The content that appeared was something Chu Qing never dreamed of. Are they human? Perhaps they are. In the eyes of the city, they are hurried worker ants, they are the components of the city's operation, they are the consumables of civilization's progress. In the eyes of many people, they are not considered human. They may represent the humans recorded in the annals of human civilization, yet they often do not appear recorded as humans, but as numbers. They grow within this city. Here, the vast majority of their kind converge. Here, it carries their necessary path. Until one day, people believe that and they have no meaning to continue existing. So, what significance do they or it hold? Dear sir, are you ready to enter the world of it? Chu Qing's breath suddenly caught, and he looked in horror at the bus stop in the distance. He never expected that on just the first day of the terrifying era, a bizarre secret realm would be born in Luo City. This could be considered a major chapter, but the rating is too low. It's so frustrating. Please give a good review. Sob sob sob. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of vehicles slowly moving made Chu Qing open his eyes. He looked out at the world in a daze. Old streets, dim crowds, the chattering voices around him. What was he doing here? Oh right. He got off work early today. He is a courier. Today, it was said that the road at the junction of the old city and the high-tech zone was under construction, so he got off work a bit earlier. Although, he didn't know what the construction over there had to do with the logistics and delivery in their old city. But why bother thinking about that? Being able to get off work early is ultimately comfortable. With that thought, he yawned and wanted to lean back in his seat to take a short nap. The bus on the way home after work, this No. 14 bus, was the place where he worried the least about insomnia. Here, there was no pressure of life, no parents who were not too old yet already had gray hair, no girlfriend who broke up after 3 years of dating because of the bride price, no parents wanting to grit their teeth to pay, making him bear a 30-year loan, no relatives and friends' disdainful glances and cold words. None of those suffocating things. However, one sentence made him turn his head sharply. Have you heard? Because of the city's appearance rectification, they are going to replan the bus stop route map for the old city. Now, it seems that only Mingxing Road is the bus route for the old city. How can that be? The old city is so big. Does that mean after coming down from Mingxing Road, everyone has to walk? There's no way around it. They say they want to create a beautiful tourist city with a citywide bus tour. They can't let outside tourists think there's a problem with Luo City's environment. Previously, the subway didn't even have a stop here. Alright, let's not talk about it anymore. Clang, clang, clang. The dull noise of the bus tires made it impossible for him to fall asleep again. He looked blankly at everything outside. He was a native of Luo City. However, the city had nothing to do with him. This old city was his majority impression of Luo City. This No. 14 bus was the place he had been riding since he started school. Now, is even this place gone? Then in the future, will he also disappear like this bus route, or even this old city? Yes, it is inevitable. He understood clearly because he knew that this city perhaps did not need him. Unwilling. He also wanted to be someone who was naturally high above others, someone who could truly be regarded with respect by others, rather than being seen merely as a delivery person, which represented his entire identity and all his life's worth. He envied those who had a talent for other things. Perhaps he had his own talent, but unfortunately, he had not discovered it until now. He sighed, feeling an indescribable loneliness, yet there was an even more indescribable sense of absurdity. He did not know where this feeling came from as he looked at the world outside, where vehicles slowly passed by. His home had actually arrived long ago, or rather, it had already passed. This route of the No. 14 bus circled the entire old town, and if the ant from earlier was not mistaken, he wanted to take a good look, to see what this old town looked like, to see the people living here. Perhaps one day, he would no longer be able to see it. The bus stop was at an old elementary school. The old town was not always the old town. It had once thrived. The elementary school here had also flourished. However, later on, schools were never short of money. After all, no matter how poor one was, education could not be lacking, and children could not be made to suffer. The old walls were covered in ivy. His elementary school days were spent here. Unfortunately, before he could take another look, or rather, before he could carefully reminisce about the name of the little girl at his desk who liked to wear 2 braids, the vehicle started moving again. Clang, clang, clang. Soon, the bus stopped again. This time, the stop was at an extremely dirty and chaotic street. This was the morning market. Although messy, it perhaps had some semblance of life. Even though this was something the surrounding people said with slightly flushed cheeks when they felt a bit of disdain from relatives who came from outside. He loved coming here as a child. He liked the fish stall, not because he liked fish, but because there was always a little cat there. He loved cats. Sometimes he often wondered what it would be like if he turned into a jumping cat. If there were a next life, he would rather not be human, let him be a cat. Being human was too tiring, requiring too much thought. It was better to be a cat, a stray cat outside, only needing to think about how to fill its belly all day. Clang, 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 the bus started moving again. The next stop was by a riverside. Here was a small river branching off from the Luo River. Of course, now it had become a stinking ditch. Initially, a big boss from Luo City came to invest, reportedly spending a lot of money to make the surrounding people wealthy, or to improve something he did not understand. He only knew that later, that big boss made a fortune and moved away, the factory closed, but this riverside where he often came to bathe and play as a child was no longer visited by anyone. Clang, 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 the bus started again. Some people got on, and some got off. He glanced at them and then ignored it. He looked at the world rushing by outside, his mind filled with the bits and pieces of his 20-plus years living in this city. Those were all trivial matters, too small to mention. Compared to the development of Luo City, they were insignificant. But for him, it seemed he only possessed these things. Someone once said that growing up meant losing some things and gaining others. Sitting on this No. 14 bus, Chu Ching sat in a daze, seemingly having indeed lost many things, yet it felt like he had never gained anything. And now, it seemed he was about to lose the last few things he had. Finally, the sound of the Didi horn came, and not far away was the old bus stop that had been battered by wind and rain for over 20 years. Unbeknownst to him, he suddenly realized that at some point, he was the only passenger left on the entire bus. For some reason, as Chu Ching looked at the upcoming departure station, which was also the final stop, an inexplicable fear surged within him. The orange-red sunset descended, and a bus was running down the road. He sat on the bus, and without realizing it, his gaze seemed to drift slowly. Facing the sunset, he felt as if he had passed through the bus, seeing himself from a divine perspective, sitting on that bus, the scene warm and the composition exquisite. Everything he had just experienced appeared before him. However, the exquisite image before his eyes began to change slowly. All colors faded, and all vitality dissipated. It was as if a worn-out film was reflecting a lifeless black and white old movie. Come on, come on. This is our home. Don't you want to come? Get on the bus, let's go. Aching. Voices echoed in his ears. Cold, the air was so cold. Chu Ching had never felt this before. Even when he was the Lord of the Yellow Springs in the second rank of the underworld, having personally soaked in the so-called Yellow Springs, it seemed he had never felt as cold as he did now. This was the feeling of death. Indeed, it was only when one was completely enveloped by the rules, completely covered by the rules, that such a feeling would arise. The cold was not just in the body, but also in the soul, which he could not identify. But why would he die? Had he died? Wasn't he on that bus? No. Suddenly, Chu Ching's body jolted, and the chill that had almost completely covered him with death was forcefully resisted by him at that moment. After all, he was the gravekeeper. Yes. He was not a courier. He was the gravekeeper, the 9th-rank underworld gravekeeper Chu Ching. He was the former Chu Jiangwang Chu Ching. Suddenly, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged from his pupils. The scarlet pupils lifted to gaze into the distance. He did not know where he was looking. The rules of death were about to completely envelop him. However, at this edge of life and death, Chu Ching clearly knew that it was watching him. From his previous encounter with the faceless ghost, Chu Ching understood that the eye contact required to activate the blood pupils did not need to be a true face-to-face gaze. Eye contact only required a touch of vision. As long as the other party looked at him, then those red eyes, which had just begun to operate desperately after he obtained the blood pupils, would inevitably look back at it. At this moment, the consciousness that had seemed shrouded in a layer of haze finally recovered. Chu Ching's entire body was icy cold, and the blood light blooming in his eyes almost seeped out as drops of blood from his eye sockets. The wildly swirling blood pupils seemed as if they were about to leap out of Chu Ching's eye sockets. It was such madness, a kind of madness Chu Ching had never seen before. Suddenly, Chu Ching felt it. That gaze, he felt it. He sensed the existence of the thing behind it. However, this time, the blood pupils, which had always been advantageous, did not exert their expected effect. This gaze of confrontation persisted. Chu Ching knew that the other party had also activated the killing rules, and the death he had almost touched was the best proof. However, the reason why his eye-for-an-eye approach did not yield complete results was most likely due to the other party's weight being no less than that of the blood pupils. At least, from the weight difference displayed now, it was not much different, but the effect was not non-existent. The frantically swirling blood-red pupils were a vivid scarlet, and Chu Ching's body, as if it had touched the coldness of death, finally began to slowly dissipate. The warmth of life reappeared on Chu Ching.
At this moment, his perception of the outside world was finally restored. He could feel that gaze, the activation of the rules of death, slowly coming to a halt. It was clear that the other party also knew it had missed this opportunity, the best chance to kill Chu Qing. Chu Qing pursed his lips and looked around. However, what he never expected was that at this moment, he was still just standing there. In the distance was the abandoned, dilapidated bus stop. His palm was even still extended, maintaining the posture of watching the life and death ledger on his left wrist. Yet, even without entering the secret realm, Chu Qing knew he had truly walked a circle in front of the gates of hell. Mr. Chu, Mr. Chu. The voice of Zhou Yingzhu came from behind him repeatedly. Chu Qing ignored it and looked again at his left hand. As his consciousness returned, along with the gaze of that unknown ghostly mother shifting away, characters unexpectedly jumped out on the life and death ledger. Your Excellency, you have been deceived, haven't you? Of course, this is not a bad thing, believe me, it really is not a bad thing. It makes you understand that its things are not so easy to take, and you also make it understand that your existence is not something it can easily manipulate, even with careful planning. The memory journey of that ghostly delivery is so humble, so insignificant, yet for someone as great as you, it is also a different kind of amusement, isn't it? Perhaps, both of you should understand that in the current situation, it seems neither of you can truly do anything to the other. So, perhaps a temporary ceasefire is a good choice for both sides. What do you think? Of course, I still say, esteemed Lord Chu Qing, this is not a bad thing for you. Chu Qing looked at the feedback from the life and death ledger, and he understood what had just happened. So that was it. The ghostly delivery, killed by him. After arriving here, the ghostly mother could activate the memories of the ghostly delivery and even before he had entered the secret realm, initiate the rules of death to curse him? No wonder. There was no fluctuation in Chu Qing's eyes. Just as the life and death ledger said. In the current situation, after he had countered the ghostly mother's first wave of attacks, it would be difficult for the other party to launch another attack unless he actively entered the secret realm. And from the recent confrontation, he had also seen the horror of this ghostly mother. Recklessly entering the other party's territory was tantamount to seeking death. But fortunately, time was on his side. Thinking of this, Chu Qing let out a deep breath and said, "Alright." Zhou Yingzhu no longer dared to make a sound. It must be said that this ghostly mother had given Chu Qing, who had been sailing smoothly during this time, a solid lesson. After all, he had only been reborn for less than a week. However, the ominous signs of revival had at least appeared for half a month or even a month. Luochang was one of the cities with the most ghostly afflictions in his previous life. The existence of this ghostly mother must have been one of the earliest powerful anomalies, otherwise, it would not have been able to generate the existence of a secret realm. Strength. In such a terrifying era, strength was the most reliable thing. With this in mind, Chu Qing did not linger and turned to leave. Zhou Yingzhu was puzzled until Chu Qing's voice quickly came. "Come with me, you drive, let's go to Beishan Cemetery." "Ah, yes." Sitting in Zhou Yingzhu's Bentley Continental, Chu Qing slightly closed his eyes, his brows furrowed. His eyes once again felt the stinging sensation of the initial fusion. In an instant, a blood-red hue once again filled his vision. However, the reappearing blood-red subtitles left Chu Qing momentarily stunned, finally making him understand what the prompt from the Book of Life and Death truly meant. Indeed, this life and death crisis was not a bad thing for him, because at this very moment, under the sensing of the blood-eyed ghost, the method for the blood-eye's ascension, which had long been absent, finally appeared clearly amidst this death crisis. On the roads of Luo City, the shadows of people were pitifully sparse. Even though it wasn't the weekend, and even though it was daytime, there were hardly any people on this road, let alone in some of the bustling spots in Luo City. The Blue Continental sped down the road, and Zhou Yingzhu looked at the Beishan Cemetery on the navigation but didn't dare to glance back at the figure behind her. She didn't know Chu Qing's thoughts, and at this moment, she naturally couldn't comprehend the extent of Chu Qing's fluctuating emotions. Between life and death, the symbiosis with the blood-eyed ghost made this entity sense the crisis of death, leading to an explosive potential, finally perceiving its own method of ascension. However, seeing this blood-eyed ghost's method of ascension, even with his 2 lifetimes of experience, Chu Qing could only complain, is this shark arm just full and bored? In fact, from an external perspective, the ascension of the blood-eye was not difficult. It could even be said to be extremely simple. However, if Chu Qing couldn't feel the symbiotic relationship with this entity, he would seriously suspect that this thing had been seduced by the ghost mother in the secret realm, wanting to join forces to take his life. Indeed. He once again raised the blood-red curtain of his vision and looked at the situation of the blood-eyed ghost. Blood-eye rank, 9th rank category, symbiotic anomaly in lifespan, 10 months 16 days eye for an eye, rule after making eye contact, can ignore the opponent's rule abilities and rebound them. If the opponent has no rule abilities activated, it can control the blood, yin qi, of living beings, ghosts, to flow backward, spill out, and die.
Activation requires eye contact, with the effect determined by the rank and talent difference between both parties. With eyes and pearls, ability can probe living beings, underworld artifacts, etc., gaining insight into rank, essence, rules, abilities, yin lifespan, etc. Symbiosis, status currently symbiotic with humans, yin lifespan consumption doubled, while initially awakening a certain level of intelligence. Ascension requirements, devour 5 anomalies or above, and the body of the symbiotic entity must fuse with the anomaly's rank not lower than 9th rank. Note, human. What do you mean? You dare to question me?
You are too weak. I am here to protect you, this human, and myself.
Indeed. The ascension of the blood-eyed ghost could even be said to be very simple. This guy didn't even need to consume yin lifespan.
And the number of anomalies to be devoured was not a difficult task for the blood-eye. The only noteworthy point was that this guy's ascension required Chu Qing to symbiotically bond with another anomaly. It couldn't be like the grave ghost that was controlled like the blood character ghost. It had to be like it, fusing with itself.
Just as he thought when he was reborn, humans did not need a method to control anomalies through yin positions.
Instead, it was about the fusion of their own bodies with the symmetrically compatible anomalies, mutually parasitizing each other. However, doing so carried great risks. In his previous life, among the 5 kings who had already fallen, the Coroner King, also known as the 5 Senses King, was quite adept at this. Chu Qing had little contact with this individual, and naturally, the other party wouldn't share any tips or methods with him. Therefore, if he wanted to continue in this manner, using his body to fuse with anomalies, he could only continue to seek danger. Chu Qing was not afraid of risking his life. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made up his mind on the very day of his rebirth to fuse with the initial form of this blood-eyed dragon lord. However, he is now the first grave keeper, and the grave spirit is merely a prototype of the death apartment. Coupled with the fusion of the blood-eyed dragon lord, there is largely no need to continue taking risks. Yet, this blood-eye is playing for keeps. Clearly, this confrontation with the mother and child spirits has instilled a sense of crisis in this self-important blood-eye spirit. Chu Qing closed his eyes again, rubbing his temples that throbbed painfully. In fact, although he felt somewhat speechless, he did not resist. In fact, he felt a bit of anticipation.
What is the meaning of smooth sailing? In a terrifying era, or in any era, those who rise up all possess a gambler's mentality and absolute confidence.
This encounter made him realize once again that in this terrifying age, it is like rowing against the current. If you do not advance, you will retreat. If one does not grow, or if growth slows down, countless strange entities are rapidly hunting and growing. To achieve the goals he yearns for, the pursuit of power cannot stop for a moment. If one could be eternal and indestructible, what does it matter if one is filled with fierce spirits? He began to rummage through the memories in his mind again. Not doing is not doing, but if one does, one must find a way to do it best. Moreover, in this world, it is not that the weaker abilities and lower potential of strange entities lead to a lower mortality rate after fusion. Since fusion is unavoidable, then choosing stronger strange entities is naturally justifiable. Although it is indeed not easy to find something as fierce as the blood-eyed dragon lord again, one cannot just casually settle for any random entity. After all, it is something that will be integrated into oneself. So, which powerful strange entity from the last life had a basic form that could be fused with a human? Chu Qing fell into deep thought. Then, he actually thought of something he could access right now. Luo City was the city where the ghost plague erupted most violently in the last life, and the sheer number of strange entities caused Luo City to completely become a ghost city in less than 3 years. However, because of this reason, in the early days of Luo City, there were indeed some ghost tamers who stood out in the public eye. Although Chu Qing had fled Luo City a long time ago, he had still paid some attention. One of them particularly met his requirements. In the last life, in fact, at the very beginning of the strange entity outbreak, there were some who, by chance, fused with and controlled the strange entities. After all, some things that Chu Qing could do, others could do as well. People died, but naturally, there would be survivors. In the last life, while paying attention to the Ghost Tamers Circle in Luo City, he had heard of a guy's great name, Ghost Han Du Bai Fan. It is said that this guy's rise began with a strange entity fused into his palm. At the same time, after someone announced the shadow position on the official forum, this guy transitioned to the shadow position of Night Watchman. He became one of the top ghost tamers in Luo City at that time, gaining immense popularity. In Xing City, some people even sought to join this guy. The reason was the strange entity in that palm. It was rumored that any strange entity caught by that ghost hand had no ability to resist.
Although Chu Qing did not know much about the specific rules and abilities, he later heard that although that guy escaped Luo City and even advanced to the 4th rank shadow position of Night Wanderer, he ultimately died in some secret realm. However, the ghost hand was clearly memorable and noteworthy to many during the early days of the vast terrifying era. Nevertheless, Chu Qing did not really know whether that guy had found the ghost hand now, whether he had fused with it, or whether he had controlled it. As for what this person did before the arrival of the strange entity era, he also did not know much. With this thought, Chu Qing suddenly asked the person in front of him, Zhou Yingzhu, do you know someone named Dubai Fan from Luo City? Zhou Yingzhu's movements paused slightly, then she thought for a moment and said, that sounds a bit familiar. If you're not in a hurry, could I check it out? Chu Qing nodded, sure. Since Zhou Yingzhu found it familiar, it shouldn't be an ordinary person. Moreover, this name isn't particularly common. After stopping by the roadside for about 10 minutes, Zhou Yingzhu's voice finally rang out again, I found it, Mr. Chu. I don't know if this is the Dubai Fan you mentioned, but the only Dubai Fan I know is this one. Dubai Fan, from Luochang, was the founder of Wanhe Building Materials, which was quite well known in Luochang and even in the Central Plains at that time. However, later the company went bankrupt, left Luochang, and went to Xinjiang. Now he is the general manager at Gaojian Group in the provincial capital. Suddenly, Chu Qing's eyes widened. Is there any connection between his company's bankruptcy and Senmu Group and Luochang? Oh, Mr. Chu, you know about that too? At that time, Dubai Fan's Wanhe Building Materials went bankrupt because of some business tactics from Senmu Group which led to its decline and eventual bankruptcy. Listening to Zhou Yingzhu, Chu Qing revealed a knowing smile. So that's how it is. In the heart of Luochang, a relatively glamorous high-rise building rose from the ground. This place was once the envy of many. However, at this moment, everyone, including the upper management, had no mind to work steadily. Any news from the death ledger would make many of them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Although only a day had passed, many people had already posted some photos online. Previously, some would scoff at these supernatural messages, dismissing them. But now, when such things could very likely happen around everyone, who could still go to work? Of course, there have always been people who go to work in this world. After all, today was only the second day of the bizarre outbreak. For many, they still hadn't figured out what was going on. Although they felt anxious every year and every moment, many people die in car accidents. Could they really stop going to work just because of fear? Indeed, the vast majority were actually unaware of the threat posed by the bizarre outbreak. But that was normal. Under the current circumstances, most of the bizarre occurrences might still be at the 9th rank. The 9th rank could easily take a person's life, but it wouldn't directly threaten the lives of many. There still needed to be a transitional process. For example, if Chu Qing's lantern were to be upgraded to the 7th rank, when the darkness under the light activated, it wouldn't be difficult to spiral up hundreds or thousands of people at once. So, even at this moment, there were still quite a few employees in the building marked Senmu Construction. Although there were some, not many were working seriously. Until a crisp sound of clacking echoed. Everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the sound. A figure in shiny high heels and a tailored suit slowly walked out of the elevator. Looking at the figure that emerged, no one said much, but many exchanged glances, a glint of intrigue flashing in their eyes. A few days ago, after learning this woman's identity, they had been excessively flattering. After all, she was the future boss lady. But now, it was completely different. Not to mention the current bizarre era. Who knew if someone would die in the next second? Even if not, the news had already spread. Senmu Construction, which dominated the construction industry in Luochang and was involved in some real estate sectors, was soon to be acquired and integrated by Gaojian Group from Xinjiang. Now, the chairman of Gaojian Group, who was also the second largest shareholder of Senmu Construction, Dong Gaohong, had already made arrangements with the various shareholders of the group. They would not accept the shares of the Senmu Group from this woman. When the time came, they could force her to sell her shares at a low price to Director Gao. At this moment, Ruoshua had clearly transformed from the prospective lady boss into a pitiful woman who had put in a lot of effort for nothing. However, Ruoshua seemed oblivious to this. After a quick glance, a trace of cold disdain flickered in her eyes. She ignored these insignificant characters and walked directly into the innermost office, knocked on the door, and then pushed it open, saying, Secretary Zhang, please inform the board of directors that in 1 hour, I will convene a shareholders meeting as the heir of the Lin family shares, and I hope the shareholders will attend as promised. If they do not come, they will bear the consequences. Without waiting for the board secretary inside to respond, Ruoshua took the elevator back up to the boardroom on the upper floor. She calmly waited in the boardroom, and besides the Hermes bag with lychee patterns, she also held a peculiar plastic tote bag tightly. An hour passed quickly. One by one, figures trickled in, as if they had timed their arrival perfectly. They chatted among themselves, completely disregarding Ruoshue, who sat in the chairman's seat at the head of the table. They seemed to truly believe she was not worth their attention. Just a gold digger who had gotten lucky and wanted to become a phoenix. Now, just a few days after the deaths of the Lin father and son, she was so eager to come to the company, which showed how blind the Lin family had been. At this moment, she should be the one kneeling and begging them to buy her worthless remaining shares at a high price. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Of course, Director Gao had also mentioned before that this young woman was quite attractive, and with her status, if she was willing, it wouldn't be impossible. And Ruoshue looked calmly at the board members, who wore mocking expressions. Perhaps they had long thought of her as the fish on the chopping block. And Ruoshue smiled, and when everyone was seated, she finally spoke. I am the heir to the Lin family's shares. Now, I hold 42% of Senmu Construction's shares, so naturally, I am the chairman of Senmu. As soon as she said this, everyone was taken aback, then showed disdain, and one voice spoke up, little girl, those shares are indeed in your name according to the procedure, but whether you can enter the board of directors still depends on a vote by all the directors. Uncle Lee, aren't you bullying me? And Ruoshue laughed, having never heard of a shareholder with nearly 50% of the shares needing the other directors to vote to enter the board. This old man was truly taking advantage of her. Fortunately, she still had him, and it just so happened that this old man was a good target. The man named Lee smiled. Bullying? How is this bullying you? Besides, what's wrong with bullying you? She looked at the old man who had spoken, then slowly took out the plastic bag that no one had paid attention to. Her gaze locked onto the face of the old man who had spoken earlier, and in an instant, her previously radiant smile turned extremely cold and sinister, an old man who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. The man known as Uncle Lee was taken aback, about to stand up, but the next second he froze, and Ruoshue slowly took something out of the plastic bag. That thing left everyone in the room stunned. It was a head. A woman's head, impeccably groomed, with a hint of blush and lipstick on her face. It was not fake. It was not a prop. Because at the moment everyone looked at it, it also looked back at them. And Ruoshue looked at the old man, smiled slightly, sent him on his way. It was evident that after last night's beauty contest, the creature that had become an Ruoshue's grinding ghost was now extremely obedient. Its gaze instantly locked onto the director with the surname Lee. Then, a voice rang out, a voice filled with sorrowful complaints, a whisper that tugged at the heartstrings, a haughty tone that captivated the soul, a call from the underworld. As everyone was swept away by this voice, the next moment, they saw old Lee, with his finger poking into his throat, blood splattering everywhere, and a series of piercing screams erupted, causing the entire conference room to boil over. Only the figure sitting at the head of the table remained incredibly calm, and Ruoshue paid no attention to the corpse before her. Perhaps, as Chu Qing had said, after transitioning to a position in the underworld, these scenes that were shocking to ordinary people had become commonplace for them. Therefore, after hearing the harsh screams of these big men, she impatiently frowned and softly said, "Stop the noise." This voice, like the beauty beside her, pierced through everyone's eardrums and entered their hearts, truly silencing them all. Then, and Ruoshue sorrowfully said, "The city of Luo has erupted in the bazaar, our director Li Chuanfeng has met an unusual death. As the chairman of the Senmu Group, I call upon all members of the board to observe 3 minutes of silence for Director Li." Looking at the bewildered faces around her, and Ruoshue feigned a look of surprise and then turned to them. "What, do you all have different opinions?" Instantly, everyone closed their eyes and pretended to begin the so-called silence. Watching these guys, and Ruoshue, after everyone had closed their eyes, simply couldn't be bothered to pretend, and rubbed the beauty's head resting on the table. The beauty glanced at her, then slightly parted her red lips and let out a burp. At that moment, she mimicked Chu Qing's position on the death ledger, and from her wristwatch, the following words lit up. "What is the highest realm of business warfare? When the bazaar is lurking on their necks, draining their blood and souls, they will naturally understand, won't they? Although it is a transaction with these inferior ordinary humans, there is no distinction in the size of transactions. You have a deeper understanding of the essence of business warfare, and your comprehension of the life buyer position in the underworld has deepened. Even such a trivial transaction may bring unexpected help to the life buyer. For example, right now, your control over these matters is very valuable and significant for the upcoming phone call." As the last word lit up, almost instantly, the phone in Ruoshue's bag rang. The contact name was prominently displayed as Dear, and Ruoshue ignored the terrified expressions of the others, walked to a partition, and quickly answered the call. Without any unnecessary words, Chu Qing's voice came through faintly. "Quickly find a way to get that Gao Hong from Gao Jian Group and their general manager Du Baifan to come to Luo City." "Yes." and Ruoshua never made any further comments on Chu Qing's orders, but she was still a bit curious and excited. Qing, what are you planning to do? Clean them out. Caw caw. The harsh cawing of a crow echoed from above. Chu Qing stepped down from the European car and looked up at the black crow. Ever since this creature evolved, he had often kept it by his side, yet it had not proven useful at all. He had always had this crow apply the death knell rule ability for him. And yet, as bait, he hadn't even caught a low-level bizarre creature from the wild, and after barely following the mother and child ghost he had previously provoked, he almost lost half his life. The results were mediocre. Chu Qing felt a bit disappointed but also understood. After all, the rules of ghouls were special, and he was already a gravekeeper. Moreover, the era of terror has just arrived, and a portion of the bazaar does not even need to be moved. There is plenty of food delivered right to the door, so there's no need to go out hunting for wild game, right? With this thought, Chu Qing looked at Zhou Yingzhu, who had not yet left. This woman has considerable influence in Luochang, and her skills are quite impressive. Meeting Chu Qing's scrutinizing gaze, Zhou Yingzhu said, Mr. Chu, do you have any further instructions? She did not mention Chu Qing's previous promise, appearing as a diligent and obedient black glove. Of course, this woman's rise to power likely relied on this very trait. Now, she was merely returning to her most familiar territory. Chu Qing pondered for a moment and asked, do you know where I can obtain a large number of skulls? Regardless, he needed to start constructing the high-level tomb for the Black Crow. Besides the additional lifespan gained each day, it would also benefit his understanding of the role of the gravekeeper. While collecting skulls to build the house, he could wait for Dubaifan and Gao Hong to arrive. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yingzhu slightly furrowed her brows and thought for a moment. Well, I don't know if Mr. Chu wants new ones or old ones. New. If it's new, then it would probably be from hospitals across the region. I can find a way to retrieve the bodies of those who die in the morgue every day. Chu Qing looked at Zhou Yingzhu. How many can we get in a day? If it were before, at most about 10 people a day, but now, it's hard to say. I estimate there could be 30 to 50. 30 to 50. To gather 500 would take quite some time. Chu Qing frowned slightly, dissatisfied with this speed. There was another reason. He did not understand how the Yin Chao Yijiao would judge the vitality of these 500 skulls. What if he kept them for a few days and they exceeded their shelf life? Moreover, the more, the better. After all, even if the skull tree was built, stacking a skull on top could provide him with a day's worth of Yin lifespan through the construction of the tomb. This was also why Chu Qing valued the construction of the skull tree. Noticing Chu Qing's dissatisfaction, Zhou Yingzhu thought for a moment, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Mr. Chu, there is another way. We can quickly obtain a large quantity of those things. Chu Qing glanced at her, intrigued. Zhou Yingzhu, without any hesitation, stated, in this world, what is lacking is not people. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, seemingly in agreement, and nodded, yes, there are indeed plenty of people. Zhou Yingzhu perked up, if Mr. Chu needs it, I can take care of it. What do you plan to do? His rhetorical question caught Zhou Yingzhu off guard. She had intended to speak but swallowed her words, then thought for a moment and said, I know some people in Luochang who are not clean in their dealings. They have some background and are indeed useful, which is why they have been kept alive. These people deserve to die. If we kill them all, at this time, no one will think too much or interfere. They won't bring you any trouble. Plus, if I find a way to get some from the hospital, 500 skulls can be gathered in a day or two. Only then did Chu Qing retract his gaze and calmly say, since they deserve to die, then kill them. He looked towards the quickly darkening sky, suddenly recalling some individuals from his previous life. Particularly interesting were two people. One was Lu Lian's brother, the head of the Abnormal Affairs Bureau, that king of Hell Lu Ci, who had once implored many high-level ghost tamers during a senior meeting in Longguo not to indiscriminately kill innocent ordinary people. Because of his presence, Longguo retained the largest population on the entire Blue Star. However, there was also another particularly memorable individual in this regard. That was the Wheel King, who had a good relationship with him. This fellow once said that if a spirit master kills for the purpose of enhancing their own strength, then it does not count as committing murder. Because only when the upper-level high-ranking spirit masters become strong can they confront those fierce gods. Therefore, every person killed is a hope and vision entrusted to oneself. The more one kills, the greater the responsibility one must bear. Chu Qing clearly remembered the expression of compassion on the Wheel King's face when he said this, as if he took it upon himself to save the world. He was indeed a madman, no doubt about it. But who, having lived to that time and become such a powerful spirit master, was not a madman? Even Lu Ci, when it came to his sister, had committed acts akin to slaughtering a city. Chu Qing sighed. He rarely wanted to kill recklessly for the sake of power, especially not ordinary people or low-level spirit masters.
But there was no choice. In this terrifying era, the ever-emerging powerful and bizarre forces pushed people to become stronger by any means necessary. So, he could only prepare to punish evil and promote good just this once. These guys would eventually be taken down by the bizarre forces anyway, enhancing their longevity and accelerating the growth of the bizarre. It would be better to give them their lives and heads now, as a contribution to saving Luo City. With this thought, Chu Qing began to understand the Wheel King's perspective. However, he suddenly thought of a special type of shadow position. He looked at the woman in front of him, Zhou Yingzhu. This woman was quite capable, ruthless enough, and had a venomous heart. The future of the death apartment needed talents like her. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could easily accomplish the death guidance of the blood character Ghost. However, the requirements for promoting the blood character Ghost to the 8th rank indicated that this promotion would likely require the completion of a large number of death guidance tasks. Clearly, it was impossible to do it alone. In such a terrifying era, spirit masters with potential were still worth recruiting. This potential was not only in temperament and ability but also in appearance. Even if Chu Qing had no particular thoughts for now, watching a big man come and go here was certainly not as pleasing to the eye as having a beautiful woman around, right? With the same abilities, why wouldn't he choose the latter? He had no issues in that regard. Among the 9th rank shadow positions, there was a relatively special sequence that had been sought after by many spirit masters in the previous life. In fact, some even claimed it was the first shadow position sequence because of its combat power and a natural advantage. For others, the extremely precious and rare underworld tools, this shadow position came with one by default, and it was a growth type that could enhance along with the master's shadow position rank. In ancient times, the executioners who dealt with criminals sentenced to death were a particularly special existence. They wielded large blades and, at a command, would sever the heads of the criminals. The splattering blood would tell all the onlookers the fate of those who opposed the court. They were the rulers of the feudal dynasty, the claws and weapons that showcased the ruling power. They had the hardest fate and the most ferocious destiny. And in this terrifying era, such people had also transformed into shadow positions, and they were quite powerful shadow positions. Indeed, this was the 9th rank shadow position, the executioner. With this thought, Chu Qing suddenly looked up at Zhou Yingzhu and asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Hearing Chu Qing's question, Zhou Yingzhu opened her mouth and then chose to speak honestly. "To be frank, Mr. Chu, when I first started out, I was known in the martial world by the nickname Little 13 Sister." Chu Qing was taken aback and looked at Zhou Yingzhu with suspicion. "I can't really tell." Zhou Yingzhu had no way to explain. After all, who didn't have a bit of a dark history? However, her dark history was genuinely dark. But she was a bit modest about her nickname. In fact, at her most spirited time, her nickname was Blade-Wielding Mother Rakshasa. Chu Qing was too lazy to care. "Alright, since that's the case, do you have a knife you're good at using?" Zhou Yingzhu was puzzled but nodded. "Yes, there's a finely forged miao knife with a sharpened edge at my house." "Great, let's set off now. First, we'll get the knife, then we'll go kill someone." As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Yingzhu hesitated slightly. "What's wrong?" Chu Qing frowned. Before Zhou Yingzhu could speak, she had already given her answer. Gulp. For the first time, a hint of blush appeared on Zhou Yingzhu's face. Chu Qing, however, showed no signs of disturbance. Ever since he became a gravekeeper, his dependence on food had decreased to some extent. He hadn't eaten for more than a day, but he didn't feel particularly affected. However, considering that Zhou Yingzhu had completed her task so quickly after he had made the arrangements last night, going a whole day and night without food or sleep was indeed a bit much. Thinking of this, Chu Qing glanced at her. "I have limited time, so just go find something to eat. There will be plenty of time for you to rest later, but if we miss this village, we won't find this shop again." "Alright, thank you, Mr. Chu." Just as Chu Qing was about to get into the car, an indescribable wave slowly emerged. It was as if the first domino had been pushed down. In this unseen realm, some kind of chain reaction occurred. Chu Qing suddenly turned his head. On the massive tombstone behind him, a trickle of fresh blood slowly gathered, and then lines of text appeared before the two of them. Location, unknown. Time limit, before 4 p.m. tonight. Task objective, go find a restaurant and order a bowl of delicious pig trotter rice. Task reward, unknown. Task failure penalty, none. Chu Qing's right eyelid twitched. However, in that moment, when he thought of food, the first thing that came to mind was indeed pig trotter rice. Fate is like this, once a starting point is chosen, all possible choices and coincidences can arise. And to master fate is to turn the choices and coincidences that are beneficial to oneself into inevitabilities. Thus, Chu Qing thought for a moment and decided to take the head lantern that had always been obediently following him. The head lantern was the most useful among all his strange items, but it had always been taken for granted. This thing was too fierce, and Chu Qing was genuinely a bit worried he might not be able to control it if it took off a little. Moreover, for now, before his position broke through to the 6th rank, the physical body of a ghost master would still be vulnerable to attacks and weapon damage from the real world, making the value of this head lantern incomparable. With this in mind, Chu Qing suddenly felt that this item was a bit wronged. Well, in the future, every time he kept watch, he would give the head lantern a day or two of the 6 days of life he gained, treating it as a reward for following him around. With this thought, Chu Qing didn't get back into the car but waved to Zhou Yingzhu to get into a taxi. "Let's go." Without a second thought, she got in. Was this really an ordinary taxi? Just as this thought crossed her mind, after reaching a speed of 400 kilometers per hour, Zhou Yingzhu had no time to think about anything else. What does it feel like to hit someone with a high-speed train? She was experiencing it now. 3 minutes later, the speed slowed down. Chu Qing arrived at a small street with restaurants not far from Beishan Cemetery. It was only 3 in the afternoon, but the sky was already pitch black. It wasn't even time to turn on the streetlights, and the entire city, the whole street, seemed like a dead city. Occasionally, a few lit homes didn't meet Chu Qing's requirements. Soon, the two saw a place with tungsten filament lights that could rival the security room Chu Qing had been in before, flickering with a dim yellow light. It had big characters written above, "Authentic Guang-style Longjiang pig trotter rice of Luochang, a typical hole-in-the-wall eatery." The two got out of the car and entered the shop. The small place wasn't big, but it was relatively clean and tidy, as if it had heard customers coming in. A dull voice came from the kitchen, "Just scan the code to order." Chu Qing glanced at her and ordered 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. "Mr. Chu, do you also like pig trotter rice? It's not bad. When I was in school, I worked part-time and enjoyed eating some." Zhou Yingzhu looked at Chu Qing, and she seemed to recall something nostalgically, saying, "Back when I dropped out of vocational school and went to work in Guang province, the first time I had this pig trotter rice, I couldn't understand the local dialect. I looked at the sign and initially thought it was made from pig feet, but after eating it, I found out it was pig knuckle. It was quite delicious. At that time, my favorite dish was pig trotter rice. Unfortunately, my salary was less than 1,000 yuan a month, and I could only afford to eat it when I got paid." Seeing Zhou Yingzhu's nostalgic expression, Chu Qing pursed his lips. He wasn't particularly interested in Zhou Yingzhu's story of struggle and rise. Zhou Yingzhu, however, didn't notice Chu Qing's expression and asked, "Have you been to this place before?" Chu Qing thought for a moment and nodded again. "I should have been here." What does should have been mean? Zhou Yingzhu was puzzled. "So how's the taste here?" "Ha, I haven't had pig trotter rice in many years. This place is an old shop. If it can survive in Central Plains province, it means the skills must be quite good," Chu Qing replied after some thought. "Wow, to get Mr. Chu's approval, I must try it well," Zhou Yingzhu said. Just then, a figure came over with 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. Chu Qing's gaze turned to the person delivering the food, who wore a large apron, a chef's hat, and a mask, with only a pair of dull eyes visible, making it hard to see clearly, but it was evident that the person was quite fat. Chu Qing understood. At that moment, Zhou Yingzhu had already turned her attention to the pig trotter rice placed in front of her. The rice was golden and shiny, with red broth soaking each grain, and the rich aroma of meat made her mouth water instinctively. Zhou Yingzhu, who had claimed to have eaten countless delicacies, was now staring at the dish with wide eyes, looking like a starving ghost. "This is too fragrant. It's much better than abalone or anything like that. I can't believe there's such a skilled little shop in Luochang. This chef is really underappreciated here," Zhou Yingzhu praised. "What a pity. If it weren't for the current situation, such an amazing restaurant would definitely be bustling with business." Chu Qing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The business is indeed good. If the family of 3 doesn't hire waitstaff, this small shop often can't keep up during mealtimes. Looking at Zhou Yingzhu, who could no longer hold back her hunger, Chu Qing said after she took a bite, "Chew a few more times, don't rush to swallow." Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback and nodded. "Indeed, it's better for the stomach. By the way, Mr. Chu, do you know the owner of this place? I came here a long time ago, so I've naturally seen him many times." Chu Qing didn't pick up his chopsticks but recalled, "The owner seems to be a middle-aged man in his 30s, a local from Luochang. He worked in Guang province in his early years, learned some skills, and returned to open this shop. His wife is from Sichuan, a nice person but a bit fiery. They have a son whose grades are excellent. He should have finished the college entrance exam this year, and normally, he should be going to university after school starts in September. Their family is kind-hearted. Occasionally, the owner and his wife give free food to sanitation workers and beggars. The owner loves his wife but just likes to drink a bit. However, he is quite submissive and afraid of his wife. I remember many times they argued because he liked to drink a little at the shop at night, and his wife was right to be angry. His drinking habits are average. I remember one time I came back late from a part-time job and went to eat, and that man, drunk, pulled me to sing Sister, you sit at the bow of the boat for 10 minutes. Poof. Zhou Yingzhu laughed out loud. This person is really quite interesting. But, Mr. Chu, since you two are so familiar, why didn't he greet me when he came out just now? I would have liked to meet him. Chu Qing, however, showed no sign of amusement and calmly looked at Zhou Yingzhu. You've already met. Ha! Zhou Yingzhu was taken aback. Her originally rosy lips, now shiny from the greasy broth of the pig trotter rice, looked somewhat confused as she stared at Chu Qing. Chu Qing did not move his chopsticks at all. He slightly raised his chin and continued in his ever-calm tone, their whole family is right in your bowl. Ugh! Watching Zhou Yingzhu, who was holding onto the table and vomiting, Chu Qing's gaze remained calm. Zhou Yingzhu had hardly eaten a few bites, and at this moment, she expelled everything, even the yellow bile came up with it. However, this was still better than losing her life, wasn't it? Chu Qing glanced at the 2 bowls of pig trotter rice. An aura of gloom surrounded them, a ghostly presence permeated the air. But it must be said, judging by the appearance and the expression Zhou Yingzhu had after eating, it was actually better than the previous cooking. Even for someone like Chu Qing, who had no particular cravings, he felt somewhat tempted upon seeing it. But soon, that impulse was suppressed. He looked towards the kitchen entrance at the back of the small shop. A figure seemed to be standing there, behind the kitchen, peering at the only 2 people in the shop. Chu Qing showed no signs of panic. When one sees through the essence of the strange, there is no need to fear it particularly. However, when humans face such unknown entities, fear often accompanies the loss of reason, ultimately becoming prey under the rules of the killer. As long as one discovers some of the opponent's rules and abilities, even an ordinary person has a chance to find a way out when facing lower-grade anomalies. Therefore, entities that can obscure human perception and thinking, like the head lantern and the faceless ghost, are considered some of the more terrifying types among early anomalies. As for blood characters, discovering the rules usually means death, which is something Chu Qing had experienced extensively from the beginning. The thing before him clearly could also influence a person's mind to a certain extent, but not as exaggerated as the head lantern and faceless ghost. Of course, that was for Chu Qing. For ordinary people, the impact was still significant. This was evident from Zhou Yingzhu, who, after instinctively vomiting, stood up and stared at the bowl of pig trotter rice with eyes that seemed to shine with greed. She resembled an addict. Although, the potency of this thing was much greater than others. Chu Qing waved his hand, and the 2 bowls of pig trotter rice crashed to the ground. Alright, you go back to the car first. Zhou Yingzhu couldn't even speak, covering her mouth as she ran outside. Chu Qing sighed, his gaze returning to calmness, then he put his hands in his pockets, slowly stood up, and walked to the kitchen door, kicking it open. In the pitch-black small kitchen, the full appearance of that figure was unclear. A stout body, accompanied by heavy breathing. Sensing Chu Qing's arrival, the figure suddenly turned its head, and the pair of eyes behind the mask fixed intently on Chu Qing. This scene, which made one's hair stand on end, did not faze Chu Qing at all. Those eyes had long since turned red without him noticing. The threat of this thing is not great. Back when it first appeared, Chu Qing had already noticed it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been leisurely chatting with Zhou Yingzhu, Chef Pig rank, 9th grade type, humanoid anomaly lifespan, 2 months and 7 days feast, rule the food it creates has an unimaginable attraction for all living beings. If any being consumes beyond a certain limit, it triggers a killing rule. Recipe, ability extremely skilled in cooking, can research recipes based on existing ingredients. The dishes created from the recipes have certain special effects. Current mastered dish, pig's trotter rice. Pig's trotter rice requires rice and pork. After consuming a certain amount, any being will transform into a pig-like form, with other effects unknown. Humanoid status daily consumption of lifespan is doubled, possesses a negligible amount of intelligence, and can attack using ordinary means aside from the killing rule ability. Promotion requirements, unknown note, it smells so good humanoid anomaly. Similar to the mother and child ghost, it is a very rare anomaly in the early stages. Just as observed by the bloodeye, this thing, aside from the killing rule, can also attack through some conventional means. However, in the previous life in the Dragon Kingdom, during the early stages of the anomaly's arrival, such anomalies were rare. Instead, other countries, especially in the West, had more of them. In fact, these humanoid anomalies look impressive and can attack through other means, making them much more terrifying than other anomalies. However, this also gives them some weaknesses. Generally speaking, the rule abilities of such anomalies tend to be relatively weak and one-sided. At the same time, although these anomalies cannot be eliminated by physical means, they can be obstructed by them. Therefore, even for these anomalies, when hunting, they primarily rely on the killing rule to act, only resorting to close combat when they are out of options. For example, right now, that plump figure is holding a blood-red kitchen knife, gripped tightly in its hand, and the pig eyes exposed reveal an indescribable bloody ferocity. Unfortunately, this method, compared to the anomaly's rule ability, is as different as a wooden sword is from a Barrett rifle. Chu Qing's blood-red gaze locked onto it. The once ferocious chef pig suddenly froze in place. At that moment, the yin energy and blood were completely controlled by the blood eye. Chu Qing stood still, contemplating how to deal with this thing. According to his original plan, he would just eliminate it. Of course, it wasn't to avenge the original family, he didn't have the leisure for that, nor did he have that kind of relationship with them. Moreover, the killing by anomalies, just like humans eating pigs and sheep, is something that cannot be changed by anyone. It is the jungle law of survival of the fittest. To let this influence his decision would be foolish. The reason he initially wanted to kill it was purely because the blood eye wanted to promote itself, and aside from merging with anomalies, it also needed to devour 5 other anomalies. Currently, the blood eye had only consumed 2, still needing 3 more. However, he had to admit that after seeing the chef pig's abilities, Chu Qing hesitated a bit. This thing's ability is quite impressive. Although the rules seem harsh to activate, what Chu Qing mainly valued was the recipe's ability. The future potential of this ability is vast. With just 1 pig's trotter rice, after eating it, it can turn living beings into pig-like forms. What if more dishes are researched in the future? Most importantly, Chu Qing thought of a treasure puzzle from his previous life. It was a series of high-grade underworld artifact puzzles. Although it was far from the complete version of the black copper coin, it was still something many spirit masters dreamed of. In the previous life, for over 20 years, no one managed to piece it together into a complete underworld artifact, but the individual effects of some puzzles were quite good. And those puzzles, yes, they are kitchen utensils. That set of ghostly kitchenware is also known as the legendary kitchenware. Coincidentally, Chu Qing actually knew where to get one of them. In front of the dimly lit little shop, Chu Qing slowly walked out alone. A smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. He once again felt that after his rebirth, finding the blood-eyed dragon lord and merging with it was the most correct thing he had done. He hopped into the car with a light step, and the pale-faced Zhou Yingzhu looked at Chu Qing, who was alone, opened her mouth but hadn't spoken yet when Chu Qing's voice rang out. Are you still hungry? If you are, we can go find something to eat at another place. Ugh. At that moment, the nausea that Zhou Yingzhu had previously suppressed surged up again, but clearly, there was nothing left for her to vomit. No, it's fine. You should eat something. I estimate that in a while, you'll feel like throwing up again. No, I can't eat anymore. Chu Qing glanced at Zhou Yingzhu, who was weakly waving her hand. He could understand a bit, not just because of the pig trotter rice they had eaten. After the surge of yin energy passed, that overly fragrant feeling could make one dizzy and instinctively vomit. However, understanding or not, Chu Qing's actions wouldn't stop. He pressed the accelerator, and the car shot out at 400 miles per hour. Before long, they arrived at the familiar entrance of Villano 2 in the Jingxi Zhuanjuan estate. Zhou Yingzhu trembled as she got out of the taxi, but she didn't forget the main business, or rather, all these disasters existed for the goal in her heart. Although Zhou Yingzhu didn't know what they were actually going to do, she believed that Mr. Chu wouldn't be aimless. So, after entering, she let Chu Qing sit for a while. Once her complexion improved a bit, she walked to a safe and opened it, taking out a long-sheathed sword. The Miao knife, with a slender and elongated blade, didn't quite fit what Chu Chun wanted to do. However, Chu Qing was also knowledgeable. Once the sword was unsheathed, its blade like autumn water, with patterns like a fierce storm, made him realize this was not an ordinary toy. The sharpened blade was enough to prove that if it were in ancient times, it would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. Good knife, he sincerely praised, satisfied as he tossed it to Zhou Yingzhu. The latter felt honored, her complexion improving significantly. Chu Qing didn't have time to waste and asked, where are those people you mentioned now? Zhou Yingzhu's complexion slightly recovered, and then she said, please wait a moment, I'll make a call. 3 minutes later, Zhou Yingzhu returned, Mr. Chu, those people are all in their lair, the Divine City Association. Their leader is called Wei Xiangwang, who is the actual helmsman of many entertainment and gray industries in Luocheng. Chu Qing searched his mind for this name but had no impression of it, simply nodding. Alright, let's go. Zhou Yingzhu looked at Chu Qing, who was standing up, still a bit worried. Mr. Chu, should we bring some people? They might have guns. No need. Just bring an umbrella, Chu Qing said nonchalantly, slowly standing up, and after thinking for a moment, he reminded, but I still suggest you eat something before we go. As soon as he said this, Zhou Yingzhu, who had just felt a bit better, opened her mouth. Ugh. After dry heaving, Zhou Yingzhu quickly said, wait, and Mr. Chu, there seems to be some situation over there. Luocheng, Divine City Association.
This is the largest leisure and entertainment venue in Luochang. However, the club, which should have been brightly lit, had its doors tightly shut. In the office on the top floor of this 4-story club, a figure was smoking a cigar, looking out at the dark Luochang. The man glanced at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. At this point, even the streetlights weren't on, and it was already dark as it could be. What the hell is this crap? Where the hell did all this nonsense come from? The man cursed as he glanced at the phone beside him, which displayed a list of life and death. His name was Wei Xiangwang, once a prominent figure in this city of Luo. The establishment he was in, the Divine City Club, was known for its exclusivity. Even some big shots and their sons from the province would occasionally come to play. But now, everything had changed. He and all his subordinates had become like turtles hiding in their shells, afraid to leave the Divine City Club. The reason was simple. The man looked out at the street. A figure was wandering there. Even in the pitch-black night, under the lights surrounding the club, one could still clearly see a silhouette. That thing seemed to be even more profound than the darkness itself, capable of absorbing everything, including one's gaze. It was impossible to discern its features or form. It was like a standing shadow, lingering just below, haunting the exclusive Divine City Club. The entire club occupied a vast area, including the parking lot, nearly several hundred acres, but even so, anyone who dared to step out would immediately run into that dark figure. Wei Xiangwang would never forget the scene from yesterday morning when a guest who had gone out had his head twisted off by that silhouette. And it wasn't just that guest. Even if several people went out at the same time, that thing could even split itself into several forms and break their necks. Thinking of this, Wei Xiangwang's anger surged. Damn it, and those damned inspectors, can't they just get rid of this thing? Those two useless idiots came here just to die. I really don't know how I spent my money, raising such a bunch of useless people. Wei Xiangwang was seething with rage. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and a lackey walked in. Boss, there isn't much food left in the club. What should we do now? What should we do? Wei Xiangwang's eyes were filled with fury as he picked up the ashtray and smashed it down. The lackey didn't even dare to dodge and ended up with a bloody head. Damn it, I have such a big club with so many restaurant dishes, and in less than 2 days, it's almost all gone? Are you all pigs? The lackey trembled all over. Boss, mainly there are too many people in the club. Everyone knows about that ghostly thing outside, and there are quite a few technicians, waitresses, previous guests, and our own people. A cold glint flashed in Wei Xiangwang's eyes. Go call Black Tiger and the others, cut off those guys' food supply. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, let Black Tiger and the others take their guns and kill them. I can see it now. It's not just us. The entire city of Luo is probably like this. At this point, we can't worry about so much. We just need to survive. Also, forget about those technicians. If there are any decent-looking guests, bring me too. Got it, boss. The lackey left, and Wei Xiangwang let out a slight breath, calming the anger in his heart. The repression he had felt over the past few days had worn down the energy he had cultivated over the last decade. All that remained was the suppression and an indescribable fear buried deep within. Just right, he would get 2 girls, and if it came to it, he would kill them. He had killed plenty in his youth. Only the destruction of a life could release all his pent-up emotions, especially with some beautiful women. The thrill of destroying something beautiful would make him tremble all over. However, just as he began to anticipate what methods he would use, suddenly, the phone on the table lit up. Wei Xiangwang quickly looked over, and as he did, his eyelids twitched. It wasn't a caller ID, nor anything else, but a line of blood-red text against a pitch-black background. Feeling oppressed? Feeling desperate? This is the backdrop of this era. Wei Xiangwang, what you are currently experiencing is merely the beginning. The strange thing outside the door is destined not to let you go. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have 3 possible endings in the future. First, you will lead your subordinates in brutally suppressing everyone, but in the end, you will die exhausted and out of resources. Second, your brutality and madness will make your subordinates feel threatened, and they will decide to eliminate you first. Third, when you are out of resources, you will decide to break through the encirclement and then naturally die at the hands of that strange entity. This is your fate, your despairing fate. However, it only takes 10 years. Give me 10 years of your life, and I might be able to tell you how to break the deadlock. 10 years, compared to a life, isn't a loss, is it? Looking at the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, Wei Xiangwang pursed his lips. A day ago, he was unwilling to believe that he would really be trapped by that thing. But 2 days had passed, and he already felt that it was indeed heading in that direction. But 10 years. On this cursed thing, he saw that his remaining lifespan was only 23 years. So, gritting his teeth, Wei Xiangwang directly chose to pay. He tapped on the Book of Life and Death, cursing as he operated. If I can't get out of this damned place, I'll smash this broken thing. Oh, Wei Xiangguang, you truly have great insight. 10 years of life turned to death, its taste is so intoxicating. Since that's the case, my foolish friend, let me tell you how to escape this cursed place. It's actually very simple, you just need to change to one of the underworld positions, harness the power of the underworld, and become a ghost master. Then you can use the power of the underworld to control that strange entity. Not only can you escape danger, but you will also possess the power of the underworld and the strange. Underworld position, strange, power. Wei Xiangguang's eyes widened in shock, his eyes shining. This lifespan was worth it. However, just as his eyes grew brighter, he looked at the Book of Life and Death on his phone. What? Why aren't you saying anything? Damn it, how do I change to an underworld position? Oh, my foolish friend, this 10 years of life is only limited to me telling you how to escape danger, and now, I have already told you, haven't I? As for how to change to an underworld position, I'm very sorry, damn it. Wei Xiangguang finally couldn't hold back, and he smashed the phone against the wall with a loud bang, shattering it into pieces. However, at that moment, the television in the office displayed the same blood-red text again. My foolish master, why be so irritable? Whether your luck is good or bad, your situation has welcomed a glimmer of hope. Go take another look at the window. After you do, you will know that I haven't lied to you. Just right. Also take a good look at that powerful force, huh? Wei Xiangguang was taken aback and quickly looked back out the front window. At the end of the dark street, he didn't know when, but two more figures had appeared. And just then, at 6:30, the damn streetlights of Luocheng finally lit up. Along with the lights of the supernatural organization, he finally saw what kind of figures they were. It was hard to see clearly, and the reason was simple. At this moment, in the darkness, the two figures were holding an umbrella, one in front and one behind. The former had a black umbrella, and the latter had a red umbrella. One in front, one behind. Wei Xiangguang suddenly looked at the black shadow. Sure enough, the moment those two figures stepped into the street, the ghostly shadow had already approached. However, the anticipated scene of a neck being snapped did not occur. For some reason, beneath that black umbrella, the dark ghostly figure stood still, motionless. Then, the two figures holding the umbrella continued to stroll forward slowly. Wei Xiangguang felt a current surge through his body. This is the Yin position. This is the Ghost Master. This is an eerie power. He swallowed hard. He wanted to master this power. The strange entity that had trapped them all here was discarded like a stray dog kicked to the side, no longer able to attract the attention of that figure. And under his gaze, that figure arrived directly beneath his office, right in front of the entrance to the Divine City Club. Just as he was at a loss, unsure of what this unfamiliar so-called Ghost Master truly meant, that figure seemed to sense something. The pitch-black umbrella was raised. Under the dim streetlight, he could not make out the face. Only a pair of blood-red eyes and a faint voice that seemed to echo in his ears. Open the door. Bang! A dull sound, the door swung open suddenly, knocking a one-eyed man who had just arrived at the entrance off balance. However, at that moment, Wei Xiangguang clearly could not care less about his capable subordinate. He ran even faster than when he had been chased before. The bewildered little brother, seeing his boss running for his life, naturally could not ignore it and hurriedly followed suit. From the fourth floor to the first, they didn't even take the elevator, leaving some waitstaff and departing guests puzzled. What was Boss Wei up to? Could it be that the strange entity guarding the entrance had vanished? Thinking of this, the crowd grew excited. Due to the angle, most people clearly could not see what was happening at the door. However, people tend to follow the crowd. Seeing Wei Xiangguang leading a throng toward the entrance, everyone exchanged glances and naturally headed toward the lobby on the first floor. Fortunately, the lobby was indeed spacious. The Divine City Club was, after all, one of the largest entertainment venues in the entire city of Luo. Standing before the tightly closed door, even Wei Xiangguang couldn't help but take a deep breath. He thought back to 13 years ago. He had stood before a small boss responsible for renovations in Luo City, taking on a job to get rid of a stubborn household. Later that night, he used an excavator to bury that family of 6 beneath the rubble. That was his beginning. Now, Wei Xiangguang felt even more nervous than back then. He sensed he had arrived at another crossroads in life, one even more significant and thrilling than before. Big brother, have you found a way out? I knew following Big Brother would lead to survival. The flattery from his little brother made him turn around and glare at everyone. Stop the nonsense. He then tidied up his slightly disheveled clothes from running and opened the outer door. Under the pale, harsh lights, Wei Xiangguang finally saw the scene he had glimpsed from above. 2 black and red umbrellas were raised, holding a large red lantern. The leading figure, even with only half of their face obscured, exuded a calm indifference. Please come in, please come in. The fierce and brutal Wei Xiangguang, who had been so intimidating before everyone, now spoke with utmost flattery.
Everyone watching from the side was somewhat skeptical, speculating about the identities of the two newcomers, and even more curious about how they had entered from outside. The strange shadow outside had previously twisted the necks of the two arriving inspectors, and everyone had witnessed it. And now, two more had come in from outside? Were they reinforcements summoned by their boss? Chu Qing's gaze swept over the man in front of him. He didn't understand the art of face reading, but just by seeing the yin energy swirling around the other person, he could sense that this guy had blood on his hands during the more than half a month that the strange occurrences had gradually begun to revive. Indeed, as Zhou Yingzhu had said, this guy was not a good person. However, whether good or bad, the heads of the dead were not picky. So, facing Wei Xiangguang's fawning smile, Chu Qing slowly stepped inside. As he approached, Wei Xiangguang's voice suddenly faltered, and he looked behind Chu Qing. He looked at Zhou Yingzhu. The woman in her white dress appeared extremely cold. She said nothing, only offering a faint smile to Wei Xiangguang. Of course, Wei Xiangguang recognized Zhou Yingzhu. The city of Luo was small, and given that this fierce woman had reached his level, he naturally knew her and had exchanged pleasantries with her. In fact, they had some interactions in the past. However, Zhou Yingzhu had no intention of competing with him, and over the years, they had coexisted peacefully. Why was this woman here? He didn't know, but upon seeing Zhou Yingzhu, the heat in Wei Xiangguang's heart was suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. Chu Qing paid no attention to this, slightly furrowing his brows as he glanced at the first-floor lobby of the Shindu Club. There were too many people here, it was crowded, and just a quick glance revealed over 1,000 people. He looked at Wei Xiangguang. You are Wei Xiangguang? Yes. May I ask who you are, sir? Chu Qing ignored his question, clapping the blood-red lantern in his hand before asking, are all these people yours? Wei Xiangguang also glanced around, unable to decipher Chu Qing's thoughts, but regardless, judging by the situation, the person in front of him was human. Not a ghost. As long as they weren't those ghostly things, it was easier to talk. Not to mention, Black Tiger and a few of his trusted subordinates were each holding a shotgun. He answered honestly, Sir, these security personnel and waitstaff are mine, and the rest are some technicians and guests who couldn't leave in time. Do you have any instructions? Chu Qing nodded, thought for a moment, and then said, forget it, let the unimportant people go up first. Wei Xiangguang couldn't glean anything from Chu Qing's calm tone, and he also considered himself to be genuinely unfamiliar with the other party, let alone offending him. At the same time, he was very confident in himself. Wei Xiangguang had always adhered to a principle in his dealings. He would never provoke someone he couldn't afford to offend, and once he did provoke someone, he would find ways to investigate their entire network of relationships and eliminate them completely. He would leave no trace of trouble. As for Zhou Yingzhu, he had no conflicts of interest with her back then, and over the years in Luo City, they had kept to themselves, so she had no reason to act against him. So, he thought for a moment, looked at all the onlookers outside, turned around, and cupped his hands. Everyone, please go up first. I, Wei Xiangguang, guarantee that I will safely escort you out and away from the clutches of those ghostly things. Please trust me. He put on a grand and imposing demeanor, and if one were to glance at him, they might really think he was a righteous partner protecting ordinary people. This was the effect he wanted. The other party's origins were unclear and extremely mysterious, so a little performance was certainly not a problem. Unfortunately, what he was doing at that moment only revealed a hint of mockery in Chu Qing's eyes. Then, he turned his head and approached Chu Qing with an expression of indifference, asking again, Sir, do you have any further instructions? Chu Qing glanced at the number of people left behind. There were indeed quite a few men and women, probably 400 or 500 in total. He nodded. The task was not small. However, for the sake of the tomb's construction and the advancement of his duties, this gravekeeper had to put in some effort. Thus, he ignored Wei Xiangguang's inquiry and instantly threw the lantern with a human head in it. The blood-red light at that moment was no longer concealed. He then spoke, kill. His voice was flat, as if he were merely stating an unimportant matter. Perhaps it truly was so. He never enjoyed killing, as pure slaughter was quite dull. Yet, if possible, Chu Qing hoped to find a thread of pleasure amidst the monotony. The black and red umbrellas were raised once more. From above, under the illumination of the blood-red lantern, they resembled two ballet dancers intersecting under the flashing lights of the stage. Art was never confined to mere paintings. Put. The scarlet splattered, not only staining the pristine white dress but also adding an abnormal shade of red to Zhou Yingzhu's face at that moment. On the way here, Chu Qing had already informed her of what she needed to do. The executioner was one of the simpler transitions among all the shadow occupations, comparable to the paper craftsman, and one of the few that did not require bizarre participation. Moreover, the power of the executioner after the transition was formidable compared to other ghost controllers of the same level.
However, precisely because of this, the executioner was not the first occupation to be announced, it was rather revealed later. The reason was simple: to transition into an executioner required a massive amount of killing. Heads must roll, and rivers of blood must flow. In a world already resembling an apocalypse after the bizarre events, how could it bear such self-inflicted slaughter? Thus, not many knew of this transition requirement in the previous life. Furthermore, the career's potential for advancement was relatively average, compared to the gravekeeper or ferryman, which directly pointed to the first rank of shadow occupations. It lacked some depth. However, the advantages of this shadow occupation, as previously mentioned, were clear. Zhou looked at her delicate, fair hands, now stained red with blood, as if they were spring onions. A head slowly rolled down in front of her, like a deflated ball tossed aside. She exhaled, somewhat relieved that she had eaten something on the way here. Otherwise, given her previous physical exhaustion, she might have lacked the strength to continue wielding the knife. Even now, her fingers trembled, almost unable to hold the red umbrella in her other hand. Fortunately, in the next moment, a special change reignited her strength, and the life and death ledger on her watch displayed a line of text: "Killing is the right of the strong." When your great knife strikes the head of a person, the death you bestow proves your power to dominate their life and death. What a sharp knife! What a ruthless person! Take your knife and join in a bloody carnival. Instantly, upon seeing the prompt from the life and death ledger, Zhou felt a surge of power within her. Her gaze shifted to the others. These people, under the blood-red light, had temporarily lost all their senses, standing mechanically in place, as if they were soulless marionettes. Zhou knew this was a gift from Chu Qing. She had to kill as much as possible in the time to come. Thus, the long machete became like a harvester in a slaughterhouse. Draw the knife, strike down. The act of killing is that simple. The lives of living beings are so fragile. You can only keep killing. If you don't kill, the next head to fall might be yours. Kill. Kill him, let his head roll. Kill. Let the blood flow like a river. Kill. Let there be mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Kill. Let the heavens and earth turn upside down. Zhou's eyes turned red. Her arms, her palms, had long been trembling. The fingers, white and purple from excessive force, could no longer feel pain. All she knew was that she had returned. The version of herself from back then had come alive in her heart once more. It turned out that the crimson, viscous liquid felt even more comfortable than the essential oils from the club. It turned out that the spinning object, flying like a balloon under the knife, was far more interesting than luxury cars and target shooting. Just as the Book of Life and Death said, kill. At this moment, this woman, who had originally shed her martial spirit, finally found what she had been longing for in her heart. Only such slaughter could awaken her. Her heart was pounding. It provided her with an endless, seemingly overloaded power. Because of this, each figure became prey beneath the long knife and red umbrella, like sugarcane cut in half by a sickle. Gradually, Zhou could no longer remember how many times she had swung the knife. She couldn't recall how much crimson had splattered onto her snow-white dress. All she knew was one thing: to kill. She only knew that her target was singular, the spot 3 centimeters below the neck, the weakest point, where the obstruction from the spine was minimal. Finally, on her watch, lines of information appeared again. Without madness, there is no survival. In the midst of frenzied slaughter, you feel as if the knife in your hand has come alive. It calls out to you, it yearns for you, it longs to reap more lives. It responds: as long as you continue to kill, it can grant you a special power. This power is enough for you to survive in this world. This power is called the Grim Reaper, and the role it bestows upon you is that of the executioner. Executioner! The last 3 words, along with the will imparted by the long knife, left Zhou no time to think. She struck again. However, this time, after she cut down that figure, the gaze of that figure gradually returned. From confusion to shock and pain, Zhou knew that the terrifying lantern effect above the hall was about to wear off. It turned out that these things also had limitations, and the failure of that effect meant that these people were no longer standing there like puppets for her to hack at. However, this situation did not frighten Zhou. Instead, it filled her with an indescribable excitement. What was the difference between the previous slaughter and killing chickens and sheep in a slaughterhouse? Her speed under the long knife, which had begun to ripple with black air, became even faster. Finally, after she struck down the arm and head of the person who instinctively tried to block the long knife, an indescribable feeling spread throughout Zhou's body. Executioner, that long knife of slaughter is your innate weapon. Executioner, the headless ghosts beneath your blade are part of your reliance. Executioner, you understand more knife techniques and know how to easily take a life. Executioner, with each cut of living beings and strange heads, you will gain a portion of reward. Executioner, your fate is the hardest, your life is the most fierce, yet even so, your lifespan is not long. Executioner, you are the first executioner born in this world. The slaughter itself, along with the countless mad executioners, offered you a special gift as a headsman to express their appreciation and gratitude amidst the endless madness. I hope you are worthy of this admiration and thanks from him and them. Headsman, grasp this power and experience the pleasure of killing. Blood red spread everywhere. The stench was overwhelming. This was the only scene Wei Xiangguang found upon opening his eyes. Where is this? The legendary hell? Indeed, for someone like him, dying should lead to hell. However, Wei Xiangguang soon shivered. He saw a familiar figure. Dressed in a pitch-black trench coat, it stood with its back to him, seemingly arranging something. What was it arranging? Wei Xiangguang wanted to see clearly, and he did see clearly. Yet, because of this, he was left speechless. Chu Qing seemed to sense something, turned around, and glanced at him, revealing a smile he had never seen before. Oh, you're awake? You're lucky. His luck was indeed good. To commend the contribution of this head lantern, Chu Qing specifically let this extremely vicious entity indulge. Wei Xiangguang felt a bit dazed as he looked at the corpses scattered around. Among these corpses were countless acquaintances, younger brothers, and subordinates. He looked blankly at Chu Qing. Do I know you? Chu Qing shook his head. No, this is the first time I've seen you. Wei Xiangguang continued to ask, did I offend you? Chu Qing shook his head again. We don't even know each other, how could there be any talk of offense? Suddenly, Wei Xiangguang seemed to be stimulated by something and shouted, since we don't know each other and I haven't offended you, why are you doing this to me? Chu Qing looked at him with some amusement. What are you talking about? You trample on human lives, you traffic women and children, you force the innocent into prostitution, you kill and set fires, didn't you think about that? Wei Xiangguang was bewildered until Chu Qing calmly said, so, I'm here to act on behalf of heaven. What reason do I need? After saying this, Chu Qing chuckled, just kidding, I just happen to need some heads, so don't worry. Wei Xiangguang was stunned until the extremely cheerful head lantern floated above his head. Time to take off. The excited voice of the head inside the lantern rang out. It was like the loud sound of a gavel before Yama's court, accompanied by the piercing laughter of the little ghosts below. How does it feel? In the taxi, Chu Qing curiously asked Zhou Yingzhu, who still seemed to be savoring the moment. Awesome. She was drenched in blood but didn't care at all. Chu Qing nodded, as long as it feels good. The blood-red pupils activated again, taking another look at Zhou Yingzhu. He had long understood the executioner's abilities, but as the first reward for being an executioner, it was undoubtedly the first time Chu Qing had seen this. Zhou Yingzhu, rank, 9th grade, Yin lifespan, none, Yang lifespan, 1 month, executioner, Yin position human butcher, blade slayer of the strange. In the midst of killing, seeking life from death. Consumes 1/20th of total Yang and Yin lifespan daily, if insufficient for a day, consumes a full day. Dies when both lifespans reach 0. Accompanying evil blade, ability of beheading blade born with you, capable of attacking strange spiritual entities to a certain extent. At the same time, your mastery of the blade techniques is superb. Execution and beheading, position for every strange head severed, gains Yang and Yin lifespan based on the opponent's rank. Ghost under the blade, ghost control technique. The strange entity whose head is severed by your evil blade can be controlled as a ghost under the blade, without extra consumption of your Yang and Yin lifespan. Current ghost under the blade, none, ghost blade, ability can additionally sacrifice your Yang and Yin lifespan to enter the blade, temporarily enhancing its power, and the ghost under the blade gains the method of killing promotion, allowing it to level up through killing. Additionally, can control 1 extra ghost under the blade. Status, killing infection, spirit excited promotion requirement, unknown note, human, you are indeed the same kind of existence as me. How about this, the beautiful human girl belongs to you, and the strange beauty belongs to me. How about it? Chu Qing glanced again at the provocative words of Bloodeye Strange, and couldn't help but doubt again. After his rebirth, the 2 future contractors of the death apartments he had his eyes on were both women and beauties. Could it be due to the influence of Bloodeye Strange? This guy was able to create a selection of brides in the strange world of Luo City back then, and it even spread to the House of Strange Tales, which shows his nature. Indeed, to control the strange, one must pay the corresponding price. However, if this price is just like this, it might be acceptable? Slightly diverting his thoughts, Chu Qing returned to the abilities of Zhou Yingzhu. Ghost Blade. This was an ability Chu Qing had never heard of in his previous life, but it was by no means weak. In addition to further enhancing the combat power of the executioner, it could also cultivate the ghosts under the blade, opening a new path, which was the most important ability. The evolution of the strange requires endless changes, and there are quite a few strange beings with ridiculous advancement requirements like Bloodeye Strange. However, the conditions for advancement granted by the Ghost Blade could be completed through killing.
It can't be said to be truly simple, but at least it made things much more convenient.
Not to mention, this ability could even additionally control a ghost under the blade.
One must admit that Zhou Yingzhu's ability was the most intuitive and effective in the early stages. In comparison, whether it was Chu Qing or in Ruoshua's abilities, they leaned more towards late-stage capabilities.
However, in such a strange era, who could confidently say they would survive to the later stages?
Nevertheless, Chu Qing felt no imbalance in his heart.
From a long-term perspective, this ability was indeed not as good as Chu Qing's Underworld Corner or in Ruoshua's Financial Abundance.
Simply put, in terms of controlling the strange, the Ghost Blade could only additionally control one strange being.
However, with the Underworld Corner, as long as the tomb requirements were met and guarded for a period, one could control the remaining strange beings.
The more strange beings in the tomb, the more one could control, which could be said to have no upper limit. Financial abundance was similar, using money to temporarily control the strange. With the existence of interest, e-life and ghost money were absolutely hard currency in the era of horror.
Thinking of this, Chu Qing glanced at Zhou Yingzhu's blade.
That was reinserted into its sheath, but in the eyes of the Yin Job Ghost controller, the long knife in its sheath was surrounded by wisps of black Yin energy. No wonder this executioner was sought after by countless ordinary people in his previous life. Indeed, his survival ability in the face of the strange was quite remarkable in the early stages.
Chu Qing nodded in satisfaction.
It was not a waste of effort. Very good, but I have the strange, and my strange will not be given to others. The ghost under your own control needs you to find it yourself.
Every strange being brought to Beishan Cemetery was Chu Qing's genuine personal property. Naturally, it couldn't be given away for free.
After obtaining the first Yin job and gaining experience with the strange, if one still couldn't control the strange, it could only mean that their ability was indeed insufficient.
Zhou Yingzhu nodded,
gripping the long knife in her hand. Clearly, after mastering the executioner's Yin job, she was now full of confidence.
Chu Qing didn't mind and looked at a small delivery truck slowly approaching in the distance. That must be your people, right?
With a total of 513 heads, Chu Qing naturally couldn't take them back himself. Fortunately, with a call from Zhou Yingzhu, someone could take care of it.
This small matter went unnoticed by the two of them.
Zhou Yingzhu nodded and, after sending a message to someone on her phone, regretfully said, Mr.
Chu, that one just now.
Chu Qing understood Zhou Yingzhu's meaning. Indeed, the strange entity that had been circling the Divine City Institute had already been taken care of by Chu Qing along the way. It had served as nourishment for the blood-eyed ghost. It was indeed a pity to consume such a strange entity as food. However, considering that Zhou Yingzhu had just become a ghost master, Chu Qing explained, that strange entity is not suitable to be your ghost under the knife, and I cannot take it away. It is a bound spirit, but its abilities and killing rules are indeed very strong, which is quite unfortunate. The strange entity from just now had been powerful enough to prevent so many people at the Divine City Institute from escaping.
Its strength was inevitable.
The rules and abilities were actually quite simple. As long as a person had a shadow, it could emerge from the shadow within the territory of the bound spirit and snap the person's neck to death. So, dealing with it was also quite simple. Just turn off all the bright streetlights around the Divine City Institute, and that would suffice.
Yes, it was that simple.
But low-level strange entities are like this. Once the rules are known, they are indeed not difficult to handle, but the challenge lies in how to know the rules.
Moreover, this ability and these rules are indeed powerful.
In the early days of the era of strange entities, light was still greatly relied upon by the vast majority of people.
The power of shadows was indeed terrifying. Unfortunately, it was a bound spirit.
Although there were ways for the bound spirit to leave this street, it was too troublesome and not worth it. So, it was better to let the blood-eyed ghost serve as food. These were all trivial matters. Even after devouring the strange entity, the slightly affected dark emotions had been completely vented during the recent slaughter. Therefore, Chu Qing was in a very good mood. In front of the Divine City Institute, pale figures, some of whom had clearly just vomited, took out the neatly packed spherical objects and loaded them into a vehicle.
Then, they got in and left.
Chu Qing also slowly started taxi number 40004.
The high-level tomb of the Crow Ghost was finally completed.
He wanted to see what this skeleton tree, which required so many heads, would look like. Behind the large cemetery, a faint red crescent moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the dark and silent graveyard.
Caw caw.
A chilling, hoarse cry echoed from the branches, as a black crow perched on a branch, its wolf-like eyes a ghastly green, with strips of flesh clutched in its beak. Over 500 neatly stacked skulls, still smeared with some blood and flesh, appeared incredibly hideous and terrifying. However, standing on this land, Chu Qing's expression showed no signs of fluctuation.
He glanced at his own lifespan. 1 year, 1 month, and 7 days. Previously, he had only 10.5 months of lifespan left, but after completing the blood character guidance of Chef Pig and devouring that bound spirit, he had once again surpassed a year. Unfortunately, this number would soon drop again. Chu Qing looked at the pile of skulls on the ground. Zhou Yingzhu had already gone back to rest, and there were no new appearances of the death guidance from the blood character strange entity, so naturally, Chu Qing could not manipulate it to become a contractor like in Ruoxue. But there was no rush. This was the back mountain of Beishan Cemetery, relatively secluded, and generally, no one would come here. Chu Qing slowly closed his eyes, and a very special dark energy surged forth from his control once again. The lifespan he possessed transformed into the purest dark energy, merging with the entire Beishan Cemetery beneath his feet. The next moment, it was just like the previous golden shrine. The skulls piled up here seemed to sense something, an indescribable force mixing them together, slowly melting and merging. Chu Qing felt it, the white bones sprouting branches in the grave. Chu Qing witnessed, flesh and blood blooming into flowers in death. This time, the tomb belonging to the Black Crow displayed a scene far beyond Chu Qing's imagination. Compared to that golden shrine, this skeleton tree truly matched all of Chu Qing's notions of the underworld's corner and its sinister powers. A trunk composed of countless skulls, as if there were nests built from flesh piled atop the branches. This terrifying scene seemed enough to drive an ordinary person mad with just a glance. Ding, esteemed Lord Chu Qing. A special tomb of bones and flesh is taking root and sprouting under your favor. It is the harbor of the Crow Ghost, and also your best trophy display. You can feel the loyalty and submission of the Crow Ghost that comes with it. The gravekeeper bears perhaps more than just the simple duty of guarding the grave. You have gained a much deeper understanding of the gravekeeper's shadowy role. You have taken a significant step forward on a greater path. Esteemed Lord, on this journey through the night, I am willing to walk alongside you. Xingcheng, in a massive high-rise building. As the provincial capital of Zhongyuan province, one can see almost the entire city of Xingcheng from here. Even though the night covers this place, even though death spreads here. However, there are still 2 figures looking down from above. Baifan, what do you think of the current situation? The man referred to as Baifan was a refined, bespectacled man in his 30s, but strangely, even in the dead of night, he wore a peculiar leather glove. After thinking for a moment, he said, things have been a bit off since that thing appeared. The slightly plumper figure in front nodded. Yeah, that thing talks about the arrival of a bizarre era, all sorts of nonsense. The most important thing is, after my testing, Baifan, do you know what that thing said afterward? What? I had someone use their yang lifespan to convert it into yin lifespan, and then exchanged it for the method it mentioned to control those ghostly things with human power. The result? It said that a person must become what it calls a shadowy position. What is that? Does it think it's playing a game? The plumper figure exclaimed in astonishment. Did that thing not say how to become that so-called shadowy position? No. The two fell silent for a moment. Du Baifan slowly extended his palm, then frowned. Gao Dong, I can feel that my body has been growing weaker during this time because of this thing. If there's no other way to break the situation, I'm afraid I won't live much longer. That thing also said that I have less than 7 days of young lifespan left. Cao Hong glanced at the hand of Du Baifan that had removed the glove. It was an extremely thin hand. Beneath that almost skin and bones hand, it seemed something was moving within. Even more bizarrely, the nails that should have been flesh-colored had turned pitch black. It's fine, Gao Dong. Being able to merge with this thing allowed me to discover the extraordinary nature of that wealth god statue, which I gave to Lin Yuancheng, and that was enough for me to take my revenge. Du Baifan seemed unconcerned, but the madness and unwillingness in his eyes revealed his true thoughts. Gao Hong thought for a moment and said, didn't you say before that as long as you used this hand to kill, it could delay things a bit? I found some for you. What, is it ineffective now? Well, those ordinary people provide too little. I can feel it, this palm wants to kill and devour more special existences, only those bizarre ones will do. Gao Dong, about the Kaishan statue at Lin Yuancheng's home, I wonder. Du Baifan's words made Gao Hong frown slightly, then he said, there have been some minor issues over in Luocheng. Do you remember that little daughter-in-law from the Lin family last time? Didn't you tell me about it last time you came back? This time, after the entire Lin family was wiped out, that gold digger girl inherited the rights. Du Baifan frowned, what's wrong? Gao Hong nodded, that's right. I just received news from Luocheng. Today, at Senmu Group, old Wang sent me a message that today, that girl named in Ruoxue killed Old Li in front of everyone. And the most important thing is, that girl also possesses one of those ghostly things, a woman's head, though I don't know what its specific abilities are. But it's extremely terrifying. Moreover, this afternoon, that girl took the initiative to call me.
she wants to meet you and me in Luocheng to discuss the acquisition of Senmu Group. Upon hearing this, Du Baifan's brows furrowed. What did Wang Hang say? Isn't that girl's strangeness related to her? Gao Hong continued to nod. Exactly, she took it out of a plastic bag and has kept it on the table without touching it herself. At this, Du Baifan's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the girl has mastered some other method? Old Gao, we need to go. Alright. The two nodded, discussing the details of their trip to Luocheng tomorrow. They didn't notice the phone on the coffee table behind them, which displayed a profound message. The dark road ahead is so bewildering and helpless. Does the power you possess truly belong to you? The true appearance of the world seems to finally be revealing a corner. Go, explore the truth of this world, even if it costs you anything. Abba, eat meat. A massive body, with an equally huge pig's head, stood before Chu Qing. This was the true form of Chef Pig. However, the Chef Pig, which had previously left Zhou Yingzhu with psychological trauma, now appeared like a mentally challenged child, showcasing its insignificant wisdom as a humanoid anomaly in front of Chu Qing. But Chu Qing didn't care. The Chef Pig's intelligence wouldn't affect his gains. His main focus was on how the advanced tomb in the corner of the underworld would be after this thing arrived. Aside from the Crow Ghost and the underworld Kaishin, the blood character ghost didn't count and didn't need the so-called advanced tomb. The faceless ghost and the head lantern were quite troublesome, while the riding tiger anomaly was manageable, but it was extremely dangerous. Chu Qing suspected that if the advanced tomb were created again, the daily increase in underworld lifespan might have a certain chance of naturally advancing to an 8th grade anomaly. By that time, Chu Qing couldn't guarantee he could control that thing, so it wouldn't be on the agenda for now. But this Chef Pig in front of him looked quite honest. Most importantly, the advanced tomb feedback from the underworld corner seemed quite good. Chef Pig, 9th grade humanoid anomaly, suitable for advanced tomb, blood meat kitchen. Blood meat kitchen, a kitchen filled with various unidentified meats, with a nauseating and pungent bloody smell. Construction requirements, a human kitchen, various types of meat in tons, underworld lifespan, 60 days, area, 60 square meters. Tomb effect, after Chef Pig moves in, guarding for a day grants an extra day of lifespan. As long as the ingredients are sufficient, Chef Pig will not leave the blood meat kitchen. Chef Pig's own abilities have improved, and there is a certain chance that he can research recipes with positive effects. At the same time, the blood and flesh kitchen can operate externally, collecting in longevity money, and Chef Pig needs to pay a 50% income tax on the in money. The blood and flesh kitchen requires very few materials. Even at this time of year, obtaining 100 tons of meat is not particularly difficult. After all, there are no specific requirements for what kind of meat. This is quite different from the Crow Ghost. The only thing that made Chu Qing hesitate slightly was the issue of space. 60 square meters, and a human kitchen is needed as a prototype. It seems small within the entire North Mountain Cemetery, but in reality, it is quite troublesome. It's enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. Moreover, this thing can operate externally. Of course, Chu Qing had not thought about turning anyone into a pig to eliminate them, but the recipe research of Chef Pig has a chance of developing positive recipes in the future. So, Chu Qing did not misjudge. Chef Pig's potential is genuinely impressive. Because of this, Chu Qing felt he needed to make some plans. Just as he was thinking, at the height of the month, the sound of an engine came from ahead, and Ruo Shue's voice came from a distance, Xinggu. At the same time, Chu Qing heard a somewhat different sound of footsteps. There was someone else. Chu Qing frowned slightly and walked forward, and sure enough, beside Ruo Shue stood a figure. It was a man who looked to be under 30. Du Baifan? No. Chu Qing immediately denied it. The man was very hunched, standing behind Ruo Shue, looking submissive. Xinggu, let me introduce you. This is the chief designer of the renovation company under Senmu Construction. You can call him a Tai. I brought him here to help you design and plan. What do you think? Chu Qing nodded and glanced at the man. It must be said that Ruo Shue really brought a pillow when he was sleepy. He was just thinking about whether to plan the outskirts of the North Mountain Cemetery, and a professional had just arrived. Sure, do you have any ideas? Chu Qing rarely took the initiative to ask for Ruo Shue's opinion, and Ruo Shue nodded in surprise. Xinggu, I want to build a few apartment buildings or some individual houses here. What do you think? Chu Qing looked at the somewhat expectant Ruo Shue. He naturally understood the other party's little thoughts. Although the strange density of the entire Luo city is probably not more than here, it is precisely because he is here that it is safer, right? Chu Qing pondered slightly. In the future, the scope of the North Mountain Cemetery will definitely need to be greatly increased. The ability of the underworld corner requires a considerable area. However, really building an apartment building or a few individual residences to include it is not a big deal.
Especially for a contractor like Anroa Shui, the Bloodward Ghost cannot leave the North Mountain Cemetery for now, making it more convenient for contractors to take on tasks. Not just Anroa Shui, Zhou Yingzhu can also do the same. Moreover, the earlier idea from Chef Pig's Blood and Flesh Kitchen gave him some thoughts. Since Chef Pig can collect money to do business and pay taxes, Chu Qing must provide some customer sources for him to do business, right? Although it is a bit lacking for now, in the future, just the contractors of the death apartments might bring in quite a bit of money. Experience from his previous life told Chu Qing that directly harvesting the leeks bulb is a method of fishing in a dried-up pond. Only through sustainable, intermittent harvesting of leeks can he allow more ghost masters to join in the future, so he can sit back and fish from behind the scenes. Having thought of this, Chu Qing nodded, okay, but choose the location carefully. When you have a plan, show it to me. And Ruo Shui beamed with joy. In today's cemetery, not to mention the Lin family's villa, even if she were offered the Bai Palace to stay in, she wouldn't change. Having discussed these trivial matters, it was time to get down to business. And Ruoshui glanced at the man named Atai behind her, her expression returning to calm as she instructed, Atai, go get the tools and measure the area first. After saying this, and Ruoshui ignored Atai's expression and slowly walked with Chu Qing to the large tombstone, then softly said, Qinggud, Gao Hong replied to me, they will arrive early tomorrow morning, you should prepare. Atai watched the man and woman standing alone in the middle of the large grave in the darkness. His hands trembled as he took out some measuring tools from the bag he brought. Damn it, if someone had told him 3 days ago that he, a chief designer who had won numerous design awards, would come to such a cursed place to design a graveyard, he would have slapped them. What was his status? He wasn't a feng shui master. But now, he understood what it meant to bow one's head under the eaves. Atai kept a straight face as he approached the collapsed corner of the wall with the tools, instinctively looking up while measuring. In the dark, dilapidated room, a flicker of golden light shone. He instinctively squinted and shone his flashlight over. However, beneath a golden shrine, a grinning statue of the god of wealth seemed to be staring at him. In that moment, Atai felt a cold sweat break out. He couldn't understand why, but he felt as if that statue of the god of wealth was alive. A gust of cold wind blew by, instantly drying his cold sweat, and an indescribable chill began to spread. Atai turned around. Not far away, a huge crow with eyes like a vicious wolf was staring intently at him. Even more terrifying was that beneath where the crow stood, in the depths of darkness, there seemed to be a robust shadow making a rustling sound. In the sky above, illuminated by a blood-red glow, he vaguely saw what looked like a shadowy pig's head. An indescribable, immense fear enveloped him. Who could tell him what kind of cursed place this was? Morning. Although it was only 8 o'clock when the morning light broke, many people still found it hard to adjust. Although, for those extra things in this world, day and night were actually no different. However, many people still preferred to act during the day. For instance, at this moment, a Maybach was driving on Luochang Road. What does that little girl mean? Why did she want to meet us in such a place? Is there some kind of trap? Cao Hong, who was driving, frowned. Dubai Fan pressed his right hand and then said, no matter what trap there is, we have to go. Besides, at this point, a cold glint flashed in Dubai Fan's eyes, I'm actually afraid there won't be any traps. If that girl has no means, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Not entirely wasted. Aren't you the one who wants to eat her head? Gao Hong replied nonchalantly. The two seemed to have absolute and ample confidence, as if they had long regarded Ruoshue as a dead person. Then, Gao Hong expressed some regret. It's a pity that the world has turned into this cursed state. Under these circumstances, the significance of Gao Jian swallowing Senmu was greatly diminished. I've heard from people here that the frequency of strange occurrences in Luochang is much higher than in Xingcheng. If we handle this well, it's best if we don't come back to Luochang. No. Dubai Fan said firmly, this time, whether or not I can get anything out of that little girl, I don't plan to return to Xingcheng. In the future, I intend to take root in Luochang. Gao Hong looked at him strangely. A flicker of excitement flashed in Dubai Fan's eyes. That thing has been tested, the cursed object on my hand. It said that cursed object is of the 9th grade. Since there are grades, there must be a way to rise. If it can rise, it means that such power has a medium and method to control it. Luo City is indeed much more bizarre than Xing City, and because of this, it is an opportunity. I must seize this opportunity. I will climb step by step. Climb to the top. Gao Hong glanced at Dubai Fan, whose face was excited to the point of being somewhat ferocious. This subordinate, whom he had previously regarded as a friend, seemed to have unknowingly changed into a different person. A wave of inexplicable chill surged in his heart. Is this the price of controlling that thing? However, thinking of the strangeness and terror of that object, Gao Hong couldn't help but feel a bit of longing. Who wouldn't want to master such power? However, Du Baifan still had some rationality. Suddenly, he looked at Gao Hong and asked, "Old Gao, did you bring that thing?" A flash of fear crossed old Gao's eyes, but he still nodded. "It's in the trunk." "That's good." Du Baifan was full of confidence. However, at that moment, Du Baifan instinctively picked up his phone and looked at the pitch-black screen, where blood-red text slowly seeped out. "You are very brave. Or rather, you have no choice but to come. You know, this might be the only option to solve your troubles and worries in one go. Although, even you don't know what kind of thing you are about to face. However, its power gives you great confidence. But, in this world, what is most lacking is all kinds of those things. What is even more lacking are those who die because of their confidence, arrogance, and hubris. Are you one of them? No one knows, but my dear friend, I can only tell you one thing. It is already prepared. And what about you? This is a showdown between hunter and prey. It is also a gladiatorial arena where the winner takes all. So, are you the hunter or the prey?" Du Baifan stared at the blood-red text on the phone, speechless for a long time. It was the first time he had seen such a strong reaction from this thing. What exactly does that little girl have control over? At this moment, Du Baifan's original confidence suddenly vanished. And in this silence, a voice came from the navigation. "Ding! You are 500 meters away from your destination. A parking spot has been selected for you. Please prepare to get off." They had arrived. The two instinctively looked towards the fork in the road not far away. For some reason, even though it was early morning, and the day was bright, there was an indescribable sense of darkness at the end of the road. The dilapidated cemetery marked on the navigation appeared like a malevolent ghost opening its blood-red maw, fierce and terrifying, sending chills down one's spine. A night had passed. As dawn broke, Chu Qing had already set out on his patrol. "You are once again patrolling your cemetery. Under your footsteps, this not-so-quiet cemetery has a different atmosphere. They are still obedient. During this patrol, you felt the duty of the gravekeeper, and you gained a deeper understanding of the gravekeeper. You have gained 7 days of Yin life, and due to the special nature of the high-level Toon Golden Shrine, you have gained an extra day of ghost money. Such a quiet cemetery is all your achievement. However, in such a quiet place, there are always some blind fellows who come to disturb this peace. Although, this doesn't mean much to you. Let them understand what kind of existence they are coveting." The feedback from the Book of Life and Death made Chu Qing smile slightly as he stood before the massive stone tablet inscribed with his birth date in the center of Beishan Cemetery. It seemed that something else, which he had mastered and also had control over fate, sensed Chu Qing's emotions and the feedback from the Book of Life and Death. At that moment, it unwillingly jumped out. Blood-red characters slowly seeped out from the inscription, forming the power of fate guided by death. Location, Beishan Cemetery. Time limit, none. Mission objective, eliminate any intruders who dare to invade. Mission reward, unknown. Mission failure penalty, cannot appear again within 10 days under the guidance of death. Chu Qing's gaze swept over the blood-red characters, which gradually disappeared after he finished reading, merging into the stone tablet. As expected, the sound of an engine dying came from not far away at the entrance. Chu Qing could tell that this sound was not from an Ruwashua's car. Sure enough, he turned to look, and the door, which had just been barely ajar, was slowly pushed open. Two figures emerged from the gap of that door. As Chu Qing saw those two figures, they also saw him. A pair of blood-red eyes and a black hand stood facing him. Caw caw. The crisp cawing of a crow at that moment was not abrupt and seemed to attract no one's attention. The two figures appeared right in front of the door. It was indeed him. Chu Qing's eyes slightly focused on the thin man. He had seen this guy's appearance on the forum before. However, at that time, Du Baifan was at the peak of his life. Relying on the ghost hand and the strength of the 4th-grade Night Wanderer, he was a top figure in the entire Central Plains province. Even the newly established Anomaly Bureau wanted to recruit him as the regional head. But now, the current Du Baifan was shrouded in gloom, a sense of death permeating him, clearly showing signs that his lifespan was nearing its end. This was normal. First, after merging with the anomaly, one's lifespan would be significantly reduced. Chu Qing was very familiar with this. In his previous life, he had a full 60 years of lifespan, but after merging with the bloodeye ghost, he was left with only 3 months. Secondly, if the anomaly reached its limit and was forcibly activated, like when Chu Qing activated the blood character ghost before, it would also consume one's lifespan. No one spoke. The two were not fools. After opening the door and seeing Chu Qing's unsurprised gaze, as well as the absence of an Ruwashua, they naturally understood some things. Therefore, almost in the next moment, the two made entirely different moves. Gao Hong directly pulled out a pitch-black handgun from his pocket, while Du Baifan, despite his frail appearance, rushed towards Chu Qing with an extremely swift motion. The black hand was fully revealed, its dark nails shimmering with an eerie light. the two worked together seamlessly. It was clear they knew that even with the anomaly present, if a human body were hit in a vital area, it would still lead to death. However, they both guessed one thing wrong. Chu Qing looked at the handgun, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If it were outside, this handgun might indeed take his life. Unfortunately, this was Beishan Cemetery, within the realm of a gravekeeper's tomb. The weaker the gravekeeper was outside, the more it proved how powerful the gravekeeper was within the tomb. One could say that in the outside world, the gravekeeper had no abilities at all, and even the tomb ghosts were almost non-existent, making them akin to ordinary people. Therefore, within the tomb, his strength was unmatched, even surpassing that of the executioner Zhou Yingzhu. Bang! The muffled gunshot sounded painfully sharp. However, at the moment the sound rang out, Chu Qing merely dodged slightly, and the bullet whizzed past his side. Dodging a bullet? And not in the so-called evasion while moving at high speed, but standing still and dodging only when the gun was fired? Was this guy even human? Gao Hong was shocked, while Du Baifan was exhilarated. Such reflexes were definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. However, even as he struggled with the bazaar, his body was deteriorating day by day. He could also confirm that the other party was definitely not just strong because of controlling the bazaar. He was right. The hint from that thing was indeed correct. This person, and that little girl, held great secrets. Unfortunately, the shock and excitement of the two did not last long, because in the next second, they discovered that the entire world seemed to have changed. Chu Qing, who had been in front of them, had vanished without a trace, and the originally clear morning had inexplicably turned dark again. Caw caw. Only the cawing of crows still echoed. What was going on? The two stood frozen in place. However, when they turned back to look again, they found that even each other's figures had disappeared in this vast cemetery. Everything they had just experienced seemed like an illusion. Did that man with slightly blood-red pupils really exist? Or rather, was that thing even human? Was it a bizarre entity that could induce hallucinations? So, the earlier gunshot evasion was also fake? A baseless fear began to spread in their hearts. Baifan. In the end, it was still Gao Hong, an ordinary person, who couldn't help but shout out. Even though he had already encountered the bazaar before, even though he had told himself more than once that all of this was fake, yet, the continuous spread of that fear still pushed his nerves to the limit. Perhaps, he shouldn't have come here. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly flashed by. Right behind him, Gao Hong turned around to look, but there was nothing. It was as if the fluctuation in his peripheral vision was deceiving him. However, Gao Hong could feel that the figure that had just brushed past him, he could even smell the cold scent it carried. That was the aura of death, Du Baifan had told him before. Finally, Gao Hong couldn't hold back any longer. He took out a special item from his pocket again. He didn't run away, because before this, he and Du Baifan had encountered worse situations. He knew that the more one ran away, the more one lost all rationality, controlled by fear, and the faster one would die when facing these things. So, he took out this trump card again. It was also one of Du Baifan's trump cards. It was a small origami figure, only about the size of a fingertip. However, the origami figure was exquisitely crafted, just different from the ones Chu Qing and Fong Ping had folded before. The expression on this origami figure's face was even more lifelike, and if one looked closely, one could see that it was smiling. It smiled with such joy, such pride. Gao Hong directly pressed this origami figure onto his forehead. Without any tape, this origami figure surprisingly stuck to Gao Hong's forehead, unmoving. At that moment, the faceless ghost, which had been restless, suddenly stopped. At the same time, Gao Hong shouted loudly, "This is my substitute ghost. Whoever kills me, the next one to be stuck by the substitute ghost will be you. Little girl, I know you're hiding in the shadows. Come out quickly, let's talk. We don't have to be enemies." His voice seemed to have some effect. The cawing of the crows in the sky seemed to become slightly subdued. The entire world seemed to slow down a bit because of the appearance of this so-called substitute ghost. Indeed, the effect of this substitute ghost has truly manifested. At this moment, Chu Qing, who was still standing calmly in place, looking at the two people trapped by the faceless ghost against the wall, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, and then suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at that substitute ghost. The reason was simple. He was all too familiar with that paper figure substitute ghost. In his previous life, it was the first strange entity he had controlled as a paper craftsman. In his last life, Chu Qing, as a top-tier second-grade ghost master, had controlled several strange entities through various means, including the Inpa who had walked with him to the second grade. Among them, the first strange entity he controlled left a deep impression on him because that entity completely dissipated. Moreover, it was he who personally caused it to dissipate. In fact, at the very beginning, Chu Qing did not think much of the paper craftsman. His promotion to the 6th grade and the change of sequence was purely due to a crisis he encountered, and by chance, he made the change. It was precisely because of this change that the strange entity collapsed. Of course, Chu Qing did not miss that strange entity because it was extremely weak. Just like the substitute ghost before him, or rather, they were essentially the same thing. A little gadget created by a certain powerful strange existence. Therefore, whether this substitute ghost was indeed his, he could not be sure. But a fiery glint flashed in Chu Qing's eyes. The paper lady. Had that once renowned strange entity from the early days in Central Plains already appeared at the beginning of the terrifying era? At that moment, Chu Qing's eyes were not only red but also green. The reason was simple: if he had this strange entity that was best at manipulating paper, his future promotion to the 8th grade upper position of grave sacrifice would go without saying, and even the time to advance from 8th to 7th grade would be significantly shortened. As for whether he could be mistaken, that was absolutely impossible. In his previous life, Chu Qing had gritted his teeth to promote that weak substitute ghost to the 7th grade, and even had a personal encounter with the paper lady, relying on sheer luck to escape from a situation of certain death. So, he might mistake other strange entities, but he would never mistake this substitute ghost personally folded by the paper lady. He had to find it. While the paper lady's rank might not be too high right now, he had to obtain it. Chu Qing never expected such an unexpected gain. However, despite the fiery excitement in his heart, he quickly regained his composure. The power of the faceless ghost lay in its terrifying visage, imposing an unresistible fear upon living beings. Not to mention others, even Chu Qing, who had become accustomed to various powerful strange entities in his previous life, was still affected by the fear when he faced the faceless ghost for the first time, let alone others. Moreover, Du Baifan's black hand seemed to be countered by the faceless ghost. The ability to trap ghosts against walls, the rules of the fearsome visage, would not interact with it at all, which was also why Chu Qing did not let the lantern with a human head come into contact. The lantern, which was usually invincible, might not be able to successfully capture that black hand if it came into contact, but now it seemed that this was where it would end. My dear friend, although your fate was sealed the moment you decided to come here, I still want to remind you of one thing. Restrain the fear within your heart. Even though, this is very difficult. Even though, being submerged in the presence before you is not a shameful achievement. Even though, in reality, even now, it still hasn't truly made a move. Even though, the hints from the Book of Life and Death could no longer affect Du Baifan before him. Or rather, he now suspected that the hints from this thing were also false. The ability to trap ghosts against walls was the most common yet extremely terrifying ability. Because what confuses is the perception of living beings. What it amplifies is the fear within. Yet, Du Baifan is still waving. The pitch black on his nails, the flesh and blood in his palm that seems to writhe endlessly, this time, did not provide him with the invincible feedback he was used to. All that remained was an increasingly bone-chilling cold. Why is this happening? He shouted in frustration. However, only the cawing of crows echoed from the sky, as if death were knocking at the door. Finally, a shadow slowly appeared not far away. It was an illusory shadow, and he could see nothing but the body. For instance, the face. Almost the moment he caught a glimpse, a voice, cold to the marrow, slowly rang in his ears. Did you see my face? A tremendous fear, along with an indescribable oppression, was destroying Du Baifan's sanity. He struggled to hold on to his nearly collapsing will, wanting to reach out and grasp that thing. However, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. An indescribable coldness spread throughout him. The entire world seemed to become incredibly quiet at that moment. Then, in the next second, the world shook, and the pitch-black sky seemed to suddenly leak a ray of light. Du Baifan's cold body seemed to gain some resistance from this, and he wanted to struggle. He wanted to see the true reality of this world. He wanted to know when exactly he had entered this illusion. However, what he wanted to see even more was that man from just now, that young man, whether he was real or not. Or rather, whether he was human or a specter. The world's change seemed to accelerate because of his thoughts. Du Baifan's body could no longer move. His outstretched right hand seemed to be writhing on its own, as if it wanted to escape, to flee from Du Baifan's body. At this moment, however, Du Baifan was clearly too preoccupied to care about that. He stared wide-eyed. He knew that at this moment, this feeling was the feeling of death. Yet precisely because of this, he wanted to see clearly this world. Just as the Book of Life and Death indicated. He wanted to see the truth of this world. What is the truth of the world? The cold death spread throughout him. At this moment, he was left with only consciousness and sensation. And finally, the shattering of the dark illusion appeared before his eyes. Suddenly, Du Baifan's eyes widened again, even the corners of his eyes cracked slightly from the forced strain. He fixed his gaze ahead. Because, in the final moments of that world shattering,
less than 2 meters in front of him, he finally discovered that there stood a person. That man still wore a black trench coat, and he had not moved a single step, just as he had when he entered, calmly standing before that massive tombstone, calmly witnessing his destined death. Dubai Fan looked at those red eyes. In those eyes that were not human at all, he saw no trace of emotion. Yet within those eyes, there was fear, madness, pain, unwillingness, and confusion. Bang! That black hand finally detached from him before he died, breaking off at the wrist, yet not a drop of blood flowed. Because of this, Dubai Fan suddenly felt that just before death, a thread of indescribable vitality allowed him to slowly open his mouth and ask a question. Are you human? This question, often a tease or jest among friends, at this moment, was as literal as it could be. This was their first conversation after meeting, and it was the first sentence Dubai Fan spoke to Chu Qing. Chu Qing looked at Dubai Fan, whose face was full of hope. His calm cheeks showed no sign of fluctuation, but he slowly opened his mouth. I suppose so. In that moment, Dubai Fan's face lost the previous fear, madness, and pain. The visage that was about to meet death unexpectedly revealed a hint of relief and a smile. The next moment, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. The phone that fell out bounced in front of Dubai Fan's closing eyes, and a line of blood-red text slowly appeared. Dear friend, are you satisfied with the truth of the world? Dubai Fan had no strength left for a final action. He simply closed his eyes at last. Death arrived as scheduled. And along with death came a whisper that faded in his ears. As long as it's a person. That's good. That's good. In such a world. To die now. Truly. Unwilling. Lying silent at his feet, Dubai Fan drew no further glance from Chu Qing. His gaze was fixed intently on the black hand writhing on the ground. It did not resemble a palm but rather looked like a twitching, distorted soft-bodied creature. Blood pupils locked in, a line of blood-red text appeared before his eyes. Black strange hand, grade 9, category, entity, symbiotic, strange, lifespan. One day, a lone hand cannot make a sound. Rule touching the palm of a living being triggers the killing rule. As easy as turning a hand, ability any strange entity touched and grasped by the palm cannot exert any rules or abilities. Entity symbiosis, status if the symbiotic entity dies, its own abilities and rule effects are significantly weakened, and death occurs after lifespan reaches 0. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, hand. Humanity, this is our hand. The madness of the blood pupils was within Chu Qing's expectations. He calmly looked at the pitch-black hand. Its writhing frequency slowed further. Yet, Chu Qing showed no signs of carelessness. He picked up a plastic bag and used a branch to place it inside. The palm did not wriggle much. Inside that plastic bag, it seemed almost lifeless. Having completely controlled it, although the method was somewhat crude, Chu Qing still breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he finally couldn't help but reveal a smile. Indeed, the effect of this black hand was just as he remembered. Although the rules of this black hand were quite ordinary, requiring contact with the palm of a living being, it was true that only humans and humanoid strangeness had hands. If it had no hands, did that mean the strangeness had no rules? However, the ability of this black hand was quite remarkable. It could suppress all strange rules and abilities. Once it touched the essence of the strangeness, it was equivalent to standing directly on the scale of victory. Of course, Chu Qing estimated that this ability should have weighty enhancements. If some strange abilities or rules exceeded its weight, the effect might significantly weaken or even become ineffective. However, Chu Qing's experience was naturally much richer than others, and judging from the strict rules of this black right hand, its weight should not be low. He just didn't know how the fusion situation of this thing was. With this thought, Chu Qing's mood suddenly became a bit urgent. He abruptly turned his head to look over there. The wall of the faceless ghost slowly broke apart, and as Chu Qing's gaze shifted, Gao Hong also looked in his direction. The corpse lying in front of Chu Qing, the lost right hand, and those blood-red eyes. He shuddered violently, quickly retreating, looking at Chu Qing in sheer terror. But he seemed to think of something, suddenly pressing on his own head, on that extremely strange little paper figure. This substitute for death had now become his only reliance. But it must be said that he was indeed correct in his thinking. If it weren't for this substitute, he would have already accompanied Dubai Fan in death. Chu Qing looked at him, or rather, at that substitute for death. Substitute Death Paper Man, rank, 9th grade, category, entity anomaly, lifespan, 1 year and 7 months, attachment, rule can protect a living being to a certain extent from anomalous harm. The attached being consumes a large amount of yin and yang lifespan daily and cannot leave the substitute death ghost for life, until the being dies. Borrowed lifespan, ability once the substituted being dies, the substitute Death Paper Man transfers to the one who killed the being to borrow lifespan. After being attached to the substitute death ghost, the being's attraction to anomalies greatly increases. The rules and abilities of the substitute death ghost can be perceived by other anomalies. Entity, state cannot be destroyed, can move with the wind. Daily consumption of yin lifespan is doubled. Promotion requirements, unknown, note, a food that is not appetizing, but at this moment, I am not picky. Looking at this familiar yet all too familiar ability, Chu-Ching still felt a sense of novelty. This broken thing had tricked him more than once in his previous life. However, it indeed had its effects. Although it had no active rules or abilities, its main effect was to ensure that while you couldn't fight back or take action, if I die, you won't have peace either, a truly insidious effect. Who knows how Chu-Ching managed to climb up step by step with this anomaly in his last life. Thinking of this, Chu-Ching walked step by step to the front of Gao Hong, who clearly had no intention of inviting him inside to chat. Facing the slowly approaching Chu-Ching and his blood-red eyes, Gao Hong trembled all over but forced himself to regain his composure. He indeed managed to do so. I don't know if you are human or ghost, but coming here is Dubai Fan's intention. I'm just a driver, I don't know where Ruoshue is, and I don't want the Senmo group. Chu-Ching ignored his clear and logical words about his own survival and instead asked another question indifferently. Where did you get this paper man? At this, Gao Hong was slightly taken aback. This was indeed a human. Realizing this, a flicker appeared in Gao Hong's eyes. If your excellency wants this paperman, you may not know, this paperman. Before he could finish, Chu-Ching impatiently interrupted. I said, where did you get this thing? The whereabouts of the paper lady were very important to Chu-Ching. In this era of anomalous revival, the paper lady couldn't be too strong. This substitute death paperman might very well be the first one created by the other party, and the place it was obtained could lead to the paper lady's whereabouts. Gao Hong was taken aback, seemingly not noticing Chu-Ching's impatience. Your Excellency, when Dubai Fan and I obtained this thing, it wasn't that easy. And that place, only the two of us know. Chu-Ching slightly narrowed his light red eyes. Oh? So what do you want? Your Excellency, Dubai Fan and I are entangled with this thing. We might lose our lives one day. How about this? As long as you help me get rid of it, I can tell you the location of that thing. Chu-Ching smiled. Then you can rest assured, this substitute death ghost will no longer entangle you. Gao Hong was taken aback, looking at Chu-Ching's expression, clearly hesitating. Chu-Ching didn't waste any more words. His blood-red pupils activated instantly, sharply gazing at the substitute death paperman. A blood-red hue seemed to suddenly expand. Terrifying yin energy surrounded the paperman, indistinguishable from the previous ghostly shadows, ghostly deliveries, or ghostly taxis. Ultimately, in the blood-red vortex of Chu-Ching's eyes, it transformed into countless fragments of yin energy, which were absorbed within. Watching the corners of Chu-Ching's closed eyes bleed red, Gao Hong's body trembled. It was both fear and a hint of excitement. This man was incomparably stronger than Dubai Fan, and most importantly, he knew something. A glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. Chu-Ching slowly opened his eyes. Now you can tell me, where did you find this thing? Gao Hong chuckled. Your Excellency, with your abilities, can I master them too? How about this? As long as you tell me how to obtain this ability, I will definitely tell you where I found this paper figure. That place, only I and the deceased Dubai Fan know. Before he could finish, Chu-Ching laughed. He ignored the other person who wanted to continue speaking and walked straight back to his temporary residence, that large coffin. Only a faint voice echoed throughout the cemetery. You can part ways now. Gao Hong was puzzled. But soon, he understood. Because the sky darkened again. However, compared to the previous darkness, this time, a red light appeared overhead, and the cawing of crows outside his line of sight grew more urgent. It was as if they were saying, leave me a breath. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Spare me. I know where to find it. At the Yangxiang Wreath and Paper Money Shop in the eastern suburbs crematorium. Please, spare my life, spare my life. Ah, don't come over, don't come over. Chu-Ching calmly watched as the faceless ghost appeared before Gao Hong, then peeled off Gao Hong's face. The faceless ghost had been busy for a while, and it was indeed time to eat. After all, the human head lantern had already had its fill yesterday. However, Chu-Ching frowned slightly. The negative emotions in his mind were affecting his slight judgment. In his previous life, he had naturally been to Xingqing, the only large human gathering place in the Central Plains that echoed with the capital. Eastern suburbs, crematorium, funeral home? The paper lady was not just any kind of strange, she was mobile. After the outbreak of the strange phenomenon, such places would initially attract quite a few people. Would the paper lady still be there? Chu-Ching estimated it was unlikely. However, he had never thought that things would progress smoothly. Although he was curious, he also knew it was not something to rush. Right now, he should focus on another matter. He looked at the ghostly hand in his hand. The negative consciousness in his mind was slowly calming down. In the tomb, with the presence of the gravekeeper's shadow job, it could barely be suppressed. Finally, he let out a long breath.
The heart that hadn't felt nervous for a long time was slightly tense again. Merging with the strange using his own body was an extremely dangerous and terrifying thing for any level of Ghostmaster. However, Chu Qing still did not hesitate. He sat in his large coffin, placed the black ghostly hand in front of him, picked up the bloody kitchen knife from Chef Shu's hand, compared it slightly, and then struck down with one chop. It was evident. The Gravekeeper's enhanced physique had a truly outstanding effect. Blood still gushed forth, and a piercing pain came, but compared to the last time, Chu Qing could endure it. More importantly, he felt some margin for error. The hand that was directly severed at the wrist did not bleed much. With his current body, if the ghostly hand fusion failed, there was still a good chance it could be reattached. Of course, its mobility would definitely not be as flexible as before. The Gravekeeper, preserving life, guarding death, was just that. Although beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead, Chu Qing's expression remained calm. He calmly tossed the curled black ghostly hand onto the ground, then slowly connected the severed wrist back to its previous position. That cold touch, even with blood flowing from the wrist, could not be stopped. Chu Qing looked at that palm. At that moment, he also felt that the palm seemed to be looking at him. This ghostly hand, which had been separated from Dubai Fan, seemed to be assessing whether the second person daring to take such an action was worthy of completing a symbiosis with it. After all, previously, after it had completed its symbiosis with Dubai Fan, it could be said that it had starved for 3 days and 9 meals, but now, it seemed there was no room for it to consider. Chu Qing felt that his entire arm, at that moment, had become incredibly cold, and the entire torso connected to it seemed to be completely frozen, unable to move. An indescribable connection slowly emanated from his fingertips. However, Chu Qing knew that the strange fusion and the strange resistance were one aspect. The more important aspect was whether the human body could achieve complete fusion and symbiosis with the strange entity. If it couldn't, the number of spirit masters who could survive would be few and far between. Chu Qing closed his eyes, desperately trying to shake off the coldness of his torso and arm, wanting to control this ghostly hand. That right hand. However, Chu Qing gradually felt that the coldness within him was becoming more intense. What had previously spread from his wrist began to gradually shift to his entire arm and then into his torso. In that instant, half of his body had completely stiffened, unable to move. The veins on Chu Qing's forehead bulged, as if he were using all his strength, trying to rely on his nerve pathways to connect, to harness, to control this ghostly hand. But that coldness continued to spread, and even subtly, it was already heading towards his neck and head. Once this coldness enveloped his entire body, he would end up just like Dubai Fan before him, with only one outcome left for him: death. Chu Qing's lips pressed together, and his blood-red pupils began to emerge automatically. His brain was spinning wildly, constantly surveying within the vision of his blood-red eyes, thinking of possible ways to break the deadlock. He suddenly looked at the severed right hand beside him and moved his body over. He used that cold right hand to touch his original palm. The reason was simple: Chu Qing did not want to die, but this strange entity also did not want to die. Even if it had no wisdom, nothing would willingly dissipate in the world for no reason. This palm was not unwilling to merge with him, rather, the current repulsion between the two sides was immense. He had to revive this palm, allowing it to exert some ability, in order to control this repulsion and achieve perfect fusion. It was proven that Chu Qing's calmness in the face of danger played a crucial role. The moment the two palms touched, the black hand that had remained inactive seemed to be activated all at once. The ability rule of the black ghost hand was to touch the palm of a living being. The so-called alone hand cannot clap. And now, this touch had triggered it. In that coldness, Chu Qing felt that the source of the coldness began to show some vitality. He tentatively curled his fingers slightly. Although the movement was minimal, the slowly curling black fingers made Chu Qing's heart finally settle back down. The coldness was still spreading, but it had lost its source. Under the enhancement of the Gravekeeper's shadowy power, this deathly coldness quickly disappeared. And Chu Qing watched with wide eyes. His original palm, during the time it was in contact with the black ghost hand, continuously rotted, withered, and ultimately merged into the black ghost hand. A thought crossed Chu Qing's mind. He slowly raised his right hand. That palm was still the same as before, completely different from the bloodless, withered appearance it had when it was on Dubai Fan. It was long, smooth, and even the pores were invisible. The only slight difference was the pitch-black nails on the 5 fingers of the entire right hand. Chu Qing's heart stirred. On the side of the Book of Life and Death, lines of information slowly appeared. Chu Qing rank, 9th grade in lifespan, 2 months and 10 days, young lifespan, non-gravekeeper, in position, grave ghost control, ghost manipulation, symbiosis, status lifespan greatly reduced, can fully command bloodeye ghost and black strange hand. At the same time, daily consumption of in lifespan is 4 times that of an ordinary person. Status unknown.
Promotion requirements. Unknown respected Lord Chu Qing, you have defeated the intruders and protected your grave. You have gained a deeper understanding of the Yin position of gravekeeper. You are one step closer to the path of greatness. Your will is harder than the stones of hell. Your spirit is more unyielding than a bird without wings. Your decisions are more decisive than the executioner's blade. Even though I know you are tired of hearing this, I still want to say it again. It is my greatest honor to serve you. Chu Qing ignored the flattery at the back of the Book of Life and Death. He felt something and looked at the stone tablet placed in front of the large coffin. Blood-red characters slowly seeped out. Task completed. All intruders who dared to invade have been killed. In the guidance of death, Blood character Ghost has gained 40 days of Yin lifespan. Task reward obtained. Fusion of Black Strange Hand. Looking at the prompt from the Blood character Ghost, Chu Qing finally couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth lifting, revealing an incredibly joyful smile for the first time since his rebirth. This is the weight of fate. And in the game of fate, he is always the winner. Because the weights of fate are always in his hands. Even though it was early morning, the gray sky looked as if a giant ghost face was pressing down upon it. Clearly, this was not good weather. However, Chu Qing was in a great mood. His cold palms had completely merged with him. They were so harmonious. Compared to the bloodeye, which often complained and snacked, this black hand worked tirelessly and silently. Most importantly, it lacked that damned intelligence. Chu Qing looked down at the two people on the ground. Good people. He rarely used such a term to refer to humans, but he had to admit, these two guys were indeed good people. They not only brought two strange beings from 100 miles away in Xingqing but also delivered two corpses. Chu Qing picked up one corpse in each hand and tossed them backward. The impatient crow ghost, who had been waiting, also grabbed them with its claws. In no time, the Book of Life and Death provided him with feedback, another two prey and spoils. Their heads have become the only value for your recognition of spoils. At the same time, the skeleton tree has rewarded you with 2 days of Yin lifespan. This isn't much, but, respected sir, you understand better than I do that little by little accumulates. Chu Qing glanced at his Yin lifespan again. 22 days. After fusing with the Black Strange Hand, his Yin lifespan had dropped significantly again. At the same time, the daily consumption of Yin lifespan reached an astonishing 4 days. There was no choice, he needed to support 3 strange beings. Without the Blood character Ghost, relying solely on the Yin position of Gravekeeper would indeed be somewhat insufficient. However, the help from the Blood character Ghost had resolved a significant part of his concerns regarding Yin lifespan, allowing him not to worry too much. So, Chu Qing slowly exhaled. In that moment, his eyes began to tremble wildly. The blood eye reappeared almost uncontrollably, streams of blood flowing from his eye sockets. Chu Qing could feel it. It was urgent. It was really urgent. That's right, fusing with another strange being was not Chu Qing's goal. The reason for the fusion was that the blood eye wanted to advance. That was the most important thing. With the blood eye advancing to the 8th rank, he finally had enough confidence to see the true form of that mother and child ghost, to enter its secret realm and comprehend its methods. He wanted to see if it had completed the overlapping of rules, if it had formed an unsolvable rule through the combination of multiple strange phenomena. With the blood eye reaching the 8th rank, he felt emboldened to go to Xingqing and search for that special anomaly, the paper lady, which would greatly aid his upcoming promotion to the 8th rank in the underworld position of grave offering. Therefore, acquiring the Black Ghost Hand did not mean that Chu Qing's journey was coming to an end. On the contrary, with the fulfillment of this most demanding requirement, the blood eye could hardly contain itself. It wanted to feed. It wanted to devour that last anomaly, to complete its promotion. It was too excited, almost unable to restrain itself. So much so that even Chu Qing had to gently press his palm against his eye socket and softly say, "Don't rush, don't rush. We will have to go out and look for it. We can't be hasty at this moment." Feeling the blood eye within his eye socket finally quiet down, Chu Qing let out a breath. He was always aware of his own lifespan in the underworld. Just over 3 months, not quite 4 months of lifespan. That was enough. In fact, it wasn't just the blood eye that couldn't hold back. With a clear grasp of the Black Ghost Hand, how could Chu Qing not want to try its abilities? Not to mention, he had nearly died at the hands of that ghost mother. He wanted to reclaim his dignity even more than the blood eye. So, he stood before his family's grand tombstone. Slowly closing his eyes, the entire graveyard merged with him at that moment. And that blood character ghost was also attached within. Continuously activating the rule abilities of the blood character ghost required a price in lifespan. The last time, during an Ruoshua's contract, was when Chu Qing forcibly activated it, using his lifespan as the cost. The price paid then was a full month. Although later in Ruoshua completed the Hell contract and returned a portion, overall, it was still a loss.
This time, wanting to activate it consecutively would clearly result in a loss as well. However, Chu Qing truly could not hold back any longer. The threat posed by that mother and child ghost was too great. A terrifying anomaly that formed a secret realm just as a horrific era began. Even without advancing to the 8th rank, it was likely to happen soon. And if he delayed even a day, the other party might advance a day earlier. At that point, it would be uncertain who would prevail. Most importantly, Chu Qing had a great interest in that anomaly. With this thought, he no longer hesitated, pouring his already pitifully small lifespan day by day into the blood character ghost's abilities. Instantly, blood began to gradually coagulate on the massive stone tablet, desperately seeping outward. The sky turned pitch black. The gray clouds finally became oppressive. Chu Qing stood beneath the gloomy sky, supporting the enormous stone tablet. He could feel something beginning to seep outward. At this moment, his lifespan had already consumed 20 days. But it was still not enough. The guidance of fate could not point Chu Qing toward a critical path under the current conditions. 22 days, 25 days, 28 days. As the lifespan poured in, Chu Qing's grip on the stone tablet tightened. The dark clouds above grew increasingly heavy. In the vast cemetery, a rustling sound arose. The wind had picked up. Chu Qing's eyes remained closed. 30 days. 35 days. Lifespan seemed to flow into the blood character ghost as if it were free. Finally, on that stone tablet, a stream of blood slowly flowed and coagulated. However, that blood was still swirling, seemingly observing within the chaotic future, seeking the result it desired. 40 days. All the lifespan he had previously gathered was consumed. Yet, Chu Qing showed no signs of fluctuation. In fact, if 40 days were still not enough, he could continue to pour in more. And in that instant, the sky, which had already turned dark, suddenly brightened. A second later, a sound that resonated through heaven and earth exploded in Chu Qing's ears. Boom! The terrifying thunder sounded as if a deity was beating a drum, deafening. The glaring light illuminated Chu Qing's serene face with closed eyes. In the next moment, Chu Qing abruptly opened his eyes. At the same time, on the massive stone tablet, lines of blood-red characters began to seep out. The guidance of fate had arrived. Chu Qing's pupils spun rapidly in chaos. This time, he did not stop. This was a new prey he had long anticipated. Whoosh! The fine raindrops finally fell. I wonder if a thunderstorm is a good time for hunting? Amidst the wind and rain, Chu Qing, clad in a black trench coat, slowly raised the pitch-black umbrella again. I couldn't write it out, got stuck, just this chapter, sorry. Location, any place in the downtown area of Luo City. Time limit, before the rain stops. Mission objective, on this rare rainy day, take an umbrella and go for a walk in the rain. Mission special restrictions, none. Mission failure penalty, none. Boom! In the thunderstorm, Chu Qing held the black umbrella, contemplating the guidance of the blood character ghost. This forced activation, like the previous time with the pork rice, did not have a precise target, and there wasn't even a penalty for failure. He had grasped the pattern of this blood character ghost. This type of bizarre target, which he had not encountered before, had a strong guiding influence, and thus there was no mission penalty. However, once a bizarre target was locked onto, failure would incur a penalty. So, this kind of guidance from the blood character ghost could not be said to guarantee that Chu Qing would encounter the target he desired. However, even without the blood character ghost, Chu Qing could not just stay in the small area of Beishan Cemetery. For the other gravekeepers, their own cemetery was the safest place. Even Ding Xia would only act after being completely assured and prepared. But Chu Qing was different. The guidance of the blood character ghost was merely him leveraging the power of fate, but for the promotion of the blood pupil, this outing was inevitable. This place was not a particularly prosperous area of Luo City, but the towering residential buildings on both sides and the surrounding facilities were enough to prove that compared to the outskirts of his Beishan Cemetery, this was considered the center of Luo City. The pitch-black asphalt road, soaked by the rain, was empty, with not a single person in sight. The torrential rain, along with the arrival of supernatural revival, made it seem as if the entire world was left with only Chu Qing. He was not afraid of this atmosphere, on the contrary, he enjoyed it immensely. So, he took out his phone, connected the Bluetooth headphones, and randomly played a song. This was his playlist, but for Chu Qing, it had become something extremely unfamiliar. This was music from 20 years ago. He could see traces of his past life within this playlist. It contained both the so-called highbrow solo piano art and some trivial pop songs that people deemed unworthy. In his view, they were essentially no different. The techniques of music might be the standard for evaluating their sophistication or simplicity. However, the vast majority of people would not care about the changes and intricacies of chords, voices, and rhythms in classical piano pieces. Most of the time, it was merely used to evoke emotions. Emotions were precisely what Chu Qing needed most at that moment. He glanced at the title of the piece, The Sound of Silence. The sound of piano keys from the Bluetooth headphones, combined with the surrounding sound of rain, formed the most beautiful harmony. He held the umbrella and walked in the middle of the road, enjoying the sense of solitude accentuated by this silence. The heavy rain poured down, and the dark figure, holding an equally dark umbrella, walked through this prosperous yet desolate world. Tall buildings stood like giants, scraping the clouds. He walked like this. The music in his ears began to change. What made him raise his eyebrows slightly was that it was no longer a piano solo, but an old love song with lyrics. He had forgotten the title. He didn't really care. It was as if he sensed the shift in the music of the song, and not far away, he finally saw two blurred figures. They should be two humans. Although, in a city of people, using such a term to describe them seemed a bit strange and abrupt. Chu Qing stood on the street, looking at a storefront above. In that dark building, one shop was lit, and the two figures seemed to be arguing, which was why Chu Qing paused to look. It was obvious that they were a couple. Because of the harsh voices, even the song that finally played in his headphones and the sound of rain around him could not cover it up. Unfortunately, this was not some exquisite script, but a cliched yet extremely common story. Damn it, how have I treated you since we got married? Is this how you treat me? The wind and rain grew faster. Finally, the lyrics of the old love song appeared in Chu Qing's headphones. Your face, how much weariness, your eyes, with lingering tears. The music lyrics and the scene before him resonated in a rare echo. I risk my life to find food, and you bring a pretty boy home, right? Are you hoping I'll be killed by that ghost doll in the neighborhood? Isn't that right? Slap, a loud slap, accompanied by the woman's sobbing, was even more complex than the lyrics in the headphones in this stormy weather. He slowly held up his umbrella and came to stand directly beneath the window. He had plenty of time, and even feeling the complex emotions of humanity like this could help him suppress the madness and darkness that had been devouring him continuously. He gently matched the rhythm of the music in his headphones. I spent the whole night, trying to discern, between you and me, who will love whom a little more. The rain fell harder. Finally, the crying stopped, and the next moment, a resolute voice appeared at the window. Let's get a divorce. What did you say? Let's get a divorce. I don't love you anymore. What do you mean? You're not pretending anymore, right? I'm telling you, that's impossible. Yang He, is this really interesting for you? Yarrow, let's calm down and talk this through. Chu Qing's gaze was calm. Human emotions were such an interesting and complex thing. I'd rather watch you sleep so peacefully, than see you awake, cold and ruthless. At this moment, the song seemed to gradually push forward, and in that upstairs room, the silent couple finally began to build the atmosphere. Ha, Yang He, are you really that cheap? I've already put a hat on you, and you still don't want a divorce? Well, since we've said everything today, and you even laid hands on me, then I owe you nothing. I'll pack up and leave soon. No, you can't go anywhere today. You can't leave. Get away, Yang He, are you crazy? What do you want? Let go of me. Cough cough, let go, let go. No, you can't leave. The woman's struggling voice was so loud, and the man seemed to have finally been pushed to his limit. Fine, you still want to leave, right? Go. I'll let you go. Yang He, what are you doing? Don't be impulsive. Stupid woman, I'll let you go. I'll let you go. Ah, help! Under the window on the second floor, Chu Qing held up the black umbrella in his hand, facing the rainwater flowing down from the eaves, and slowly raised his head to look. The originally dim window, on the beige curtains, gradually splashed a large area of crimson. Just then, the window was suddenly opened. In this not-so-large little room, half of a woman's body was directly hanging out of the window. The woman wore a white camisole, her long black hair cascading down, and on her neck, there was a shocking gaping wound. Blood flowed in a steady stream, merging with the rainwater, and by a cruel twist of fate, it fell onto the black umbrella held by Chu Qing below. The originally pitch-black surface of the umbrella was dotted with a few red plum blossoms. He didn't care. In fact, he finally remembered the name of the song playing in his earphones, because when the familiar chorus began, he even had the leisure to hum along. You said you wanted to escape. Yet it was destined to land. Love extinguished, affection faded. Is there anything left but emptiness? The woman's body, hanging outside, swayed with the howling wind, as if echoing the song, like old cured meat hanging on an iron hook, waiting to dry in the winter month. 10 minutes later, Chu Cheng walked out of the community named Fushi Garden with a calm demeanor. In his hand, besides the black umbrella still raised in his left hand, he held something else in his other hand. To be precise, it was not just one thing. It was a small doll that looked to be only 2 or 3 years old. Its skin was pale, though some areas were slightly bruised, purple, or even blackened. But it was indeed bloodless and pale, resembling a ceramic object. More notably, the doll's empty eye sockets were filled with a flowing dark purple blood. One of the things he despised most in his past life and this life were bratty kids. And undoubtedly, this little thing was a brat. Other kids wanted toys, computers, or phones. But this brat not only wanted his eyeballs but also his life. Clearly, Chu Qing could not hand over his life and eyes to it. So, without eyeballs or life, he only gave it a big slap from the version of a black echo hand. Then it was subdued in an instant. This little ghost, which relied on echolocation and had the rule that as long as it asked a living being and received any response, it would directly trigger the bizarre echo rule, allowing it to take away the other's eyeballs and life, ended up in his hands like this. This strange ability was quite common, but its effect was decent. If it were a different time and a different appearance, perhaps Chu Qing could have kept it as part of the future Beishan cemetery. Unfortunately, that was not possible now. However, Chu Qing was not in a hurry to let the already excited blood-eyed creature devour it. He had been quite anxious before, but after walking in the rain for nearly half an hour, that anxiety gradually faded away. He knew that in the morning, after continuously swallowing the scapegoat and merging with the black hand ghost, if he were to devour another bizarre entity, it would lead to a certain degree of bizarre transformation. He had to try to mitigate the emotional impact brought by the previous continuous devouring. It must be said that the guidance of the blood-charactered ghost indeed made sense. Walking calmly in such a heavy rain had an excellent effect on his recovery. So, holding the little doll, Chu Qing was not in a hurry to return to Beishan Cemetery. He continued to walk in the rain. The entire city seemed to come alive under this downpour. And what came alive was not just this city. The sound of the raindrops seemed to have lessened. The noise on the black umbrella grew increasingly silent at that moment. This silence made Chu Qing slightly unaware. Finally, he slowly looked ahead. The rain curtain remained. But standing under the dark umbrella, Chu Qing felt that the external clamor had become extremely thin. He slowly raised his head. He looked at this black umbrella. This umbrella was just an ordinary one, left behind by some unknown caretaker of Beishan Cemetery. Initially, when Fong Ping mentioned the matter of the head lantern to him, Chu Qing guessed that the abilities and rules of the head lantern were related to the light it emitted. So, after gaining considerable confidence, he took this umbrella and went to find the head lantern. In the times that followed, almost every time a powerful and bizarre entity with the ability of the head lantern appeared, Chu Qing would hold one in his hand to counteract its effects and prevent accidental harm. To be honest, this black umbrella was being used for its original purpose as an umbrella for the first time by Chu Qing. Amidst the drizzling rain, Chu Qing felt that this black umbrella, which had accompanied him for quite some time, was finally undergoing some changes under such an influence. The birth of the blood character anomaly made Chu Qing realize that the emergence of the bizarre was without rules. However, objects that often accompanied in energy and appeared alongside the bizarre while performing specific functions were indeed prone to change. For instance, this black umbrella. When used by Chu Qing, it had always served one purpose, to defend against the terrifying and bizarre abilities of the head lantern, making it quite remarkable. On this particular day, it seemed that the previous quantitative changes had finally led to a rather special qualitative transformation. As Chu Qing looked at the black umbrella, he noticed that at some point, his eyes had turned blood red. Sure enough, the blood eye seemed to be drawn to the changes in the black umbrella, no longer urging Chu Qing to quickly absorb the ghost doll, but instead fixating on the black umbrella. It seemed to sense the observation of the blood eyes. Compared to the difficulty of forming the blood character anomaly, this black umbrella was undoubtedly much easier to change. Thus, at this moment, the transformation of the black umbrella accelerated. The originally ordinary plastic umbrella surface gradually seemed to transform into a special paper-like material, darker than before, with an indescribable unique texture. However, that was all there was to it. The bizarre changes in appearance were not that important. Chu Qing suddenly became interested. He knew that this was the moment when the black umbrella was gradually transitioning into the bizarre. However, in fact, he did not care what the black umbrella would become. Compared to the blood character anomaly, this black umbrella held no significance or value for him. So, he lifted his head and quickly saw the woman who had just been hung in the window of the Fushi community. He did not know where her husband had gone, whether he had escaped or followed her in suicide. Chu Qing did not care. He retraced his steps and returned to the windowsill, his blood-red eyes locking onto the scene. Then, the wound and blood that had almost dried up began to flow slowly again. The blood eyes controlled the blood of living beings. The slowly dripping blood accurately fell onto the black umbrella that was undergoing a crucial change. After about 50 milliliters dripped down, Chu Qing gradually stopped controlling the blood eyes and stood under the eaves, improvising with the professional knowledge he had almost forgotten. He used his fingers, painting with blood, to slowly outline on the dark surface of the umbrella. It was an extremely abstract painting. To others, it might just look like meaningless scribbles. After all, drawing with blood on the surface of the umbrella was incredibly difficult. Fortunately, this black umbrella, which was gradually transforming, seemed to understand Chu Qing's intentions. Buildings, streets, and the drifting blood rain. Indeed, at this moment, what Chu Qing was painting on this transforming black umbrella was nothing other than this city of Luo, or rather, the future Luo city, the city of wrongful deaths that he envisioned and controlled. After the new rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn. The weather at the beginning of September was supposed to be the time when the autumn heat finally kicked in. However, after this heavy rain, there was an unexpected chill in the air that shouldn't have been present at this time of year. This was a rain imbued with a sinister energy. It poured down upon the city of Luo, adding countless more oddities to the already overwhelming number. For instance, there was the umbrella in Chu Qing's hand. After returning to the North Mountain Cemetery, the sky had slowly darkened once again. The ghost doll was still clutched in Chu Qing's right hand like a little chick. Yet, Chu Qing paid it no mind. He looked again at the umbrella he held. It was still that incredibly dark canopy, but it now possessed an indescribable special texture. It was a change that was hard to articulate. If before it had been of a low quality, page game style, then at this moment, this black umbrella felt like something out of Unreal Engine 5. However, beyond the appearance of the umbrella, the most important thing was that it had finally revealed its eerie abilities. Black paper umbrella grade, 9 category, entity oddity in lifespan, 7 days call the wind and rain, rule blood rain falls, living beings drenched in the blood rain to a certain extent trigger death by the rule. Shield from wind and rain, ability can resist oddity rule abilities mediated by water and light. Entity, state cannot move freely, but daily in lifespan consumption is halved. Promotion requirements, unknown note, human. I know you are satisfied with the work you created, but you have already seen it several times. We should get to the point. Chu Qing picked up the black umbrella, and under the gaze of his blood-red eyes, crimson raindrops began to fall from the sky. After activating the rule, intricate blood-red patterns appeared on the originally pitch-black surface of the umbrella. They were none other than the city and streets of Luo that Chu Qing had just drawn. Chu Qing smiled in satisfaction, closed the umbrella, and the blood rain above vanished as well. Although this oddity was created by him and was different from the blood character Ghost, born out of coincidence, this black umbrella also had a very bright future ahead. Because its rules and abilities were equally outstanding, he contentedly placed the black umbrella inside the coffin. Such entity oddities do not wander about randomly, they are the best providers of een lifespan within the cemetery. He finally turned his attention to the little doll he was holding. The doll had lost all means of struggle. It was like a rag being tossed aside. Without the suppression of the black ghost hand, the ghost doll attempted to slowly rise, but Chu Qing did not give it the chance. His blood-red eyes locked onto it, and that sensation of having it in his mouth returned once more. This little thing before him was like fish on a chopping board. In fact, that was precisely how Chu Qing regarded it. The ghost doll seemed to sense something. It felt fear and wanted to escape. It no longer wanted to see the man's eyes. Unfortunately, at this moment, it was clearly beyond its control. Blood flowed. From the corners of Chu Qing's eyes, it dripped slowly into the ghost doll's eye sockets. It was horrified, it was afraid, it was terrified. Even oddities can feel fear. Unfortunately, all of this served no purpose other than to excite the owner of those blood-red eyes even more. Finally, with a howl completely different from that of the ghost doll, its body began to gradually fragment. Those blood-red eyes transformed into a crimson vortex countless times. The shattered pieces entered into Chu Qing's eye sockets, merging into a part of those blood-red eyes. At that moment, the entire world turned an incredibly dark red. Coldness numbed Chu Qing's brain, yet it made his thoughts chaotic and frenzied. Countless negative chills, accompanied by whispers that seemed demonic, echoed in his ears. Slaughter, devouring, madness, ferocity, evil. All the accumulated malice pales in comparison to what Chu Qing bears at this moment, although he had long anticipated it. Killing the strange entity that devours life is far more dangerous than killing a living being. For a ghost master who coexists with the strange, it is even more so. At this moment, Chu Qing's eyes could hardly close. His blood-red pupils spun rapidly and irregularly within their dark sockets. Blood flowed down from the eye sockets and corners. He controlled his thoughts, even though his face was as cold and sinister as the most malevolent of the strange, he remained firmly seated in that massive coffin, motionless. A ghost master is an existence that fights against the strange. And this time, without a doubt, it was the most intense experience since Chu Qing's rebirth. He could feel that with the dissipating and absorbing of that ghost child, a layer of blood red seemed to cover his entire field of vision like a cornea. The blood pupils were already starting to act strangely.
The horn of promotion had begun to sound. In the sky above the North Mountain Cemetery, after the torrential rain, the encompassing cold air flowed into his pair of blood pupils. Promotion! Promotion! At this moment, the blood pupils were calling out these two words, and Chu Qing, under such circumstances, forcibly looked at the massive stone tablet before him. Blood characters slowly seeped and condensed from within, but this time the appearance of the characters left him somewhat disappointed. Task completed, wandering in this city during the rainy night. Under the guidance of death, the blood character ghost harvested 15 days of life. Task reward, the mutation of the black paper umbrella. No promotion for the blood pupils. This meant that this time, the promotion of the blood pupils could not even be aided by the fate guidance of the blood character ghost. In that moment of disappointment, Chu Qing adjusted his mindset. Many times, it is not interesting to have everything in hand. The unpredictability of fate must be personally experienced to truly grasp its essence. And now, it was once again time for Chu Qing to experience the unpredictability of fate. The promotion of the strange is even more uncertain than the promotion of the ghost master's dark position. Because it is uncertain whether, after the promotion of the strange, it can still merge with the ghost master, or whether it will directly backfire. Promotion not only brings an increase in power but also entails more risks. However, power is something that is so intoxicating. Even if some know that when climbing towards that unknown peak, the possibility of reaching the end may be less than 1 in a billion, there will still be those who choose to forge ahead. Chu Qing closed the coffin lid, lay back in the pitch-black coffin, and closed his eyes, but what should have been dark before him was like a glaring red sun. He did not flinch or avoid it, feeling the piercing scarlet, like a red wax candle scorching before him, yet resolutely flying into the fire like a moth. A sea of blood red. The entire world seemed to have lost all other colors. Chu Qing felt as if he was walking in this boundless blood red. He did not know when he would reach the end, nor did he know when he could walk out. The entire blood-red world had no boundaries, no concept of earth and sky. He felt as if he were walking in a spinning arc. It seemed that no matter what, he could not escape. Where is this place? Chu Qing did not know. He only knew that he had to get out. He had nothing commendable. Persistence was the only thing worth mentioning when he was at the end of his rope. Human, let me take over your body and everything. A special voice rang out. Or rather, the voice formed words that appeared before Chu Qing. A mere human, still trying to control me? Its words were extremely arrogant yet filled with confidence. But don't worry, I will take your body, all your strangeness, to the peak of this world. As for you, just a mere human, sink into this boundless sea of blood. Chu Qing ignored the lines of blood characters that had coalesced before him, and with a sudden wave of his hand, shattered them. Then, without saying another word, he continued to move forward in a direction within the endless blood red. Aren't you tired? Human, I've seen everything you've done since merging with me. Aren't you tired? Let me take control for a while. Wouldn't it be better for you to take this opportunity to rest? Compared to before, the tone had softened somewhat. However, Chu Qing's steps did not falter. Those words could not affect him. Human, do you understand what my current power is? I could easily eliminate you, wipe you out completely. Without you, I might even continue to survive. Such threats were even less significant than before. Chu Qing didn't even feel like stopping to watch. In this boundless blood red, he simply walked on. Alright, human, let's negotiate. How about this? Let me control for 5 hours a day. 4 hours, that's my bottom line. 3 hours. Without me, you wouldn't be able to get out. 2 hours, just 2 hours. Don't worry, I definitely won't do anything out of line. 1 hour, that should be acceptable, right? Chu Qing still ignored him. He had never been one to bargain or even back down with something so bizarre. He finally realized where he was and what he was doing. Damn human, just a mere 9th rank. How dare you treat me like this? Seeing the creature's increasingly frantic words, Chu Qing finally stopped. In this blood-red consciousness, he slowly spoke his first words. Have you forgotten that even before I became the Tomb Keeper, I could control you? He casually let this statement drop, and the blood characters fell silent, because this was indeed the truth. Yet, Chu Qing's steps did not stop as he walked through this boundless blood-red world. Suddenly, the blood-red seemed to have an end. At that end, a patch of pitch black appeared. The darkness was not the end, but an exit. He merged into the darkness, escaping from the endless blood red. Inside the dark coffin, a pair of eyes rapidly turned beneath the eyelids. Finally, they snapped open. The eyes seemed somewhat dazed, as if they were not quite accustomed to the current state. It was like a computer that had just been fitted with a 4090 graphics card, feeling an indescribable discomfort. But soon, Chu Qing regained his composure. He slowly sat up from the coffin. At the same time, the watch on his wrist suddenly lit up with blood-red characters. Respected sir, you are so enterprising. I don't know what is urging you to advance so quickly. However, dear Lord Chu-Ching, as someone who has diligently followed you, I still hope to advise you, seizing opportunities in danger has never been a compliment. Strategizing is what truly matters. Of course, you still won the gamble. As a gambler who laughed last, dear sir, please go check your well-deserved rewards. It was clear that, in the sensing of the death ledger, everything Chu-Ching had done had a significant probability of failure. If the blood pupil chose to resist to the end, both would suffer, and Chu-Ching would gain nothing good. But fortunately, Chu-Ching pushed open the coffin. The sky above was already pitch black. A glimmer of starlight and moonlight illuminated the jade sky. Chu-Ching took out his phone to look at himself. In the blood pupil, he finally saw for the first time the successful promotion of the blood pupil, still within the black eye sockets. The pupils were as red as blood. However, this time, within those pupils, there was an unusual arc of light. After activation, the entire edge of the eye socket formed a blood-red outline, enveloping the pitch-black eye socket within. Of course, Chu-Ching did not care about the change in appearance. The moment he looked, all the abilities of the blood pupil reappeared before him in blood-red text. Thief Soul Blood Pupil Grade, 8 Category, Entity, Symbiotic, Anomaly in Lifespan, 2 months 27 days Eye for an eye, rule after a certain period of eye contact, can ignore the opponent's rule abilities and rebound them. If the opponent has no rule ability activated, the ability will cause the blood, energy, of the living being, ghost, to flow backward, spill out, and perish. The activation requires eye contact time, with effects determined by the grade and weight difference between both parties. Once the gaze locks onto the opponent, the latter will, under certain circumstances, uncontrollably engage in eye contact. Eyes and Pearls, ability can probe living beings, ghostly artifacts, etc. Gaining insight into grade, essence, rules, abilities, lifespan, etc. Thief Soul Eye, ability within any anomaly locked by Eye for an eye, can use the Thief Soul Eye ability to steal the corresponding anomaly's ability and exert the weight effect of one's own grade anomaly. Currently, can only steal once per day, and the stolen ability can only be used for 1 day. Symbiosis, State Grade 8 Realm, consumes 2 days of lifespan daily, currently symbiotic with humans, lifespan consumption doubled, while awakening a certain level of intelligence. Promotion requirements, unknown note, despicable humans, you still managed to succeed, but this appearance of yours is somewhat more pleasing. How about it? Shocked by my power? Chu-Ching did not understand the nonsense of this guy. However, at this moment, he did not have the leisure to ponder these things. Because, just as this thing said, even though Chu-Ching had some prior expectations, he did not anticipate that after the blood pupil was promoted to grade 8, this new ability would actually be like this. Thief Soul Eye. Chu-Ching did not know much about the blood-eye dragon lord from his previous life. In that life, the one who understood this thing the most should be Lu Ci. He had dealt with the blood-eye dragon lord quite a bit. After all, as the then director of the Anomaly Affairs Bureau, he had wanted to eliminate the ghostly threats in Luo City more than once. They must have had conflicts. However, even though Chu-Ching was prepared, he did not expect that the promotion ability of the blood pupil would turn out to be like this. Anomalous promotion could either be a significant enhancement of one's own rules and abilities or mastering entirely new abilities. Of course, there could also be both. And now, aside from the enhancement of the rules abilities, it was evident that this brand new ability had refreshed Chu-Ching's understanding. Copying was not particularly rare, but if the effect of the copy could completely rival other anomalies, or even be more powerful, then that was somewhat absurd. And the Thief's Soul Eye was undoubtedly like this. This ability represented the limitless potential of the blood pupil, impossible to target. Because, even if one knew about this ability of the blood pupil, no one could guess what kind of ability the blood pupil would copy. The blood-red arc of light in Chu-Ching's eyes was terrifying and captivating. He and the thing in his eyes were both eager to find the ghost mother of that mother-child ghost and see what it truly was. In the pitch-black moonlight, is this the place? This is it. 2 voices slowly echoed in the dim street. However, around those 2 figures, there were also several other figures standing. Everyone silently and angrily looked toward the not-so-distant place. That was a bus station. Indeed. An abandoned old bus station, a deserted bus stop belonging to the old city area. And at this moment, all the people standing here, Captain Wang looked at the 2 who had spoken beside him. It was none other than Captain Qinwei from Kyoto and Lu Lian. However, the attention of Captain Wang and many others was inevitably drawn to something else. It was a white mask that Captain Qin held in his hand. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. Lu Lian, however, showed no signs of emotional fluctuation. In just a few days, the girl who once had only courage and passion seemed to have grown significantly. She nodded and continued, according to the report, there has been a large number of missing persons in the old city recently. Analysis of the surveillance footage revealed that they all disappeared at this station. After I arrived, the death prompt indeed provided a warning. However, the feedback from the death prompt was extremely strange. It did not specify what was eerie or give a death forecast, but rather stated that this is a different world. I don't understand what that means. In the bizarre survival guide of the Chujiang King, I did not see this special situation. Could it be something that hasn't been recorded? The death prompt was her term for the death ledger. So, please come over, Shingu. I want to use that thing to detect something. Lu Lian also looked at the mask in her hand. It was a snow-white mask with a strange smile, the corners of its mouth turned up like a clown's grin. This was something Shingu had brought with him to Luo City. It was a true anomaly. However, the utility and ability of this anomaly were quite special. As long as one did not laugh within a 10-meter radius of it, the death rules would not be triggered. Once the rules were known, the chances of survival would greatly increase. Yet, its ability was extremely practical. This thing could sense danger in a certain area. As long as it was worn on the face and directed towards a location within 100 meters, it could provide a sense of awareness. In the face of the most dangerous moments, this mask would change from its playful, smiling appearance to a bland, indifferent one. If it remained unchanged, that was fine, but if one laughed heartily, it meant that the eerie danger was not high. Because of this, the inspection department had gained a significant understanding of the bizarre situations in the city over this period. The most dangerous ones had already been marked. Qin Wei nodded, okay. The smiling mask was not something that could be used casually, wearing it would involuntarily bring a smile to one's face, and only those with exceptional emotional and facial control could manage it. And Qin Wei was clearly such a person. However, this time, something unexpected happened. Qin Wei slowly put the mask on his face. Then, just like any other time, he looked towards the distant station. He didn't even walk down the small path, for as Lu Lian said, the prompts from the death ledger made one wary. Yet, even so, in front of everyone, the snow-white mask that always bore a smile revealed an expression no one had anticipated. Its expression quickly turned cold, and then the corners of its mouth slightly drooped. Subsequently, 2 blood-red tears slowly flowed from the eye sockets of the snow-white mask. He, or rather it, wailed loudly. In the pitch-black silence of the night, on the old road of the old city, cold winds blew, sending chills down everyone's spines while also instilling a profound fear that seeped from the depths of their hearts. Almost without needing anyone to direct her, Lu Lian's face changed dramatically as she suddenly pulled Captain Qin back, retreating, withdraw. Captain Wang, surround this area, no one is allowed to enter. Understood. The investigation by the inspection department had achieved remarkable results. Indeed, at this stage in Luo City, the directive was not to eliminate these anomalies. If that were the command, then the first to be dealt with might very well be those above. They only need to detect dangerous areas and then prohibit entry, while ensuring that social order operates normally to a certain extent. The horror of the abandoned No. 14 bus stop exceeded everyone's imagination. Because of this, after returning to the inspection office, when it was time to get off work, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they left. But the light in Lu Lian's solitary office was still on. Xiao Lian, aren't you leaving yet? Qin Wei frowned. For safety reasons, their residences had already been converted into collective dormitories nearby. Lu Lian shook her head and picked up a small plate. I copied the surveillance footage from the intersection in front of that No. 14 bus stop. I want to see what has entered that place, and if possible, I'll send a notice of death to their families. Qin Wei shook his head helplessly. Well, that's fine, but don't stay too late. Soon, only Lu Lian's figure remained in the office. Just as she said, she quickly flipped through the only surveillance footage from that street under the cover of night. In that surveillance camera, the desolate street appeared like a demon with a gaping maw, only allowing entry, not exit. In fits and starts, 2 or 3 dozen people had never come out again. Lu Lian frowned, saving screenshots and recording the characteristics of the individuals. However, she soon froze slightly, because in the next moment, from that street where only entry was allowed, a deep blue Bentley Continental drove out. This was nothing unusual. However, on that elegant blue coupe, she saw a familiar figure. A crow with feathers mixed in blood red and pitch black perched above the coupe, releasing an ominous aura of death in that early morning. Lu Lian's pupils suddenly constricted. He had been here? You have finally awakened. You have been asleep for a full day and night. During your slumber, many things have happened. Of course, the power you have gained from what you have sacrificed during this day and night is just an appetizer. However, Zhou Yingzhu, while cherishing this hard-won power, you must also be aware that your lifespan is already very limited. In the dim room, outside the dark window, it seemed to have already turned to night. Zhou Yingzhu, who had finally awakened, felt a bit dazed. How long had she been asleep? Looking at the prompt from the Book of Life and Death, she glanced at the time, and the scenes from before she fell asleep appeared in her mind. Those scenes felt like a dream, but soon, Zhou Yingzhu regained her composure. She instinctively tightened her grip on the long knife beside her pillow. The familiar coldness gave her immense reassurance. She suddenly stood up, paying no attention to the bloodstained long dress that had not been cleaned. Then, she abruptly drew the knife and swung it. At that moment, it was no longer just a knife, but an extension of her body. She had never felt that this knife was so familiar, so easy to use. This was the power of the underworld. However, as she excitedly looked at the detection from the Book of Life and Death in her hand, her brow soon furrowed slightly. The prompt from the Book of Life and Death was correct. After merging with the executioner late at night the day before yesterday, she had 1 month left of her lifespan, but after a day and night had passed, on this new morning, only 28 days remained. This was the executioner. Thinking of this, Zhou Yingzhu's heart sank slightly. But soon, her phone lit up, and Zhou Yingzhu hurried to grab it. The message was from her good friend Yingzhu. Do you want to go out for a bit? Didn't we agree on this before? You're not going to stand me up again, are you? Before she could reply, another message came in. Find a way to send 100 tons of meat to Beishan Cemetery, any kind of meat will do. Wait for me to come back after I arrive. It was clear that only one other person could speak to her in this tone, and that person was also the one she could least refuse. Yes, are you going out? Chu Qing's message came quickly. At the 14th bus stop, I need to go there again, not sure when I'll be back. If the cemetery isn't safe, you can wait outside. Zhou Yingzhu gasped, and without thinking, quickly replied, then changed into a smart outfit and walked straight out the door. After a moment's thought, she sent a message to Su Suyun. I'm not going for now, Ayun. The city isn't safe these days, you shouldn't wander around either. Why don't you come stay with me? It's not very safe in Luochang right now. Su Suyun's reply came quickly. You little brat, you slept at my place a few days ago, and now you want me to sleep at yours? I think you should find a man. Zhou Yingzhu smiled in silence, too lazy to respond, and stepped outside. Meat? And 100 tons of it? Zhou Yingzhu could guess that this was likely Chu Qing's underworld ability, but what kind of underworld was this, so strange? Of course, she didn't have time to think much about it, because just as she was about to leave, a figure stood at the entrance of her beautiful garden estate, pressing the doorbell. Zhou Yingzhu was slightly taken aback and looked at the girl in front of her. Her eyesight was excellent. After years of observing people, she could tell at first glance that this girl, even in an ordinary inspector's uniform, had a very special aura. Ms. Zhou, hello. Hello, may I ask who you are? Let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Lian. I'm an inspector. I'm here to ask you some questions. Beishan Cemetery had never been this lively before. After finishing the morning grave guarding duty, Chu Qing glanced at the entrance. A construction team marked with the logo of Senmu Construction was measuring the distance in front of the gate, preparing for the work. And Ruoshua quickly got out of the car, completely unconcerned about the surrounding construction workers, and cheerfully rushed to bring some unopened packages to Chu Qing. Brother Qing, here's your laptop. After the house collapsed last time, I saw your computer was broken, so I specially brought this for you. Chu Qing glanced at her without much interest. Has Gao Hong's aftermath been handled? At this time, not just these few businessmen, but, anyway, many have died, and if they're dead, they're dead. It's chaotic, and in times like this, a little guidance is nothing. That's fine. Better to avoid trouble than to create it. During these moments when remnants of social order still lingered, Chu Qing always adhered to this principle. Brother Qing, you don't know, those who once needed me to look up to them are now so humble in front of it. Chu Qing glanced at Ruoshua, who finally spoke her mind, and then said, don't be careless. The ability of the soul buyer's ghost handlers is a bit too weak. If someone really makes a move suddenly, your life is still at risk. So, isn't that why I want to come stay with you? And Ruoshua pointed at the architectural design drawing with a beaming smile. Chu Qing nodded. Alright, you need to personally supervise the construction of these people. Don't let them go to the back mountain, to avoid unnecessary trouble. You can stay here all day today, and if someone named Zhou Yingzhu comes by later, you can communicate with each other. Brother Qing, are you going out? Chu Qing nodded. The head lantern and black umbrella, the two strange tools he was most skilled at using, were now fully prepared. Finally, he was waiting for that last piece of the puzzle to be complete. Location, bus stop No. 14 in the old district of Lo City. Time limit, within 1 day. Mission objective, explore the strange source within the secret realm, eliminate or subdue it. Special mission restrictions, none. Mission failure penalty, no death guidance for 20 days. Chu Qing smiled slightly, ignoring Ruoshua's astonishment behind the stone tablet, glanced at the Beishan Cemetery, and directly arrived at the top of the back mountain, where the crow demon spread its wings on the skeleton tree and landed on his shoulder. In the next second, the man and the black crow swept across the sky of the city. The bus stop was still the same bus stop. Chu Qing immediately saw the barriers set up by the inspection office around him but paid no attention, landing directly ahead. It was here, 3 days ago, that he had nearly sunk completely into that terrifying and bizarre illusory memory. Yet now, he had returned once more. He wanted to see what kind of terrifying existence could create a secret realm with its own power at the onset of horror. Time flies. Era changes. Some things perhaps are destined not to remain in this world. Many things have indeed been completely eliminated in the tide of the times. So, those numbers that cannot keep up with the pace of the times, is there still a vehicle that can carry you, taking you to that new era? Or perhaps, driving into that so-called past utopia? Dear sir, you have come here once again. Are you ready to enter its world? Facing the sensation of the Book of Life and Death towards this secret realm, Chu Qing no longer hesitated, holding a lantern and an umbrella, like a traveler walking with a lamp in the long night. He stepped in. Instantly, the blood-red characters of the Book of Life and Death reappeared. Welcome home, welcome to its world, you have entered the secret realm. A circle. Clang, clang, beep, the familiar sound, just heard from another angle. Hey, you little brat, what do you need a lantern for? If you're not getting on the bus, hurry up and move to the side of the aisle, don't block the folks from getting into the city. Chu Qing suddenly turned his head, his blood-red eyes flashing, but quickly paused in surprise. It was an old man dressed simply, not looking like a modern person. His skin was tanned and slightly reddened, with wrinkles on his cheeks resembling ravines. He wore a very old-fashioned shirt, a white garment that had yellowed a bit, but that was not the most important part. At this moment, he seemed to still be standing in place. This place also seemed to be a bus station. However, it was somewhat different from the previous bus stop. This was a passenger station, and behind him was no longer the old district, but a village with yellow earth and gravel roads. At this moment, behind him, young people and old folks carrying large and small bags of luggage were frowning at him, clearly annoyed that he was blocking their way to board the bus. Chu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly, the blood red in his pupils seemed to go unnoticed by these people. Nevertheless, Chu Qing stepped aside. In his blood-red observation, he saw no threat. These people seemed to be genuine humans. Chu Qing looked at this land and world. The rolling sun shone brightly over the azure sky. The lush dogtail grass was casually piled along the sides of the road, and a small river in the distance had several children catching shrimp in the water. There was no smog or pollution. This tranquil countryside seemed to have walked out of an oil painting. These people were so vivid and lively. They were completely different from the tone of the entire bizarre era. For the first time, Chu Qing felt a sense of confusion. He even had an indescribable strange feeling. He now felt he had truly entered a real, authentic world. What he experienced, that incredibly distorted world, was the falsehood. Hey, kid, are you getting on the bus? Today's the only trip into the city. The old man at the bus window opened his mouth, grinning, his face resembling a dried orange peel. Chu Qing squinted. Even with his 8th grade blood pupil, he still couldn't discern anything. Not just these people, but even this bus, which looked like a public transport vehicle, he had scrutinized several times, yet still found no clues. He thought for a moment, nodded, and finally boarded the bus. He wanted to see what this secret realm truly meant. What kind of bizarre and unknown thing was this? As he stepped onto the bus, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Qing's mouth. The reason was simple, there was no driver in the bus's driver's seat. Sure enough, something was amiss. Chu Qing glanced around, there weren't many people on the bus. Although quite a few had boarded earlier, they were now scattered sparsely throughout the vehicle, with hardly anyone left. He didn't pay attention to those few oddly dressed individuals but instead turned his gaze to the ticket seller. He was the only relatively special person on the bus. A young man in his 20s, smiling at everyone. If you're getting on, the ticket is $5. So expensive, meat is only 80 cents a pound. Alright, I exchanged quite a bit of money for meat and grain tickets. I want to go into the city and take a look. Okay, this is the only bus that passes through our village. It's my first time riding. Who says it isn't? When we get back, we have to tell those youngsters about it. Hee, good days are still ahead. Chu Qing looked at the aged banknotes, just $5. He took a stack, feeling a bit confused, his brows furrowing. The reason was simple, he had no money. The young man beside him seemed to notice Chu Qing's situation, glanced at his appearance, and then said, "Are you from somewhere else?" Chu Qing nodded, his blood pupil unabashedly scrutinizing the young man before him. What he didn't expect was that compared to those so-called ordinary people, this young man appeared even more complex under the observation of his blood pupil.
grade, unranked category, unknown lifespan, 17 years, 3 months, 4 days. Status unknown, promotion requirements, unknown, note, human. Our opponent is a bit unusual, be prepared. Without needing the blood pupil to remind him, Chu Qing could see it too. Moreover, having experienced quite a few secret realms in his previous life, he had naturally encountered various situations. Unranked, of unknown category, yet possessing a terrifying lifespan of nearly 20 years. Normal people would know there was definitely something wrong here. However, the young man didn't mind Chu Qing's scrutiny at all, smiling as he said, "In that case, I'll waive your ticket, but you have to tell me some stories from the outside world, okay? By the way, do you have a place you want to go? We can chat more." Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, looking at the young man, then nodded, "Sure, what do you want to talk about?" "Let's talk about the outside world. What's it like out there now?" The young man seemed like a youth from a small town, filled with longing for the outside world and all its unknowns. However, Chu Qing knew that this young man was fundamentally different from everyone else behind him. He chose not to speak, merely gazing silently ahead. The bus door slowly closed. At that moment, the entire vehicle became a sealed venue. Then, this bus without a driver slowly started moving, aligning perfectly with Chu Qing's impressions of ancient automobiles. Inside the engine, the noise was undeniable. Sitting by the window, one could see the black exhaust smoke being ejected and the swaying startup speed. All of this proved that this old bus did not belong to this era, or rather, it was a relic of this very time. However, the other passengers on the bus were extremely excited. They, or rather it, were eagerly peering out of the windows at the swaying vehicle. Yet neither Chu Qing nor the young ticket seller paid any attention to these things. With mutual smiles, they looked at each other cheerfully. Chu Qing slowly straightened his body, holding the lantern in his hand, and at that moment, the palm hidden in his sleeve turned pitch black. "So," Chu Qing spoke up, "the world outside. It's beautiful. People and the strange coexist harmoniously, unlike here, where there is only the strange, no people." Instantly, the laughter and chatter inside the bus fell into silence. They seemed completely unprepared for Chu Qing's sudden remark. The spring light outside the window turned eerie and strange at that moment. What is the best way to face a secret realm? When you lack strength but still want to survive, you must strive to find the rules that might exist in the cracks. And when you possess strength, the best method is to break the rules of the secret realm as much as possible. Chu Qing was doing just that, and he was ready to act in an instant. However, what he did not expect was that the young man in front of him merely smiled slightly at his words. "Is that so? That does sound wonderful." There was no sudden activation of strange rule abilities, no terrifying ghosts transforming the entire vehicle. There was only the young man's indifferent gaze and the vehicle returning to its noisy state. However, whether it was Chu Qing's words that caused the young man to lose interest, he seemed to have nothing more to discuss with Chu Qing and instead pulled something out from his pocket. Chu Qing became alert. It was something equally retro and fitting for this era, a harmonica. Chu Qing narrowed his eyes, the blood-red pupils reappearing but quickly covered by those hands. Then, a melodious sound emerged. It was a prelude that Chu Qing was not familiar with. The moment it appeared, the beautiful sound captured Chu Qing's ears, making him instinctively want to listen further. However, emotion and reason acted completely differently at that moment. Chu Qing's dark palm shot out suddenly, his blood-red pupils fixated on the young man holding the harmonica. The young man barely let out a scream before vanishing into a wisp of dark energy. Yet, before Chu Qing could react, right at the original spot of the vehicle, the young man and the harmonica reappeared almost instantaneously. Without a second thought, Chu Qing activated his blood-red pupils again. The young man still showed no resistance and died once more. However, he reappeared beside him again. The consecutive deaths did not affect the sound of the harmonica, which continued to rise, a sound of the era filled with countless memories of the past. Blood red spread before Chu Qing's eyes. The combination of the dark hand and blood-red pupils was nearly unstoppable by any strange entity or living being at this stage. Yet, the presence before him seemed like an eternally unkillable monster. 8 times, or 10. Chu Qing could hardly keep track. Finally, he understood that such actions were meaningless. The secret realm before him could not be cracked by brute force. And regarding this object before him, he had more or less formed some guesses. The young man paid no mind to Chu Qing's previous deaths. He seemed completely unfazed. He simply sat there, playing the harmonica in his mouth. Finally, the tune came to an end, and the vehicle slowly came to a stop. It was still a station, but it was fundamentally different from the rural station just now. It had already gained some scale. "Aren't you getting off?" The young man smiled, but for some reason, there was a sense of weariness in his eyes. Chu Qing silently looked at the young man in front of him. That strange harmonica did not bring about any change in him, and the feedback from his blood-red pupils was also very clear.
without any influence of rules. Right now, he was genuinely interested in seeing what tricks this thing had up its sleeve. He said lightly, "Didn't you just say you wanted to chat with me more? What can we talk about in such a short time?" "All right." He did not speak again, and the people on the bus began to get on and off. However, this time, the people getting on were different from those who had come from the countryside before. Most of them were full of energy, excited and cheerful. Hee, I got promoted. Now that Li Laosan's son can't say my work isn't outstanding. Pfft, what's so great about that? Li Laosan is said to have gone to Nanyang to do big business and become a millionaire. What good is that? I'm a worker, he's a speculator. If it were a few years earlier, hum. Chu Qing listened, his brow slightly relaxing. This time, he did not act rashly again. Throughout this journey, he had been focused on killing that thing and had never looked outside. At this moment, he turned to look outside and was deeply captivated. Yongshan Supply and Marketing Cooperative Zhongyuan Steel Plant. Ding ding ling. The sound of bicycles was crisp, seemingly masking the dull clang of the old, broken bus, allowing Chu Qing's thoughts to return. Just then, as the music ended, the familiar young man's voice rang out again. "How is it?" Chu Qing shook his head and frowned slightly. "Not much." "Why?" "Here, labor is rewarded. Here, there is common distribution. Here, is the place that countless people dream of. Don't you want to go down and take a look?" The young man hinted. But Chu Qing thought for a moment and said, "But in such a world, if I do more, why should I share equally with others? If I can do what others cannot, why should I share equally with them?" In his eyes, the blood-red color had already faded, leaving only a stubbornness against possible injustice. The young man did not speak, for with the end of that piece of music, the vehicle finally came to a stop again. The previous passengers got off, and new ones boarded. They were dressed smartly. "Hey, I closed a deal today." "What deal?" "It seems to be some kind of Big Brother phone. That thing makes a lot of money. You can hold it in your hand and make calls without wires. Get out of here. If it made money, we would have heard of it. Phones need wires. You must have been fooled. Just wait and see." Chu Qing still did not speak. He frowned and looked outside again. That piece of music played once more. Time seemed to move quickly again as the bus started up. This time, Dai Run FA Supermarket, New Era Residence, Wanha Furniture City. The music ended, and this broken bus had once again arrived at that familiar station. Outside the station, there were still many passengers getting on and off. Only Chu Qing sat alone in that front seat. This won't do either? At that moment, the young man had already turned into a middle-aged man. His face belonged to that type that one could glance at and not remember. You could see him anywhere, yet you would never remember him. He seemed to represent the most ordinary kind of person. Chu Qing shook his head. "Boring. Is it? I always hear that in this era, there is gold everywhere. As long as you are willing to work hard and dare to fight, there will be a time to get rich." Chu Qing thought for a moment again. It feels meaningless. After all, it really depends on luck. I have no connections, no resources, and I don't understand this place. It's still too difficult. He truly thought so. His expression made the young man, who had already become middle-aged, chuckle in understanding. Soon, the vehicle stopped, and more people got on. "Damn, do you know? I just came back from abroad, and I think what our country lacks the most right now is talent in the internet sector." "How so?" "Our country's internet is a huge blank, but with the development of the times, this is a blueprint for over 1 billion people in the future. I decided to create an instant messaging software. It will definitely have a huge market in the future." "Instant messaging? What is that?" "It's..." Behind his seat, a young man wearing glasses excitedly began to explain to his friend. Chu Qing remained silent, calmly looking out at the world outside. Tall buildings rose one after another, and the signs were incredibly bright. The miracles created by the internet dazzled the eyes. As the music ended, the vehicle stopped, and they got off. This time, Chu Qing actively shook his head and said, "Let's go." The middle-aged man with some gray at his temples looked puzzled. "Why? This is an era that many people dream of. The internet is the trend of this era and the future. As long as you follow one of them, you don't even need to do anything to grasp a wealth of power you never even imagined." Chu Qing blinked in confusion. "Yeah, so what do I really want?" "It's a pity you missed a last good opportunity." The middle-aged man felt sorry for Chu Qing. This time, many people got on at the bus station below. However, compared to the previous spirited and enthusiastic crowd, they appeared extremely weary. No one chatted or spoke anymore. They wore various uniforms: security, delivery, courier, taxi. The entire vehicle was silent except for the soft sounds of snoring. This time, the sound of the harmonica was somewhat lonely and sorrowful, and the once young man had transformed from a youthful figure into an old man with a head full of gray hair. This time, the vehicle moved exceptionally slowly, as if reluctant to wake those trapped in the hardships of life from this rare place where they wouldn't lose sleep. It might be gentle, at least towards them, but the road ultimately has an end, and the music will eventually stop. In the end, the entire vehicle was silent. The bus stop where they got off was the place most familiar to Chu Ching. It was the stop for bus number 14. Everything that had just happened felt like a dream. "Outsider, you should get off. We have arrived." Chu Ching looked at the darkness outside. This was a bus stop that wasn't exactly old but definitely not brand new. Surrounding the stop were some dilapidated old buildings. Seeing Chu Ching standing still, the old man smiled. "Are you regretting it? There were so many wonderful eras before, weren't there? There, you could eat, drink, and work without a care in the world. There, you could reshape your destiny under the spotlight. There, you could redistribute the wealth of this world. There, you could have the power to control your own life." Chu Ching looked at the open bus station and the bus door. He didn't rush to get off. He appeared bewildered. The old man continued to smile. "However, here, you can only do the same work as the others. But this is your choice, young man. However, young man, rest assured, once you do well enough, when you have earned enough rewards, you will have another choice. Go ahead." His smile was warm and encouraging. Chu Ching slowly stood up and walked to the door. Beside him, there was nothing left. The lanterns and black umbrellas had vanished without a trace, and he didn't know when. However, it seemed that the most important things had also disappeared. That seemed to be his memories. But at that moment, under the encouraging gaze of the old man, Chu Ching slowly turned his head. At that instant, the old man was slightly taken aback. He didn't know when, but Chu Ching's blood-red eyes, which had long since disappeared, slowly reappeared. Chu Ching's gaze was no longer filled with confusion or helplessness. It was calm, as still as death. At that moment, he slowly spoke. "What if I don't get off the car?" The old man was taken aback. "Young man, when you reach the station, you must get off. That's the rule, isn't it?" Chu Ching nodded. "That's right, that's the rule. It is also the most terrifying, perfect, and unsolvable rule, but there is one thing in your earlier words that I do not agree with." "Oh, what is it?" The old man seemed intrigued, looking at Chu Ching with anticipation. His eyes were warm and peaceful, showing no hint of malice or strangeness. Chu Ching paused and slowly spoke. "Power has never been about being well-fed and well-watered, but about life and death. What I pursue is eternal immortality. Can your era, the era here, give that to me?"